The Bonehunters by Stephen Erickson. Series Malazan Book of the Fallen. Book 6, Part 2.
Book 2. Beneath this name. In darkness he came, this brutal slayer of kin, discharged and unleashed, when all but ghosts fled the wild, dishevelled swagger. Oh, he knew pain. Twin fires of vast oblivion, burning his soul. And so the ghosts did gather, summoned by one who would stand mortal and feckless in the terrible slayer's path, would stand, this precious fool, and gamble all in the clasping of hand, warm to cold, and be led to the place long vanished. And beasts long vanquished would at his word awaken once more. And who was there to warn him? Why, no one, and what found its way free was no friend to the living. When you play horror against horror, dear listener, leave all hope behind and ride a fast horse. Master Blind, Tavore of the Wide Cut, Jag, Chapter 7. Never bargain with a man who has nothing to lose, sayings of the fool, then is Buell. Leoman of the Flails staggered from the inner sanctum, a sheen of sweat on his face. In a hoarse voice he asked, "Is it night yet?" Korab rose quickly, then sat back down on the bench as blackness threatened to engulf him. He had been sitting too long, watching Dunsparrow attempt to pace a trench in the stone floor. He opened his mouth to reply, but the Malazan woman spoke first. "No, Leoman, the sun rides the horizon." Movement yet from the Malazan camps. The last runner reported half a bell ago, nothing at that time. There was a strange, triumphant gleam in Leoman's eyes that troubled Korab, but he had no time to ask as the great warrior strode past. "We must hurry back to the palace, some final instructions." The enemy was attacking this very night. How could Leoman be so certain? Korab stood once again, more slowly this time. The high priestess had forbidden witnesses to the ritual, and when the Queen of Dreams manifested, even the high priestess and her acolytes had left the chamber with discomfited expressions. Leaving Leoman alone with the goddess, Korab fell in 2 steps behind his leader, prevented from drawing closer by that damned woman, Dunsparrow. "Their mages will make detection difficult," the third was saying as they headed out of the temple. "No matter?" Leoman snapped. "It's not like we have any worthy of the name anyway. Even so, we need to make it look as if we're trying." Korab frowned. Trying? He did not understand any of this. "We need soldiers on the walls," he said. "As many as can be mustered. We can't hold the walls," Dunsparrow said over her shoulder. "You must have realized that, Korab Bilen Thenualas. Then why are we here?" The sky overhead was darkening, the bruise of dusk only moments away. Through empty streets, the 3 of them rushed along. Korab's frown deepened. The Queen of Dreams, goddess of divination, and who knew what else? He despised all gods except, of course, for Drijna the Apocalyptic. Meddlers, deceivers, murderers, one and all, that Leoman would seek one out. This was troubling indeed. Dunsparrow's fault, he suspected. She was a woman. The Queen's priesthood was mostly women, at least he thought it was. There'd been a high priestess after all, a blurry-eyed matron swimming in the fumes of Durhang and likely countless other substances. Just to stand near her was to feel drunk. Too seductive by far. Nothing good was going to come of this. Nothing at all. They approached the palace, and finally some signs of activity, warriors moving about, weapons clanking, shouts from the fortifications. So the outer walls would be breached. No other reason for all this preparation. Leoman expected a second siege here at the palace itself. And soon, "War leader," Korab said, shouldering Dunsparrow aside. "Give me command of the palace gates. We shall hold against the Malazan storm in the name of the apocalypse." Leoman glanced back at him, considering, then he shook his head. "No, friend, I need you for a far more important task. What will that be, great warrior?
I am equal to it. You'd better be, Leomund said. Dunsparrow snorted. Command me, Commander. This time she laughed outright. Korab scowled at her. Leomund replied, Your task this night is this, my friend. Guard my back. Ah, we shall be leading the fight then, in the very frontmost ranks. Glorious, we shall deliver unto the Malazan dogs a judgment they shall never forget. Leomund slapped him on the shoulder. Aye, Korab, he said, that we shall.
They continued on into the palace. Dunsparrow was still laughing. Gods, how Korab hated her! Lostera Yill swept back the tent flap and marched inside. She found Pearl lounging on looted silk pillows, a hookah of wine-flavoured durhang settled like a bowl in his lap. Through the smoke haze, he met her fury with a lazy, fume-laden regard, which of course made her even angrier. I see you've planned out the rest of this night, Pearl, even as this damned army prepares to assault Yatan. He shrugged. The Adjunct doesn't want my help. I could have snuck into the palace by now, you know. They have no mages to speak of. I could be at this very moment sliding a knife across Leomund's throat. But no, she won't have it. What am I to do? She doesn't trust you, Pearl, and to be honest, I'm not surprised. His brows lifted. Darling, I am offended.
You, more than anyone else, know the sacrifices I have made to protect the Adjunct's fragile psyche. Needless to say, he added, pausing for a lungful of the cloying smoke, I have of late been tempted to shatter that psyche with the truth about her sister, just out of spite. Your restraint impresses me, Lostara said. Of course, if you did something as cruel as that, I'd have to kill you. What a relief, knowing how you endeavor to protect the purity of my soul.
Purity is not the issue, she replied. Not yours, at least, he smiled. I was attempting to cast myself in a more favorable light, my sweet. It is clear to me, Pearl, that you imagined our brief romance, if one could call it that, as indicative of genuine feelings. I find that rather pathetic. Tell me, do you plan on ever returning me to my company in the Red Blades? Not quite yet, I'm afraid. Has she given us another mission? The Adjunct?
No, but as you may recall, what we did for Tavore was a favour. We work for the Empress. Fine. What does our Empress command? His eyes were heavy-lidded as they studied her for a moment. Wait and see. She commands us to wait and see. All right, since you insist you're temporarily detached from me, a notion that should give you untold satisfaction. Go, join the Marines or the Sappers, or whoever in Hood's name is attacking tonight.
And if you get a limb lopped off, don't come crawling back to me. Gods, I can't believe I just said that. Of course you can come crawling back to me. Just be sure to bring the limb along. You don't possess High Danul, Pearl, so what point in bringing back the limb? I'd just like to see it, that's all. If I do come crawling back, Pearl, it will be to stick a knife in your neck. With those cheery words you can go now, dear. She wheeled and marched from the tent. Fist Keneb joined Tene Baralta in the mustering area just inside the north pickets. Moths and biting flies were swarming in the crepuscular air. Heaps of rocky earth rose like modest barrows where the soldiers had dug their trenches. As yet, few squads had assembled so as not to reveal the army's intentions too early, although Keneb suspected that Leoman and his warriors already knew all that needed to be known. Even so, the Fist noted as he stared at the distant, uneven wall, topmost among the tiers of earth and rubble. There seemed to be no activity. Yatan was deathly quiet, virtually unlit as darkness spread its cloak. Tene Baralta was in full armour, scaled vest, chain skirt and camail, greaves and vambraces of beaten bronze, rimmed with iron. He was adjusting the straps of his helm as Keneb came to his side. "Blistig is not happy," Keneb said. Baralta's laugh was low. "Tonight belongs to you and me, Keneb. He only moves in if we get in trouble.
Temel was wondering this plan. It matches his own. Did you advise the adjunct?
I did. Inform Temel that she was pleased that his strategy matched her own in this matter.
Ah, have your company's mages begun? Keneb asked. A grunt then. They say there's no one there, no one waiting to counter them. Nil and Nether have made the same discovery. Could Leoman have lost all his mages, do you think? I don't know. Seems unlikely. I trust you've heard the rumours, Keneb. About what? Plague from the east. It has swept through Erlitan. If we fail tonight and find ourselves bogged down outside this city, Keneb nodded. Then we must succeed Tene Beralta. A rider was galloping on the road behind and to their right, fast approaching. Both men turned as the pounding hoofs reverberated through the ground at their feet. An urgent message? Keneb wondered, squinting to make out the grey cloaked figure, face hidden by a hood. A longsword at his side, the scabbard banded in white enamel. I do not recog. The rider rode straight for them. Bellowing in anger, Tene Beralta leapt to one side. Keneb followed, then spun as the rider flew past, his white horse reaching the trenches and launching itself over. The picket guards shouted. A crossbow discharged, the quarrel striking the stranger on the back, then caroming off into the night. Still riding at full gallop, the figure now leaning forward over the horse's neck, they sailed over the narrow inside trench, then raced for the city. Where a gate cracked open, spilling muted lantern light. Hood's breath, Tene Beralta swore, regaining his feet. An enemy rides right through our entire army. We've no exclusive claim on bravery, Keneb said. And I admit to a grudging admiration, I am glad to have witnessed it. A rider to bring word to Leoman. Nothing he doesn't already know, Tene Beralta. Consider this a lesson, a reminder. I need none, Keneb. Look at this, my helm's full of dirt, light grey cloak, white horse and white banded sword, a tall bastard. I will find him, I swear it, and he will pay for his temerity. We've enough concerns ahead of us this night, Keneb said. If you go off hunting one man, Tene Beralta, he emptied the dirt from the helm. I hear you. Pray to Treach, then, that the bastard crosses my path one more time this night. Treach, is it, Fenner, gone so quickly from men's minds? A message no god would dare to heed, I think. Lieutenant Pores stood with Captain Kindly and the Corelry Faradan sort, within sight of their respective companies. Word of a spy in the army's midst boldly riding into Wigatten had everyone more on edge than they already were, given that at any moment would come the order to move. Sappers in the lead, of course, disguised within gloomy magic. Magic, it's all gloomy. Worse than sappers, in fact. In combination, well, this knight was headed straight into the abyss as far as Pores was concerned. He wondered where old Ebron was, and if he was participating in the rituals, he missed his old squad. Limp, Bell, and that new lass, Shin. Now there was a scary creature. Well, maybe he didn't miss them all that much. Dangerous, one and all, and mostly to each other. Captain Kindly had been trying to take the measure of the woman standing beside him, a choice of phrase that brought a small smile to the lieutenant's mouth. Take her measure, but ain't nobody's got that close, from what I hear. In any case, it was frustrating being unable to get a sense of a fellow officer. Cold iron, probably. You don't stand the wall long enough to survive without something icy, brutal, and calculated wrapped round the soul. But this one was cold in every other way besides. Rarest of all, a woman of few words, he smiled again. Wipe that grin off your face, Lieutenant. Kindly said, or I'll conclude you've lost your mind and promote you. Apologies, Captain, I promise I won't do it again. Please don't promote me. You too are idiots, Faradan sort said.
Well, that's one way to halt a conversation. Sergeant Hellion looked on the wavering scene, comforted by an overwhelming sense of propriety, although the way everyone was swaying was making her nauseous.
Corporal Erb separated himself from the squad and came up to her. "You ready for this, Sergeant?" "Ready for what?" she demanded, then scowled, all sense of propriety vanishing.
If that bastard hadn't disappeared the way he did, I wouldn't be trading my sword for a jug of that local rot, would I? She reached down for the weapon, her hand groping as it found only air, then the empty scabbard. "Why didn't you stop me, Erb? I mean, it was my sword after all. What am I supposed to use?" He shifted nervously, then leaned closer. "Get a new one from the armory, Sergeant, and that'll get back to the captain and we'll get shipped off somewhere even worse."
Worse? Where is worse than this, Sergeant? Corel, Theftian Peninsula, black coral under the empty eyes of the Tiste Edur. The Wrecker's Coast on North Apsalar. Ain't no Malazan forces there. No, but it's worse than this. One story from some addled sailor in Khartoum, and you're now convinced that Hood himself strides the shadows. He's striding our shallows. Shadows, I mean. Listen, Sergeant, we're about to head into battle. Right. Where's that jug? She looked round, found it lying on its side near somebody's bedroll. Hey, who in my squad ain't packed up their kit? That's yours, Sergeant, Erb said. Oh, collecting the jug, she gave it a shake and was pleased at the sloshing sounds within. She glanced over to stare at her squad. There were 2 soldiers, some squad. Captain had said something about a few newcomers on the way. Well, where are they? Who? Erb asked. Your squad. They're right in front of you. Touchy and breathless. That's right. Well, where are the rest? Didn't we have more? Had 4 marching with us the last day, but they were reassigned. So my squad is a corporal and 2 soldiers. Twins, Sergeant, Touchy said, but I'm older, as I'm sure you can tell, and mentally underdeveloped, Sergeant, Breathless said.
Those last few minutes were obviously crucial, as I'm sure you can tell. Hellion turned away. They look the same to me, Erb. All right, has the word come yet? We supposed to be mustering somewhere right now. Sergeant, you might want to pass that jug around. We're about to get in a fight, and I don't know about you and them two, but I joined the local city guard so's I wouldn't have to do any of this. I've been to the latrines 4 times since supper, and I'm still all squishy inside. At Erb's suggestion, Hellion clutched the jug tight to her chest.
Get your own, Sergeant. All right, a couple mouthfuls each, then I get the rest. I see anybody take more than 2 swallows, and I cut 'em down where they stand. With what? Erb asked as he pulled the jug from her reluctant hands. Hellion frowned. With what? What was he talking about? Oh, right. She thought for a moment, then smiled. I'll borrow your sword, of course, there. What a pleasing solution.
Sergeant Balm squatted in the dirt, studying the array of pebbles, stone discs, and clay buttons resting on the elongated troughs board. He muttered under his breath, wondering if this was a dream, a nightmare, and he was still asleep. He glanced across at Sergeant Moke, then looked back down at the game board. Something was wrong. He could make no sense of the pieces. He'd forgotten how to play the game. Straws, discs, buttons, pebbles, what were they all about? What did they signify? Who was winning? Who's playing this damned game? He demanded. You and me, you Dal Hernese weasel, Moke said. I think you're lying. I never seen this game before in my life. He glared round at all the faces, the soldiers all looking down to watch, all looking at him now. Strange expressions. Had he ever seen any of them before? He was a sergeant, wasn't he? Where's my damned squad? I'm supposed to be with my damned squad. Has the call come? What am I doing here? He shot upright, making sure one foot toppled the game board. Pieces flew, soldiers jumping back. Bad omen, one hissed, backing away. Growling Moke rose, reaching for the knife at his belt. Swamp scum, you'll pay for that. I was winning. No, you weren't. Those pieces were a mess, a jumble. They didn't make sense. He reached up and scratched at his face. What? This is clay. My face is covered in clay, a death mask. Who did this to me? A familiar but musty-smelling man stepped close to Balm. "Sergeant, your squad's right here. I'm Dead Smell, I'll say. Corporal Dead Smell. And that's Throat Slitter and Widdershins, Galt and Loeb." All right. Be quiet, I ain't blind. When's the call coming? We should have heard something by now." Moke closed in. "I wasn't finished with you. That was a curse what you did, Balm, on me and my squad, since I was winning the game." "You cursed us, you damned warlock." "I did not. It was an accident. Come on, Dead Smell. Let's make our way to the pickets. I'm done waiting here." "You're headed the wrong way, Sergeant. Lead on, then. Who designed this damned camp anyway?" None of it makes any sense. Behind them, Sergeant Moke made to step after them, but his corporal, Stacker, pulled him back. "It's all right, Sergeant. I heard about this from my Dar. It's the confusion. Comes to some before a battle. They lose track of everything. It should settle down once the fighting starts, but sometimes it don't. And if that's the case with Balm, then it's his squad that's doomed, not us. You sure about all that, Stacker?" "Yeah. Remember Fist Garnet? Listen, it's all right. We should check our weapons one last time." Moke sheathed his knife. "Good idea. Get them on it then." 20 paces away, Dead Smell fell in step alongside his sergeant. "Smart. All that back there. You was losing bad, faking the confusion." "Well, Sergeant, I'm impressed." Balm stared at the man. Who was he again, and what was he blathering on about? What language was the fool speaking anyway? "I got no appetite," Lutz said, tossing the chunk of bread away. A camp dog closed in, collected the food and scampered off. "I feel sick," the soldier continued. "You ain't the only one, maybe said. I'm in there first, you know, us sappers. Rest of you got it easy. We got to set charges, meaning we're running with cussers and crackers over rough ground, climbing rubble, probably under fire from the walls, then down at the foot of the wall, and Hood knows what's going to pour down on us. Boiling water, oil, hot sand, bricks, offal, barrack buckets. So it's raining down. Set the munitions acid on the wax. Too much, and we all go up right there and then. Dozens of sappers, and any one of 'em makes a mistake, or some piece of rock drops smack onto a munition. Boom! We're as good as dead already, if you ask me. Bits of meat. Tomorrow morning the crows will come down. And that's that. Send word to my family, will you? Maybe was blown to bits at Wigatan. That's all. No point in going into the gory details. Hey, where you going? Gods below, Lutz, do your throwing up out of my sight, will you? Hood, take us. That's awful. Hey, Balgrid, look, our squad healer's heaving his guts out. Gessler, Strings, Cuttle, Truth and Peller sat around the dying coals of a hearth, drinking tea. "They're all losing their minds with this waiting," Gessler said. "I get just as bad before every battle," Strings admitted. "Cold and loose inside, if you know what I mean. It never goes away." "But you settle once it's begun," Cuttle said. "We all do, 'cause we've done this before. We settled, and we know we settle. Most of these soldiers, they don't know nothing of the sort. They don't know how they'll be once the fighting starts. So they're all terrified they'll curl up into cringing cowards." "Most of them probably will," Gessler said. "I don't know about that, Sergeant," Peller said. "Saw plenty of soldiers just like these ones at Skull Cup. When the rebellion hit, well, they fought, and they fought well, all things considered. Outnumbered. Yes. So they died. Most of them. That's the thing with war," Gessler said. "Ain't nearly as many surprises, when all's said and done, as you might think or hope. Heroic stands usually end up with not a single hero left standing. Held out longer than expected. But the end was the same anyway. The end's always the same." "Abyss below, Gessler," Strings said. "Ain't you a cheery one? Just being realistic, Fid. Damn, I wish Stormy was here. Now it's up to me to keep an eye on my squad." "Yes," Cuttle said. "That's what sergeants do." "You suggesting Stormy should have been sergeant and me corporal? Now, why would I do that?" the sapper asked. "You're both just as bad as each other. Now Pella here." "No thanks," Pella said. Strings sipped his tea. "Just make sure everybody sticks together. Captain wants us on the tip of the spear, as fast and as far in as we can get. The rest will just have to catch up. Cuttle. Once the wall's blown, I'll pull our sappers together and we meet you inside the breach."
"Where's Borduke right now?" "Went for a walk. Seems his squad got into some kind of sympathetic heaves. Borduke got disgusted and stormed off. So long as everybody's belly is empty by the time we get the call," Cuttle said. "Especially maybe." "Especially maybe," Gessler said with a low laugh. "That's a good one. You've made my day, Cuttle. Believe me, it wasn't intentional." Seated nearby, hidden from the others in a brush-bordered hollow, Bottle smiled.
"So that's how the veterans get ready for a fight, same as everyone else." That did indeed comfort him. Mostly. Well, maybe not. Better had they been confident, brash and swaggering. This, what was coming, sounded all too uncertain. He had just returned from the mage gathering. Magical probes had revealed a muted presence in Gyaton, the priestly kind for the most part, and what there was of that was confused, panicked, or strangely quiescent. For the sapper's advance, Bottle would be drawing upon meanness, rolling banks of mist, tumbling darkness on all sides, easily dispelled, if a mage of any skill was on the wall, but there didn't seem to be any. Most troubling of all, Bottle would need all his concentration to work Minas, thus preventing him from using spirit magic, leaving him as blind as those few enemy soldiers on the wall. He admitted to a bad run of nerves. He hadn't been nearly so shaky at Raraku. And, with Leomund's ambush in the sandstorm, well, it was an ambush, wasn't it? There'd been no time for terror. In any case, he didn't like this feeling. Rising into a crouch, he moved away, up and out of the hollow, straightening and walking casually into the squad's camp. It seemed Strings didn't mind leaving his soldiers alone for a while before things heated up, letting them chew on their own thoughts, then, hopefully, reining everyone in at the last moment. Coric was tying yet more fetishes onto the various rings and loops in his armour, strips of coloured cloth, bird bones and chain links to add to the ubiquitous finger bones that now signified the 14th Army. Smiles was flipping her throwing nibs, the blades slapping softly on the leather of her gloves. Tar stood nearby, shield already strapped on his left arm, short sword in his gauntleted right hand, most of his face hidden by his helm's cheek guards. Turning, Bottle studied the distant city. Dark, there seemed not a single lantern glowing from that squat, squalid heap. He already hated Wigatan. A low whistle in the night, sudden stirring. Cuttle appeared. "Sappers to me. It's time. Gods below. So it is." Leomund stood in the Farlaz throne room. 11 warriors were arrayed before him, glassy-eyed, their leather armour webbed in harnesses with straps and loops dangling. Korab, Bilan, Thenualas studied them. Familiar faces one and all, yet now barely recognizable beneath the blood and strips of skin. Deliverers of the apocalypse, sworn now to fanaticism, sworn not to see the coming dawn, bound to death this night. The very sight of them, with their drug-soaked eyes, chilled Korab. "You know what is asked of you this night?" Leomund said to his chosen warriors. "Leave now, my brothers and sisters, under the pure eyes of Drichna, and we shall meet again at Hood's Gate." They bowed and headed off. Korab watched until the last of them vanished beyond the great doors, then faced Leomund. "War leader, what is to happen? What have you planned? You spoke of Drichna, yet this night you have bargained with the Queen of Dreams. Speak to me before I begin to lose faith." "Poor Korab," Dunsparrow murmured. Leomund shot her a glare, then said, "No time, Korab, but I tell you this, I have had my fill of fanatics through this lifetime, and a dozen others I have had my fill. Boots sounded on the floor in the hallway beyond, and they turned as a tall, cloaked warrior strode in, drawing his hood back. Korab's eyes widened, and hope surged through him as he stepped forward. High Mage Lorik, truly Drijna shines bright in the sky tonight. The tall man was massaging one shoulder, wincing as he said, "Would that I could have arrived within the damned city walls. Too many mages stirring in the Malazan camp. Leoman, I did not know you had the power to summon. I tell you I was headed elsewhere. The Queen of Dreams, Lorik, again? What does she want?" Leoman shrugged. "You were part of the deal, I'm afraid." "What deal?" "I will explain later. In any case, we need you this night. Come." We climbed to the South Tower. Another surge of hope. Korab knew he could trust Leoman. The holy warrior possessed a plan, a diabolical, brilliant plan. He had been a fool to doubt. He set off in the wake of Dunsparrow, High Mage Lorik, and Leoman of the Flails. "Lorik, now we can fight the Malazans on equal terms, and in such a contest we can naught but win." In the dark, beyond the rough ground of the pickets, Bottle crouched a few paces away from the handful of sappers he had been assigned to protect. Cuttle, maybe, Crump, Ramp, and Widdershins. Nearby was a second group being covered by Bolgrid, Taffo, Abel, Gup, Jump, and Bowl people he knew from the march, now revealed as sappers or would-be sappers. Insane. Never knew there were so many in our company. Strings was in neither group. He would be leading the rest of the squads into the breach before the smoke and dust settled. Vigaton's walls were a mess, tiered with older efforts. The last series Malazan built in the classic sloping style, 20 paces thick at its base. As far as anyone knew, this would be the first time the sappers would challenge the engineering of imperial fortifications. He could see the gleam in their eyes. Someone approached from his right, and Bottle squinted through the gloom as the man arrived to crouch down beside him. "Ebron, isn't it?" "Aye, a shock regiment." Bottle smiled. "They don't exist no more, Ebron." He tapped his chest, then said, "You got a squad mate of mine in your group." "The one named Crump." "Aye? Just thought you should know he's dangerous. Aren't they all?" "No, this one especially. He was tossed out of the Mott Irregulars back on Genabakis." "Sorry, that don't mean nothing to me, Ebron." "Too bad. Anyway, consider yourself warned. Might think about mentioning it to Cuttle." "All right, I will. Opons pull on you this night, lad, and on you, Ebron." The man vanished into the darkness once more. More waiting. No lights visible along the city's wall, nor the flanking corner bastions. No movement among the battlements. A low whistle. Bottle met Cuttle's eyes, and the sapper nodded. Menius, the warren of shadows, illusion and deception. He fashioned a mental image of the warren, a swirling wall before him, then began focusing his will, watched as a wound formed, lurid red at first, then a hole burning through. Power poured into him. Enough, no more. Gods, why is it so strong? Faint sound, something like movement, a presence there, on the other side of the warren's wall. Then, nothing. Of course there was no wall. That had been simply a construct, a fashioning in Bottle's mind to manifest an idea into something physical. Something that he could then breach. Simple, really, just incredibly dangerous. We damned mages must be mad to play with this, to persist in the conceit that it can be managed, shaped, twisted by will alone. Power is blood. Blood is power, and this blood, it belongs to an elder god. A hiss from Cuttle. He blinked, then nodded as he began shaping the sorcery of Minas. Mists shot through with inky gloom, spreading out across the rough ground, snaking among the rubble, and the sappers set out, plunged into it, and moved on, unseen. Bottle followed a few paces behind. The soldiers hiding in that magic could see. Nothing of the illusion confounded their senses. Illusions were usually one, or at best two-sided, seen from the other sides. Well, there was nothing to see. True masters, of course, could cheat light in all directions, could fashion something that looked physically real, that moved as it should, casting its own shadow, even scuffing up illusional dust. Bottle's level of skill was nowhere near that. Balgrid had managed it, barely, it was true, but still impressive. But I hate this kind of sorcery. Sure, it's fascinating. Fun to play with on occasion, but not like tonight, not when it's suddenly life and death. They threw wagon planks across the narrow moat Leoman's soldiers had dug, then drew closer to the wall. Lostara Yil came to Teneberalta's side. They were positioned at the picket line, behind them the massed ranks of soldiery. Her former commander's face revealed surprise as he looked upon her. "I did not think to see you again, Captain." She shrugged. "I was getting fat and lazy, Commander. That claw you were with is not a popular man. The decision was made that he was better off staying in his tent indefinitely." "I have no objection to that." Through the gloom they could see swirling clouds of deeper darkness, rolling ominously towards the city's wall. "Are you prepared, Captain?" Beralta asked, "to bloody your sword this night?" "More than you could imagine, Commander." Waves of vertigo rippled through Sergeant Hellion, nausea threatening as she watched the magics draw ever closer to Wigatan. "It was Yachatan, wasn't it?" She turned to the sergeant standing beside her. "What city is that?" "Yachatan, I know about that city. It's where Malazans die." "Who are you? Who's undermining the walls? Where are the siege weapons? What kind of siege is this? I'm Strings, and you look to be drunk. So, I hate fighting. Strip me of my command. Throw me in chains. Find a dungeon. Only no spiders. And find that bastard, the one who disappeared. Arrest him and chain him within reach. I want to rip out his throat." The sergeant was staring at her. She stared back. At least he wasn't weaving back and forth. Not much, anyway. "You hate fighting, and you want to rip out someone's throat?" "Stop trying to confuse me, Stirrings. I'm confused as it is. Where's your squad, Sergeant? Somewhere. Where is your corporal? What is his name? Herb?" "I don't know. Hood's breath." Pella sat watching his sergeant, Gessler, talking with Borduke. The sergeant of the 6th Squad had only 3 soldiers left under his command, Lutz, Ib, and Corporal Hub, the others either magicking or sapping. Of course, there were only 2 left to Gessler's 5th Squad, Truth and Pella himself. The plan was to link up after the breach, and that had Pella nervous. They might have to grab anyone close by and to hood with real squads. Duke was tugging at his beard as if he wanted to yank it off. Hub stood close to his sergeant, a sickly expression on his face. Gessler looked damn near bored. Pella thought about his squad. Something odd about all 3 of them, Gessler, Stormy, and Truth. Not just that strangely gold skin either. Well, he'd stick close to Truth. That lad still seemed too wide-eyed for all of this, despite what he'd already gone through. That damned ship, Cylinder, which had been commandeered by the Adjunct and was now likely north of them, somewhere in the Kansu Sea or west of it, along with the transport fleet and a sizable escort of dromons. The 3 had sailed it, sharing the deck with still alive severed heads and a lot worse below decks. Pella checked his sword one more time. He'd tied new leather strapping round the grip's tang, not as tight as he would have liked. He hadn't soaked it yet either, not wanting the grip still wet when he went into battle. He drew the crossbow from his shoulder, kept a quarrel in hand, ready for a quick load once the order came to advance. Bloody Marines should have volunteered for plain old infantry, should have gotten a transfer, should have never joined up at all. Skull Cup was more than enough for me, damn it. Should have run, that's what I should have done. Night wind, whistling about them. Korab, Leoman, Lorik, Dunsparrow and a guard stood on the gently swaying platform atop the palace tower. The city spread out in all directions, frighteningly dark and seeming lifeless. "What are we here to see, Leoman?" Lorik asked. "Wait, my friend. Ah, there." He pointed to the rooftop of a distant building near the west wall. On its flat top flickered muted lantern light. Then, gone. And there, another building, another flash of light. Another, more, they are all in place. Fanatics, damned fools. Drishna, take us, this is going to work. Work. Korab frowned, then scowled. He caught Dunsparrow's gaze on him. She mouthed a kiss. Oh, how he wanted to kill her. Heaps of rubble, broken pots, a dead, bloated dog and animal bones. There wasn't a single stretch of even ground at the base of the wall. Bottle had followed on the heels of the sappers, up the first-tier brick fragments spinning away beneath their boots. Then cries of pain and cursing as someone stumbled over a wasp nest. Darkness alone had saved them from what could have been a fatal few moments. The wasps were sluggish. Bottle was astonished they had come out at all until he saw what the soldier had managed, knocking over one rock, then thumping his entire foot down the nest's maw. He'd momentarily relinquished meanness then to slip into the swarming soul sparks of the wasps, quelling their panic and anger. Devoid of disguising magic for the last 2 tiers, the sappers had scrambled like terrified beetles, the rock they had hidden under suddenly vanishing and made the base of the wall well ahead of the others, where they crouched, unlimbering their packs of munitions. Bottle scampered up to crouch at Cuttle's side. "The gloom's back," he whispered. "Sorry about that. Good thing they weren't black wasps. Maybe he'd be dead by now." "Not to mention yours truly," Cuttle said. "It was me who stepped in the damned thing. How many stings? 2 or 3, right leg's numb, but that's better than it was 15 heartbeats ago. Numb? Cuttle, that's bad. Find loot's fast as you can once we're done here. Count on it. Now shut up, I got to concentrate." Bottle watched him lift out from his pack a bundle of munitions, 2 cussers strapped together, looking like a pair of ample breasts. Affixed to them at the base were 2 spike-shaped explosives, crackers. Gingerly setting the assemblage on the ground beside him, Cuttle then turned his attention to the base of the wall. He cleared bricks and rocks to make an angled hole, large and deep enough to accommodate the wall breaker. That was the easy part, Bottle reminded himself as he watched Cuttle place the explosive into the hole. Now comes the acid on the wax plug. He glanced up and down the length of wall, saw other sappers doing the very same thing Cuttle had just done. "Don't get ahead of the rest," Bottle said. "I know what needs knowing, mage. Stick to your spells and leave me alone." Miffed Bottle looked away again. Then his eyes widened. "Hey, what's he doing, Cuttle? What's Crump doing?" Cursing, the veteran glanced over. "Gods below!" The sapper from Sergeant Cord's squad had prepared not 1 wall breaker, but 3, the mass of cussers and crackers filling his entire pack. His huge teeth were gleaming, eyes glittering as he wrestled it loose, and lying on his back, head closest to the wall, settled it on his stomach, and began crawling until there was the audible crunch of the back of his skull contacting the rearing stonework. Cuttle scrambled over. "You!" he hissed. "Are you mad? Take those damned things apart?" The man's grin collapsed. "But I made it myself. Keep your voice down, idiot." Crump rolled and shoved the mass of munitions up against the wall. A small, glittering vial appeared in his right hand. "Wait till you see this," he whispered, smiling once more. "Wait, not yet." A sizzle, threads of smoke rising. Cuttle was on his feet, and dragging a leg, he began running. And he began screaming. "Everyone back! Run, you fools, run!" Figures pelting away on all sides, Bottle among them. Crump raced past as if the mage had been standing still, the man's absurdly long legs pumping high and wild. knobby knees and huge boots scything the air. Munitions had been left against the wall, but unset. Others remained a pace or more back. Sacks of sharpers, smokers and burners left behind. Gods below, this is going to be bad. Shouts from atop the wall, now voices raised in alarm. A ballista thumped as a missile was loosed at the fleeing sappers. Bottle heard the crack and skitter as it struck the ground. Faster, he glanced over his shoulder and saw Cuttle hobbling along in his wake. "Hood, take us!" Bottle skidded to a halt, turned and ran back to the sapper's side. "Fool," Cuttle grunted. "Just go! Lean on my shoulder. You've just killed yourself." Cuttle was no lightweight. Bottle sagged with his weight as they ran. 12! The sapper gasped. The mage scanned the ground ahead in growing panic. Some cover, 11. A shelf of old foundation, solid limestone there, 10, 9 paces. 10, 5 more paces. It was looking good, a hollow on the other side. 9, 2 paces, then down as Cuttle screamed, 8. The night vanished, flinging stark shadows forward as the two men tumbled down behind the shelf of limestone into a heap of rotting vegetation. The ground lifted to meet them, a god's uppercut driving the air from Bottle's lungs. Sound like a collapsing mountain, then a wall of stone, smoke, fire, and a rain filled with flames. The concussion threw Lostara Yill from her feet moments after she'd stared, uncomprehending, at the squads of Marines arrayed beyond the picket line, stared as they were one and all flattened, rolling back before an onrushing wave, multiple explosions, now rapid fire, marching along the wall to either side. Then she was hammered in the chest, flung to the ground amidst other soldiers. Rocks arrived in an almost horizontal hail, fast as sling stones, cracking off armor, thudding deep into exposed flesh, bones snapping, screams. The light dimmed, wavered, then contracted to a knot of flames, filling an enormous gap in Wigatan's wall, almost dead center, and as Lostara, propped on one elbow, braving the hail of stones, watched. She saw the flanks of that huge gap slowly crumble, and beyond, 2, 3-story tenements, folding inward, flames shooting up like fleeing souls. Among the slowing rain, now body parts. Atop the palace tower, Korab and the others had been thrown down. The guard who had accompanied them cartwheeling over the platform's low wall and vanishing with a dwindling scream, barely heard as the tower swayed, as the roar settled around them like the fury of 1,000 demons, as huge stones slammed into the tower's side. Others ricocheting off to crash among the buildings below, and now a terrible cracking, popping sound that sent Korab clawing across the pavestones towards the hatch. "It's going down!" he screamed. 2 figures reached the hatch before him, Leoman and Dunsparrow. Cracking, sagging, the platform starting its inexorable pitch. Clouds of choking dust. Korab reached the hatch and pulled himself into it head first, joining Leoman and the Malazan woman as they slithered like snakes down the winding steps. Korab's left heel connected with a jaw, and he heard Loric's grunt of pain, then cursing in unknown languages. That explosion, the breach of the wall, gods below, he had never seen anything like it. How could one challenge these Malazans with their damned Morant munitions, their gleeful disregard of the rules of honorable war? Tumbling, rolling, sprawling out onto a scree of rubble on the main floor of the palace, chambers to their left had vanished beneath the section of tower that had broken off. Korab saw a leg jutting from the collapsed ceiling, strangely unmarred, free even of blood or dust. Coughing, Korab clambered upright, eyes stinging, countless bruises upon his body, and stared at Leoman, who was already on his feet and brushing mortar dust from his clothes. Near him, Loric and Dunsparrow were also pulling themselves free of bricks and shards of wood. Glancing over, Leoman of the Flails said, Maybe the tower wasn't such a good idea after all. Come on, we need to saddle our horses, if they still live, and ride to the temple.
The temple of Skadisara? But what? Why?
The rattle of gravel, the thump of larger chunks, and gusts of smoky, dusty heat. Bottle opened his eyes. Sebar husks, hairy and leathery, crowded his vision, his nose filling with the pungent, overripe scent of Sebar pulp. The fruit's juice was considered a delicacy. The reek was nauseating. He knew he'd never be able to drink the stuff again. A groan from the rubbish somewhere to his left. Cuttle, that you? The numb feelings gone. Amazing what a shot of terror can do to a body. You sure the leg's still there? Reasonably? You counted down to 8? What? You said 8? Then, boom, had to keep your hopes up, didn't I? Where in Hood's pit are we, anyway? Bottle began clawing his way free, amazed that he seemed uninjured, not even a scratch. Among the living sapper, his first view of the scene on the killing ground made no sense. Too much light. It had been dark, hadn't it? Then he saw soldiers amidst the rubble, some writhing in pain, others picking themselves up, covered in dust, coughing in the foul air. The breach on Wigatan's south wall ran a full third of its length, 50 paces in from the southwest bastion to well beyond the centre gate fortifications. Buildings had collapsed, whilst those that remained upright, flanking the raging flames of the gap, were themselves burning, although it seemed that most of that had come from the innumerable burners among the sapper kits left behind. The fires danced on cracked stone, as if seeking somewhere to go before the fuel vanished. The light cast by the aftermath of the detonation was dimming, shrouded by descending dust. Cuttle appeared at his side, plucking scraps of rotted fruit from his armour. "We can head into that gap soon, gods, when I track down Crump. Get in line, Cuttle. Hey, I see Strings and the squad." Horns sounded, soldiers scrambling to form up. Darkness was closing in once more as the last of the fires dwindled in the breach. The rain of dust seemed unending as Fist Keneb moved to the rally position, his officers drawing round him and bellowing orders. He saw Tene Beralta and Captain Lostara Yil at the head of a narrow column that had already begun moving. The sappers had messed up. That much was clear, and some of them had not made it back. Damned fools, and they weren't even under fire. He saw the fires guttering out in the gap, although webs of flame clung stubbornly to the still upright buildings to either side. First, second, and third squads, Keneb said to Captain Faradan, sought. The heavies lead the way into the breach. The Marines are already through, Fist. I know, Captain, but I want backup close behind them if things get hairy. Get them moving. Aye, Fist. Keneb glanced back to the higher ground on the other side of the road and saw a row of figures watching. The Adjunct, Tamba, Nil, and Nether. Fist, Blistig, and war leader Gol. Fist Temel was likely out with his horse warriors, ranging round the city on the other sides. There was always a chance Leoman would leave his followers to their grisly fate and attempt to escape on his own. Such things were not unknown. Sergeant cawed. The soldier strolled up. Keneb noted the sigil of the Ashok regiment on the man's battered leather armour, but elected to ignore it. For now, lead the mediums in 7th through 12th squads. Aye, Fist, we're dogging the heavies' heels. Good. This will be street and alley fighting, Sergeant, assuming the bastards don't surrender outright. I'd be surprised if they did that, Fist. Me too. Get going, Sergeant. Finally, some motion among the troops of his company. The waiting was over. The 14th was heading into battle. Hood, look away from us this night. Just look away. Bottle and Cuttle rejoined their squad. Sergeant Strings carried his lobber crossbow, a cusser quarrel, slotted and locked.
"There's a way through the flames," Strings said, wiping sweat from his eyes, then spitting. "Corrick and Tar up front.
Cuttle to the rear, and keep a sharper in your hand. Behind the front, too, me and Smiles. You're a step behind us, Bottle. You want more illusions, Sergeant? No, I want your other stuff. Ride the rats and pigeons and bats and spiders and whatever in Hood's name else is in there. I need eyes you can look through into places we can't see. Expecting a trap?
Bottle asked. There's Borduke and his squad, damn it. First into the breach. Come on their heels. They sprinted forward across the uneven rock-littered ground. Moonlight struggled through the dust haze. Bottle quested with his senses, seeking life somewhere ahead. But what he found was in pain, dying, trickling away beneath mounds of rubble, or stunned insensate by the concussions. "We have to get past the blast area," he said to Strings.
"Right," the sergeant replied over his shoulder. "That's the idea." They reached the edge of the vast, sculpted crater created by Crump's munitions. Borduke and his squad were scrambling up the other side, and Bottle saw that the wall they climbed was tiered with once buried city ruins, ceilings and floors compressed, cracked, collapsed, sections of wall that had slid out and down into the pit itself, taking with them older layers of floor tiles. He saw that both Balgrid and Maybe had survived the explosion, but wondered how many sappers and squad mages they had lost. Some gut instinct told him Crump had survived. Borduke and his squad were having a hard time of it. "To the right," Strings said. "We can skirt it and get through before them." Borduke heard and twisted round from where he clung to the wall, 3/4 of the way up. "Bastards! Balgrid! Get that fat butt of yours moving, damn you!" Corrick found a way round the crater, clambering over the rubble, and Bottle and the others followed. Too distracted for the moment by the effort of staying on his feet, Bottle did not attempt to sense the myriad, minuscule life beyond the blast area in the city itself. Time for that later, he hoped. The half-blood Seti's progress halted suddenly, and the mage looked up to see that Corrick had encountered an obstacle, a broad crack in a sharply angled subterranean floor. A man's height below ground level, dust-smeared tiles revealed the painted images of yellow birds in flight, all seeming to be heading deep underground with the slanting pitch of the floor. Corrick glanced back at Strings. "Saw the whole slab move, Sergeant. Not sure how solid our footing will be." "Hood, take us." "All right. Get the ropes out, Smiles." "I tossed 'em," she said, scowling. "On the run in here. Too damned heavy." "And I picked them up." Cuttle interjected, tugging the coils from his left shoulder and flinging them forward. Strings reached out and rapped a knuckle against Smiles's chin. Her head snapped back, eyes widening in shock, then fury. "You carry what I tell you to carry, soldier," the sergeant said. Koyak collected one end of the rope, backed up a few paces, then bolted forward and leapt over the fissure. He landed clean, although with very little room to spare. There was no way Tar or Cuttle could manage such a long jump. Strings cursed, then said, "Those who can do what Corrick just did, go to it, and nobody leave gear behind either." Moments later, both Bottle and Smiles crouched at Corrick's side, helping anchor the rope as the sergeant, twin sacks of munitions dangling from him, crossed hand over hand, the bags swinging wild but positioned so that they never collided with one another. Bottle released the rope and moved forward to help once Strings found footing on the edge. Cuttle followed. Then Tar, with the rope wrapped about himself, made his way down onto the slanted floor and was dragged quickly across as it shifted then slid away beneath his weight. Armour and weapons clanking, the rest of the squad pulled the corporal onto level ground. "Gods!" Cuttle gasped. "The man weighs as much as a damned Bedouin." Corrick recoiled the rope and handed it, grinning to Smiles. They set off once more, up over a ridge of wreckage from some kind of stall or lean-to that had abutted the inner wall, then more rubble, beyond which was a street. And Borduke and his squad were just entering it, spread out, crossbows at the ready.
The bearded sergeant was in the lead, Corporal Hub on his right, and 2 steps behind. Ib was opposite the corporal, and 2 paces behind the pair were Tavos Pond and Balgrid, followed by Lutz, with the rear drawn up by the sapper, Maybe. Classic marine advance formation. The buildings to the sides were dark, silent. Something odd about them, Bottle thought, trying to work out what it might be. No shutters on the windows, they're all open. So are the doors, every door, in fact, Sergeant. The arrows that suddenly sped down from flanking windows high up were loosed at the precise moment that a score of figures rushed out from nearby buildings, screaming, spears, scimitars, and shields at the ready. Those arrows had been fired without regard to the charging warriors, and 2 cried out as iron-barbed points tore into them. Bottle saw Borduke spin round, saw the arrow jutting from his left eye socket, saw a second arrow transfixing his neck. Blood was spraying as he staggered, clawing and clutching at his throat and face. Behind him, Corporal Hub curled up round an arrow in his gut, then sank to the cobbles. Ib had taken an arrow in the left shoulder, and he was plucking at it, swearing when a warrior rushed in on him, scimitar swinging to strike him across the side of his head. Bone and helm caved in, a gush of blood, and the soldier fell. Strings's squad arrived, intercepting a half-dozen warriors. Bottle found himself in the midst of a vicious exchange. Corrick on his left, the half-setty's longsword batting away a scimitar, then driving point first into the man's throat. A screaming visage seemed to lunge at Bottle, as if the warrior was seeking to tear into his neck with bared teeth, and Bottle recoiled at the madness in the man's eyes, then reached in with his mind into the warrior's fierce maelstrom of thoughts, little more than fractured images and black rage, and found the most primitive part of his brain, a burst of power, and the man's coordination vanished. He crumpled, limbs twitching. Cold with sweat, Bottle backed away another step, wishing he had a weapon to draw, beyond the bush-knife in his right hand. Fighting on all sides, screams, the clash of metal, snapping of chain links, grunts and gasps, and still arrows rained down. One cracked into the back of Strings's helm, pitching him down to his knees. He twisted round, lifting his crossbow, glaring at the building opposite, its upper windows crowded with archers. Bottle reached out and grasped Corrick's baldric. "Back, Fids Cusser, everyone, back!" The sergeant raised the crossbow to his shoulder, aimed towards an upper window. There were heavy infantry among them now, and Bottle saw Taffo from Mosel's squad wading into a crowd of warriors, now 10 paces from the building, from Strings's target, as the crossbow thunked, the misshapen quarrel flying out up into the moor of the window. Bottle threw himself flat, arms covering his head. The upper floor of the building exploded, huge sections of wall bulging, then crashing down into the street. The cobbles jumped beneath Bottle. Someone rolled up against him, and he felt something flop heavy and slimy onto his forearm, twitching and hot. A sudden reek of bile and feces. The patter of stones, piteous moans, the lick of flames. Then another massive crash as what remained of the upper floor collapsed into the level below. The groan of the nearest wall preceded its sagging dissolution. Then, beyond the few groans, silence. Bottle lifted his head, to find Corporal Harbin lying beside him. The lower half of the soldier's body was gone, entrails spilled out. Beneath the helm's ridge, eyes stared sightlessly. Pulling away, Bottle leaned back on his hands and crabbed across the rock-strewn street. Where Taffo had been fighting a mob of warriors, there was now nothing but a heap of rubble and a few dust-sheathed limbs jutting from beneath it, all motionless. Corrick moved past him, stabbing down at stunned figures with his sword. Bottle saw Smiles cross the half-setty's path, her 2 knives already slick with blood. Bodies in the street, figures slowly rising, shaking their heads, spitting blood. Bottle twisted round onto his knees, dipped his head, and vomited onto the cobbles.
"Fiddler, you bastard!" Coughing, but stomach quiescent for the moment, Bottle looked over to see Sergeant Moselle advancing on Strings. "We had them! We were rushing the damned building! Then rush that one!" Strings snapped, pointing at the tenement on the other side of the street.
They just been knocked back, that's all. Any moment now, and another rain of arrows. Cursing, Moselle gestured at the three heavies left, Mayfly, Flashwit, and Uruhela, and they lumbered into the building's doorway. Strings was fitting another quarrel into his crossbow, this one loaded with a sharper Balgrid. "Who's left in your squad?" The portly mage staggered over. "What?" he shouted. "I can't hear you. What? Tavos Pond. Here, Sergeant."
"We got, maybe, Balgrid, but he's bleeding out from his ears. Lutz is down, but he should live, with some healing. We're out of this. To Hood you are. Pull Lutz clear. There's a squad coming up. The rest of you are with me. Balgrid's deaf. Better he was mute. We got hand signals, remember? Now remind the bastard of that. Bottle, help Tar out. Cuttle, take Coric to that corner up ahead and wait there for us."
Smiles, load up on quarrels. I want that weapon of yours cocked and your eyes sharp on everything from rooftops on down. Bottle climbed to his feet and made his way to where Tar was struggling to clamber free of rubble. A part of the wall had fallen on him, but it seemed his armour and shield had withstood the impact. Lots of swearing, but nothing voiced in pain. "Here," Bottle said, "give me your arm." "I'm fine," the corporal said, grunting as he kicked his feet clear. He still gripped his short sword, and snagged on its tip was a hairy piece of scalp, coated in dust and dripping from the underside. "Look at that," he said, gesturing up the street with his sword. "Even Cuttle's shut up now." Fid had no choice. Bottle said, "Too many arrows coming down." "I ain't complaining, Bottle. Not one bit. See Borduke go down and hub. That could have been us if we'd reached here first." Beast take me, I hadn't thought of that. He glanced over as a squad of medium infantry arrived. Sergeant Cord's Ashoke regiment and all that. "What in Hood's name happened?" "Ambush," Bottle said. Sergeant Strings had to take a building down, cusser. Cord's eyes widened. "Bloody Marines," he muttered, then headed over to where Strings crouched. Bottle and Tar followed. "You formed up again?" Cord asked their sergeant. "We're bunching up behind you. We're ready, but send word back. There'll be ambushes aplenty. Leoman means us to buy every street and every building with blood. Fist Keneb might want to send the sappers ahead again, under marine cover, to drop buildings. It's the safest way to proceed." Cord looked round. "Safest way, God's below," he turned. "Corporal Shard, you heard, Fid. Send word back to Keneb." "Aye, Sergeant. Sin," Cord added, speaking to a young girl nearby. "Put that knife away. He's already dead." She looked up, even as her blade cut through the base of the dead warrior's right index finger. She held it up for display, then stuffed it into a belt pouch.
"Nice girl you got there," Strings said. "Had us one of those once?"
"Shard, hold back there. Send Shin with the message, will you?"
"I don't want to go back," Shin shouted. "Too bad," Cord said. Then to Strings, "We'll link up with Mosul's heavies behind you." Strings nodded.
"All right, squad. Let's try out the next street, shall we?" Bottle swallowed back another surge of nausea. Then he joined the others as they scrambled towards Coric and Cuttle.
"Gods! This is going to be brutal. Sergeant Gessler could smell it. Trouble in the night."
Unrelieved darkness from gaping windows, yawning doorways, and on flanking streets where other squads were moving, the sounds of pitched battle. Yet, before them, no movement, no sound, nothing at all. He raised his right hand, hooked 2 fingers, and made a downward tugging motion. Behind him he heard boots on the cobbles, one padding off to his left, the other to his right, away, halting when the soldiers reached the flanking buildings. Truth on his left, Pella on his right, crossbows out, eyes on opposite rooftops and upper windows. Another gesture, and Sands came up from behind to crouch at his side. "Well?" Gessler demanded, wishing for the 1000th time that Stormy was here.
"It's bad," Sands said. "Ambushes." "Right. So where's ours? Go back and call up Moke and his squad, and Tugs. I want those heavies clearing these buildings before it all comes down on us. What sappers we got with us?" "Tom Tissie's squad's got some," Sands said. "Ibel Jump and Gup, although they just decided to become sappers tonight. A bell or so ago?" "Great. And they got munitions?" "Aye, Sergeant. Madness. All right. Get Tom Tissie's squad up here too."
"I heard one cusser go off already. Might be the only way to do this." "Okay, Sergeant. I'll be right back." Understrength squads and a night engagement in a strange, hostile city. Had the Adjunct lost her mind? 20 paces away, Pella crouched low, his back against a mud brick wall. He thought he'd caught movement in a high window opposite, but he couldn't be certain, not enough to call out the alarm. Might well have been a curtain or something, plucked by the wind. Only there ain't much wind. Eyes fixed on that particular window, he slowly raised his crossbow. Nothing. Just darkness. Distant detonations, sharpers, he guessed, somewhere to the south. We're supposed to be pushing in hard and fast, and here we are, bogged down barely one street in from the breach. Gessler's gotten way too cautious, I think. He heard the clank of weapons, armor, and the thud of footfalls as more squads came up. Flicking his gaze away from the window, he watched as Sergeant Tugg led his heavies towards the building opposite. 3 soldiers from Thorn Tissie's squad padded up to the doorway of the building Pella was huddled against. Jump, Gup, and Abel. Pella saw sharpers in their hands and nothing else. He crouched lower, then returned his attention to the distant window, cursing under his breath, waiting for one of them to toss a grenado in through the doorway. On the other side of the street, Tugg's squad plunged into the building. There was a shout from within, the clang of weapons, sudden screams, then more shrieking, this time from the building at Pella's back, as the 3 sappers rushed inside. Pella cringed. "No, you fools! You don't carry them inside, you throw them." A sharp crack, shaking dust from the wall behind Pella, grit raining down onto the back of his neck. Then screams, another concussion. Ducking still lower, Pella looked back up at the opposite window to see momentarily a single flash, to feel the shock of surprise as the arrows sped at him. A hard, splintering, cracking sound. Pella's head was thrown back, helm crunching against the wall, something wavering at the upper edge of his vision, but those edges were growing darker. He heard his crossbow clatter to the cobbles at his feet, then distant pain as his knees struck the stones, the jolt peeling skin away. He'd done that once as a child playing in the alley, stumbling, knees skidding on gritty, filthy cobbles. So filthy, the murk of hidden diseases, infections. His mother had been so angry and frightened, they'd had to go to a healer, and that had cost money they had been saving for a move to a better part of the slum. The dream. Put away, all because he'd skinned his knees, just like now, and darkness closing in. "Oh, Mama, I skinned my knees." "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." I skinned my knees as mayhem was exploding in the buildings to either side. Gessler crouched lower. He glanced over to his right and saw Pella. An arrow was jutting from his forehead. He was on his knees for a moment, his weapon falling. Then he sank down to the side. Sharpers going off in that building. Then something worse, a burner. The flare of red flame bursting through the ground floor windows. Shrieks. Someone stumbled outside, wreathed in flames, a Malazan running, arms waving, slapping, straight for Moke and his squad. "Get away!" Gessler bellowed, rising and raising his crossbow. Moke had pulled out his rain cape. The soldiers were rushing towards the burning man. They didn't see the satchel, the munitions. Gesler fired his crossbow. The quarrel caught the sapper in the midsection, even as the munitions went off. Flung back, punched in the chest, Gesler sprawled, rolled, then came to his feet. Moke, Stacker, Rove, burnt, guano and mud, all gone, all pieces of meat and shattered bone. A helm, the head still in it, struck a wall, spun wildly for a moment, then wobbled to a halt. Truth to me, Gesler waved as he ran towards the building. The heavies had entered, and where the sounds of fighting had grown fiercer. "You see Sands?" he demanded as he reloaded his crossbow. No, Sergeant. Pella's dead, lad." He saw Thorn Tisse and what was left of his squad, Tulip and Ramp, heading towards the doorway after Tug and his heavies. Good. Thorn's thinking clear. The building that had swallowed Abel, Jump and Gup, was a mass of flames, the heat pouring out like scalding liquid. Gods! What did they set off in there? He darted through the doorway, skidded to a halt. Sergeant Tug's fighting days were over. The soldier had been speared through just below the sternum. He had thrown up a gout of bloody bile before dying. At the inner doorway opposite, leading into a hall, lay Robello, his head caved in. Beyond, out of sight, the rest of the heavies were fighting. "Hang back, Truth," Gesler said, "and use that crossbow to cover our backs. Tisse, let's go." The other sergeant nodded, gesturing towards Tulip and Ramp. They plunged into the hallway. Hellion stumbled after Herb, who suddenly halted. It was like hitting a wall. She bounced off, fell on her behind. "Ow, you bloody ox!" All at once there were soldiers around them, pulling back from the street corner, dragging fallen comrades. Who? What? A woman dropped down beside her. "Hanno, we lost our sergeant. We lost Sobolone and Toll's ambush." One hand leaning hard on Hanno's shoulder, Hellion pulled herself upright. She shook her head. "Right," she said, something cold and hard straightening within her, as if her spine had turned into a sword or a spear, or whatever else won't bend. "No, it'll bend, maybe, but not break. Gods, I feel sick. Join up with my squad. Herb, what squad are we?" "No idea, Sergeant. Don't matter then. You're with us, Hanno, ambush." "Fine. Let's go get the bastards." "Touchy, breathless, pull out those grenados you stole." The twins faced her. Innocence, indignation, both dreadful efforts, then the two pulled out munitions. "They're smokers, Sergeant, and one cracker," Touchy said. "That's all. Smokers. Perfect. Hanno, you're going to lead us into the building the bastards attacked from. Touchy, you throw yours ahead of her. Breathless, pick the open flank and do the same. We ain't gonna stand around. We ain't even going in slow and cautious." "I want fast, you all got that? Fast, Sergeant? What is it, Herb?" "Nothing. Only." "I'm ready, I guess." "Well, that makes one of us. I knew I'd hate this city. Weapons out, soldiers. It's time to kill people." They set off. "We done left everybody behind," Galt said. "Shut that whining," Sergeant Balm snapped, wiping sweat and mud from his eyes. "We just made it easier for the rest of 'em." He glared at the soldiers in his squad. Breathing hard, a few cuts here and there, but nothing serious. They'd carved through that ambush, quick and dirty, like he'd wanted it. They were on a second floor, in a room filled with bolts of cloth, a fortune's worth of silks. Loeb had said they'd come from Darujistan of all places, a damned fortune's worth, and now most of it was soaked with blood and bits of human meat. "Maybe we should check the top floor," Throat-Slitter said, eyeing the nicks in his long nivs.
Thought I heard some scuffing, maybe? All right, take Widdershins. Dead smell. Go to the stairs. Leading up? It's a ladder. Fine. The hood-damned fucking ladder, then. Your backup and mouthpiece, got it?
Hear any scrapping upstairs, and you join it, but not before letting us know about it, understood? Clear as piss, Sergeant. Good, the three of you go. Galt, stay at the window and keep looking at what's opposite you. Loeb, do the same at that window.
There's more crap waiting for us, and we're going to carve right through all of it. A short while later, the sound of footfalls padding back and forth from above ceased, and Deadsmell called out from the hallway that Throatsliter and Widdershins were coming down the ladder. A dozen heartbeats later, and all three entered the silk room. Throatsliter came close to Balm's side and crouched. "Sergeant," he said, his voice near a whisper. "What? We've found something."
Don't much like the looks of it. We think you should take a look. Balm sighed, then straightened. Galt, they're there all right, all 3 floors, Loeb. Same here, including on the roof, some guy with a hooded lantern. Okay, keep watching. Lead on, Throatsliter, Deadsmell, back into the hallway. Widdershins, do some magic or something. He followed Throatsliter back to the ladder. The floor above was low ceilinged, more of an attic than anything else. Plenty of rooms. The walls thick, hardened clay. Throatsliter led him up to one such wall. At his feet stood huge urns and casks. Found these, he said, reaching down behind one cask and lifting into view a funnel made from a gourd of some sort. "All right," Balm said. "What about it?" His soldier kicked one of the casks. "These ones are full, but the urns are empty." "All of them. Okay. Olive oil. Right. This city's famous for it. Go on." Throatsliter tossed the funnel aside, then drew a knife. "See these damp spots on these walls, here." He pointed with the knife tip, then dug into the patch. "The clay's soft, recently plugged. These walls, they're hollow. For Fenner's sake, man, what are you going on about?" "Just this. I think these walls, the whole building, it's filled with oil. Filled with oil." Throatsliter nodded. "Filled with oil?"
What? Some kind of piping system to supply it downstairs? No, for Hood's sake, Balm, don't be an idiot. Throatsliter, you think other buildings are rigged like this? Is that what you're thinking? I think, Sergeant, that Leomans turned Yidgatan into one big trap. He wants us in here, fighting in the streets, pushing in and in. But what about his followers? What about them? But that would mean...
He thought back. The faces of the enemy, the fanaticism, the gleam of drugged madness. "Abyss, take us! We got to find Fist Keneb, Sergeant, or the captains. We got... I know. Let's get out of here before that bastard with the lantern throws it. It had begun messy, only to get messier still." Yet, from that initial reeling back, as ambushes were unveiled one after another, mauling the advance squads of Marines, Fist Kenebs and Fist Tenny Beralta's companies had rallied, regrouped, then pushed inward. Building by building, street by street, somewhere ahead, Keneb knew what was left of the Marines was penetrating still further, cutting through the fanatic but poorly armed and thoroughly undisciplined warriors of Leoman's renegade army. He had heard that those warriors were in a drug-fueled frenzy, that they fought without regard to injury, and that none retreated, dying where they stood. What he had expected, truth be told, a last stand, a heroic, martyred defense. For that was what Gatan had been, what it was, and what it would always be. They would take this city. The Adjunct would have her first true victory. Bloody, brutal, but a victory nonetheless. He stood one street in from the breach, smouldering rubble behind him, watching the line of wounded and unconscious soldiers being helped back to the healers in camp, watching fresh infantry filing forward through the secured areas and ahead to the battle that was the closing of the Malazan fist around Leoman and his followers, around the last living vestiges of the rebellion itself. He saw that red-blade officer of Tene Beralta's Lostara Yil, leading 3 squads towards the distant sounds of fighting. And Tene himself stood nearby, speaking with Captain kindly. Keneb had sent Faradan Sort ahead to make contact with the advance squads. There was to be a second rendezvous near the palace itself, and hopefully everyone was still following the battle plan. Shouts, then cries of alarm from behind him, from outside the breach. Fist Keneb spun round and saw a wall of flame rising in the killing field beyond, where the narrow, deep trench had been dug by Leoman's warriors. Buried urns filled with olive oil began exploding from the trench, spraying burning liquid everywhere. Keneb saw the line of retreating wounded scatter apart near the trench, figures aflame. Shrieks, the roar of fire. His horrified gaze caught motion to his right, up on the nearest building's rooftop, where it faced onto the rubble of the breach. A figure, lantern in one hand, flaring torch in the other, bedecked in web-slung flasks, surrounded by amphora at the very edge of the roof, arms outstretched, kicking over the tall clay jars, ropes affixed between them and his ankles, the weight then plunging the figure over the side, down into the rubble of the breach. He struck, vanished from view, then a sudden flaring of flames rushing out in sheets, and Keneb saw upon other rooftops lining the city's walls more figures flinging themselves down, then the glow of raging fire rising up, encircling from the bastions, more flames billowing out, spreading wild like a flood unleashed. Heat rushed upon Keneb, driving him back a step. Oil from shattered casks, beneath the wreckage of fallen wall and collapsed buildings, suddenly caught flame. The breach was closing, demonic fire lunging into sight. Keneb looked about, horror rising within him, and saw the half-dozen signallers of his staff huddled near a fragment of rubble. Bellowing, he ran to them. "Sound the recall! Damn you, soldiers! Sound the recall!" Northwest of Wagatan, Temul and a company of Wiccans rode up the slope to the Lothal road. They had seen no one. Not a single soul fleeing the city. The 14th's horse warriors had fully encircled it. Wiccans, Seti, burned tears. There would be no escape. Temul had been pleased, hearing that the Adjunct's thinking had followed identical tracks with his own. A sudden strike, hard as a knife pushed into a chest, straight into the heart of this cursed rebellion. They had heard the munitions go off, loud, louder than expected, and had seen the flame-shot black clouds billowing upward, along with most of Yugatan's south wall, raining in on the road, seeing beneath them the signs of the massive exodus that had clogged this route only days earlier. A flaring of firelight, distant rumbling as of thunder, and the horse warriors turned as one to face the city. Where walls of flame rose behind the stone walls from the bastions and the sealed gates. Then, building after building within, more flames and more Temul stared, his mind battered by what he was seeing, what he now understood. A third of the 14th Army was in that city by now, a third, and they were already as good as dead. Fist Blistig stood beside the Adjunct on the road. He felt sick inside, the feeling rising up from a place and a time he had believed left behind him. Standing on the walls of Arran, watching the slaughter of Coltane's army. Hopeless, helpless. Fist, the Adjunct snapped. Get more soldiers filling in that trench. He started, then half-turned and gestured towards one of his aides. The woman had heard the command, for she nodded and hurried off. Douse the trench, aye. But what's the point? The breach had found a new wall, this one of flames, and more had risen all round the city, beginning just within the tiered walls, buildings bursting, voicing terrible roars as fiery oil exploded out, flinging mud bricks that were themselves deadly. Burning missiles, and now, further in, at junctures and along the wider streets, more buildings were igniting. One, just beyond the palace, had moments earlier erupted, with geysers of burning oil shooting skyward, obliterating the darkness, revealing the sky filling with tumbling black clouds. Nil, nether, the Adjunct said in a brittle voice. Gather our mages, all of them. I want the flames smothered in the breach. I want... Adjunct, nether cut in. We have not the power. The old earth spirits, nil, added in a dull tone, are dying, fleeing the flames, the baking agony, all dying or fleeing. Something is about to be born. Before them, the city of Gatan was brightening into day, yet a lurid, terrible day. Coughing, staggering, wounded soldiers, half carried, half dragged through the press. But there was nowhere to go. Keneb stared, the air burning his eyes, at the mass of his soldiers. 700-800. Where were the others? But he knew, gone, dead. In the streets beyond he could see naught but fire, leaping from building to building, filling the fierce hot air with a voice of glee, demonic, hungry, and eager. He needed to do something, think of something, but this heat, this terrible heat, his lungs were heaving, desperate, despite the searing pain that blossomed with each strained breath. Lungful after lungful, yet it was as if the air itself had died, all life sucked from it, and so could offer him nothing. His own armor was cooking him alive. He was on his knees now with all the others. "Armor," he rasped, not knowing if anyone could hear him. "Get it off! Armor! Weapons!"
Gods below my chest, the pain. A blade-on-blade parry, holding contact, two edges rasping against each other. Then, as the warrior pushed harder with his scimitar, Lostara Yil ducked low, disengaged her sword downward, slashing up and under, taking him in the throat. Blood poured out. Stepping past, she batted aside another weapon thrusting at her, a spear, hearing splinters from the shaft as she pushed it to one side.
In her left hand was her Kethra knife, which she punched into her foe's belly, twisting as she yanked it back out again. Lostara staggered free of the crumpling warrior, a flood of sorrow shooting through her as she heard him call out a woman's name before he struck the cobbles. The fight raged on all sides, her 3 squads now down to fewer than a dozen soldiers, whilst yet more of the berserk fanatics closed in from the flanking buildings, market shops, shuttered doors kicked down and now billowing smoke, carrying out into the street the reek of overheated oil, spitting, crackling sounds. Something went thump, and all at once there was fire. Everywhere. Lostara Yil cried out a warning, even as another warrior rushed her. Parrying with the knife, stop thrusting with her sword, then kicking the impaled body from her blade, his sagging weight nearly tugging the weapon from her hand. Terrible shrieks behind her, she whirled, a flood of burning oil roaring out from buildings to either side, sweeping among the fighters, their legs, then clothes. Telaba, leathers, linens, the flames appearing all over them. Warrior and soldier, the fire held to no allegiance. It was devouring everyone. She staggered away from that onrushing river of death, stumbled and fell, sprawling onto a corpse, clambered onto it a moment before fiery oil poured around her, swept past her already burning island of torn flesh. A building exploded, the fireball expanding outward, plunging towards her. She cried out, throwing up both arms as the searing incandescence reached out to take her, a hand from behind snagging her harness. Pain, the breath torn from her lungs. Then, nothing. "Stay low," Balm shouted as he led his squad down the twisting alley. After his bellowed advice, the sergeant resumed his litany of curses. They were lost, pushed back in their efforts to return to Keneb, and the breach they were now being herded by flames. They had seen the palace a short while earlier, through a momentary break in the smoke, and as far as Balm could determine they were still heading in that direction, but the world beyond had vanished in fire and smoke. And pursuing in their wake was the growing conflagration, alive and hunting them. "It's building, Sergeant. We got to get out of this city. You think I don't know that, Widdershins? What in Hood's name do you think we're trying to do here?" "Now be quiet. We're going to run out of air. We are already, you idiot. Now shut that mouth of yours." They reached an intersection, and Balm halted his soldiers. 6 alley mouths beckoned,
each leading into tracks as twisted and dark as the next smoke was tumbling from two of them on their left. Head spinning, every breath growing more pained, less invigorating, the Dal Honisi wiped hot sweat from his eyes and turned to study his soldiers. Dead smell, throat slitter, widdershins, Galt and Loeb. Tough bastards, one and all. This wasn't the right way to die. There were right ones, and this wasn't one of them. Gods, he muttered. I'll never look at a hearth the same again. You got that right, Sergeant? Said Throat Slitter, punctuating his agreement with a hacking cough. Balm pulled off his helm. Strip down, you damned fools, before we bake ourselves. Hold on to your weapons if you can. We ain't dying here tonight. You understand me? All of you listen. Do you understand me? Aye, Sergeant, Throat Slitter said. We hear you. Good. Now, Widdershins got any magic to make us a path? Anything at all? The mage shook his head. Wish I did. Maybe soon, though. What do you mean? I mean a fire elemental's being born here, I think. A fire spirit, a godling. We got a firestorm on the way, and that will announce its arrival, and that's when we die, if we ain't dead already. But an elemental is alive. It's got a will, a mind, damned hungry and eager to kill. But it knows fear. Fear because it knows it won't last long. Too fierce, too hot days at best. And it knows other kinds of fear too, and that's where maybe I can do something, illusions of water. But not just water, a water elemental. He stared round at the others, who were all staring back, then shrugged. Maybe not. How smart is an elemental? Got to be smart to be fooled, you see.
Dog smart, at least. Better if it was smarter. Problem is, not everybody agrees that elementals even exist. I mean, I'm convinced it's a good theory. Balm cracked him across the head. All this on a theory? You wasted all that air on that? Gods below, Widdershins. I'm minded to kill you right now. He rose. Let's get going while we can. To hood with the damned palace. Let's take the alley opposite, and when the theoretical elemental arrives, we can shake its hand and curse it to the non-existent abyss. Come on, and you, Widdershins, not another word, got it? The soldier returned, wreathed in flames, running from the pain. But there was nowhere to go. Captain Faradon Sort aimed the crossbow and loosed a quarrel. Watched the poor man fall, grow still as the flames leapt all over him, blackening the skin, cracking open the flesh. She turned away. Last quarrel, she said, tossing the weapon to one side. Her new lieutenant, with the mouthful name of Madon Tulrada, said nothing, a characteristic Faradon was already used to, and of which she was, most of the time, appreciative. Except now, when they were about to roast. All right, she said. Scratch that root, and I'm out of scouts. No back, no forward, and from the looks of it, no left and no right. Any suggestions? Madon Tulrada's expression soured, jaw edging down as tongue probed a lightly rotted molar. Then he spat, squinted in the smoke, and unslung his round shield to study its charred face. Looked up again, slowly tracking, then, no. They could hear a wind above them, shrieking, whirling round and round over the city, drawing the flames up, spinning tails of fire that slashed like giant swords through the convulsing smoke. It was getting harder and harder to breathe. The lieutenant's head lifted suddenly, and he faced the wall of flame up the street, then rose. Faradon Sort followed suit, for she could now see what he had seen, a strange black stain spreading out within the flames, the tongues of fire flickering back, dying, the stain deepening, circular, and out from its heart staggered a figure shedding charred leathers, clasps, and buckles falling away to bounce on the street. Stumbling towards them, flames dancing in the full head of hair, dancing yet not burning. Closer, and Faradon Sort saw it was a girl, a face she then recognized. She's from Cord's Ashok squad. That's Shin. How did she do that? Madame Tulrada asked.
I don't know, but let's hope she can do it again. Soldier, over here. An upper level had simply sheared away, down, crashing in an explosion of dust and smoke onto the street. Where Bole had been crouching, he had not even seen it coming. Hellion suspected. Lucky bastard, she looked back at her squad. Blistered, red as boiled lobsters, armour shed, weapons flung away, too hot to hold. Marines and heavies, herself the only sergeant. Two corporals, Erb and Reem, their expressions dulled, red-eyed all of them, gasping in the dying air, damn near hairless. Not much longer, I think. Gods, what I would do for a drink right now, something nice, chilled, delicate, the drunk coming on slow and sly, peaceful sleep, beckoning as sweet as the last trickle down my ravaged throat. Gods, I'm a poet when it comes to drink. Oh yes, okay, that way's blocked now. Let's take this damned alley. Why? Touchy demanded. Because I don't see flames down there. That's why we keep moving until we can't move no more. Got it? Why don't we just stay right here? Another building's bound to land on us sooner or later. Tell you what, Hellion snarled, you do just that, but me, I ain't waiting for nothing. You want to die alone? You go right ahead. She set off. Everyone followed. There was nothing else to do. 18 soldiers, Strings had carried them through. 3 more skirmishes, bloody and without mercy, and now they crouched before the palace gates, which yawned wide, a huge mouth filled with fire. Smoke billowed above the fortification, glowing in the night. Bottle, on his knees, gasping, slowly looked round at his fellow soldiers. A few heavies, the whole of Strings's squad, and most of Sergeant Cord's, along with the few Marines surviving from Borduke's squad. They had hoped, prayed even to arrive and find other squads. Anyone, more survivors, defying this damned conflagration. This far, just this far, that's all. It would have been enough. But they were alone, with no sign anywhere that any other Malazans had made it. If Leoman of the Flails was in the palace, he was naught but ashes now. Crump, maybe, Cuttle, over to me, Strings ordered, crouching and setting down his satchel. Any other sappers? No? Anyone carrying munitions? All right. I just checked mine. The wax is way too soft and getting softer. It's all gonna go up, and that's the plan. All of it, except the burners. Toss those. The rest goes right into the mouth of that palace. What's the point? Cord demanded. I mean, fine by me if you're thinking it's a better way to go. I want to try and blow a hole in this growing firestorm, knock it back, and we're heading through that hole for as long as it survives. Hood knows where it'll lead. But I don't see any fire right behind the palace, and that'll do for me. Problems with that, Cord? No, I love it. It's brilliant, genius. If only I hadn't tossed my helm away. A few laughs. Good sign. Then hacking coughs. Bad sign. Someone shrieked, and Bottle turned to see a figure lumbering out from a nearby building, flasks and bottles hanging from him, another bottle in one hand, a torch in the other, heading straight for them. And they had discarded their crossbows. A bellowing answer from a soldier in Cord's squad, and the man, Bell, rushed forward to intercept the fanatic. "Get back!" Cord screamed. Sprinting, Bell flung himself at the man, colliding with him 20 paces away, and both went down. Bottle dropped flat, rolled away, bumping up against other soldiers doing the same. A whoosh. Then more screams, terrible screams, and a wave of heat, blistering fierce as the breath of a forge. Then Strings was swearing, scrambling with his collection of satchels. "Away from the palace, everyone. Not me," Cuttle growled. "You need help. Fine, everyone else. 60, 70 paces at least. More if you can. Go." Bottle climbed upright, watched as Strings and Cuttle ran crab-like towards the palace gates. Then he looked round. 60 paces. We ain't got 60 paces. Flames were devouring buildings in every direction he could see now, still as far away as possible. He began running, and found himself colliding with someone who gripped his left arm and spun him round. Gesler. And behind him Thorn Tisse, then a handful of soldiers. "What are those fools doing?" Gesler demanded. "Blow a hole through the storm. Puckered gods of the abyss. Sans, you still got your munitions?" "Aye, Sergeant." "Damned fool. Give 'em to me." "No," said Truth, stepping in between. "I'll take them. We've gone through fire before, right, Sergeant?" With that he snatched the satchel from Sans's hands and ran towards the palace gates, where Strings and Cuttle had been forced back, the heat too fierce, the flames slashing bright arms out at them. Damn him. Gesler hissed. That was a different kind of fire. Bottle pulled loose from the sergeant's grip. "We got to get going. Away!" Moments later all were running, except Gesler, who was heading towards the sappers outside the gate. Bottle hesitated. He could not help it. He had to see. Truth reached Cuttle and Strings, tugged their bags away, slung them over a shoulder, then shouted something and ran towards the palace gates. Both sappers leapt to their feet, retreating, intercepting Gesler, who looked determined to follow his young recruit. Cuttle and Strings dragged the sergeant back. Gesler struggled, turning a ravaged face in Truth's direction. But the soldier had plunged into the flames. Bottle ran back, joined with the two sappers, to help drag a shrieking Gesler away. Away they had. They had managed 30 paces down the street, heading towards a huddled mass of soldiers shying from a wall of flames when the palace blew up behind them, and out huge sections of stone flung skyward, batted into the air, tumbling in a savage wind. Bottle rolled in the midst of bouncing rubble, limbs and bodies, faces, mouths opened wide, everyone screaming in silence. No sound, no, nothing. Pain in his head, stabbing fierce in his ears, a pressure closing on his temples, his skull ready to implode. The wind suddenly reversed, pulling sheets of flame after it, closing in from every street, the pressure loosed, and the flames drew back, writhing like tentacles. Then the air was still. Coughing, staggering upright, Bottle turned. The palace's heart was gone, split asunder, and naught but dust and smoke filled the vast swath of rubble. "Now!" Strings shrieked, his voice sounding leagues away. "Go, everyone, go!" The wind returned. Sudden a scream rising to a wail, pushing them onward onto the battered road between jagged, sagging palace walls. Dun Sparrow had been first to the temple doors, shoving them wide even as explosions of fire lit up the horizon. All round the city, all within the city walls. Gasping, heart-pounding, and something like a knife blade twisting in his gut. Korab Bilan Thenualis followed Leoman and the Malazan woman into the temple of Scalisara, Lorik 2 paces behind him. No, not Scalisara. The queen of dreams, Scalisara, the matron goddess of olive oil, would not have. No, she would not have allowed this. Not this. And things had begun to make sense. Terrible, awful sense, like chiseled stones fitting together, raising a wall between humanity and what Leoman of the flails had become. The warriors, who had ridden with them, lived with them since the rebellion first began, who had fought at their side against the Malazans, who even now fought like fiends in the streets. They were all going to die. Wadgatan, this whole city, it's going to die. Hurrying down the central hallway, into the nave, from which gusted a cold, dusty wind that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. Reeking of mould, rot and death. Leoman spun to Lorik. "Open a gate, High Mage, quickly. You must not do this," Korab said to his commander. "We must die this night. Fighting in the name of Drajna. Hood, take Drajna!" Leoman rasped. Lorik was staring at Leoman as if seeing him, understanding him for the first time. "A moment," he said. "We've no time for that." "Leoman of the flails," the High Mage said, unperturbed.
You have bargained with the Queen of Dreams, a precipitous thing to do. That goddess has no interest in what's right and what's wrong. If she once possessed a heart, she flung it away long ago. And now you have drawn me into this. You have used me, so that a goddess may make use of me in turn. I do not. The gate, damn you! If you have objections, Lorik, raise them with her. They are all to die, Korab said, backing away from his commander, so that you can live. So that we can live, Korab. There is no other way. Do you think that the Malazans would ever leave us be? No matter where or how far we fled. I thank Hood's dusty feet the claw hasn't struck already, but I do not intend to live the rest of my life looking over my shoulder. I was a bodyguard. Damn you, it was her cause, not mine.
Your warriors. They expected you to fight at their sides. They expected nothing of the sort. The fools wanted to die, in Dredgener's name.
He bared his teeth in contempt. Well, let them die. And best of all, they are going to take half the Adjunct's army with them. There's your glory, Korab, he advanced on him, pointing towards the temple doors. You want to join the fools? You want to feel your lungs searing with the heat, your eyes bursting, skin cracking? You want your blood to boil in your veins? An honourable death, Leoman of the Flails, compared to this. He voiced something like a snarl, spun back to Lorik. Open the way, and fear not. I made no promises to her regarding you beyond bringing you here. The fire grows into life outside this temple, Leoman, Lorik said. I may not succeed. Your chances diminish with each moment that passes, Leoman said in a growl. There was panic in the man's eyes. Korab studied it, the way it seemed so out of place there, in the features he thought he knew so well. Knew every expression possible. Anger, cold amusement, disdain, the stupor and lidded eyes within the fumes of Dua Hang. Every expression except this one. Panic. Everything was crumbling inside, and Korab could feel himself drowning, sinking ever deeper, reaching up towards a light that grew ever more distant, dimmer. With a hissed curse, Lorik faced the altar. Its stones seemed to glow in the gloom, so new, the marble unfamiliar, from some other continent. Korab suspected, traced through with purple veins and capillaries that seemed to pulse. There was a circular pool beyond the altar, the water steaming. It had been covered the last time they had visited. He could see the copper panels that had sealed it lying against a side wall. The air swirled above the altar. She was waiting on the other side. A flicker, as if reflected from the pool of water, then the portal opened, engulfing the altar, edges spreading, curling black, then wavering fitfully. Lorik gasped, straining beneath some invisible burden. I cannot hold this long. I see you, Queen. From the portal came a languid, cool voice. Lorik, son of Osuk, I seek no geas from you. Then what do you want? A moment during which the portal wavered, then Shaik is dead. The whirlwind goddess is no more. Leoman of the Flails, a question. A new tone to her voice, something like irony. Is Gatton, what you have done here, is this your apocalypse? The desert warrior scowled, then said, well, yes, he shrugged. Not as big as we'd hoped, but perhaps enough, Lorik. The role of Shaik, the seer of Dredgener, is vacant. It needs to be filled. Why? Lorik demanded. Lest something else, something less desirable, assume the mantle. And the likelihood of that? Imminent. Korab watched the High Mage, sensed a rush of thoughts behind the man's eyes, as mysterious implications fell into place following the goddess's words. Then you have chosen someone. Yes, someone who needs protecting. Yes, is that someone in danger? Very much so, Lorik. Indeed, my desires have been anticipated, and we may well have run out of time. Very well, I accept. Come forward, then, you and the others. Do not delay. I, too, am sorely tried maintaining this path.
his soul nothing but ashes. Korab watched the High Mage stride into the portal and vanish within the swirling liquid stain. Leoman faced him one more time, his voice almost pleading as he said, "My friend?" Korab Bilan Thenu Alas shook his head. "Did you not hear? Another Shaikh, a new Shaikh. And will you find her a new army as well, Leoman? More fools to lead to their deaths?" "No, I am done with you, Leoman of the Flails. Take your Malazan wench and be gone from my sight. I choose to die here with my fellow warriors." Dunsparrow reached out and grasped Leoman's arm. The portal's crumbling Leoman, the warrior, last commander of Drijna, turned away, and the woman at his side strode into the gate. Moments later it dissolved, and there was nothing. Nothing but the strange, swirling wind, skirling dust devils tracking the inlaid tile floor. Korab blinked, looked round. Outside the temple, it seemed the world was ending, voicing a death cry ever rising in timber. No, not a death cry, something else. Hearing a closer sound from a side passage, a scuffle, Korab drew his scimitar. Approached the curtain barring the corridor. With the tip of his blade, he swung the cloth aside. To see children, crouching, huddled, 10, 15, 16 in all smudged faces, wide eyes, all looking up at him. "Oh, gods," he murmured.
They have forgotten you. They all have, every single one of them. He sheathed his weapon and stepped forward. "It's all right," he said. "We shall find us a room, yes? And wait this out. Something else. Thunder, the death of buildings, the burgeoning wails of fire, howling winds. This is what is outside the world beyond. This spirits below Drijna. Outside, the birth cries of the apocalypse rose still higher. There," Throat Slitter said, pointing.
Sergeant Balm blinked, the smoke and heat like broken glass in his eyes, and could just make out a half-score figures crossing the street before them. "Who?" "Malazans," Throat Slitter said. From behind Balm, "Great, more for the clambake. What a night we're going to have. When I said be quiet, Widdershins, I meant it. All right, let's go meet them. Maybe they ain't as lost as us. Oh yeah, look who's leading them, that drunk. What's her name?" "They're probably trying to find a bar. I ain't lying, Widdershins. One more word, and I'll skewer you." Herb's huge hand landed on her arm, gripping hard, turning her round, and Hellion saw a squad stumbling towards them. "Thank the gods," she said in a ravaged voice. "They got to know where they're going." A sergeant approached in a half-crouch. Dal Honesi, his face patchy with dried mud. "I'm Balm," he said. "Wherever you're headed, we're with you." Hellion scowled. "Fine," she said. "Just fall in, and we'll all be rosy in no time." "Got us a way out?" "Yeah, down that alley. Great. What's down there?" "The only place not yet burning, you Dal Hones Monkrat." She waved at her troop, and they continued on. Something was visible ahead, a huge, smudgy dome of some kind. They were passing temples now, the doors swinging wide, banging in the gusting furnace-hot wind. What little clothes she was still wearing had begun smoking, thready wisps stretching out from the rough weave. She could smell her own burning hair. A soldier came up alongside her. He was holding twin long knives in gloved hands. "You ain't got no cause to curse Sergeant Balm, woman. He brought us through this far. What's your name?" Hellion demanded. "Throat Slitter. Nice. Now go and slit your own throat. Nobody's gotten through nowhere, you damned idiot. Now, unless you got a bottle of chilled wine under that shirt, go find someone else to annoy." "You was nicer drunk," he said, falling back. "Yeah, everyone's nicer drunk." At the far edge of the collapsed palace, Limp's left leg was trapped by a sliding piece of stonework, his screams loud enough to challenge the fiery wind. Cord, Shard, and a few others from the Ashok squad pulled him free, but it was clear the soldier's leg was broken. Ahead, was a plaza of some sort, once the site of a market of some kind, and beyond it rose a huge domed temple behind a high wall. Remnants of gold leaf trickled down the dome's flanks like rainwater. A heavy layer of smoke roiled across the scene, making the dome seem to float in the air, firelit and smeared. Strings gestured for everyone to close in. "We're heading for that temple," he said. "It likely won't help. There's a damned firestorm coming." "Never seen one myself, and I'm wishing that was still the case. Anyway," he paused to cough, then spit. "I can't think of anything else," Sergeant Bottle said, frowning. "I sense something, life, in that temple. All right, maybe we'll have to fight to find a place to die. Fine, maybe there's enough of 'em to kill us all, and that ain't so bad. No, Sergeant, nowhere close, but never mind. All right, let's try and get across this plaza." It looked easy, but they were running out of air, and the winds racing across the concourse were blistering hot. No cover provided by building walls. Bottle knew they might not make it. Rasping heat tore at his eyes, poured like sand into his throat with every gasping breath. Through blurred pain, he saw figures appear off to his right, racing out of the smoke. 10, 15, then scores spilling onto the concourse, some of them on fire, others with spears. Sergeant, gods below. The warriors were attacking here in this square. This furnace. Burning figures fell away, stumbling, clawing at their faces. But the others came on. "Form up!" Strings bellowed. "Fighting retreat to that temple wall." Bottle stared at the closing mass. Form up, fighting retreat. With what? One of Cord's soldiers appeared beside him, and the man reached out, gesturing. "You, a mage, right?" Bottle nodded. "I'm Ebron. We got to take these bastards on. With magic. No other weapons left. All right, whatever you got, I'll add to it." 3 heavy infantry, the women Flashwit, Mayfly, and Uru Hela, had drawn knives and were forming up a front line. A heartbeat later, Shortnose joined them, huge hands closed into fists. The lead score of attackers closed to within 15 paces and launched their spears as if they were javelins. In the momentary flash of the shafts crossing the short distance, Bottle saw that the wood had ignited, spinning wreaths of smoke. Shouted warnings, then the solid impact of the heavy weapons. Uru Hela was spun round, a spear transfixing her left shoulder, the shaft scything into Mayfly's neck with a cracking sound. As Uru Hela stumbled to her knees, Mayfly staggered, then straightened. Sergeant Strings sprawled, a spear impaling his right leg. Swearing, he pulled at it, his other leg kicking like a thing gone mad. Tavos Pond staggered into Bottle, knocking him down as the soldier, one side of his face slashed away, the eye dangling, stumbled on, screaming. Moments before the frenzied attackers reached them, a wave of sorcery rose in a wall of billowing argent smoke, sweeping out to engulf the warriors. Shrieks, bodies falling, skin and flesh blackening, curling away from bones. Sudden horror. Bottle had no idea what kind of magic Ebron was using, but he unleashed Minas, redoubling the smoke's thickness and breadth. Illusional, but panic tore into the warriors. Falling, tumbling out of the smoke, hands at their eyes, writhing, vomit gushing onto the cobbles. The attack shattered against the sorcery, and as the wind whipped the poisonous cloud away, they could see nothing but fleeing figures, already well beyond the heap of bodies. Bodies smouldering, catching fire. Coric had reached Strings, who had pulled the spear from his leg and began stuffing knots of cloth into the puncture wounds. Bottle went to them, no spurting blood from the holes he saw. Still, lots of blood had smeared the cobbles. "Wrap that leg," he ordered the half-setty. "We've got to get off this plaza." Cord and Corporal Tulip were attending to Uru Hela, whilst Scant and Balgrid had chased down and tackled Tavos Pond to the ground. Bottle watched as Scant pushed the dangling eye back into its socket,
then fumbled with a cloth to wrap round the soldier's head. "Drag the wounded," Sergeant Gessler yelled. "Come on, you damned fools, to that wall. We need to find us a way in." Numbed Bottle reached down to help Corrick lift Strings. He saw that his fingers had turned blue. He was deafened by a roaring in his head, and everything was spinning round him. Air. We need air. The wall rose before them, and then they were skirting it, seeking a way in, lying in heaps, dying of asphyxiation. Keneb pulled himself across shattered stone, blistered hands clawing through the rubble. Blinding smoke, searing heat, and now he could feel his mind starving, disintegrating, wild, disjointed visions, a woman, a man, a child, striding out from the flames. Demons, servants of Hood. Voices so loud the wail endless growing, and darkness flowed out from the three apparitions, poured over the hundreds of bodies. Yes, his mind was dying, for he felt a sudden falling off of the vicious heat, and sweet air filled his lungs. Dying. What else can this be? I have arrived at Hood's gate. Gods, such blessed relief. Someone's hands pulled at him, spasms of agony from fingers pressing into burnt skin, and he was being rolled over, blinking, staring up into a smeared, blistered face. A woman. He knew her, and she was speaking. "We're all dead now, friends. Gathering at Hood's gate. Fist Keneb, there are hundreds here. Yes. Still alive. Shin is keeping the fire back, but she can't hold on much longer. We're going to try and push through. Do you understand me? We need help. We need to get everyone on their feet." "What? Captain?" he whispered. "Captain Faradan's sort." "Yes. Now, on your feet, Fist." A storm of fire was building above Yucatan. Blistig had never seen anything like it. Flames, twisting, spinning, slashing out long tendrils that seemed to shatter the billowing smoke. Wild winds tore into the clouds, annihilating them in flashes of red. The heat gods below, this has happened before. This Hood-damned city. A corner bastion exploded in a vast fireball. The leaping gouts writhing, climbing. The wind that struck them from behind staggered everyone on the road. In the besiegers' camp, tents were torn from their moorings, flung into the air, then racing in wild billows towards Weigatan. Horses screamed amidst curtains of sand and dust rising up, whipping like the fiercest storm. Blistig found himself on his knees. A gloved hand closed on his cloak collar, pulled him round. He found himself staring into a face that, for a moment, he did not recognize. Dirt, sweat, tears, and an expression buckled by panic. The Adjunct. Pull the camp back, everyone. He could barely hear her, yet he nodded, turned into the wind, and fought his way down from the road. "Something is about to be born," Neil said. "Something," the Adjunct was shouting. "More commands." Blistig, reaching the edge of the road, dragged himself down onto the back slope. Nil and Nether moved past him, towards where the Adjunct still stood on the road. The initial blast of wind had eased slightly, this time a longer, steadier breath drawn in towards the city and its burgeoning conflagration. "There are soldiers," the Adjunct screamed. "Beyond the breach. I want them out." The child grub clambered up the slope, flanked by the dogs Bent and Roach, and now other figures were swarming past Blistig, Kundril, warlocks, witches. Keening voices, jabbering undercurrents, a force building, rising from the battered earth. Fist Blistig twisted round, a ritual, magic. What were they doing? He shot a glance back at the chaos of the encampment, saw officers amidst scrambling figures. They weren't fools. They were already pulling back, Nil's voice loud from the road. "We can feel her. Someone's spirits below, such power. Help her, damn you!" A witch shrieked, bursting into flames on the road. Moments later, two warlocks huddled near Blistig, seemed to melt before his eyes, crumbling into white ash.
He stared in horror. "Help her! Help who? What is happening?" He pulled himself onto the road's edge once more, and could see, in the heart of the breach, a darkening within the flames. Fire flickered round another witch, then snapped out as something rolled over everyone on the road. Cool, sweet power, like a merciful god's breath. Even Blistig, despiser of all things magic, could feel this emanation, this terrible, beautiful will. Driving the flames in the breach back, opening a swirling, dark tunnel, from which figures staggered. Nether was on her knees near the Adjunct, the only person on the road still standing, and Blistig saw the Wiccan girl turn to Tavore, heard her say, "It's Shin, Adjunct. That child's a high mage, and she doesn't even know it." The Adjunct turned, saw Blistig, fist. "On your feet. Squads and healers forward. Now they're coming through. Fist Blistig, do you understand me? They need help." He clambered to his knees, but got no further. He stared at the woman. She was no more than a silhouette, the world behind her nothing but flames, a firestorm growing, ever growing. Something cold, riven through with terror, filled his chest. A vision. He could only stare. Tavore snarled, then turned to the scrawny boy standing nearby. "Grub. Find some officers down in our camp. We need." "Yes, Adjunct. 791, Adjunct. Fist Keneb, Fist Tenebaralta, alive. I'm going to get help now." And then he was running past Blistig down the slope, the dogs padding along in his wake. A vision, an omen. Yes, I know now what awaits us at the far end of this long, long road. Oh, gods! She had turned about now, her back to him. She was staring at the burning city, at the pathetic weaving line of survivors stumbling through the tunnel. 791 out of 3,000. But she is blind. Blind to what I see, the Adjunct Tavore, and a burning world. The doors slammed open, pulling in an undercurrent of smoke and heat that swept across Korab's ankles, then up and round, the smoke massing in the dome, pulled and tugged by wayward currents. The warrior stepped in front of the huddled children and drew out his scimitar. He heard voices, Malazan, then saw figures appearing from the hallway's gloom. Soldiers, a woman in the lead. Seeing Korab, they halted. A man stepped past the woman. His blistered face bore the mangled traces of tattooing. "I am Utheral Golt," he said, in a ragged voice. "Padu, traitor," Korab snapped. "I am Korab Bilan Thenualus, second to Leoman of the Flails. You, Padu, are a traitor. Does that matter any more? We're all dead now, anyway." "Enough of this," a midnight-skinned soldier said in badly accented Airly. "Throat-slitter, go and kill the fool." "Wait," the Padu said, then ducked his head and added, "Sergeant, please, there ain't no point to this. It was these bastards that led us into this trap, Golt," the sergeant said. "No," Korab said, drawing their attention once more. "Leoman of the Flails has brought us to this. He and he alone. We were all betrayed. And where's he hiding?" The one named Throat-slitter asked, hefting his long knives, a murderous look in his pale eyes. "Fled. Temel will have him then." Utheral Golt said, turning to the sergeant. "They've surrounded the city?" "No use," Korab cut in. "He did not leave that way." He gestured behind him towards the altar. "A sorceress gate, the Queen of Dreams, she took him from here. Him and High Mage Lorik and a Malazan woman named Dunsparrow." The doors opened once again, and the Malazans whirled then, as voices approached, cries of pain, coughing, cursing, they relaxed. More brethren, Korab realized, more of the damned enemy, but the Padu had been right. The only enemy now was fire. He swung back to look upon the children, flinched at their terror-filled eyes, and turned round once more, for he had nothing to say to them, nothing worth hearing. As he stumbled into the hallway, Bottle gasped. Cold, dusty air rushing past him. Where? How? And then Cuttle pushed the doors shut once more, swearing as he burned his hands. Ahead, at the threshold leading into the altar chamber, stood more Malazans. Balm and his squad, the Cartulian drunk, Hellion, Corporal Reem and a few others from Soberlone's heavies. And beyond them in the nave itself, a lone rebel warrior, and behind him children. But the air. Corrick and Tar dragged strings past him. Mayfly and Flashwit had drawn their meat knives again, even as the rebel flung his scimitar to one side, the weapon clanging hollowly on the tiled floor. Gods below, one of them has actually surrendered. Heat was radiating from the stone walls. The firestorm outside would not spare this temple for much longer. The last 20 paces round the temple corner to the front facade had nearly killed them. No wind, the air filled with the crack of exploding bricks, buckling cobblestones, the flames seeming to feed upon the very air itself, roaring down the streets, spiraling upward, flaring like huge hooded snakes above the city. And the sound, he could hear it still, beyond the walls, closing in. The sound is terrible, terrible. Gesler and Cord strode over to Balm and Hellion, and Bottle moved closer to listen in on their conversation. "Anybody here worship the Queen of Dreams?" Gesler asked. Hellion shrugged. "I figure it's a little late to start. Anyway, Korab Bilan Thenualas, our prisoner over there, he said Learman's already done that deal with her. Of course, maybe she ain't into playing favourites." A sudden loud crack startled everyone. The altar had just shattered, and Bottle saw that Crump, the insane saboteur, had just finished pissing on it. Hellion laughed. "Well, scratch that idea. Hood's balls," Gesler hissed. "Someone go kill that bastard, please." Crump had noticed the sudden attention. He looked round innocently. "What? Want a word or two with you?" Cuttle said, rising. "'Bout the wall. It weren't my fault. I ain't never used cussers afore, Crump, and that ain't my name neither, Sergeant Cord. It's Jamba Bowl, and I was High Marshal in the Mott Irregulars. Well, you ain't in Mott any more, Crump, and you ain't Jamba Bowl either. You're Crump, and you better get used to it." A voice from behind Bottle. "Did he say Mott Irregulars?" Bottle turned, nodded at Strings. "Aye, Sergeant. Gods below. Who recruited him?" Shrugging, Bottle studied Strings for a moment. Corrick and Tar had carried him to just within the nave's entrance, and the sergeant was leaning against a flanking pillar, the wounded leg stretched out in front of him, his face pale. "I better get to that. No point, Bottle. The walls are going to explode. You can feel the heat even from this damned pillar. It's amazing there's air in here." His voice fell away, and Bottle saw his sergeant frown, then lay both hands palm down on the tiles. "Huh, what is it?" Cool air coming up from between the tiles. Crypts, cellars, but that would be dead air down there. "I'll be back in a moment, Sergeant," he said, turning and heading towards the cracked altar. A pool of water steamed just beyond. He could feel that wind now, the currents rising up from the floor. Halting, he settled down onto his hands and knees, and sent his senses downward, seeking life sparks, down through layers of tight-packed rubble, then movement in the darkness, the flicker of life, panicked, clambering down, ever down, the rush of air sweeping past slick fur, rats, fleeing, where his senses danced out, through the rubble beneath, brushing creature after creature, darkness, sighing streams of air, smells, echoes, damp stone. "Everyone," Bottle shouted, rising, "we need to break through this floor. Whatever you can find, we need to bash through." They looked at him as if he'd gone mad. "We dig down. This city, it's built on ruins. We need to find a way down, through them. Damn you all, that air is coming from somewhere." "And what are we?" Cord demanded. Ants? There's rats below. I looked through their eyes. I saw caverns, caves, passages. You did what? Cord advanced on him. Hold it, Cord, Strings said, twisting round where he sat. Listen to him.
Bottle, can you follow one of those rats? Can you control one? Bottle nodded. But there are foundation stones under this temple. We need to get through. How? Cuttle demanded. We just got rid of all our munitions. Hellion cuffed one of her soldiers. You, Breathless, still got that cracker. Every sapper in the chamber suddenly closed in on the soldier named Breathless. He stared about in panic, then pulled out a wedge-shaped copper-sheathed spike. Back off him. Strings shouted. Everyone but Cuttle. Cuttle, you can do this, right? No mistakes? None at all. Cuttle said, gingerly taking the spike from Breathless's hand. Who's still got a sword? Anything hard and big enough to break these tiles? I do, the man who spoke was the rebel warrior. Or I did, it's over there, he pointed. The scimitar went into the hands of Tulip, who battered the tiles in a frenzy that had inset precious stones flying everywhere until a rough angular hole had been chopped into the floor. Good enough. Back off, Tulip. Everybody get as close to the outer walls as you can and cover your faces, your eyes, your ears. How many hands you think each of us has got? Hellion demanded. Laughter. Korab, Bilan, Thenualas stared at them all as if they'd lost their minds. A reverberating crack shuddered through the temple, and dust drifted down. Bottle looked up with all the others to see tongues of fire reaching down through a fissure in the dome which had begun sagging. Cuttle. I see it. Pray this cracker don't bring it all down on us. He set the spike. Bottle, which way you want it pointing? Towards the altar side. There's a space, 2, maybe 3 arm lengths down. 3 gods below. Well, we'll see. The outer walls were oven-hot, sharp cracking sounds filling the air as the massive temple began settling. They could hear the grate of foundation stones sliding beneath shifting pressures. The heat was building. 6 and counting, Cuttle shouted, scrambling away. 5, 4, 3, the cracker detonated in a deadly hail of stone chips and tile shards. People cried out in pain. Children screamed, dust and smoke filling the air, and then, from the floor, the sounds of rubble falling, striking things far below, bouncing, tumbling down, Bottle. At Strings's voice, he crawled forward towards the gaping hole. He needed to find another rat. Somewhere down below, a rat my soul can ride, a rat to lead us out. He said nothing to the others of what else he had sensed, flitting among life sparks in the seeming innumerable layers of dead, buried city below, that it went down and down and down, the air rising up stinking of decay, the pressing darkness, the cramped, tortured roots, down all those rats, fleeing downward, none within my reach clambering free into the night air. None. Rats will flee, even when there's nowhere to go. Wounded, burned soldiers were being carried past Blistig. Pain and shock, flesh cracked open and lurid red like cooked meat, which he realized numbly was what it was. The white ash of hair on limbs where eyebrows had once been on blistered pates. Blackened remnants of clothing, hands melted onto weapon grips. He wanted to turn away, so desperately wanted to turn away, but he could not. He stood 1,500 paces away now from the road and its fringes of burning grass, and he could still feel the heat. Beyond, a fire god devoured the sky above Wigatan crumbling inward, melting into slag. The city's death was as horrible to his eyes as the file of Keneb and Baralta's surviving soldiers. How could he do this? Leoman of the flails, you have made of your name a curse that will never die. Never. Someone came to his side, and after a long moment, Blistig looked over and scowled. The claw pearl. The man's eyes were red. Durhang,
It could be nothing else, for he had remained in his tent at the far end of the encampment, as if indifferent to this brutal night. "Where is the adjunct?" Pearl asked in a low, rough voice. "Helping with the wounded. Has she broken? Is she on her hands and knees in the blood-soaked mud?" Blistig studied the man. Those eyes, had he been weeping? No, Durhang. "Say that again, Claw, and you won't stay alive for much longer." The tall man shrugged. "Look at these burned soldiers, Fist. There are worse things than dying. The healers are among them. Warlocks, witches from my company. Some scars cannot be healed. What are you doing here? Go back to your tent. I have lost a friend this night, Fist. I will go wherever I choose." Blistig looked away. "Lost a friend."
"What of over 2,000 Malazan soldiers? Keneb has lost most of his marines and among them invaluable veterans. The Adjunct has lost her first battle. Oh, the imperial records will note a great victory, the annihilation of the last vestiges of the Sharik rebellion. But we who are here this night, we will know the truth for the rest of our lives. And this, Adjunct Tavore, she is far from finished." "I have seen. Go back to the Empress," Blistig said.
"Tell her the truth of this night. And what would be the point of that, Fist?" He opened his mouth, then shut it again. Pearl said, "Word will be sent to Dujek Onharm, and he in turn will report to the Empress. For now, however, it is more important that Dujek know and understand, as I am sure he will." "Understand what? That the 14th Army can no longer be counted on as a fighting force on 7 cities. Is that true? That remains to be seen," he said. "In any case, the rebellion is crushed. Leoman escaped." "What?" "He has escaped. Into the warren of Driss, under the protection of the Queen of Dreams. Only she knows, I suppose, what use he will be to her. I admit, that part worries me. Gods are by nature unfathomable most of the time, and she is more so than most. I find this detail troubling. Stand here, then, and fret." Blistig turned away, made for the hastily erected hospital tents. "Hood take that damned claw. The sooner the better. How could he know such things? Leoman, alive. Well, perhaps that could be made to work in their favor. Perhaps his name would become a curse among the people of 7 cities as well. The betrayer. The commander who murdered his own army. But it is how we are. Look at High Fist Pormqual after all, yet his crime was stupidity. Leoman's was pure evil, if such a thing truly exists." The storm raged on, unleashing waves of heat that blackened the surrounding countryside. The city's walls had vanished, for no human-built wall could withstand this demon's fury. A distant pale reflection was visible to the east, the sun rising to meet its child. His soul rode the back of a small, insignificant creature, fed on a tiny, racing heart, and looked through eyes that cut into the darkness. Like some remote ghost, tethered by the thinnest of chains, Bottle could feel his own body somewhere far above, slithering through detritus. Cut and scraped raw face, gone slack, eyes straining. Battered hands pulled him along, his own. He was certain, and he could hear soldiers moving behind him, the crying of children, the scrape and catch of buckles, leather straps, snagging, rubble being pushed aside, clawed at, clambered over. He had no idea how far they had gone. The rat sought out the widest, highest passages, following the howling, whistling wind. If people remained in the temple, awaiting their turn to enter this tortured tunnel, that turn would never come, for the air itself would have burst aflame by now, and soon the temple would collapse, burying their blackened corpses in melting stone. Strings would have been among those victims, for the sergeant had insisted on going last, just behind Korab Bilan Thenualas. Bottle thought back to those frantic moments, before the dust clouds had even cleared, as chunks of the domed ceiling rained down. "Bottle! I'm looking, questing down through cracks and fissures. hunting life, warm-blooded life, brushing, then closing in on the muted awareness of a rat, sleek, healthy, but overheating with terror. Overwhelming its meagre defences, clasping hard an iron control about its soul, that faint, flickering force, yet strong enough to reach beyond the flesh and bones that sheltered it. Cunning, strangely proud, warmed by the presence of kin, the rule of the swarm's master, but now all was in chaos, the drive of survival overpowering all else. Racing down, following spoor, following the rich scents in the air, and then it turned about, began climbing upwards once more, and Bottle could feel its soul in his grasp, perfectly still, unresisting now that it had been captured, observing, curious, calm. There was more he had always known, so much more to creatures, and so few who understood them the way he did, so few who could reach out and grasp such souls, and so find the strange web of trust, all tangled with suspicion, fear with curiosity, need with loyalty. He was not leading this morsel of a creature to its death. He would not do that, could not, and somehow it seemed to understand, to sense, now a greater purpose to its life, its existence. "I have her," Bottle heard himself saying. "Get down there, then." Not yet. She needs to find a way up, to lead us back down. "Gods below," Gessler spoke. "Start adopting children soldiers. I want one between everyone behind Cuttle, since Cuttle will be right behind Bottle." "Leave me to the last," Strings said. "Your leg." "That's exactly right, Gessler. We got other injured, got someone guiding or dragging each of 'em. Fid, no, I go last. Whoever's right ahead of me, we're going to need to close up this tunnel, else the fire'll follow us down. There are copper doors, they covered the pool." That was Karab Bilan Thenualas. "I will stay with you. Together we shall use those panels to seal our retreat. Second to last," someone snarled. "You'll just kill Fid and what, Malazan?" "No, would I be allowed? I would go last." I stood at Leoman's side. "I'm satisfied with that," Strings said. "Korab, you and I, that will do." "Hold on," said Hellion, leaning close to Bottle. "I ain't going down there. Someone better kill me right now. Sergeant, no way. There's spiders down there, the sound of a fist cracking into a jaw, then a collapsing body. Herb, you just knocked out your own sergeant. I known her a long time, you see. She's a good sergeant, no matter what all of you think. Huh? Right, it's the spiders. No way she'd go down there. Now I got to gag her and tie her arms and feet. I'll drag her myself. If she's a good sergeant, Herb, how do you treat bad ones? Ain't had any other sergeant, and I mean to keep it that way." Below the broad crevasse that Bottle had sensed earlier, his rat, scrambling free, now seeking to follow that wide but shallow crack. Too shallow? No, they could scrape through, and there beneath it a tilted chamber of some kind, most of the ceiling intact, and the lower half of a doorway. He sent the rat that way, and beyond the doorway. I have it. There's a street, part of a street, not sure how far. Never mind. Lead us down, damn you. I'm starting to blister everywhere. Hurry. All right, why not? At the very least, it'll purchase us a few more moments. He slithered down into the pit. Behind him, voices, the scrabble of boots, the hissing of pain as flesh touched hot stone. Faintly, "How hot is that water in that pool? Boiling yet?" "No." "Good. Those with canteens and skins, fill 'em now, into the crevasse, while the rats scurried down the canted littered street beneath a ceiling of packed rubble. Bottle felt his body push through a fissure, then plunge downward onto the low-ceilinged section of street. Rocks, mortar and potsherds under his hands, cutting, scraping as he scrabbled forward. Once walked this avenue in an age long past. Wagons had rattled here, horse hoofs clumping, and there had been rich smells.
cooking from nearby homes, livestock being driven to the market squares, kings and paupers, great mages and ambitious priests, all gone, gone to dust. The street sloped sharply, where cobbles had buckled, sagging down to fill a subterranean chamber. No, an old sewer, brick-lined, and it was into this channel his rat had crawled. Pushing aside broken pieces of cobble, he pulled himself down into the shaft. Desiccated faces in a thin, shallow bed beneath him, the husks of dead insects, carapaces crunching as he slithered along. A pale lizard, long as his forearm, fled in a whisper into a side crack. His forehead caught strands of spider's web, tough enough to halt him momentarily, before audibly snapping. He felt something alight on his shoulder, race across his back, then leap off. Behind him, Bottle heard Cuttle coughing in the dust in his wake, as it swept over the sapper on the gusting wind. A child had been crying somewhere back there, but was now silent, only the sound of movement, gasps of effort. Just ahead, a section of the tunnel had fallen in. Rat had found a way through, so he knew the barrier was not impassable. Reaching it, he began pulling away the rubble. Smiles nudged the child ahead of her. "Go on," she murmured. "Keep going. Not far now." She could still hear the girl's sniffles, not crying, not yet anyway, just the dust. So much dust now with those people crawling ahead. Behind her, small hands touched her blistered feet again and again, lancing vicious stabs of pain up her legs, but she bit back on it, making no outcry. Damned brat don't know any better, does he? And why they got such big eyes looking up like that, like starving puppies. Keep crawling, little one, not much farther. The child behind her, a boy, was helping Tavos Pond, whose face was wrapped in bloody bandages. Korik was right behind them. Smiles could hear the half-ceti going on and on with some kind of chant. Probably the only thing keeping the fool from deadly panic. He liked his open savanna, didn't he? Not cramped, twisting tunnels. None of this bothered her. She'd known worse. Times. Long ago she'd lived in worse. You learned to only count on what's in reach, and so long as the way ahead stayed clear, there was still hope, still a chance. If only this brat of a girl wouldn't keep stopping. Another nudge.
"Go on, lass. Not much more you'll see."
Gessler pulled himself along in pitch darkness, hearing Tulip's heavy grunts ahead of him, Crump's maddening singing behind him. The huge soldier, whose bare feet Gessler's outstretched hands kept touching, was having a hard time, and the sergeant could feel the smears of blood Tulip left behind as he squeezed and pulled himself through the narrow, twisting passage. Thick gasps, coughing. No, not coughing. "Abyss, take us, Tulip." Gessler hissed. "What's so funny?" "Tickling," the man called back. "You keep tickling. My feet, just keep moving, you damned fool." Behind him. Crump's idiotic song continued. "And I says, them marsh trees. Got soft feet and moss beards all the way down, and they sway in the smelly breeze from that swamp water all yellow'n brown. Oh, we was in the froggy toady dawn, belly down in the leeches and collectin' spawn, 'cause when you give those worms a squeeze, the blue pinky ropes come slimin' down, and don't they taste sweet? And don't they taste sweet? Sweet as peat, oh yes. Sweet as peat." Gessler wanted to scream, like someone up ahead was doing scream, but he couldn't summon the breath. It was all too close, too fetid. The once cool, sliding air rank with sweat, urine and hood, knew what else. Truth's face kept coming back to him, rising in his mind like dread accusation. Gessler and Stormy, they'd pulled the recruit through so much since the damned rebellion. Kept him alive, showed him the ways of staying alive in this hood-cursed world. And what does he do? He runs into a burning palace, with a half-dozen cusses on his back. Gods, he was right on one thing, though. The fire couldn't take him. He went way in,
And that's what saved us, so far, blew that storm back. Saved us. Soldiers all round him were blistered, burned. They coughed with every breath drawn into scorched lungs. But not me. He could sense that godling within that firestorm, could sense it, a child raging with the knowledge that it was going to die all too soon. Good. You don't deserve nothing more. Fire couldn't hurt him, but that didn't mean he had to kneel before it in prayer, did it? He didn't ask for any of this. Him and Stormy and Truth, only Truth was dead. Now, he'd never expected. And I says, that old bridge, got feet of stone and mortar white as bone, and the badgers dangle from the ledge, swinging alla day, alla way home. Oh, we was pulling vines from you know where, and stuffing our ears with sweety sweet loam. Just get them badgers flying out of there, into them cooked pots in the hearthy home. And don't they taste sweet? And don't they taste sweet? Sweet as peat. Oh, yes, sweet as peat. When he got out of here, he was going to wring Crump's scrawny neck. High Marshal, gods below, and I says, that Warlock's tower. Corporal Tar pulled on Balgrid's arms, ignoring the man's squeals. How the mage had managed to stay fat through that endless march was baffling, and now all too likely to prove deadly. Mind you, fat could be squeezed when muscled bulk couldn't. That was something, at least. Balgrid shrieked as Tar dragged him through the crevasse. "You're tearing my arms off." "You plug up here, Balgrid," Tar said, "and Herb behind you's going to take out his knife." A muted voice from the huge man behind Balgrid. "Damn right, I'll joint you like a pig mage, I swear it." The darkness was the worst of all. Never mind the spiders, the scorpions and centipedes. It was the darkness that clawed and chewed on Tar's sanity. At least Bottle had a rat's eyes to look through. Rats could see in the dark, couldn't they? Then again, maybe they couldn't. Maybe they just used their noses, their whiskers, their ears. Maybe they were too stupid to go insane. Or they're already insane. We're being led by an insane rat. I'm stuck again. Oh, gods, I can't move. Stop yelling, Tar said, halting and twisting round yet again, reaching out for the man's arms. Hear that, Balgrid? What? Not sure. Thought I heard Herb's knives coming out of their sheaths. The mage heaved himself forward, kicking, clawing. "You stop moving again," Balm snarled to the child in front of him. "And the lizards will get you, eat you alive, eat us all alive. Those are crypt lizards, you damned whelp. You know what crypt lizards do? I'll tell you what they do. They eat human flesh. That's why they're called crypt lizards. Only they don't mind if it's living flesh. For hood's sake." Dead Smell growled behind him. "Sergeant, that ain't the way. Shut your mouth. He's still moving, ain't he? Oh, yes. Ain't he just crypt lizards runt? Oh, yes. Hope you ain't nobody's uncle, Sergeant. You're getting as bad as Widdershin's corporal with that babbling mouth of yours. I want a new squad. Nobody'll have you. Not after this. You don't know nothing, Dead Smell. I know if I was that child ahead of you, I'd shit right in your face. Quiet. You give him ideas, damn you. Do it, boy, and I'll tie you up. Oh, yes, and leave you for the crypt lizards. Listen to me, little one," Dead Smell called out, his voice echoing. "Them crypt lizards, they're about as long as your thumb, Balm's just being a— I'm going to skewer you, Dead Smell, I swear it." Korab, Bilan Thenualas, dragged himself forward. The Malazan in his wake was gasping, the only indication that the man still followed. They had managed to drop one of the copper panels over the pit, burning their hands, bad burns. The pain wouldn't go away. Korab's palms felt like soft wax, pushed out of shape by the stones they gripped, the ledges they grasped. He had never felt such excruciating pain before. He was sheathed in sweat, his limbs trembling, his heart hammering like a trapped beast in his chest. Pulling himself through a narrow space, he sank down onto what seemed to be the surface of a street, although his head scraped stone rubble above. He slithered forward, gasping, and heard the sergeant slip down after him. Then the ground shook, dust pouring down thick as sand, thunder, one concussion after another, pounding down from above. A rush of searing hot air swept over them from behind. Smoke, dust, forward, Strings screamed. Before the ceiling goes. Korab reached back, groping, until he clasped one of the Malazan's hands. The man was half buried under rubble, his breath straining beneath the settling weight. Korab pulled, then pulled harder. A savage grunt from the Malazan. Then, amidst clattering, thumping bricks and stones, Korab tugged the man clear. "Come on," he hissed. "There's a pit ahead, a sewer. The rest went down there. Grab my ankles, Sergeant." The wind was beating back the roiling heat. Korab pitched headfirst into the pit, dragging Strings with him. The rat had reached a vertical shaft, rough-walled enough so that she could climb down. The wind howled up it, filled with rotted leaves, dust and insect fragments. The creature was still descending when Bottle pulled himself up to the ledge. The detritus bit at his eyes as he peered down. Seeing nothing, he pulled free a piece of rubble and tossed it downward out from the wall. His soul, riding the rat's own, sensed its passage. Rodent ears pricked forward, waiting. 4 human heartbeats later there was a dull, muted crack of stone on stone. A few more, then nothing. Oh, gods! Cuttle spoke behind him. "What's wrong?" "A shaft goes straight down, a long way down. Can we climb it?" "My rat can." "How wide is it?" "Not very, and gets narrower. We got wounded people back here, and Hellions still unconscious." Bottle nodded. "Do a roll call. I want to know how many made it. We also need straps, rope, anything and everything. Was it just me, or did you hear the temple come down?" Cuttle turned about and started the roll call and the request for straps and rope, then twisted round once more. "Yeah, it went down all right when the wind dropped off. Thank Hood it's back, or we'd be cooking or suffocating or both. Well, we're not through this yet. I know what you're thinking, Bottle. You do. Think there's a rat god? I hope so, and I hope you're praying good and hard. A rat god. Maybe? Hard to know with creatures that don't think in words. I think one of us, one of the bigger, stronger ones, could wedge himself across and help people down. If we get enough straps and stuff to climb down, aye. Tulip, maybe, or that other corporal, Herb. But there ain't room to get past anyone. I know I'm going to try and climb down. Where's the rat? Down below. It's reached the bottom. It's waiting there. Anyway, here goes. Drawing on the thigh Warren to pierce the darkness, he moved out to the very edge. The wall opposite looked to be part of some monumental structure, the stones skillfully cut and fitted. Patches of crumbling plaster covered parts of it, as did sections of the frieze fronting that plaster. It seemed almost perfectly vertical. The narrowing of the gap was caused by the wall on his side, a much rougher facing, with projections remaining from some kind of elaborate ornamentation. A strange clash of styles for 2 buildings standing so close together. Still, both walls had withstood the ravages of being buried, seemingly unaffected by the pressures of sand and rubble.
"All right," he said to Cuttle, who had drawn up closer. "This might not be so bad. You're what? 20 years old, no wounds, thin as a spear. Fine, you've made your point." Bottle pushed himself further out, then drew his right leg round. Stretching it outward, he slowly edged over onto his stomach. "Damn, I don't think my leg's long." The ledge he leaned on splintered. It was, he suddenly realized, nothing but rotted wood, and he began sliding, falling.
He spun over, kicking out with both legs as he plummeted, throwing both arms out behind and to the sides. Those rough stones tore into his back, one outcrop cracking into the base of his skull and throwing his head forward. Then both feet contacted the stone of the wall opposite, flinging him over, head first. Oh, Hood! Sudden tugs, snapping sounds, then more, pulling at him, resisting, slowing his descent. Gods, webs. His left shoulder was tugged back, turning him over. He kicked out again and felt the plastered wall under his foot, reached out with his right arm, and his hand closed on a projection that seemed to sink like sponge beneath his clutching fingers. His other foot contacted the wall, and he pushed with both legs until his back was against rough stone, and there were spiders, each as big as an outstretched hand, crawling all over him. Bottle went perfectly still, struggling to slow his breathing. Hairless, short-legged, pale amber, but there was no light, and he realized that the creatures were glowing, somehow lit from within, like lantern flame behind thick, gold-tinted glass. They had swarmed him. Now, from far above, he heard Cuttle calling down in desperate, frightened tones. Bottle reached out with his mind, and immediately recoiled at the blind rage building in the spiders. And flashes of memory. The rat, their favoured prey, somehow evading all their snares, climbing down right past them, unseeing, unaware of the hundreds of eyes tracking its passing. And now, this heart thundering in his chest, Bottle quested once more, a hive mind of sorts. No, an extended family. They would mass together, exchange nutrients. When one fed, they all fed. They had never known light beyond what lived within them, and until recently, never known wind. Terrified, but not starving, thank Hood. He sought to calm them, flinched once more as all motion ceased, all attention fixed now on him. Legs that had been scrambling over his body went still, tiny claws clasping hard in his skin. Calm. No reason to fear. An accident, and there will be more, it cannot be helped. Best go away now, all of you. Soon the silence will return. We will have gone past, and before long this wind will end, and you can begin to rebuild. Peace, please. They were not convinced. The wind paused suddenly, then a gust of heat descended from above. Flee. He fashioned images of fire in his mind, drew forth from his own memory scenes of people dying, destruction all around. The spiders fled. 3 heartbeats, and he was alone. Nothing clinging still to his skin, nothing but strands of wiry anchor lines, tattered sheets of web, and trickling down his back, from the soles of his feet, from his arms. Blood.
Damn, I'm torn up bad, I think. Pain now, awakening, everywhere. Too much. Consciousness fled. From far above, Bottle, stirring, blinking awake. How long had he been hanging here? I'm here, Cuttle. I'm climbing down. Not much farther, I think. Grimacing against the pain, he started working his feet downward. The space was narrow enough now that he could straddle the gap. He gasped as he pulled his back clear of the wall.
Something whipped his right shoulder, stinging, hard, and he ducked, then felt the object slide down the right side of his chest, the strap of a harness. From above, I'm climbing down. Corrick called behind him, Shard, you still with us? The man had been gibbering. They'd all discovered an unexpected horror, that of stopping. Moving forward had been a tether to sanity, for it had meant that, somewhere ahead, Bottle was still crawling, still finding a way through. When everyone had come to a halt, terror had slipped among them, closing like tentacles around throats and squeezing shrieks. Panicked, fighting against immovable, packed stone and brick, hands clawing at feet, rising into a frenzy. Then voices bellowing, calling back. They'd reached a shaft of some kind. They needed rope, belts, harness straps. They were going to climb down. There was still a way ahead. Corrick had, through it all, muttered his chant. The child death song, the Seti rite of passage from whelp into adulthood. A ritual that had for girl and boy alike included the grave log, the hollowed-out coffin, and the night-long internment in a crypt of the bloodline. Buried alive, for the child to die, for the adult to be born. A test against the spirits of madness, the worms that lived in each person, coiled at the base of the skull, wrapped tight about the spine. Worms that were ever eager to awaken, to crawl, gnawing a path into the brain, whispering and laughing or screaming, or both. He had survived that night. He had defeated the worms, and that was all he needed for this. All he needed. He had heard those worms eating into soldiers ahead of him, soldiers behind him, into the children as the worms raced out to take them as well. For an adult to break under fear, there could be no worse nightmare for the child that witnessed such a thing. For with that was torn away all hope, all faith. Coric could save none of them. He could not give them the chant, for they would not know what it meant, and they had never spent a night in a coffin. And he knew, had it gone on much longer, people would start dying, or the madness would devour their minds, completely, permanently, and that would kill everyone else. Everyone. The worms had retreated, and now all he could hear was weeping, not the broken kind, but the relieved kind, weeping and gibbering. And he knew they could taste it, could taste what those worms had left behind, and they prayed, "Not again. No closer, please. Never again." Corporal Shard? What? Damn you, Limp! How is he? I keep kicking at him, hitting what I think is an arm, but he's not moving. Can you climb ahead? Can you check? He's knocked out. How did that happen? I crawled onto him and pounded his head against the floor until he stopped screaming. You sure he's alive? Limp. His skull's solid rock, Coric. He heard movement back there, asked, "What now?" "I'll prove it to you." "Give this broke leg a twist." Limp shrieked. "Glad you're back, soldier," Shard said. "Get away from me, you bastard. Wasn't me who panicked. Next time you think about panicking, Limp, just remind yourself I'm here, right behind you." "I'm going to kill you someday, Corporal. As you like. Just don't do it again." Coric thought back to the babbling noises he'd heard from Shard, but said nothing. More scuffling sounds, then a bundle of rope and leather straps, most of them charred, was pushed into Coric's hands. He dragged it close, then shoved it out ahead to the small boy huddled behind Tavore's pond. "Push it on, lad," he said. "You," the boy said. "I heard you, I listened." "And you was all right, wasn't you?" "Yes, I'll teach it to you for the next time." "Yes." Someone had shouted back instructions, cutting through the frenzy of terror, and people had responded, stripping away whatever could be used as a rope. Chilled beneath a gritty layer of sweat, tar settled his forehead onto the stones under him, smelling dust mingled with the remnants of his own fear. When the bundle reached him, he drew it forward, then struggled out of what was left of his own harness and added it to the pathetic collection. Now, at least, they had a reason to wait. They weren't stopped because Bottle had run out of places to crawl, something to hold on to. He prayed it would be enough. Behind him, Balgrid whispered, "I wish we was marching across the desert again. That road, all that space on both sides." "I hear you," Tar said. "And I also remember how you used to curse it. The dryness, the sun. Ha! I'm so crisp I'll never fear the sun again. Gods, I'll kneel in prayer before it, I swear it. If freedom was a god, Tar. If freedom was a god. Now that's an interesting thought." "Thank Hood, all that screaming stopped," Balm said, plucking at whatever was tingling against all his skin, tingling, prickling like some kind of heat rash. "Heat rash, that was funny, Sergeant," Deadsmell said. "It was you doing all that screaming. Quiet, you damned liar. Wasn't me, was the kid ahead of me. Really, I didn't know he spoke Dal Hunizi. I will skewer you, Corporal. Just one more word, I swear it. Gods, I'm itchy all over,
like I've been rolling in fool's pollen. You get that after you've been panicking, Sergeant. Fear sweat, it's called. You didn't piss yourself too, did you?
I'm smelling. I got my knife out, dead smell. You know that. All I got to do is twist round and you won't be bothering me no more.
You tossed your knife, Sergeant, in the temple?
Fine, I'll kick you to death. Well, if you do, can you do it before I have to crawl through your puddle?
The heat is winning the war, Korab said.
Aye,
answered Strings behind him, his voice faint, brittle. Here, something was pushed against Korab's feet. He reached back, and his hand closed on a coil of rope. You were carrying this? Was wrapped around me. I saw Smiles drop it outside the temple. It was smouldering, so that's not a surprise. As he drew it over him, Korab felt something wet, sticky on the rope. Blood! You're bleeding out, aren't you? Just a trickle. I'm fine. Korab crawled forward. There was some space between them and the next soldier, the one named Widdershins. Korab could have kept up had he been alone back here, but he would not leave the Malazan sergeant behind. Enemy or no such things were not done. He had believed them all monsters, cowards and bullies. He had heard that they ate their own dead. But no, they were just people, no different from Korab himself. The tyranny lies at the feet of the Empress. These, they're all just soldiers. That's all they are. Had he gone with Leoman, he would have discovered none of this. He would have held on to his fierce hatred for all Malazans and all things Malazan. But now, the man behind him was dying. A Falari by birth, just another place conquered by the Empire. Dying, and there was no room to get to him. Not here, not yet. Here, he said to Widdershins, pass this up. Hood, take us. That's real rope. Aye, move it along fast now. Don't order me around, bastard. You're a prisoner. Remember that. Korab crawled back. The heat was building, devouring the thin streams of cool air sliding up from below. They couldn't lie still for much longer. We must move on. From Strings. Did you say something, Korab? No, nothing much. From above came sounds of Cuttle making his way down the makeshift rope, his breath harsh, strained. Bottle reached the rubble-filled base of the fissure. It was solidly plugged. Confused, he ran his hands along both walls. His rat? Ah, there. At the bottom of the sheer vertical wall, his left hand plunged into air that swept up and past. An archway. Gods, what kind of building was this? An archway holding the weight of at least 2, maybe 3 stories worth of stonework, and neither the wall nor the arch had buckled after all this time. Maybe the legends are true. Maybe Watan was once the first holy city, the greatest city of all. And when it died, at the great slaughter, every building was left standing, not a stone taken. Standing to be buried by the sands. He lowered himself to twist feet first through the archway, almost immediately contacting heaps of something, rubble? Nearly filling the chamber beyond, rubble that tipped and tilted with clunking sounds, rocked by his kicking feet. Ahead, his rat roused itself, startled by the loud sounds as Bottle slid into the chamber. Reaching out with his will, he grasped hold of the creature's soul once more. "All right, little one. The work begins again." His voice trailed away. He was lying on row upon row of urns, stacked so high they were an arm's reach from the chamber's ceiling. Groping with his hands, Bottle found that the tall urns were sealed, capped in iron, the edges and level tops of the metal intricately incised with swirling patterns. The ceramic beneath was smooth to the touch, finely glazed. Hearing Cuttle shouting that he'd reached the base behind him, he crawled in towards the center of the room. The rat slipped through another archway opposite, and Bottle sensed it clambering down, alighting on a clear, level stone floor, then waddling ahead. Grasping the rim of one urn's iron cap, he strained to pull it loose. The seal was tight, his efforts eliciting nothing.
He twisted the rim to the right. Nothing, then the left. A grating sound. He twisted harder. The cap slid, pulled loose from its seal. Crumbled wax fell away. Bottle pulled upward on the lid. When that failed, he resumed twisting it to the left, and quickly realized that the lid was rising, incrementally, with every full turn. Probing fingers discovered a canted, spiraling groove on the rim of the urn, crusted with wax. 2 more turns, and the iron lid came away. A pungent, cloying smell arose. I know that smell, honey. These things are filled with honey. For how long had they sat here, stored away by people long since dust? He reached down and almost immediately plunged his hand into the cool, thick contents, a balm against his burns, and now an answer to the sudden hunger awakening within him. Bottle? Through here? I'm in a large chamber under the straight wall. Cuttle. There's urns here, hundreds of them, filled with honey. He drew his hands free and licked his fingers. Gods, it tastes fresh. When you get in here, salve your burns, Cuttle. Only if you promise we're not going to crawl through an ant nest anywhere ahead. No ants down here. What's the count? We got everybody, Strings. Still with us, though the heat's working its way down. Enough rope and straps, then. Good. Aye, so long as they hold. Seems Herb's proposing to carry Hellion down on his back. Is the next one on their way? Aye. How do these lids come off? Turn them, Widdershins, and keep turning them. Bottle listened as the man worked on one of the lids. Can't be very old, this stuff, to still be fresh. There's glyphs on these lids, Cuttle. I can't see them, but I can feel them. My grandmother, she had a ritual blade she used in her witchery. The markings are the same, I think. If I'm right, Cuttle, this ironwork is Jagut? What? But the urns are First Empire. Feel the sides. Smooth as eggshell. If we had light, I'd wager anything they're sky blue. So with a good enough seal, I can still taste the flowers in this bottle. I know you're talking thousands and thousands of years. Yes? Where's your favourite rat? Hunting us a way through. There's another chamber opposite, but it's open, empty. I mean, we should move in there to give the others room. What's wrong? Bottle shook his head. Nothing. Just feeling a little strange. Cut my back up some. It's gone numb. Hood's breath. There was some kind of poppy in that honey, wasn't there? I'm starting to feel gods below, my head swimming. Yeah, better warn the others. Though he could see nothing, Bottle felt as if the world around him was shuddering, spinning. His heart was suddenly racing. Shit. He crawled towards the other archway, reached in, pulled himself forward, and was falling. The collision with the stone floor felt remote, yet he sensed he'd plunged more than a man's height. He remembered a sharp cracking sound, realized it had been his forehead hitting the flagstones. Cuttle thumped down on top of him, rolled off with a grunt. Bottle frowned, pulling himself along the floor. The rat, where was she? Gone. I lost her. Oh no, I lost her. Moments later, he lost everything else as well. Korab had dragged an unconscious Strings down the last stretch of tunnel. They'd reached the ledge to find the rope dangling from 3 sword scabbards wedged across the shaft, and vague sounds of voices far below. Heat swirled like serpents around him as he struggled to pull the Malazan up closer to the ledge. Then he reached out and began drawing up the rope. The last third of the line consisted of knots and straps and buckles. He checked each knot, tugged on each strand, but none seemed on the verge of breaking. Korab bound the Malazan's arms tight at the wrists, then the man's ankles, one of them sheathed in blood, and checking for bandages, he discovered none remaining, just the ragged holes left by the spear, and from the rope at the ankles he made a centre knot between the sergeant's feet. With the rope end looped in one hand, Korab worked the man's arms over his head, then down so that the bound wrists were against his sternum. He then pushed his own legs through so that the Malazan's bound feet were against his shins. Drawing up the centre-knotted rope, he looped it over his head and beneath one arm, then cinched it into a tight knot. He worked his way into the shaft, leaning hard for the briefest of moments on the wedged scabbards, then succeeding in planting one foot against the opposite wall. The distance was a little too great. He could manage only the tips of his feet on each wall, and as the weight of strings on his back fully settled, the tendons in his ankles felt ready to snap. Gasping, Korab worked his way down. 2 man-heights, taken in increasing speed, control slipping away with every lurch downward. Then he found a solid projection on which he could rest his right foot, and the gap had narrowed enough to let his left hand reach out and ease the burden on that leg. Korab rested, the pain of deep burns, the pounding of his heart. Some time later he resumed the descent. Easier now, the gap closing. Then he was at the bottom, and he heard something like laughter from his left, low, which then trailed away. He searched out that side and found the archway through which he tossed the rope, hearing it strike a body a little way below. Everyone's asleep. No wonder I could do with that myself. He untied strings, then clambered through, found his feet balancing on tight-packed, clunking jars, the sounds of snoring and breathing on all sides, and a sweet, cloying smell. He pulled strings after him, eased the man down. Honey. Jars and jars of honey. Good for bums, I think. Good for wounds. Finding an opened jar, Korab scooped out a handful, crawled over to the sergeant and pushed the honey into the puncture wounds. Salved the burns on strings and on himself. Then he settled back. Numbing bliss stole through him. Oh, this honey, it's Karelbara, the God-bringer. Oh, Fist Keneb tottered into the morning light, stood, blinking, looking round at the chaotic array of tents, many of them scorched, and all the soldiers stumbling, wandering, or standing motionless, staring across the blasted landscape towards the city. Yatin, blurred by waves of rising heat, a misshapen mound melted down atop its ragged hill, fires still flickering here and there, pale orange tongues, and lower down, fierce deep red. Ash filled the air, drifting down like snow. It hurt to breathe. He was having trouble hearing. The roar of that firestorm still seemed to rage inside his head, as hungry as ever. How long had it been? A day? 2 days? There had been healers. Witches with salves, practitioners of Denul from the army itself. A jumble of voices, chanting, whispers, some real, some imagined. He thought of his wife. Selv was away from this accursed continent, safe in her family estate, back on Quan Tali, and Kezan and Vaneb, his children. They'd survived, hadn't they? He was certain they had a memory of that, strong enough to convince him of its truth. That assassin, Kalam, he'd had something to do with that. Selv. They had grown apart in the 2 years before the rebellion. The 2 years, was it 2? That they had been in 7 cities, in the garrison settlement. The uprising had forced them both to set aside all of that for the children, for survival itself. He suspected she did not miss him, although his children might. He suspected she would have found someone else by now, a lover, and the last thing she would want was to see him again. Well, there could be worse things in this life. He thought back on those soldiers he'd seen with the fiercest burns, gods, how they had screamed their pain. Keneb stared at the city and hated it with all his soul. The dog Bent arrived to lie down beside him. A moment later, Grub appeared. "Father, do you know what will come of this, do you?" "Come of what, Grub?" The boy pointed at Vigatan with one bare, soot-stained arm. "She wants us to leave as soon as we can." He then pointed towards the morning sun. "It's the plague, you see, in the east, so we're marching west to find the ships. But I already know the answer. To find what's inside us, You got to take everything else away, you see. No grub. I don't see. The Hengise lapdog roach scrambled into view, sniffing the ground. Then it began digging, as if in a frenzy. Dust engulfed it. Something's buried, Grub said, watching Roach. I imagine there is, but she won't see that. The boy looked up at Keneb. Neither will you. Grub ran off, bent, loping at his side. The lapdog kept digging, making snuffling, snorting sounds. Keneb frowned, trying to recall what Grub had said earlier. Was it the night of the breach? Before the fated order went out. Had there been a warning hidden in the lad's words? He couldn't remember. The world before the fire seemed to have burned away to nothing in his mind. It had been a struggle to conjure up the names of his wife, his children, their faces. I don't understand what has happened to me. In the command tent, the adjunct stood facing Neil and Nether. Fist Blistig watched from near the back wall, so exhausted he could barely stand. Tavore had placed him in charge of the healing, setting up the hospitals, organizing the Danul healers, the witches and the warlocks. 2 days and 1 or maybe 1.5 nights, he was not sure he could count the short, chaotic time before the sun rose on the night of the breach. Without his officers that first night, he would have been relieved of command before dawn. His soul had been drowning in the pit of the abyss. Blistig was not yet certain he had climbed back out. Nil was speaking, his voice a monotone, dulled by too long in the sorcery he had grown to hate. Nothing but death and heat. Those who made it out, their agony deafens me. They are driving the spirits insane. They flee, snapping their bindings. They curse us for this vast wound upon the land, for the crimes we have committed. Not our crimes, the adjunct cut in, turning away, her gaze finding Blistig. How many did we lose today, Fist?
31, adjunct, but the witches say that few will follow. Now, the worst are dead, the rest will live. Begin preparations for the march. Have we enough wagons, provided soldiers pack their own food for a while? Blistig said. Speaking of which, some stores were lost. We'll end up chewing leather unless we can arrange a resupply. How long a week, if we immediately begin rationing? Adjunct, where are we going? Her eyes grew veiled for a moment. Then she looked away. The plague is proving virulent. It is the mistress's own, I gather, the kiss of the goddess herself, and there is a shortage of healers. Lothal? Nil shook his head. The city has already been struck, Fist. Sotka, said the adjunct. Pearl has informed me that Admiral Nock's fleet and the transports have been unable to dock in any city east of Ashok on the Madiel Peninsula, so he has been forced around it and expects to reach Sotka in 9 days, assuming he can draw in for water and food in Taxila or Rang. 9 days? Asked Blistig. If the plague's in Lothal already, our enemy now is time, the adjunct said. Fist, you have orders to break camp. Do it as quickly as possible. The rebellion is over. Our task now is to survive. She studied Blistig for a moment. I want us on the road tonight. Tonight? Aye, adjunct. I had best be on my way, then, he saluted, then headed out. Outside, he halted, momentarily blinking. Then, recalling his orders, he set off. After Blistig's footsteps had trailed away, the adjunct turned to Nether. The mistress of plague, Nether? Why now? Why here? The Wiccan witch snorted. You ask me to fathom the mind of a goddess, adjunct. It is hopeless. She may have no reason. Plague is her aspect, after all. It is what she does. She shook her head, said nothing more. Adjunct, Nil ventured, you have your victory. The Empress will be satisfied. She has to be. We need to rest. Pearl informs me that Leoman of the Flails is not dead. Neither Wiccan replied, and the adjunct faced them once more. You both knew that, didn't you? He was taken away, Nil said, by a goddess. Which goddess? Poliel? No, the Queen of Dreams.
The goddess of divination. What possible use could she have for Leoman of the flails? Nil shrugged. Outside the tent a rider reined in, and a moment later Temule, dust sheathed and dripping blood from 3 parallel slashes tracking the side of his face, strode in, dragging a dishevelled child with him. Found her, Adjunct, he said. Where? Trying to get back into the ruins. She has lost her mind. The Adjunct studied the child, Sin, then said, she had best find it again. I have need of high mages, Sin. Look at me, look at me. She gave no indication of even hearing Tavore, her head still hanging down, ropes of burnt hair hiding her face. Sighing, the Adjunct said, take her and get her cleaned up, and keep her under guard at all times. We will try this again later. After they had left, Nil asked, Adjunct, do you intend to pursue Leoman? How? There is no trail to follow. The Queen of Dreams could have spirited him to another continent by now. No, we shall not pursue, but understand this, Wiccan. While he yet lives there will be no victory in the eyes of the Empress. Vigatan will remain as it always has been, a curse upon the Empire. It will not rise again, Nil said. Tavore studied him. The young know nothing of history. I am going for a walk. Both of you get some rest. She left. Nil met his sister's eyes, then smiled. Young, how easily she forgets. They all forget, brother. Where do you think Leoman has gone? Where else? Into the Golden Age. Nil, the glory that was the Great Rebellion. He strides the mists of myth now. They will say he breathed fire. They will say you could see the apocalypse in his eyes. They will say he sailed from Vigatan on a river of Malazan blood. The locals believe Coltane ascended, Nether, the new patron of crows. Fools, Wiccans do not ascend. We just reiterate. Lieutenant Porres was awake, and he lifted his good hand to acknowledge his captain as kindly halted at the foot of the camp cot. They say your hand melted together, Lieutenant. Yes, sir. My left hand, as you see. They say they have done all they could, taken away the pain, and maybe one day they will manage to cut each finger free once again. Find a high Denul healer, and make your hand look and work like new again. Yes, sir. And until then, since it's my shield hand, I should be able to... Then why, in Hood's name, are you taking up this cot, Lieutenant? Ah, well, I just need to find some clothes then, sir, and I'll be right with you. Kindly look down the row of cots. Half this hospital is filled with bleating lambs. You up to being a wolf, Lieutenant? We march tonight. There's not enough wagons, and even more outrageous. Not enough palanquins and no howdahs to speak of. What is this army coming to, I wonder? Shameful, sir. How does Fist Tene Baralta fare, sir? Lost that arm, but you don't hear him whining and fussing and moaning. No, of course not. He's still unconscious. Get on your feet, soldier. Wear that blanket. I lost my arm talk, sir. You got the burn mark where it was, though, haven't you? They see that, and they'll know you for an officer. That and your ferocious comportment. Yes, sir. Good. Now enough of wasting my time. We've work to do, Lieutenant. Yes, sir. Lieutenant, if you remain lying there another heartbeat, I will fold that cot up with you in it. Do you understand me? Yes, sir. She sat unmoving, limbs limp as a doll's, while an old Wiccan woman washed her down and another cut away most of her hair, and did not look up as Captain Faradan, Sort, entered the tent. That will do, she said, gesturing for the 2 Wiccans to leave. Get out, voicing in tandem strings of what the captain took to be curses. The 2 women left. Faradan, Sort, looked down on the girl. Long hair just gets in the way, Shin. You're better off without it. I don't miss mine at all. You're not talking, but I think I know what is going on, so listen. Don't say anything, just listen to me. The dull grey drifting ash devoured the last light of the sun, while dust clouds from the road drifted down into the cut banks to either side. Remnant breaths of the dead city still rolled over the 14th Army, all that remained of the firestorm, yet reminder enough for the mass of soldiers awaiting the horn blasts that would announce the march. Fist Keneb lifted himself into the saddle, gathered the reins. All round him he could hear coughing, from human and beast alike, a terrible sound. Wagons, burdened with the cloth-swathed wounded, were lined up on the road like funeral carts, smoke-stained, flame-blackened, and reeking of pyres. Among them he knew could be found Fist Tene Baralta, parts of his body burned away and his face horribly scarred. A Denul healer had managed to save his eyes, but the man's beard had caught fire, and most of his lips and nose were gone. The concern now was for his sanity, although he remained, mercifully, unconscious. And there were others, so many others. He watched Temul and 2 riders cantering towards him. The Wiccan leader reined in, shaking his head. "Nowhere to be found, Fist. It's no surprise, but know this. We've had other desertions, and we've tracked them all down. The Adjunct has issued the command to kill the next ones on sight." Keneb nodded, looked away. "From now on," Temul continued, "my Wiccans will not accept counter-orders from Malazan officers." The Fist's head turned back, and he stared at Temul. "Fist, your Wiccans are Malazans." The young warrior grimaced, then wheeled his horse. "They're your problem now, Fist. Send out searchers if you like, but the 14th won't wait for them." Even as he and his aides rode away, the horns sounded, and the army lurched into motion. Kineb rose in his saddle and looked around. The sun was down now, too dark to see much of anything, and somewhere out there were Captain Faradan Sort and Shin, 2 deserters. That damned captain. I thought she was... well, I didn't think she'd do something like this. Gatan had broken people. Broken them utterly. He did not think many would recover. Ever. The 14th Army began its march, down the western road, towards the Sotka Fork in its wake dust and ash, and a destroyed city. Her head was serpentine, the slitted, vertical eyes lurid green, and Balm watched her tongue slide in and out with fixed, morbid fascination. The wavy, ropey black tendrils of her hair writhed, and upon the end of each was a tiny human head, mouth open in piteous screams, witch-eater Thesaurma Radil, all bedecked in zebra skins, her 4 arms lifting this way and that, threatening with the 4 sacred weapons of the Dalhon tribes. Bowler, Cout, Hook, Scythe, and Rock. He could never understand that. Where were the more obvious ones? Knife, spear, bow, who thought up these goddesses anyway? What mad, twisted, darkly amused mind conjured such monstrosities? Whoever it was, is... I hate him. Or her. Probably her. It's always her. She's a witch, isn't she? No. Witch-eater. Likely a man, then, and one not mad or stupid after all. Someone has to eat all those witches. Yet she was advancing on him. Balm. A mediocre warlock. No, a lapsed warlock. Just a soldier. Now, in fact. A sergeant. But where in Hood's name was his squad? The army? What was he doing on the savannah of his homeland? I ran from there. Oh, yes, I did. Herd cattle hunt monstrous, vicious beasts and call it a fun pastime? Not for me. Oh, no, not Balm. I've drunk enough bull blood to sprout horns, enough cow milk to grow udders. So you, witch-eater, get away from me. She laughed, the sound a predictable hiss, and said, I'm hungry for wayward warlocks. No, you eat witches, not warlocks. Who said anything about eating? Balm tried to get away, scrabbling, clawing, but there were rocks, rough walls, projections that snagged him. He was trapped. "I'm trapped. Get away from him, you rutting snake." A voice of thunder. "Well, Minute Thunder." Balm lifted his head, looked round. A huge beetle stood within arm's reach. Reared up on its hind legs, its wedge-shaped head would have been level with Balm's knees. Could he stand, so huge in a relative sense? Imperala the dung god. Imperala, save me. "Fear not, mortal," the beetle said, antennae and limbs waving about. "She'll not have you. No, I have need of you." "You do? For what?" "To dig, my mortal friend, through the vast dung of the world. Only your kind, human, with your clear vision, your endless appetite. You, conveyor of waste and maker of rubbish. Follow me, and we shall eat our way into the very abyss itself. Gods, you stink!" "Never mind that, my friend. Before too long, you too. Leave him alone, the both of you." A third voice, shrill, descending from above and closing fast. It's the dead and dying who cry out the truth of things. Balm looked up. Brithen Troop, the 11-headed vulture goddess. "Oh, leave me alone, all of you." From every side now a growing clamour of voices. Gods and goddesses, the whole Dalhousie menagerie of disgusting deities. Oh, why do we have so many of them? It was her sister, not her. She remembered as clearly as if it had been yesterday the night of lies that lumbered into the Itko-Kanese village when the seas had been silent, empty, for too long. When hunger, no starvation had arrived, and all the civil modern beliefs, the stately just gods, were cast off once again. In the name of awakening, the old grisly rites had returned. The fish had gone away, the seas were lifeless. Blood was needed to stir the awakening, to save them all. They'd taken her sister. Smiles was certain of it. Yet here were the rough, salt-gnawed hands of the elders, carrying her drugged, insensate body down onto the wet sands, the tide drawn far back and waiting patiently for this warm gift, whilst she floated above herself, looking on in horror. All wrong, not the way it had happened. They'd taken her twin sister, so much power in the mirror birth after all, and so rare in the small village where she'd been born. Her sister, that was why she'd fled them all, cursing every name, every face glimpsed that night. Running and running all the way to the great city to the north, and, had she known what awaited her there, no, I'd do it again. I would. Those bastards, for the lives of everyone else, child. Give up your own. This is the cycle. This is life and death, and that eternal path lies in the blood. Give up your own life for the lives of all of us. Odd how those priests never volunteered themselves for that glorious gift. How they never insisted that they be the ones tied and weighted down to await the tide's wash, and the crabs, the ever-hungry crabs, and if it was so damned blissful, why pour Durhang oil down her throat until her eyes were like black pearls and she couldn't even walk, much less think, still less comprehend what was happening, what they were planning to do to her? Drifting above the body of herself, Smiles sensed the old spirits drawing close, eager and gleeful, and somewhere in the depths beyond the bay waited the eldest god. Male himself, that feeder on misery, the cruel taker of life and hope. Rage rising within her, Smiles could feel her body straining at the numbing, turgid chains. She would not lie unmoving. She would not smile up when her mother kissed her one last time. She would not blink dreamily when the warm water stole over her, into her. Hear me, all you cursed spirits. Hear me, I defy you. Oh, yes, flinch back. You know well enough to fear, because I swear this, I will take you all down with me. I will take you all into the abyss, into the hands of the demons of chaos. It's the cycle, you see. Order and chaos, a far older cycle than life and death. Wouldn't you agree? So come closer, all of you. In the end, it was as she had known. They'd taken her sister, and she, well, let's not be coy now, you delivered the last kiss, dear girl. And no durang oil to soothe away the excuse, either. Running away never feels as fast, never as far as it should. You could believe in whores. He had been born to a whore, a Seti girl of 14, who'd been flung away by her parents. Of course, she hadn't been a whore then, but to keep her new son fed and clothed, well, it was the clearest course before her. And he had learned the ways of worship among whores, all those women knitted close to his mother, sharing fears and everything else that came with the profession. Their touch had been kindly and sincere, the language they knew best. A half-blood could call on no gods. A half-blood walked the gutter between two worlds, despised by both. Yet he had not been alone, and in many ways it was the half-bloods who held closest to the traditional ways of the Seti. The full-blood tribes had gone off to wars, all the young lance warriors and the women archers beneath the standard of the Malazan Empire. When they had returned, they were Seti no longer. They were Malazan, and so Korik had been immersed in the old rituals, those that could be remembered, and they had been, he had known even then, godless and empty, serving only the living, the half-blood kin around each of them. There was no shame in that. There had been a time, much later, when Korik had come upon his own language, protecting the miserable lives of the women from whom he had first learned the art of empty worship. A mindful dialect, bound to no cause but that of the living, of familiar, aging faces, of repaying the gifts the now unwanted once whores had given him in his youth, and then watching them, one by one, die. Worn out, so scarred by so many brutal hands, the indifferent usage by the men and women of the city, who proclaimed the ecstasy of God-worship when it suited them, then defiled human flesh with the cold need of carnivores straddling a kill. Deep in the sleep of Karelbara, the God-bringer, Korik beheld no visitors. For him there was naught but oblivion. As for the fetishes, well, they were for something else. Entirely something else. Go on, mortal, pull it. Crump glowered, first at Stump Flit, the salamander god, highest of high marshals, then at the vast, gloomy swamp of Mott. What was he doing here? He didn't want to be here. What if his brothers found him? No. Go on, I know you want to. Take my tail, mortal, and watch me thrash about, a trapped god in your hands. It's what you all do anyway. All of you? No. Go away. I don't want to talk to you. Go away. Oh, poor amber bowl, all so alone now. Unless your brothers find you, and then you'll want me on your side. Yes, you will. If they find you, oh my, they won't. They ain't looking neither. Yes, they are. My foolish young friend, I ain't your friend. Go away. They're after you, Jamba Bowl. Because of what you did, I didn't do nothing. Grab my tail. Go on, here. Just reach out. Jamba Bowl, now known as Crump, sighed, reached out and closed his hand on the salamander god's tail. It bolted, and he was left holding the end of the tail in his hand. Stump Flit raced away, laughing and laughing. Good thing, too, Crump reflected. It was the only joke it had. Korab stood in the desert, and through the heat haze someone was coming. A child. Shaikh Reborn, the seer, had returned, to lead still more warriors to their deaths. He could not see her face yet. There was something wrong with his eyes. Burned, maybe. Scoured by blowing sand, he didn't know, but to see was to feel pain. To see her was terrible. No, Shaikh, please. This must end. It must all end. We have had our fill of holy wars. How much blood can this sand absorb? When will your thirst end? She came closer, and the closer she drew to where he was standing, the more his eyes failed him. And when he heard her halt before him, Korab Bilan Thenualas was blind, yet not deaf, as she whispered, "Help me."
Open your eyes, friend. But he didn't want to. Everybody demanded decisions. From him all the time, and he didn't want to make any more. Never again. The way it was now was perfect. This slow sinking away, the whisperings that meant nothing, that weren't even words. He desired nothing more, nothing else. Wake up, fiddler. One last time so we can talk. We need to talk, friend. All right.
He opened his eyes, blinked to clear the mists. But they didn't clear, in fact. The face looking down at him seemed to be made of those mists. "Hedge, what do you want?" The sapper grinned. "I bet you think you're dead, don't you? That you're back with all your old buddies. A Bridgeburner where the Bridgeburners never die. The deathless army. Oh, we cheated Hood, didn't we just? Ha, that's what you're thinking. Yeah. Okay then, so where's Trots? Where are all the others?" "You tell me, I will. You ain't dead. Not yet. Maybe not for a while either. And that's my point. That's why I'm here. You need a kicking awake, Fid. Else Hood'll find you and you won't see none of us ever again. The world's been burned through where you are right now, burned through realm after realm, warren after warren. It ain't a place anybody can claim. Not for a long time. Dead, burned down straight to the abyss. You're a ghost, Hedge. What do you want with me? From me? You got to keep going, Fid. You got to take us with you right to the end. What end? The end, and that's all I can say. Why? 'Cause it ain't happened yet, you idiot. How am I supposed to know? It's the future, and I can't see no future. Gods, you're so thick, Fid. You always were. Me, I didn't blow myself up, Hedge. So, you're lying on a bunch of urns and bleeding out. That's better. Messing up all that sweet honey with your blood. What honey? What are you talking about? You better get going. You're running out of time. Where are we? No place, and that's the problem. Maybe Hood'll find you. Maybe no one will. The ghosts of Wigatan, they all burned into nothing, destroyed. All those locked memories, thousands and thousands of years. Gone now. You've no idea the loss. Be quiet. You're sounding like a ghost. Time to wake up, Fid. Wake up, now. Go on. Wildfires had torn across the grasslands, and Bottle found himself lying on blackened stubble. Nearby lay a charred carcass, some kind of four-legged grass-eater, and around it had gathered a half-dozen human-like figures, fine-furred and naked. They held sharp-edged stones and were cutting into the burnt flesh. Two stood as sentinels, scanning the horizons. One of them was her. My female, heavy with child, so heavy now, she saw him and came over. He could not look away from her eyes, from that regal serenity in her gaze. There had been wild apes on Malaz Island once. He remembered in Jakatakan, when he was maybe 7 years old, seeing a cage in the market, the last island ape left, captured in the hardwood forests on the north coast. It had wandered down into a village, a young male seeking a mate, but there were no mates left. Half-starved and terrified, it had been cornered in a stable, clubbed unconscious, and now it crouched in a filthy bamboo cage at the dockside market in Jakatakan. The 7-year-old boy had stood before it, his eyes level with that black-furred, heavy-browed beast's own eyes, and there had been a moment, a single moment, when their gazes locked, a single moment that broke Bottle's heart. He'd seen misery, he'd seen awareness, the glint that knew itself, yet did not comprehend what it had done wrong, what had earned it the loss of its freedom. It could not have known, of course, that it was now alone in the world, the last of its kind, and that somehow, in some exclusively human way, that was its crime. Just as the child could not have known that the ape, too, was aged 7. Yet both saw, both knew in their souls, those darkly flickering shapings, not yet solidly formed, that for this one time They were each looking upon a brother, breaking his heart, breaking the ape's heart too. But maybe he'd thought since, maybe he just needed to believe that, a kind of flagellation in recompense for being the one outside the cage, for knowing that there was blood on the hands of himself and his kind, Bottle's soul broken away, and so freed, gifted or cursed with the ability to travel, to seek those duller life sparks, and to find that, in truth, they were not dull at all, that the failure in fully seeing belonged to himself. Compassion existed when and only when one could step outside oneself to suddenly see the bars from inside the cage. Years later, Bottle had tracked down the fate of that last island ape. Purchased by a scholar who lived in a solitary tower on the wild, unsettled coast of Jenny, where there dwelt in the forest's inland bands of apes little different from the one he had seen, and he liked to believe now that that scholar's heart had known compassion, and that those foreign apes had not rejected this strange, shy cousin. His hope that there had been a reprieve for that one solitary life. His fear was that the creature's wired skeleton stood in one of the tower's dingy rooms, a trophy of uniqueness. Amidst the smell of ash and charred flesh, the female crouched down before him, reached out to brush hard finger pads across his forehead. Then that hand made a fist, lifting high, then flashing down. He flinched, eyes snapping open and seeing naught but darkness. Hard rims and shards digging into his back. The chamber, the honey, oh gods, my head aches. Groaning, Bottle rolled over, the shard fragments cutting and crunching beneath him. He was in the room beyond the one containing the urns, although at least one had followed him to shatter on the cold stone floor. He groaned again, smeared in sticky honey, aches all over him, but the burns, the pain, gone. He drew a deep breath, then coughed. The air was foul. He needed to get everyone going. He needed Bottle, that you, Cuttle, lying nearby. "Aye," said Bottle.
"That honey kicked hard, didn't it just? I dreamed a tiger. It had died, cut to pieces, in fact, by these giant undead lizards that ran on 2 feet. Died, yet ascended, only it was the death part it was telling me about. The dying part I don't understand. Tretch had to die, I think, to arrive. The dying part was important, I'm sure of it, only gods below, listen to me. This air's rotten, we got to get moving. Yes, but he'd lost the rat, he remembered that. He'd lost her. Filled with despair, Bottle sought out the creature and found her awakened by his touch, resisting not at all as he captured her soul once more, and seeing through her eyes, he led the rat back into the room. "Wake the others. Cuttle. It's time." Shouting, getting louder, and Gessler awoke soaked in sweat. That, he decided, was a dream he would never, ever revisit, given the choice. Fire, of course, so much fire. Shadowy figures, dancing on all sides, dancing around him, in fact. Night, snapped at by flames, the drumming of feet, voices chanting in some barbaric, unknown language, and he could feel his soul responding, flaring, burgeoning, as if summoned by some ritual, at which point Gessler realized they were dancing round a hearth, and he was looking out at them from the very flame itself. No, he was the flame. O truth, you went and killed yourself, damned fool. Soldiers were awakening on all sides of the chamber, shouts and moans, and a chorus of clunking urns. This journey was not yet done. They would go on, deeper and deeper, until the passage dead-ended, until the air ran out, until a mass of rubble shook loose and crushed them all. Any way at all, please, except fire. How long had they been down here? Bottle had no idea. Memories of open sky, of sunlight and the wind, were invitations to madness. So fierce was the torture of recalling all those things one took for granted. Now the world was reduced to sharp fragments of brick, dust, cobwebs and darkness, passages that twisted,
climbed, dropped away. His hands were a battered, bloody mess from clawing through packed rubble. And now, on a sharp downslope, he had reached a place too small to get through. Feeling with his half-numbed hands, he tracked the edges. Some kind of cut cornerstone had sagged down at an angle from the ceiling. Its lowermost corner, barely 2 hands' widths above the rutted, sandy floor, neatly bisected the passage. Bottles settled his forehead against the gritty floor. Air still flowed past, a faint stirring now, nothing more than that. And water had run down this track, heading somewhere. "What's wrong?" Cuttle asked behind him. "We're blocked." Silence for a moment, then, "Your rat gone ahead, past the block?" "Yes." It opens out again. There's an intersection of some kind ahead, a hole coming down from above, with air pulling down from it and straight into a pit in the floor. But, Cuttle, there's a big cut stone, no way to squeeze past it. I'm sorry, we have to go back. To Hood we do. Move aside if you can. I want to feel this for myself. It was not as easy as it sounded, and it was some time before the 2 men managed to swap positions. Bottle listened to the sapper, muttering under his breath, then cursing. "I told you. Be quiet. I'm thinking. We could try and break it loose. Only the whole ceiling might come down with it. No, but maybe we can dig under into the floor here. Give me your knife." "I ain't got a knife any more. Lost it down a hole." "Then call back for one."
Cuttle, you ain't giving up on us, Bottle. You can't. You either take us through or we're all dead. Damn you, Bottle hissed. Hasn't it occurred to you that maybe there's no way through? Why should there be? Rats are small. Hood rats can live down here. Why should there be a tunnel big enough for us? Some convenient route all the way out from under this damned city? To be honest, I'm amazed we've gotten this far.
Look, we could go back, right to the temple, and dig our way out. You're the one who doesn't understand, soldier. There's a mountain sitting over the hole we dropped into. A mountain that used to be the city's biggest temple. Dig out, forget it. There's no going back, Bottle. Only forward. Now get me a knife, damn you. Smiles drew out one of her throwing knives and passed it up to the child ahead of her. Something told her that this was it, as far as they would go.
Except maybe for the children. The call had come to send the urchins ahead. At the very least then, they could to go on, find a way out. All this effort, somebody had better live through it. Not that they'd get very far, not without Bottle, that spineless bastard. Imagine depending on him, the man who could see eye to eye with rats, lizards, spiders, fungi, matching wits. And it was a tough battle, wasn't it? Still, he wasn't a bad sort. He'd taken half the load that day on the march, after that bitch of a captain revealed just how psychotic she really was. That had been generous of him, strangely generous. But men were like that on occasion. She never used to believe that. But now she had no choice. They could surprise you. The child behind Smiles was climbing over her, all elbows and knees, and running, drippy, smearing nose. It smelled, too. Smelled bad. Awful things, children. Needy, self-centered tyrants. The boys all teeth and fists. The girls all claws and spit. Gathering into snivelling packs and sniffing out vulnerabilities, and woe to the child not cunning enough to hide their own. The others would close in like the grubby sharks they were. Great pastime, savaging someone. If these runts are the only ones here who survive, I will haunt them. Every one of them for the rest of their days.
Look, she snarled after an elbow in the nose. Just get your smelly, slimy hide out of my face. Go on, you little ape. A voice from behind her. Easy there, you as a child. Once you know, you don't know nothing about me, so shut it. What, you was hatched? Ha, I believe it, along with all the other snakes. Yeah, well, whoever you are, don't even think of climbing past me. And get that close. Not a chance, she grunted. Glad we're understood then.
If there was no way through, they'd all lose their minds. No doubt of that at all. Well, at least she had a couple knives left. Anybody fool enough to come for her, and they'd pay. The children were squirming through, even as Cuttle dug into the floor with the knife, and then huddling on the other side, weeping, clinging to each other, and Bottle's heart cried out for them. They would have to find courage, but for the moment there seemed to be no hope of that.
Cuttle's grunts and gasps, then his curse as he broke the knife's point, not very promising sounds. Ahead, the rat circled the edge of the pit, whiskers twitching at the flow of warm air coming from the shaft. She could climb round to the other side, and Bottle was willing the creature to do so, yet it seemed his control was weakening, for the rat was resisting, her head tilted over the edge of the pit, claws gripping the pocked side, the air flowing up over her. Bottle frowned. From the shaft above the air had been coming down, and from the pit flowing up, conjoining in the tunnel, then drifting towards the children. But the rat, that air from below, warm, not cool, warm, smelling of sunlight. Cuttle. The sapper halted. What? We've got to get past this. That pit, its edges, they've been cut. That shaft, Cuttle, it's been mined, cut through, someone's dug into the side of the tell. There is no other possibility. The children's cries had ceased with Bottle's words. He went on, That explains this, don't you see? We ain't the first ones to use this tunnel. People have been mining the ruins, looking for loot. He could hear Cuttle moving about. What are you doing? I'm going to kick this block out of the way. No, wait, you said. I can't dig through the damned floor. I'm going to kick this bastard out of the way. Cuttle, wait. A bellow, then a heavy thump, dust and gravel streaming from above. A second thump, then thunder shook the floor, and the ceiling was raining down. Screams of terror through the dust clouds. Ducking, covering his head as stones and sherds descended on him. Bottle squeezed his eyes shut. The dust so bright, but he couldn't breathe. He could barely move beneath the weight of rubble atop him. Muted yells from behind, but the terrible hiss of rubble had ceased. Bottle lifted his head, gasping, coughing, to see a white shaft of sunlight, dust-filled, cutting its way down. Bathing Cuttle's splayed legs, the huge foundation stone between them. Cuttle? A cough, then. Gods below, that damned thing. It came down between my legs, just missed my, oh, hood take me, I feel sick. Never mind that. There's light coming down. Sunlight. Call your rat back. I can't see how far up. I think it narrows. Narrows bad, Bottle. The rat was clambering over the children, and he could feel its racing heart. I see it. Your rat? Take her in your hands. Help her into the shaft over you. Yes, there's daylight. Oh, it's too narrow. I might make it, or Smiles, maybe, but most of the others. You just dig when you're up there. Make it wider. Bottle. We're too close now. Can the children get back here, past the block? I think so, tight, but yes. Bottle twisted round. Roll call.
And listen, we're almost there. Dig your way free. We're almost there. The rat climbed closer and closer to that patch of daylight. Bottle scrambled free of the gravel. All right, he gasped as he moved over Cuttle. Watch where you step, the sapper said. My face is ugly enough without a damned heel print on it. Bottle pulled himself into the uneven shaft, then halted. I got to pull stuff away, Cuttle. Move from directly below.
Names were being called out, hard to tell how many. Maybe most of them. Bottle could not afford to think about it now. He began tugging at outcrops, bricks and rocks, widening the shaft, stuff coming down. As each piece thumped down or bounced off the foundation stone, Cuttle collected it and passed it back. Bottle, what? One of the urchins. She fell into the pit. She ain't making any sound. I think we lost her. Shit. Pass that rope ahead? Can Smiles get over to them? I'm not sure. Keep going, soldier. We'll see what we can do down here. Bottle worked his way upward. A sudden widening, then narrowing once more, almost within reach of that tiny opening. Too small, he realized, for even so much as his hand. He pulled a large chunk of stone from the wall, dragged himself as close as he could to the hole. On a slight ledge near his left shoulder crouched the rat. He wanted to kiss the damned thing. But not yet. Things looked badly jammed up around that hole. Big stones. Panic whispered through him. With the rock in his hand, bottles struck at the stone. A spurt of blood from one fingertip, crushed by the impact. He barely felt it, hammering away, chips raining down every now and then. His arm tiring, he was running out of reserves. He didn't have the strength, the endurance for this, yet he kept swinging. Each impact weaker than the one before. "No, damn you, no!" He swung again. Blood spattered his eyes. Captain Faradan's sort reined in on the ridge just north of the dead city. Normally, a city that had fallen to siege soon acquired its scavengers, old women and children scrambling about, picking through the ruins. But not here, not yet anyway, maybe not for a long time. Like a cracked pot. The steep sides of Widcatan's tell had bled out. Melted lead, copper, silver, and gold, veins and pools filled with accreted stone chips, dust and potsherds. Offering an arm, Sort helped Sin slip down from the saddle behind her. She'd been squirming, whimpering and clutching at her, growing more agitated the closer the day's end came, the light failing. The 14th Army had left the night before. The captain and her charge had walked their lone horse round the tell, not once but twice since the sun's rise. And the captain had begun to doubt her own reading of the child's sin, her own sense that this half-mad, now seemingly mute creature had known something, sensed something. Shin had tried and tried to get back into the ruins before her arrest. There had to be a reason for that, or perhaps not. Perhaps nothing more than an insane grief for her lost brother. Scanning the rubble-strewn base below the tell's north wall one more time, she noted that one scavenger at least had arrived. A child smeared in white dust, her hair a matted snarl, was wandering perhaps 30 paces from the rough wall. Sin saw her as well, then began picking her way down the slope, making strange mewling sounds. The captain unstrapped her helm and lifted it clear to settle it on the saddle horn. She wiped grimy sweat from her brow. Desertion. Well, it wasn't the first time now, was it? If not for Shin's magic, the Wiccans would have found them, and likely executed them. She'd take a few with her, of course, no matter what Sin did. People learned that you had to pay to deal with her, pay in every way. A lesson she never tired of teaching. She watched as Shin ran to the city's cliffside, ignoring the scavenger, and began climbing it. Now what? Replacing the helm, the sodden leather inside rim momentarily cool against her brow. The strap feeling stretched as she fixed the clasp beneath her jaw, Faradan's sword collected the reins and guided her horse into a slow descent down the scree. The scavenger was crying, grubby hands pressed against her eyes. All that dust on her, the webs in her hair, this was the true face of war, the captain knew. That child's face would haunt her memories, joining the many other faces, for as long as she lived. Shin was clinging to the rough wall, perhaps 2 man-heights up, motionless. Too much, Sort decided. The child was mad. She glanced again at the scavenger, who did not seem aware that they had arrived, hands still pressed against eyes. Red scrapes through the dust, a trickle of blood down one shin. Had she fallen? From where? The captain rode up to halt her horse beneath Sin.
"Come down now," she said. "We need to make camp, Shin. Come down, it's no use. The sun's almost gone. We can try again tomorrow." Shin tightened her grip on the broken outcrops of stone and brick. Grimacing, the captain sidestepped the mount closer to the wall, then reached up to pull Shin from her perch. Squealing, the girl lunged upward,
one hand shooting into a hole. His strength, his will was gone. A short rest, then he could begin again. A short rest, the voices below drifting away. It didn't matter. Sleep, now, the dark, warm embrace, drawing him down, ever deeper, then a blush of sweet golden light, wind rippling yellow grasses, and he was free, all pain gone. This, he realized, was not sleep. It was death, the return to the most ancient memory buried in each human soul. Grasslands, the sun and wind, the warmth and click of insects, dark herds in the distance, the lone trees with their vast canopies and the cool shade beneath, where lions dozed, tongues lolling, flies dancing round in different languid eyes. Death, and this long-buried seed, we return. We return to the world. And she reached for him, then her hand damp with sweat, small and soft, prying his fingers loose from the rock they gripped. Blood sticking, she clutched at his hand, as if filled with fierce need, and he knew the child within her belly was calling out in its own silent language, its own needs, so demanding. Nails dug into the cuts on his hand, bottle jolted awake, eyes blinking, daylight almost gone, and a small hand reaching through from outside, grasping and tugging at his own.
Help! Help you outside! Help us!
As she reached up yet further to tug the girl down, Sort saw Shin's head snap around, saw something blazing in her eyes as she stared down at the captain. What now? And then there came a faint voice, seemingly from the very stones. Faradan Sort's eyes widened. Sin? The girl's hand shoved into that crack. It was holding on to something. Someone. Oh, gods below! Crunching sounds outside, boots digging into stone, then gloved fingers slipped round one edge beside the child's forearm, and Bottle heard. You! Inside, who? Can you hear me? A woman. Accented airly, familiar, 14th Army, Bottle said. Malazans. The child's grip tightened. Upon's pull, soldier, the woman said in Malazan. Sin, let go of him. I need room. Make the hole bigger. Let go of him. It's all right. You were right. We're going to get them out. Shin? The shouts from below were getting louder. Cuttle, calling up something about a way out, Bottle twisted to call back down. Cuttle, we've been found. They're going to dig us out. Let everyone know. Sin's hand released his, withdrew. The woman spoke again. Soldier, move away from the hole. I'm going to use my sword, Captain. Is that you? Aye. Now move back and cover your eyes. What? Oh, where'd all those children come from? Is that one of Fiddler's squad with them? Get down there, Shin. There's another way out. Help them. The sword point dug into the concreted brick and stone. Chips danced down. Cuttle was climbing up from below, grunting. We got to widen this some more, Bottle, that runt who dropped down the hole. We sent Smiles after her, a tunnel, angling back up and out. A looter's tunnel. The children are all out. Good, Cuttle. It's the captain. The adjunct. She must have waited for us, sent searchers out to find us. That makes no sense. You're right, Faradan Sort cut in. They've marched, soldiers. It's just me and Sin. They left you behind? No, we deserted. Sin knew. She knew you were still alive. Don't ask me how. Her brother's down here, Cuttle said. Corporal Shard. Alive. We think so, Captain. How many days has it been? 3, 4 nights if you count the breach. Now no more questions, and cover your eyes. She chopped away at the hole, tugged loose chunks of brick and stone. The dusk air swept in, cool and, despite all the dust, sweet in Bottle's lungs. Faradan Sort began work on one large chunk and broke her sword, a stream of Corelry curses.
That your storm wall sword, Captain? I'm sorry. Don't be an idiot. But your scabbard? Aye, my scabbard. The sword it belonged to got left behind in somebody. Now, let me save my breath for this. And she began chopping away with the broken sword. Hood-damned piece of Falari junk. The huge stone groaned, then slid away, taking the captain with it. A heavy thump from the ground beyond and below, then more cursing. Bottle clawed his way into the gap, dragged himself through, then was suddenly tumbling down, landing hard, rolling, winded onto his stomach. After a long moment, he managed a gasp of air, and he lifted his head to find himself staring at the captain's boots. Bottle arched, raised a hand and saluted, briefly. You managed that better the last time, Bottle. Captain, I'm Smiles. You know, soldier, it was a good thing you assumed half the load I dumped on Smiles's back. If you hadn't done that, well, you likely wouldn't have lived this long. He saw her turn, heard a grunted snarl, then one boot lifted, moved out slightly to the side, hovered above Bottle's rat, then stamped down as his hand shot out, knocked the foot aside at the last moment. The captain stumbled, then swore, "Have you lost your mind?" Bottle rolled closer to the rat, collected her in both hands and held her against his chest as he settled down onto his back. Not this time, Captain. This is my rat. She saved our lives, vile, disgusting creatures. Not her. Not Yatan. Faradan sort stared down at him. She is named Yatan? I just decided. Cuttle was clambering down. Gods, Captain. Quiet, sapper. If you've got the strength left, and you'd better you need to help the others out. Aye, Captain. He turned about and began climbing back up. Still lying on his back, Bottle closed his eyes. He stroked Yekatan's smooth-furred back. My darling, you're with me now. Ah, you're hungry. We'll take care of that. Soon you'll be waddling fat again, I promise. And you and your kits will be... Gods, there's more of you, isn't there? No problem. When it comes to your kind, there's never a shortage of food. He realized Smiles was standing over him, staring down. He managed a faint, embarrassed smile, wondering how much she'd heard, how much she'd just put together. All men are scum. So much for wondering. Coughing, crying, babbling, the soldiers were lying or sitting all around Gessler, who stood trying to make a count. The names, the faces, exhaustion blurred them all together. He saw Shard, with his sister Sin wrapped all around him like a babe, fast asleep, and there was something like shock in the corporal's staring, unseeing eyes. Tulip was nearby. His body was torn, shredded everywhere, but he dragged himself through without complaint, and now sat on a stone, silent and bleeding. Crump crouched near the cliffside, using rocks to pry loose a slab of melted gold, and lead, a stupid grin on his ugly, overlong face. And Smiles, surrounded by children, she looked miserable with all the attention, and Gessler saw her staring up at the night sky again and again and again, and that gesture he well understood. Bottle had pulled them through with his rat. Yatan. The sergeant shook his head. Well, why not? We're all rat worshippers right now. Oh, right. The roll call. Sergeant Cord with Ebron, limp and his broken leg. Sergeant Hellion, her jaw swollen in 2 places, one eye closed up and blood matting her hair, just now coming round under the tender ministrations of her corporal, Herb Tar, Coric, Smiles and Cuttle. Tavos Pond, Balgrid, Mayfly, Flashwit, Saltlick, Hanno, Shortnose and Masangilani, Belig Hahn, maybe, breathless and touchy, Deadsmell, Gout, Sands and Loeb, the sergeant's Thorn, Tissy and Balm, Widdershins, Uru Hella, Ramp, Scant and Ream, Throat-slitter, Gessler's gaze swung back to Tar, Corrick, Smiles, and Cuttle. Hood's breath. "Captain, we've lost 2. Every head turned. Corporal Tar shot to his feet, then staggered like a drunk, spinning to face the cliff wall.
Balm hissed. "Fiddler! And that prisoner! The bastards killed him, and he's hiding back in there, waiting for us to leave."
Korab had dragged the dying man as far as he could, and now both he and the Malazan were done. Crammed tight in a narrowing of the tunnel, the darkness devouring them, and Korab was not even sure he was going in the right direction. Had they been turned round, he could hear nothing, no one, all that dragging and pushing. They'd turned round, he was sure of it. No matter, they weren't going anywhere, never again. 2 skeletons buried beneath a dead city, no more fitting a barrow for a warrior of the apocalypse and a Malazan soldier. That seemed just poetic even. He would not complain, and when he stood at this sergeant's side at Hood's gate, he would be proud for the company. So much had changed inside him. He was no believer in causes, not any more. Certainty was an illusion, a lie. Fanaticism was poison in the soul, and the first victim in its inexorable, ever-growing list was compassion. Who could speak of freedom when one's own soul was bound in chains? He thought, now, finally, that he understood Toblekai, and it was all too late. This grand revelation, thus, I die a wise man, not a fool. Is there any difference? I still die after all. No, there is. I can feel it. That difference. I have cast off my chains. I have cast them off. A low cough, then. Korab. I am here, Malazan. Where? Where is that? In our tomb, alas. I am sorry, all strength has fled. I am betrayed by my own body. I am sorry. Silence for a moment, then a soft laugh. No matter. I've been unconscious. You should have left me. Where are the others? I don't know. I was dragging you. We were left behind, and now we're lost, and that's that. I am sorry. Enough of that, Korab. You dragged me. That explains all the bruises. For how long? How far? I do not know. A day, maybe. There was warm air, but then it was cool. It seemed to breathe in and out past us. But which breath was in and which was out? I do not know. And now there is no wind. A day. Are you mad? Why did you not leave me? Had I done so, Malazan, your friends would have killed me. Ah, there is that. But you know I don't believe you. You are right. It is simple. I could not. All right, that will do. Korab closed his eyes, the effort making no difference. He was probably blind by now. He had heard that prisoners left too long without light in their dungeon cells went blind. Blind before mad, but mad too eventually. And now he heard sounds drawing nearer from somewhere. He'd heard them before, a half-dozen times at least, and for a short while there had been faint shouting. Maybe that had been real. The demons of panic come to take the others, one by one. Sergeant, are you named Strings or Fiddler? Strings for when I'm lying, Fiddler for when I'm telling the truth. Ah, is that a Malazan trait then? Strange. No, not a trait. Mine, maybe. And how should I name you? Fiddler. Very well. A welcome gift, Fiddler. I was thinking, here I am, trapped, and yet it is only now, I think, that I have finally escaped my prison. Funny, isn't it?
Damned hilarious, Korab Bilan Thenu Alas. What?
Then, Korab said, reaching back to grasp Fiddler's harness once more. Gessler made to move past him. I can do that? No, I have dragged him this far. Fid. For Hood's sake, Gessler, I've never been in better hands. Chapter 8. Sarkanos, Ivindonus and Ganath stood looking down on the heaped corpses, the strewn pieces of flesh and fragments of bone. A field of battle knows only lost dreams, and the ghosts clutch futilely at the ground, remembering naught, but the last place of their lives, and the air is sullen now that the clangour is past, and the last moans of the dying have dwindled into silence. While this did not belong to them, they yet stood of Jagud. One can never know their thoughts, nor even their aspirations, but they were heard to speak then. All told, said Ganeth, this sordid tale here has ended, and there is no one left to heave the standard high and proclaim justice triumphant. This is a dark plain, said Eyvindonos, and I am mindful of such things, the sorrow untold unless witnessed. Not mindful enough, said Sarkanos. A bold accusation, said Eyvindonos, his tusks bared in anger. Tell me what I am blind to, tell me what greater sorrow exists than what we see before us. And Sarkanos made reply, darker plains lie beyond. Stellar fragment, Yath Alban, anonymous. There were times, Captain Ganot's Paran reflected, when a man could believe in nothing. No path taken could alter the future, and the future remained ever unknown even by the gods. Sensing those currents, the tumult that lay ahead achieved little except the loss of restful sleep, and a growing suspicion that all his efforts to shape that future were naught but conceit. He had pushed the horses hard, staying well clear of villages and hamlets where the mistress stalked, sowing her deadly seeds, gathering to herself the power of poisoned blood and 10,000 deaths by her hand. Before long he knew that toll would rise tenfold, yet for all his caution the stench of death was inescapable, arriving again and again as if from nowhere, and no matter how great the distance between him and inhabited areas. Whatever Poliel's need, it was vast, and Paran was fearful, for he could not understand the game she played here. Back in Darujistan, ensconced within the Finnist house, this land known as 7 Cities had seemed so far from the centre of things, or what he believed would soon become the centre of things. And it had been in part that mystery that had set him on this path, seeking to discover how what happened here would become enfolded into the greater scheme. Assuming, of course, that such a greater scheme existed, equally as likely he allowed this war among the gods would implode into a maelstrom of chaos. There had been need, he had once been told, for a master of the deck of dragons. There had been need, he had been told, for him. Paran had begun to suspect that, even then, it was already too late. This web was growing too fast, too snarled, for any single mind to fathom, except maybe Krupe, the famed eel of Darujistan.
Gods, I wish he was here, in my place, right now. Why wasn't he made the master of the deck of dragons, or maybe that incorrigible aplomb was naught but bravado, behind which the real Krupe cowered in terror. Imagine Reyest's thoughts? Paran smiled, recollecting. It had been early morning when that little fat man knocked on the door of the Finnist house, flushed of face and beaming up at the undead Jaghut tyrant, who opened it wide and stared down upon him with pitted eyes.
Then, hands fluttering and proclaiming something about a crucial meeting, Krupe somehow slid past the Azath guardian, waddling into the main hall and sinking with a delighted sigh of contentment into the plush chair beside the fireplace. An unexpected guest for breakfast, it seemed. Even rest could do nothing about it, or would not. The Jaghut had been typically reticent on the subject, and so Paran had found himself seated opposite the famed defier of Caladan Brood, this corpulent little man in his faded waistcoat, who had confounded the most powerful ascendants on Genabakis and watched him eat and eat, while somehow, at the same time, talking non-stop. Krupe knows the sad dilemma, yes, indeed, of sad befuddled master. Twice sad, nay, thrice sad, 4 times sad, ah, how usage of the dread word culminates. Cease now, Sir Krupe, lest we find ourselves weeping without surcease, lifting one greasy finger. Ah, but Master wonders, does he not? How can one man such as Krupe know all these things? What things you would also ask, given the chance, said Chance, Kruppe hastens to intercept with suitable answer. Had Kruppe such an answer, that is... But lo, he does not, and is that not the true wonder of it all? For Hood's sake, Paran cut in and got no further. Yes, indeed. For Hood's sake, indeed. Oh, you are brilliant and so worthy of the grand title of Master of the Deck of Dragons and Kruppe's most trusted friend. Hood at the very centre of things. Oh, yes, and that is why you must hasten forthwith to 7 cities. Paran stared, dumbfounded, wondering what detail in that barrage of words he had missed. What? The gods, dear precious friend of Kruppe's. They are at war, yes? Terrible thing, war. Terrible things, gods. The two together. Ah, most terrible. Terry, what? Oh, never mind, Kruppe never does. Why, 7 cities, even the gods cast shadows, master of the deck. But what do shadows cast? I don't know, gods. Kruppe's expression grew pained. Oh my, a nonsensical reply. Kruppe's faith in dubious friend lies shaking. No, shaken, not lies is. See how Kruppe shakens? No, not gods. How can gods be cast? Do not answer that. Such is the nature and unspoken agreement regards rhetoric. Now, where was Kruppe? Oh, yes. Most terrible crimes are in the offing off in 7 cities. Eggs have been laid, and schemes have hatched. One particularly large shell is about to be broken, and will have been broken by the time you arrive, which means it is as good as broken right now. So what are you waiting for? In fact, foolish man, you are already too late, or will be by then, and if not then soon, in the imminent sense of the word. Soon, then, you must go, despite it being too late. I suggest you leave tomorrow morning and make use of warrens and other nefarious paths of inequity to hasten your hopeless quest to arrive. On time and in due time, you will indeed arrive, and then you must walk the singular shadow between dare Kruppe utter such dread words, between life and death, the wavy, blurry metaphor so callously and indifferently trespassed by things that should know better. Now you have worn out Kruppe's ears, distended Kruppe's largesse unto bursting his trouser belt, and heretofore otherwise exhausted his vast intellect. He rose with a grunt, then patted his tummy. A mostly acceptable repast, although Kruppe advises that you inform your cook that the figs were veritably mummified from the Jaghoot's own store, one must assume, yes. There had been some sense, Paran had eventually concluded, within that quagmire of verbosity. Enough to frighten him, in any case, leading him to a more intense examination of the deck of dragons, wherein the chaos was more pronounced than it ever had been before. And there, in its midst, the glimmer of a path, a way through, perhaps simply imagined, an illusion. But he would have to try, although the thought terrified him. He was not the man for this. He was stumbling, half-blind, within a vortex of converging powers, and he found he was struggling to maintain even the illusion of control. Seeing Apsalar again had been an unexpected gift. A girl no longer, yet it appeared as deadly as ever. Nonetheless, something like humanity had revealed itself there in her eyes every now and then. He wondered what she had gone through since Cotillion had been banished from her outside Darujistan, beyond what she had been willing to tell him, that is, and he wondered if she would complete her journey to come out the other end, reborn one more time. He rose in his stirrups to stretch his legs, scanning the south for the telltale shimmer that would announce his destination. Nothing but heat haze yet, and rugged, treeless hills rising humped on the pan. 7 cities was a hot, blasted land, and he decided that even without plague, he didn't like it much. One of those hills suddenly vanished in a cloud of dust and flying debris, then a thundering boom drummed through the ground, startling the horses. As he struggled to calm them, especially his own mount, which had taken this opportunity to renew its efforts to unseat him, bucking and kicking, he sensed something else rolling out from the destroyed mound, Omtos Felak. settling his horse as best he could, Paran collected the reins and rode at a slow, jumpy canter towards the ruined hill. As he neared, he could hear crashing sounds from within the barrow, for a barrow it was, and when he was 30 paces distant, part of a desiccated body was flung from the hole, skidding in a clatter through the rubble. It came to a stop. Then one arm lifted tremulously, dropping back down a moment later. A bone-helmed skull flew into view, ropes of hair twisting about to bounce and roll in the dust. Paran reined in, watching as a tall, gaunt figure climbed free of the barrow, slowly straightening. Grey-green skin, trailing dusty cobwebs, wearing a silver-clasped harness and baldric of iron mail from which hung knives in copper scabbards, the various metals blackened or green with verdigris. Whatever clothing had once covered the figure's body had since rotted away. A Jaghut woman, her long black hair drawn into a single tail that reached down to the small of her back. Her tusks were silver-sheathed and thus black. She slowly looked round, her gaze finding and settling on him. Vertical pupils set in amber studied Paran from beneath a heavy brow. He watched her frown, then she asked, "What manner of creature are you?" "A well-mannered one," Paran replied, attempting a smile. She had spoken in the Jaghut tongue, and he had understood somehow one of the many gifts granted by virtue of being the master. Or long proximity with Reist and his endless muttering? Either way, Paran surprised himself by replying in the same language, at which her frown deepened. "You speak my tongue as would an Emas. Had any Emas bothered to learn it, or a Jaghut whose tusks had been pulled?" Paran glanced over at the partial corpse lying nearby. An Emas, like that one. She drew her thin lips back in what he took to be a smile. A guardian left behind. It had lost its vigilance. Undead have a tendency towards boredom and carelessness. Talan Imas? If others are near, they will come now. I have little time. Talan Imas? None, Jaghut. None anywhere close. You are certain. I am, reasonably. You have freed yourself. Why? Freedom needs an excuse. She brushed dust and webs from her lean body, then faced west. One of my rituals has been shattered. I must needs repair it. Paran thought about that, then asked, a binding ritual. Something or someone was imprisoned, and, like you just now, it seeks freedom. She looked displeased with the comparison. Unlike the entity I imprisoned, I have no interest in conquering the world. Oh, I am Ganos Paran. Ganeth, you look pitiful, like a malnourished Emas. Are you here to oppose me? He shook his head. I was but passing by, Ganeth. I wish you good fortune. She suddenly turned, stared eastward, head cocking. Something, he asked. Talan Imas. She glanced at him. I am not certain. Perhaps nothing. Tell me, is there a sea south of here? Was there one when you were not yet in your barrow? Yes. Paran smiled. Ganath, there is indeed a sea just south of here, and it is where I am headed. Then I shall travel with you. Why do you journey there? To talk with some people, and you? I thought you were in a hurry to repair that ritual. I am, yet I find a more pressing priority. And that is? The need for a bath. Too bloated to fly. The vultures scattered with outraged cries, hopping and waddling with wings crooked, leaving the once human feast exposed in their wake. Apsalar slowed her steps, not sure whether she wanted to continue walking down this main street, although the raucous chattering and bickering of feeding vultures sounded from the side avenues as well, leading her to suspect that no alternative route was possible. The villagers had died suffering. There was no mercy in this plague, for it had carved a long, tortured path to Hood's Gate. Swollen glands, slowly closing the throat, making it impossible to eat solid food and narrowing the air passages, making every breath drawn agony, and in the gut, gases distending the stomach, blocked from any means of escape. They eventually burst the stomach lining, allowing the victim's own acids to devour them from within. These, alas, were the final stages of the disease. Before then, there was fever so hot that brains were cooked in the skull, driving the person half mad, a state from which, even were the disease somehow halted then and there was no recovery. Eyes wept mucus, ears bled, flesh grew gelatinous at the joints. This was the mistress in all her sordid glory. The two skeletal reptiles accompanying Apsalar had sprinted ahead, entertaining themselves by frightening the vultures and bursting through buzzing masses of flies. Now they scampered back, unmindful of the blackened, half-eaten corpses they clambered over. "Not Apsalar, you are too slow. No, Tilarast," cried Curdle. "Not slow enough. Yes, not slow enough. We like this village. We want to play." Leading her placid horse, Apsalar began picking her way down the street. A score of villagers had crawled out here for some unknown reason, perhaps in some last pathetic attempt to escape what could not be escaped. They had died clawing and fighting each other. "You are welcome to stay as long as you like," she said to the two creatures. "That cannot be," Telerast said. "We are your guardians, after all, your sleepless, ever-vigilant sentinels. We shall stand guard over you no matter how diseased and disgusting you become." "And then we'll pick out your eyes." "Curdle, don't tell her that." "Well, we'll wait until she's sleeping, of course, thrashing in fever." "Exactly. She'll want us to by then anyway." "I know, but we've walked through 2 villages now and she still isn't sick. I don't understand. All the other mortals are dead or dying. What makes her so special? Chosen by the usurpers of shadow, that's why she can just saunter through with her nose in the air. We may have to wait before we can pick out her eyes." Apsalar stepped past the heap of corpses. Just ahead, the village came to an abrupt end, and beyond stood the charred remnants of 3 outlying buildings. A crow-haunted cemetery surmounted a nearby low hill where stood a lone goldinder tree. The black birds crowded the branches in sullen silence. A few makeshift platforms attested to some early efforts at ceremony to attend the dead, but clearly that had been short-lived. A dozen white goats stood in the tree's shade, watching Apsalar as she continued on down the road, flanked by the skeletons of Telerast and Curdle. Something had happened far to the north and west. No, she could be more precise than that. Yegatan. There had been a battle, and the committing of a terrible crime. Yegatan's lust for Malazan blood was legendary, and Apsalar feared that it had drunk deep once more. In every land there were places that saw battle again and again, an endless succession of slaughter, and more often than not such places held little strategic value in any greater scheme, or were ultimately indefensible, as if the very rocks and soil mocked every conqueror foolish enough to lay claim to them. Cotillion's thoughts, these, he had never been afraid to recognize futility and the world's pleasure in defying human grandiosity. She passed the last of the burned-out buildings, relieved to have left their stench behind, rotting bodies she was used to, but something of that charred reek slipped beneath her senses like a premonition. It was nearing dusk. Apsalar climbed back into the saddle and gathered up the reins. She would attempt the Warren of Shadow, even though she already knew it was too late. Something had happened at Wigatan. At the very least, she could look upon the wounds left behind and pick up the trail of the survivors, if any existed. "She dreams of death," Telerast said, "and now she's angry. With us. Yes, no, yes, no. Ah, she's opened a Warren, Shadow, lifeless trail winding through lifeless hills. We shall perish from ennui. Wait, don't leave us." They climbed out of the pit, to find a banquet awaiting them. A long table, 4 high-backed Antan-style chairs, a candelabra in the centre bearing 4 thick-stemmed beeswax candles, the golden light flickering down on silver plates heaped with Malazan delicacies. Oily Santos fish from the shoals off Khartoum, baked with butter and spices in clay, strips of marinated venison, smelling of almonds in the northern Devorian style, grouse from the Seti plains, stuffed with bullberries and sage, baked gourds and fillets of snake from Dal Hon, assorted braised vegetables and 4 bottles of wine, a Malaz Island white from the Paran estates, warmed rice wine from Itko Khan, a full-bodied red from Gris, and the orange-tinted Belak wine from the Napan Isles. Kalam stood staring at the bounteous apparition as Stormy, with a grunt, walked over, boots puffing in the dust, and sat down in one of the chairs, reaching for the Grisian red. "Well," Quick Ben said, dusting himself off, "this is nice. Who's the 4th chair for, you think?" Kalam looked up at the looming bulk of the sky. "Keep. I'd rather not think about that," snorting sounds from Stormy as he launched into the venison strips. "Do you suspect?" Quick Ben ventured as he sat down. "There is some significance to the selection provided us." He collected an alabaster goblet and poured himself a helping of the Paran white. "Or is it the sheer decadence that he wants to rub our noses in?" "My nose is just fine," Stormy said, tipping his head to one side and spitting out a bone. "Gods, I could eat all of this myself. Maybe I will at that." Sighing, Kalam joined them at the table. "All right, at least this gives us time to talk about things." He saw the wizard glance suspiciously at Stormy. "Relax, quick. I doubt Stormy can hear us above his own chewing." "Ha!" The Falari laughed, spitting fragments across the table, one landing with a plop in the wizard's goblet. "As if I give a hood's toenail about all your self-important preening. You two want to talk yourselves blue? Go right ahead. I won't waste my time listening." Quick Ben found a silver meat spear and delicately picked a piece of venison from the goblet. He took a tentative sip, made a face, and poured the wine away. As he refilled the goblet, he said, "Well, I'm not entirely convinced Stormy here is irrelevant to our conversation." The red-bearded soldier looked up, small eyes narrowing with sudden unease. "I couldn't be more irrelevant if I tried," he said in a growl, reaching again for the bottle of red. Kalam watched the man's throat bob as he downed mouthful after mouthful. "It's that sword," said Quick Ben. "That Talan Imas sword. How did you come by it, Stormy?" "Huh, Santos. In Falar, only poor people eat those ugly fish, and the Kartuli call it a delicacy. Idiots." He collected one and began scooping the red, oily flesh from the clay shell. "It was given to me," he said, "for safekeeping." "By a Talan Imas?" Kalam asked. "Aye? So it plans on coming back for it."
If it can, aye. Why would a Telanimas give you its sword? They generally use them a lot. Not where it was headed? Assassin. What's this? Some kind of bird? Yes, said Quick Ben. Grouse. So where was the Telanimas headed then? Grouse. What's that, some kind of duck? It went into a big wound in the sky to seal it. The wizard leaned back. Don't expect it any time soon then.
"Well, it took the head of a Tiste Edur with it, and that head was still alive. Truth was the only one who saw that. The other Telanimas didn't, not even the bonecaster. Small wings surprised the thing could fly at all." "Not very well, huh? Since someone caught it." He finished the Grisian and tossed away the bottle. It thumped in the thick dust. Stormy then reached for the Napan Bilak. "You know what's the problem with you two? I'll tell you the problem. You both think too much, and you think that by thinking so much you get somewhere with all that thinking. Only you don't. Look, it's simple. Something you don't like gets in your way, you kill it. And once you kill it, you can stop thinking about it, and that's that." "Interesting philosophy, Stormy," said Quick Ben. "But what if that something is too big or too many, or nastier than you. Then you cut it down to size, wizard. And if you can't, then you find someone else who can. Maybe they end up killing each other, and that's that. He waved the half-empty bottle of Bilac. You think you can make all sorts of plans? Idiots. I squat down and shit on your plans. Kalam smiled at Quick Ben. Stormy's onto something there, maybe? The wizard scowled. What, squatting? No, finding someone else to do the dirty work for us. We're old hands at that, Quick, aren't we? Only it gets harder. Quick Ben gazed up at the sky. Keep all right. Let me think. Oh, we're in trouble now, Stormy, said Kalam. You're drunk. I ain't drunk. 2 bottles of wine don't get me drunk. Not Stormy, they don't. The question, said the wizard, is this: who or what defeated the Kaychain Shamal of the first time round, and then is that powerful force still alive? Once we work out the answers to those, like I said, the Falari growled, you talk and talk and talk, and you ain't getting a damned thing. Quick Ben settled back, rubbing at his eyes. Fine, then. Go on, Stormy. Let's hear your brilliance. First, you're assuming those lizard things are your enemy in the first place. Third, if the legends are true, those lizards defeated themselves. So what in Hood's soiled trousers are you panicking about? Second, the Adjunct wanted to know all about them, and where they're going, and all that. Well, the Sky Keeps ain't going nowhere, and we already know what's inside 'em, so we done our job. You idiots want to break into one. What for? You ain't got a clue what for, and 5, you gonna finish that white wine, wizard, 'cause I ain't touching that rice piss. Quick Ben slowly sat forward and slid the bottle towards Stormy. No better gesture of defeat was possible, Kalam decided. Finish up, everyone, he said, so we can get out of this damned warren and back to the 14th. Something else, said Quick Ben. I wanted to talk about, so go ahead, Stormy said expansively, waving a grouse leg. Stormy's got your answers. Yes, he does. I've heard stories. A Malazan escort clashing with a fleet of strange ships off the Jani coast. From the descriptions of the foe, they sound like Tiste Edur. Stormy, that ship of yours, what was it called? The Solander. Dead grey-skinned folk, all cut down on the deck, and the ship's captain speared right through, pinned to his hood-damned chair in his cabin. Gods below the arm that threw that. And Tiste Andy heads, bodies were below, manning the sweeps. Those grey-skinned folk were Tiste Edur. Quick Ben said, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't put the two together, but something about them makes me nervous. Where did that Tiste Edur fleet come from? Kalam grunted, then said, It's a big world, Quick. They could have come from anywhere, blown off course by some storm, or on an exploratory mission of some kind. More like raiding, Stormy said. If they attacked right off like they did anyway, where we found the Solander in the first place, there'd been a battle there, too, against Tiste Andy, Messi. Quick Ben sighed and rubbed his eyes again. Near Coral, during the Pannion War, the body of a Tiste Edur was found. It had come up from deep water. He shook his head. I've a feeling we haven't seen the last of them. The Shadow Realm, Kalam said. It was theirs once, and now they want it back. The wizard's gaze narrowed on the assassin. Cotillion told you this? Kalam shrugged. It keeps coming back to Shadowthrone, doesn't it? No wonder I'm nervous. That slimy, slippery bastard. Oh, Hood's balls, Stormy groaned. Give me that rice piss if you're going to go on and on. Shadowthrone ain't scary. Shadowthrone's just Amarnas, and Amarnas is just Kellanved, just like Cotillion's Dancer. Hood knows we knew the Emperor well enough, and Dancer they up to something. No surprise. They were always up to something from the very start. I tell you both right now, he paused for a swig of rice wine, made a face, then continued, When all the dust's settled, they'll be shining like pearls atop a dung heap.
Gods, elder gods, dragons, undead spirits, and the scary empty face of the abyss itself. They won't none of them stand a chance. You want to worry about Tiste Edur, wizard? Go ahead. Maybe they ruled Shadow once, but Shadow Throne ill take 'em down, him and Dancer. He belched. And you know why? I'll tell you why. They never fight fair, that's why. Kalam looked over at the empty chair, and his eyes slowly narrowed.
Stumbling, crawling, or dragging themselves along through the bed of white ash. They all came to where Bottle sat, the sky a swirl of stars overhead, saying nothing, not one of those soldiers, but each in turn managing one gentle gesture, reaching out and with one finger touching the head of Wegatan the rat. Tender, with great reverence, until she bit that finger, and the hand would be snatched back with a hissed curse. One after another, Wegatan bit them all. She was hungry, Bottle explained, and pregnant, so he explained, or tried to, but no one was really listening. It seemed that they didn't even care, that her bite was part of the ritual, now a price of blood, the payment of sacrifice. He told those who would listen that she had bitten him too, but she hadn't. Not her, not him. Their souls were inextricably bound now, and things like that were complicated, profound even. He studied the creature where it was settled in his lap. Profound. Yes, that was the word. He stroked her head. My dear rat, my sweet, ow, damn you, bitch. Black, glittering eyes looked up at him, whiskered nose twitching. Vile, disgusting creatures. He set the creature down, and it could wander over a precipice for all he cared. Instead, the rat snuggled up against his right foot and curled into sleep. Bottle looked over at the makeshift camp, at the array of dim faces he could see here and there. No one had lit a fire. Funny that, in a sick way, they had come through it. Bottle still found it difficult to believe. And Jessler had gone back in, only to return a while later, followed by Korab Bilan Thenualas, the warrior dragging strings into view, then himself collapsing. Bottle could hear the man's snores that had been going on uninterrupted half the night. The sergeant was alive. The honey smeared into his wounds seemed to have delivered healing to match high denul, making it obvious that it had been anything but ordinary honey, as if the strange visions weren't proof enough of that. Still, even that was unable to replace the blood. Strings had lost, and that blood loss should have killed him. Yet now the sergeant slept, too weak to manage much else, but alive. Bottle wished he was as tired in that way, at least the kind that beckoned warm and welcoming, instead of this spiritual exhaustion that left his nerves frayed, images returning again and again of their nightmare journey among the buried bones of Wegatan, and with them the bitter taste of those moments when all seemed lost, hopeless. Captain Faradan's Sort and Sin had stashed away a supply of water casks and food packs, which they had since retrieved, but for Bottle, no amount of water could wash the taste of smoke and ashes from his mouth. And there was something else that burned still within him. The Adjunct had abandoned them, forcing the captain and Sin to desert. True enough, it was only reasonable to assume no one had been left alive. He knew his feeling was irrational, yet it gnawed at him nonetheless. The captain had talked about the plague sweeping towards them from the east and the need to keep the army well ahead of it. The Adjunct had waited as long as she could. Bottle knew all that. Still, "We're dead, you know." He looked over at Corrick, who sat cross-legged nearby, a child sleeping beside him. "If we're dead," Bottle said, "why do we feel so awful as far as the Adjunct's concerned? We're dead. We can just leave and go where, Corrick? Poliel stalks 7 cities. Ain't no plague gonna kill us. Not now." "You think we're immortal or something?" Bottle asked. He shook his head. "We survived this, sure, But that doesn't mean a damned thing. It sure as hood doesn't mean that the next thing to come along won't kill us right and quick. Maybe you're feeling immune to anything and everything the world can throw at us now. But believe me, we're not. Better that than anything else, Corrick muttered. Bottle thought about the soldier's words. You think some god decided to use us? Pulled us out for a reason. Either that, Bottle, or your rat's a genius. The rat was 4 legs and a good nose, Corrick. Her soul was bound by me. I was looking through her eyes, sensing everything she sensed. And did she dream when you dreamed? Well, I don't know. Did she run away then? No, but so she waited around for you to wake back up, so you could imprison her soul again. Bottle said nothing. Any god tries to use me, Corrick said in a low voice. It'll regret it. With all those fetishes you wear, Bottle noted, I'd have thought you'd be delighted at the attention. You're wrong. What I wear ain't for seeking blessings. Then what are they? Words. All of them. Corrick nodded. They make me invisible to gods, spirits, demons. Bottle studied the soldier through the gloom. Well, maybe they don't work. Depends, he replied. On what? Whether we're dead or not. Smiles laughed from nearby. Corrick's lost his mind. No surprise, it being so small, and things being so dark in there. Not like ghosts and all that, Corrick said in a sneering tone. You think like a 10-year-old smiles? Bottle winced. Something skittered off a rock close to Corrick, and the soldier started. What in Hood's name? That was a knife, Bottle said, having felt it whip past him. Amazing! She saved one for you. More than one, Smiles said. And Corrick, I wasn't aiming for your leg.
I told you you weren't immune, Bottle said. I'm never mind. I'm still alive, you were going to say. Then wisely decided not to. Gessler crouched down in front of the captain. We're a hairless bunch, he said, but otherwise pretty well mending, Captain. I don't know what made you believe in sin enough to run from the army, but I'm damned glad you did. You were all under my command, she said. Then you got too far ahead of me.
I did my best to find you, but the smoke, the flames, all too much. She looked away. I didn't want to leave it at that. How many did the Legion lose? Gessler asked. She shrugged. Maybe 2,000. Soldiers were still dying. We were trapped, Fist, Keneb and Beralta, and about 800 on the wrong side of the breach, until Sin pushed the fire back. Don't ask me how. They say she's a high mage of some kind. There was nothing addled about her that night, Sergeant, and I didn't think she was addled when she tried getting back into the city. Nodding, Gessler was silent for a moment. Then he rose. I wish I could sleep, and it looks like I'm not alone in that. I wonder why that is. The stars, Sergeant, said Faradan Sort. They're glittering down. I might be that and nothing more. Nothing more, I would think. More than enough. He looked down at the small bite on his right index finger. All for a damned rat, too. All of you fools are probably infected with plague now. He started, then smiled. Let the bitch try. Balm rubbed the last crusted mud from his face, then scowled over at his corporal. You, dead smell, you think I didn't hear you praying and gibbering down there? You ain't fooled me about nothing worth fooling about. The man, leaning against a rock, kept his eyes closed as he replied, Sergeant, you keep trying, but we know. We all know. You all know what? Why you're talking and still talking. What are you talking about? You're glad to be alive, Sergeant, and you're glad your squads made it through in one piece, the only one barring Fids and maybe Hellions, as far as I can tell. We were charmed, and that's all there was to it. Damned charmed, and you still can't believe it. Well, neither can we, all right. Balm spat into the dust. Listen to you mewling on and on, sentimental tripe, all of it. I'm wondering who cursed me so that I'm still stuck with all of you. Fiddler, I can understand. He's a bridge burner, and gods run when they see a bridge burner. But you ain't nobody, and that's what I don't get. In fact, if I did get it, Herb, he's as bad as the priest who disappeared. The once priest? What was his name again? What did he look like? Nothing like Herb, that's for sure, but just as treacherous, treasonous, just as rotten and vile as whatever his name was. He ain't my corporal no more, that's for sure. I want to kill him. Oh gods, my head aches, my jaw, my teeth all loose. Captain says she needs more sergeants. Well, she can have him, and whatever squad he ends up with has my prayers and pity, that's for sure. Said there were spiders, and maybe there were, and maybe I wasn't conscious, so's I couldn't go crazy, which maybe I would have done, but that don't change one truth, and that's for sure as sure can be that they crawled on me. All over me, I can still feel where their little sticky pointy legs dug into my skin. All over, everywhere, and he just let him do it. Maybe Captain's got a bottle of something. Maybe if I call her over and talk real sweet, real sane and reasonable, maybe then they'd untie me. I won't kill Herb. I promise you can have him, Captain. That's what I'll say, and she'll hesitate, I would, but then nod, the idiot, and cut these ropes, and hand me a bottle, and I'll finish it, and everybody'll say, hey, it's all right, then she's back to normal. And that's when I'll go for his throat. With my teeth, no, they're loose, can't use 'em for that. Find a knife? That's what I have to do. Or a sword. I could trade the bottle for a sword. I did it the other way round, didn't I? Half the bottle. I'll drink the other half a bottle, half a sword, a knife, half a bottle for a knife, which I'll stick in his throat, then trade back for the other half of the bottle. If I'm quick, that should work fine. I get the knife and the whole bottle. But first, she should untie me. That's only fair. I'm fine, as everyone can see. Peaceful, thoughtful, sergeant. What is it, Herb? I think you still want to kill me. What makes you say that? The way you growl and gnash your teeth, I guess. Not me, that's for sure. Oh, that's why my teeth still hurt, so I've made them even looser with all that gnashing. Gods, I used to dream stuff like this, my teeth all coming loose. The bastard punched me, no different from that man who disappeared. What was his name again? Flashwit levered her bulk further down in the soft bed. Her weight had impressed in the sand. I wish, she said. Mayfly pursed her lips, then adjusted the nose she'd had broken more times than she could count. Moving it around made clicking sounds that she found, for some reason, vaguely satisfying. You wish what? I wish I knew things, I guess. What things? Well, listen to Bottle there, and Gesler and Deadsmell. They're smart. They talk about things and all that other stuff. That's what I wish. Yeah, well, all those brains are going to waste, though, ain't they? What do you mean? Mayfly snorted. You and me, Flashwit? We're heavy infantry, right? We plant our feet and we make the stand, and it don't matter what it's for. None that don't matter. But Bottle, Waste, Flashwit, they're soldiers for Tretch's sake. Soldiers, so who needs brains to soldier? They just get in the way of soldierin', and it's no good things getting in the way. They figure things out, and that gives them opinions, and then maybe they don't want to fight as much no more. Why wouldn't they want to fight no more 'cause of opinions? It's simple Flashwit. Trust me, if soldiers thought too much about what they're doing, they wouldn't fight no more. So how come I'm so tired anyway, only I can't sleep? That's simple too. It is.
Yeah, and it ain't the stars neither. We're waiting for the sun to come up. We all want to see that sun, because it was looking like we'd never see it no more. Yeah, a long contemplative silence then. I wish. Now what do you wish? Only that I was smart as you, Mayfly. You're so smart you got no pinions, and that's pretty smart, and it makes me wonder if you ain't going twaist being a heavy in that. A soldier. I ain't smart. Flashwit.
Trust me on that. And you know how I know? No, how? 'Cause down there, you and me, and Saltlick, and Shortnose, and Uru Hella, and Hanno, us heavies. We didn't get scared, not one of us, and that's how I know. It wasn't scary. Juice dark, and it seemed to go on forever and waitin' for bottle to get us through. Well, that got boring sometimes, you know. Right. And did the fire get you scared? Well, burnin' hurt, didn't it? Sure did. I didn't like that.
Me neither. So, what do you think we're all going to do now? The 14th? Don't know. Save the world, maybe? Yeah, maybe. I'd like that. Me too. Hey, is that the sun coming up? Well, it's east where it's getting brighter, so I guess, yeah, it must be. Great. I've been waiting for this, I think. Cuttle found Sergeants Thorne, Tisse, Cord, and Gessler gathered near the base of the slope leading up to the west road. It seemed they weren't much interested in the rising sun. You're all looking serious, the sapper said. We got a walk ahead of us, Gessler said. That's all. The Adjunct had no choice. Cuttle said. That was a firestorm. There was no way she could have known there'd be survivors digging under it all that way. Gessler glanced at the other two sergeants, then nodded. It's all right, Cuttle. We know we're not contemplating murder or anything. Cuttle turned to face the camp. Some of the soldiers are thinking wrong on all of this. Aye, said Cord, but we'll put 'em straight on it before this day's out. Good thing is, he hesitated, turning back to the sergeants. I've been thinking on that. Who in Hood's name is going to believe us? More like we did our own deal with the Queen of Dreams. After all, we got one of Leoman's officers with us. And now, with the captain and Shin going and getting themselves outlawed, well, it could be seen we're all traitors or something. We made no deal with the Queen of Dreams, Cord said. Are you sure about that? All three sergeants looked at him then. Cuttle shrugged. Bottle, he's a strange one. Maybe he did make some deal with somebody. Maybe the Queen of Dreams, maybe some other god. He'd have told us, wouldn't he? Gessler asked. Hard to say. He's a sneaky bastard. I'm getting nervous about that damned rat biting every one of us, like it knew what it was doing, and we didn't. Just a wild rat, said Thorne Tisse. Ain't nobody's pet, so why wouldn't it bite? Gessler said, Listen, Cuttle. Sounds like you're just finding new things to worry about. What's the point of doing that? What we've got ahead of us right now is a long walk, and us with no armor, no weapons, and virtually no clothing, the sun's gonna bake people crisp. We need to find a village, Cord said, and hope to Hood plague ain't found it first. There you go, Cuttle, Gessler said, grinning. Now you got another thing to worry about. Paran began to suspect that his horse knew what was coming, nostrils flaring, tossing its head as it shied and stamped, fighting the reins all the way down the trail. The freshwater sea was choppy, silty waves in the bay, rolling up to batter at sun-bleached limestone crags. Dead desert bushes poked skeletal limbs out of the muddy shallows and insects swarmed everywhere. This is not the ancient sea, Ganeth said as she approached the shoreline. No, Paran admitted. Half a year ago, Raraku was a desert and had been for thousands of years. Then there was a rebirth of sorts. It will not last. Nothing lasts. He eyed the Jaghood woman for a moment. She stood looking out on the ochre waves, motionless for a dozen heartbeats. Then she made her way down into the shallows. Paran dismounted and hobbled the horses, narrowly evading an attempted bite from the gelding he had been riding. He unpacked his camp kit and set about building a hearth. Plenty of driftwood about, including entire uprooted trees, and it was not long before he had a cook-fire lit. Finished her bathing, Ganeth joined him and stood nearby, water streaming down her oddly coloured, smooth skin. The spirits of the deep springs have awakened, she said.
It feels as if this place is young once again. Young and raw, I do not understand. Paran nodded. Young, aye, and vulnerable. Yes. Why are you here, Ganeth? It might be safer for you if you left. When do you begin the ritual? It's already begun. She glanced away. You are a strange god, riding a miserable creature that dreams of killing you, building a fire with which to cook food. Tell me, in this new world are all gods such as you? I'm not a god, Paran said, in place of the ancient tiles of the holds, and I'll grant you I'm not sure that's what they were called. In any case, there is now the deck of dragons, a fatted containing the high houses. I am the master of that deck, a master in the same manner as the errant. Who? The master of the holds in my time, she replied. I suppose so, then. He was an ascendant Ganos Paran, worshipped as a god by enclaves of Imas, Bargast and Trell. They kept his mouth filled with blood. He never knew thirst, nor peace. I wonder how he fell. I think I'd like to know that detail myself, Paran said, shaken by the Jaggert's words. No one worships me, Ganath. They will. You are newly ascended. Even in this world of yours, I am certain that there is no shortage of followers, of those who are desperate to believe. And they will hunt down others and make of them victims. They will cut them and fill bowls with their innocent blood, in your name, Ganos Paran, and so beseech your intercession, your adherence to whatever cause they righteously fashion. The errant thought to defeat them, as you might well seek to do, and so he became the god of change. He walked the path of neutrality, yet flavoured it with a pleasure taken in impermanence. The errant's enemy was ennui, stagnation. This is why the four-cruel assails sought to annihilate him, and all his mortal followers. She paused, then added, perhaps they succeeded. The assail were never easily diverted from their chosen course. Paran said nothing. There were truths in her words that even he recognized, and they now weighed upon him, settling heavy and imponderable upon his spirit. Burdens were born from the loss of innocence, naivete. While the innocent yearned to lose their innocence, those who had already done so in turn envied the innocent and knew grief in what they had lost. Between the two, no exchange of truths was possible. He sensed the completion of an internal journey, and Paran found he did not appreciate recognizing that fact, nor the place where he now found himself. It did not suit him that ignorance remained inextricably bound to innocence, and the loss of one meant the loss of the other. I have troubled your mind, Ganos Paran. He glanced up, then shrugged. You have been timely. Much to my regret. Yet still, he shrugged again, perhaps all for the best. She faced the sea again, and he followed her gaze. A sudden calm upon the modest bay before them, whilst whitecaps continued to chop the waters beyond. What is happening? She asked.
They're coming!
Some distant clamour now, rising as if from a deep cavern, and the sunset seemed to have grown sickly, its very fires slave to a chaotic tumult, as if the shades of 100,000 sunsets and sunrises now waged celestial war, whilst the horizons closed in, flickering with darkness, smoke, and racing storms of sand and dust. A stirring upon the pellucid waters of the bay, silt clouds rising from beneath, and the calm was spreading outward now, south, stilling the sea's wildness. Ganath stepped back. What have you done? Muted but growing the scuffle and rumble, the clangour and throat hum, the sound of marching armies, the echoing of locked shields, the tympanous beat of iron and bronze weapons upon battered rims, of wagons creaking and churning rutted roads, and now the susurration, thrumming collisions, walls of horseflesh hammering into rows of raised pikes, the animal screams filling the air, then fading, only for the collision to repeat, louder this time, closer. And there was a violent patter cutting a swath across the bay, leaving a pale, muddy red road in its wake that bled outward, edges tearing even as it sank down into the depths. Voices now crying out, bellowing, piteous and enraged. a cacophony of enmeshed lives, each one seeking to separate itself, seeking to claim its own existence, unique, a thing with eyes and voice. Fraught minds clutching at memories that tore away like shredded banners, with every gush of lost blood, with every crushing failure. Soldiers dying, ever dying. Paran and Ganeth watched as colourless, sodden standards pierced the surface of the water, the spears lifting into the air, streaming mud, standards, banners, pikes, bearing grisly, rotting trophies, rising along the entire shoreline now. Riraku Sea had given up its dead, in answer to the call of one man. White like slashes of absence, bone hands gripping shafts of black wood, forearms beneath tattered leather and corroded vambraces, and then, lifting clear of the water, rotted helms and flesh-stripped faces. Human, Trell, Barghast, Emas, Jaghut, the races and all their race wars. Oh, could I drag every mortal historian down here, to this shore, so that they could look upon our true role, our progression of hatred and annihilation. How many would seek, desperate in whatever zealotry gripped them, to hunt reasons and justifications? Causes, crimes and justices, Paran's thoughts stuttered to a halt as he realized that, like Ganeth, he had been backing up, step by step, pushed back in the face of revelation. Oh, these messengers would earn so much displeasure and vilification. And these dead, oh, how they'd laugh, understanding so well the defensive tactic of all-out attack. The dead mock us all, and need say nothing. All those enemies of reason, yet not reason as a force or a god, not reason in the cold, critical sense. Reason only in its purest armour, when it strides forward into the midst of those haters of tolerance. O gods below, I am lost. Lost in all of this. You cannot fight unreason, and as these dead multitudes will tell you, are telling you even now, certitude is the enemy. These, Ganath whispered, these dead have no blood to give you, Ganoes Paran. They will not worship, they will not follow, they will not dream of glory in your eyes. They are done with that, with all of that. What do you see, Ganoes Paran, in these staring holes that once were eyes? What do you see? Answers, he replied. Answers, her voice was harsh with rage. To what? Not replying, Paran forced himself forward, one step, then another. The first ranks stood upon the shore's verge, foam swirling round their skeletal feet. Behind them thousands upon thousands of kin, clutching weapons of wood, bone, horn, flint, copper, bronze and iron, arrayed in fragments of armour, fur, hide. Silent, now motionless. The sky overhead was dark, lowering, and yet still, as if a storm had drawn its first breath, only to hold it. Paran looked upon that ghastly rank facing him. He was not sure how to do this. He had not even known if his summoning would succeed. And now, there are so many. He cleared his throat, then began calling out names. Shank, Aimless, Runter, Ditoran, Buckland, Hedge, Mulch, Toes, Trots, and still more names as he scoured his memory, his recollection, for every Bridgeburner he knew had died. At Coral, beneath Pale, in Black Dog Forest and Mott Wood, north of Genebaris and northeast of Nathalog, names he had once fixed in his mind as he researched for Adjunct Lawn, the turgid, grim history of the Bridgeburners. He drew upon names of the deserters, although he knew not if they lived still, or if indeed dead, whether or not they had returned to the fold. The ones that had vanished in Black Dog's great marshes, that had disappeared after the taking of Mott City. And when he was done, when he could remember no more names, he began his list again. Then saw one figure in the front row dissolving, melting into sludge that pooled in the shallow water, slowly seeping away. And in its place arose a man he recognized, the fire-scorched, blasted face, grinning. Paran belatedly realized that the brutal smile held no amusement, only the memory of a death grimace, that, and the terrible damage left behind by a weapon. Runter, Paran whispered.
Black coral. Captain, cut in the dead sapper. What are you doing here? I wish people would stop asking me that. I need your help. More Bridgeburners were forming in the front ranks. De Toren, Sergeant, Buckland, Hedge, who now stepped from the water's edge. Captain, I always wondered why you were so hard to kill. Now I know. You do? Aye, you're doomed to haunt us. Ha, ha, ha! Behind him, the others began laughing.
Hundreds of thousands of ghosts, all joined in laughter, was a sound Malaz Paran never ever wanted to hear again. Mercifully it was short-lived, as if all at once the army of dead forgot the reason for their amusement. Now, Hedge finally said, as you can see, we're busy. Ha! Paran shot out a hand. No, please, don't start again, Hedge. Typical. People need to be dead to develop a real sense of humour. You know, Captain, from this side the world seems a whole lot funnier. Funny in a stupid, pointless way. I'll grant you, enough of that, Hedge. You think I don't sense the desperation here. You're all in trouble, even worse, you need us. The living, that is, and that's the part you don't want to admit. I admitted it clear enough, Hedge said, to Fid. Fiddler. Aye. He's not too far away from here, you know, with the 14th. He's with the 14th. What, has he lost his mind? Hedge smirked. I'm in near, but thanks to me, he's all right. For now, this ain't the first time we've walked among the living, Captain. Gods below, you shoulda seen us twist Corbelow's hair, him and his damned dog-slayers. That was a night. Let me tell you, no, don't bother. I need your help. Fine, be that way. With what? Paran hesitated. He'd needed to get to this point, yet now that he'd arrived, this was suddenly the last place he wanted to be. You, here, he said, in Raraku, this sea, it's a damned gate between whatever nightmare world you're from and mine. I need you, Hedge, to summon something from the other side. The mass of ghosts collectively recoiled, the motion snatching a tug of air seaward. The dead Bridgeburner mage Shank asked, Who you got in mind, Captain, and what do you want it to do? Paran glanced back over a shoulder at Ganeth, then back again. Something's escaped Shank. Here, in 7 cities, it needs to be hunted down, destroyed. He hesitated. I don't know. Maybe there are entities out there that could do it, but there's no time to go looking for them. You see, this thing, it feeds on blood, and the more blood it feeds on, the more powerful it gets. The first Emperor's gravest mistake, attempting to create his own version of an elder god, you know, don't you? What? Who I am talking about? You know. It's out there, loose, unchained and hunting. Oh, it hunted all right, Hedge said. They set it free under a geas, then gave their own blood to it, the blood of 6 high mages, priests and priestesses of the nameless ones. The fools sacrificed themselves. Why? Why set Dejim Nibral free? What geas did they set upon it? Just another path. Maybe it'll lead where they wanted it to. Maybe not, but Dejim Nibral is now free of its geas, and now it just hunts. Shank asked in a tone filled with suspicion, So, Captain, who is it you want to take the damned thing down? I could only think of one entity. The same entity that did it the first time. Shank, I need you to find the Deragoth.
Chapter 9. If thunder could be caught, trapped in stone, and all its violent concatenations stolen from time, and tens of thousands of years were freed to gnaw and scrape this racked visage, so would this first witnessing unveil all its terrible meaning. Such were my thoughts then, and such they are now, although decades have passed in the interval when I last set eyes upon that tragic ruin. So fierce was its ancient claim to greatness. The lost city of the Parthapur, Prince Ifera of Bakun, 987-1032, burns sleep. He had washed most of the dried blood away and then had watched, as time passed, the bruises fade,
Blows to the head were, of course, more problematic, and so there had been fever, and with fever in the mind, demons were legion, the battles endless, and there had been no rest then. Just the heat of war with the self. But finally that too had passed, and shortly before noon on the second day he watched the eyes open. Incomprehension should have quickly vanished, yet it did not, and this, Taralak Veed decided, was as he had expected. He poured out some herbal tea as Icarium slowly sat up. "Here, my friend, you have been gone from me a long time." The Jag reached for the tin cup, drank deep, then held it out for more. "Yes, thirst," the Graal outlaw said, refilling the cup. "Not surprising. Blood loss, fever. We fought. Aye, a sudden inexplicable attack, divers. My horse was killed, and I was thrown. When I awoke, it was clear that you had driven off our assailant, yet a blow to your head had dragged you into unconsciousness." He paused, then added, "We were lucky, friend." Fighting. Yes, I recall that much. Icarium's unhuman gaze sought out Taralak Veed's eyes, searching, quizzical. The Graal sighed. "This has been happening often of late. You do not remember me, do you, Icarium?" I'm not sure. A companion, yes. For many years now, your companion." Taralak Veed, once of the Graal tribe, yet now sworn to a much higher cause, and that is, to walk at your side, Icarium. The Jag stared down at the cup in his hands. "For many years now, you say," he whispered. "A higher cause that I do not understand. I am nothing, no one." "I am lost," he repeated. "I know nothing of a higher cause, such that would make you abandon your people to walk at my side, Taralak Veed. Why?" The Grail spat on his palms, rubbed them together, then slicked his hair back. "You are the greatest warrior this world has ever seen, yet cursed, to be, as you say, forever lost, and that is why you must have a companion to recall to you the great task that awaits you. And what task is this?" Taralak Veed rose. "You will know when the time comes. This task shall be made plain, so plain to you and so perfect, you will know that you have been fashioned, from the very start, to give answer. Would that I could be more helpful, Icarium." The Yag's gaze scanned their small encampment. "Ah, I see you have retrieved my bow and sword." "I have. Are you mended enough to travel?" "Yes, I think so, although hungry. I have smoked meat in my pack." "The very hare you killed 3 days ago. We can eat as we walk." Icarium climbed to his feet. "Yes, I do feel some urgency, as if I have been looking for something." He smiled at the Graal. "Perhaps my own past. When you discover what you seek, my friend, all knowledge of your past will return to you. So it is prophesied." "Ah. Well then, friend Veed, have we a direction in mind?" Taralak gathered his gear. "North and west. We are seeking the wild coast opposite the island of Sepik. Do you recall why?" "Instinct, you said. A sense that you are compelled. Trust those instincts, Icarium, as you have in the past. They will guide us through, no matter who or what stands in our way. Why should anyone stand in our way?" The Jag strapped on his sword, then retrieved the cup and downed the last of the herbal tea. "You have enemies, Icarium. Even now we are being hunted, and that is why we can delay here no longer." Collecting his bow, then stepping close to hand the Graal the empty tin cup, Icarium paused, then said, "You stood guard over me, Taralak Veed. I feel I do not deserve such loyalty. It is no great burden, Icarium. True, I miss my wife, my children, my tribe, but there can be no stepping aside from this responsibility. I do what I must. You are chosen by all the gods, Icarium, to free the world of a great evil, and I know in my heart that you will not fail." The Jag warrior sighed. "Would that I shared your faith in my abilities, Taralak Veed, Inapatha Napur, Does that name stir your memories? Frowning, Icarium shook his head. A city of evil, Taralac explained. 4,000 years ago, with one like me standing at your side, you drew your fearsome sword and walked towards its barred gates. 5 days, Icarium. 5 days, that is what it took you to slaughter the tyrant and every soldier in that city. A look of horror on the Jag's face. I did what? You understood the necessity, Icarium, as you always do when faced with such evil. You understood, too, that none could be permitted to carry with them the memory of that city, and why it was necessary to then slay every man, woman, and child in Enapatha Napur, to leave none breathing. No, I would not have. Taralac, no, please. There is no necessity so terrible that could compel me to commit such slaughter. Ah, dear companion, said Taralac Veed, with great sorrow. This is the battle you must always wage, and this is why one such as myself must be at your side, to hold you to the truth of the world, the truth of your own soul. You are the slayer, Icarium. You walk the blood road, but it is a straight and true road. The coldest justice, yet a pure one, so pure even you recoil from it. He settled a hand on the Jag's shoulder. Come, we can speak more of it as we travel. I have spoken these words many, many times, my friend, and each time you are the same, wishing with all your heart that you could flee from yourself, from who and what you are. Alas, you cannot, and so you must, once more, learn to harden yourself. The enemy is evil, Icarium. The face of the world is evil, and so, friend, your enemy is... The warrior looked away, and Taralac Veed barely heard his whispered reply, the world. Yes, would that I could hide such truth from you, but I could not claim to be your friend if I did such a thing. No, that is true. Very well, Taralac Veed. Let us, as you say, speak more of this whilst we journey north and west, to the coast opposite the island of Sepik. Yes, I feel there is something there awaiting us. You must needs be ready for it, the Graal said. Icarium nodded. And so I shall, my friend. Each time the return journey was harder, more fraught, and far, far less certain. There were things that would have made it easier, knowing where he had been for one, and knowing where he must return to for another. Returning to sanity, perhaps? But Heboric ghost hands had no firm grasp of what sanity was, what it looked like, felt like, smelled like. It might be that he had never known. Rock was bone, dust was flesh, water was blood. Residues settled in multitudes, becoming layers, and upon those layers yet more, and on until a world was made, until all that death could hold up one's feet where one stood, and rise to meet every step one took. A solid bed to lie on. So much for the world death holds us up. And then there were the breaths that filled, that made the air, the heaving assertions, measuring the passing of time, like notches marking the arc of a life, of every life. How many of those breaths were last ones? The final expiration of a beast, an insect, a plant, a human with film covering his or her fading eyes. And so how could one draw such air into the lungs, knowing how filled with death it was, how saturated it was with failure and surrender? Such air choked him, burned down his throat, tasting of the bitterest acid, dissolving and devouring until he was naught but residue. They were so young, his companions. There was no way they could understand the filth they walked on, walked in, walked through, and took into themselves, only to fling some of it back out again, now flavoured by their own sordid additions. And when they slept, each night, they were as empty things while Heboric fought on against the knowledge that the world did not breathe. Not any more. No, now the world drowned, and I drown with it. Here, in this cursed wasteland, in the sand and heat and dust, I am drowning every night. Drowning. What could Tretch give him? This savage god, with its overwhelming hungers, desires, needs, its mindless ferocity, as if it could pull back and reclaim every breath it drew into its bestial lungs and so defy the world, the aging world, and its deluge of death. He was wrongly chosen, so every ghost told him, perhaps not in words, but in their constant crowding him, rising up, overwhelming him with their silent, accusatory regard. And there was more. The whisperings in his dreams, voices emerging from a sea of jade, beseeching. He was the stranger who had come among them. He had done what none other had done. He had reached through the green prison, and they prayed to him, begging for his return. Why? What did they want? No, he did not want answers to such questions. He would return this cursed gift of jade, this alien power. He would cast it back into the void and be done with it. Holding to that, clinging to that, was keeping him sane, if this torment of living could be called sane. Drowning, I am drowning, and yet these damned feline gifts, this welter of senses, so sweet, so rich, I can feel them seeking to seduce me back into this momentary world. In the east, the sun was clawing its way back into the sky, the edge of some vast iron blade just pulled from the forge. He watched the red glow cutting the darkness and wondered at this strange sense of imminence that so stilled the dawn air. A groan from the bundle of blankets where Scylla slept, then, so much for the blissful poison. Heboric flinched, then drew a deep breath, released a slow sigh. Which blissful poison would that be, Scylla? Another groan, as she worked her way into a sitting position. I ache, old man. My back, my hips everywhere, and I get no sleep. No position is comfortable, and I have to pee all the time. This is awful. Gods, why do women do it again and again and again? Are they all mad? You'd know better than I, Heboric said. But I tell you, men are no less inexplicable in what they think, in what they do. The sooner I get this beast out, the better, she said, hands on her swollen belly. Look at me. I'm sagging everywhere, sagging. The others had woken, Felicin staring wide-eyed at Scylla. With the discovery that the older woman was pregnant, there had been a time of worship for young Felicin. It seemed that the disillusionment had begun. Cutter had thrown back his blankets and was already resurrecting last night's fire. The demon grey frog was nowhere to be seen. Off hunting Heboric supposed. Your hands, Scylla noted, are looking particularly green this morning, old man. He did not bother confirming this observation. He could feel that alien pressure well enough. Naught but ghosts, he said, the ones from beyond the veil, from the very depths of the abyss. Oh, how they cry out. I was blind once. Would that I were now deaf. They looked at him strangely, as they often did after he'd spoken. Truths. His truths, the ones they couldn't see nor understand. It didn't matter. He knew what he knew. There is a vast dead city awaiting us this day, he said. Its residents were slain, all of them, by Icarium long ago. There was a sister city to the north. When they heard what had happened, they journeyed here to see for themselves. And then, my young companions, they chose to bury in Apatha Napur, the entire city. They buried it intact. Thousands of years have passed, and now the winds and rains have rotted away that solid face. Now the old truths are revealed once more. Cutter poured water into a tin pot and set it on the hook, slung beneath an iron tripod. Icarium, he said. I travelled with him for a time, with Mappo and Fiddler. He then made a face. And Iscaral Pust, that insane little stoat of a man, said he was a high priest of shadow. A high priest. Well, if that's the best Shadow Throne can do, he shook his head. Icarium was he was tragic, I guess, yet he would not have attacked that city without a reason, I think. Heboric barked a laugh. Aye, no shortage of reasons in this world. The king barred the gates, would not permit him to enter. Too many dark tales surrounding the name of Icarium. A soldier on the battlements fired a warning arrow. It ricocheted off a rock and grazed Icarium's left leg, then sank deep into the throat of his companion. The poor bastard drowned in his own blood, and so Icarium's rage was unleashed. "If there were no survivors," Silara said, "how do you know all this?" "The ghosts wander the region," Heboric replied. He gestured. "Farms once stood here before the desert arrived." He smiled at the others. "Indeed, today is market day, and the roads, which none but I can see, are crowded with pushcarts, oxen, men and women, and children and dogs. On either side, drovers whistle and tap their staves to keep the sheep and goats moving. From the poor farms this close to the city, old women come out with baskets to collect the dung for their fields." Felicin whispered, "You see all this? Aye. Right now, only fools think the past is invisible." "Do those ghosts?" Felicin asked. "Do they see you? Perhaps those that do, well, they know they are dead. The others do not know and do not see me. The realization of one's own death is a terrifying thing. They flee from it, returning to their illusion, and so I appear then vanish, and I am naught but a mirage." He rose. "Soon we will approach the city itself, and there will be soldiers. And these ghosts see me, oh yes, and call out to me, but how can I answer when I don't understand what they want of me? They cry out as if in recognition. 'You are the destriant of Tretch, the tiger of summer,' Cutter said. 'Tretch was a first hero,' Heboric replied, 'a Solitaken who escaped the slaughter, like Rulandaris and Richter, Tholen and Denismet. Don't you see? These ghost soldiers, they did not worship Treach. No, their god of war belonged to the Seven, who would one day become the Holies. A single visage of Decimbalakis, that and nothing more. I am nothing to them, Cutter, yet they will not leave me alone.' Both Cutter and Felicin had recoiled at his outburst, but Silara was grinning. "You find all this amusing?" he demanded, glaring at her. "I do. Look at you. You were a priest of Fenner, and now you're a priest of Treach. Both gods of war Heboric. How many faces do you think the god of war has? Thousands. And in ages long past? Tens of thousands. Every damned tribe, old man. All different, but all the same." She lit her pipe, smoke wreathing her face, then said, "Wouldn't surprise me if all the gods are just aspects of one god, and all this fighting is just proof that that one god is insane." Insane. Heboric was trembling. He could feel his heart hammering away like some ghastly demon at the door to his soul. Or maybe just confused, all those bickering worshippers, each one convinced their version is the right one. Imagine getting prayers from 10 million believers, not one of them believing the same thing as the one kneeling beside him or her. Imagine all those holy books, not one of them agreeing on anything, yet all of them purporting to be the word of that one God. Imagine 2 armies annihilating each other, both in that God's name. Who wouldn't be driven mad by all that? "Well," Cutter said into the silence that followed Silara's diatribe, "the tea's ready." Greyfrog squatted atop a flat rock, looking down on the unhappy group. The demon's belly was full, although the wild goat still kicked on occasion. "Morose. They are not getting along, tragic list, listlessly reiterated, child-swollen beauty is miserable with aches and discomfort. Younger beauty feels shocked, frightened, and alone, yet likely to reject soft comfort given by adoring Greyfrog. Troubled assassin beset by impatience. For what, I know not, and terrible priest. Ah, shivering haunt, so much displeasure, dismay. Perhaps I could regurgitate the goat, and we could share said fine repast, fine still-kicking repast. Aye, worst kind of indigestion. Greyfrog, Cutter called up. What are you doing up there? Friend Cutter, discomfort, regretting the horns. Thus far, Samar Dev reflected. The positions on the map had proved accurate, from dry scrubland to plains, and now, finally, patches of deciduous forest arrayed amidst marshy glades and stubborn remnants of true grassland. 2, perhaps 3 days of travel northward, and they would reach boreal forest. Bedouin hunters, travelling in small bands, shared this wild, unbroken land. They had seen such bands from a distance, and had come upon signs of camps, but it was clear that these nomadic savages had no interest in contacting them. Hardly surprising, the sight of Karsa Orlong was frightening enough. Astride his jag horse, weapons bristling, blood-stained white fur riding his broad shoulders. The Bedouin herds had broken up and scattered into smaller groups upon reaching the aspen parkland. There seemed little sense, as far as Samar Dev could determine, to the migration of these huge beasts. True, the dry, hot season was nearing its end, and the nights were growing cool, sufficient to turn rust-coloured the leaves of the trees, but there was nothing fierce in a 7 cities winter. More rain, perhaps, although that rarely reached far inland. The Jag Odhan to the south was unchanging after all. "I think," she said, "this is some kind of ancient memory." Karsa grunted, then said, "Looks like forest to me, woman." "No, these Bedouin, those big hulking shapes beneath the trees over there. I think it's some old instinct that brings them north into these forests, from a time when winter brought snow and wind to the Odhan. The rains will make the grass lush. Samar Dev, the Teblo said. They come up here to get fat. All right, that sounds reasonable enough, I suppose. Good for the hunters, though." A few days earlier they had passed a place of great slaughter. Part of a herd had been separated and driven off a cliff. 4 or 5 dozen hunters had gathered and were butchering the meat, women among them tending smoke fires and pinning strips of meat to racks. Half-wild dogs, more wolf than dog in truth, had challenged Samar Dev and Karsa when they rode too close, and she had seen that the beasts had no canines, likely cut off when they were young, although they presented sufficient threat that the travellers elected to draw no closer to the kill site. She was fascinated by these fringe tribes living out here in the wastes, suspecting that nothing had changed for them in thousands of years. Oh, iron weapons and tools evincing some form of trade with the more civilized peoples to the east, but they used no horses, which she found odd. Instead, their dogs were harnessed to travois, and mostly basketry instead of fired clay pots, which made sense given that the bands travelled on foot. Here and there, lone trees stood tall on the grasslands, and these seemed to be a focal point for some kind of spirit worship, given the fetishes tied to branches, and the antlers and Bedouin skulls set in notches and forks, some so old that the wood had grown round them. Invariably near such sentinel trees there would be a cemetery, signified by raised platforms housing hide-wrapped corpses, and of course the crows squabbling over every perch. Karsa and Samar had avoided trespass on such sites, though Samar suspected that the Teblor would have welcomed a succession of running battles and skirmishes, if only to ease the boredom of the journey. Yet, for all his ferocity, Karsa Orlong had proved an easy man to travel with, albeit somewhat taciturn and inclined to brooding. But whatever haunted him had nothing to do with her, nor was he inclined to take it out on her, a true virtue rare among men. "I'm thinking," he said, startling her. "What about Karsa Orlong? The Bedouin and those hunters at the base of the cliff. 200 dead Bedouin at least, and they were stripping them down to the bone, then boiling the bones themselves, whilst we eat nothing but rabbits and the occasional deer. I think, Samar Dev, we should kill ourselves one of these Bedouin. Don't be fooled by them, Karsa Orlong. They are a lot faster than they look, and agile."
"Yes, but they are herd animals. What of it? The bulls care more about protecting 10 females and their calves than one female separated out from the others." "Probably true. So how do you plan on separating one out? And don't forget that female won't be a docile thing. It could knock you and your horse down given the chance, then trample you." I am not the one to worry about that. It is you who must worry, Samar Dev. Why me?
Because you will be the bait, the lure. And so you must be sure to be quick and alert. Bait? Now hold on, quick and alert. I will take care of the rest. I can't say I like this idea, Karsa Orlong. I am in fact quite content with rabbits and deer. Well, I'm not, and I want to hide. What for? How many hides do you plan to wear? Find us a small clump of the beasts. They are not frightened by your horse as much as they are by mine. That's because jag horses will take calves on occasion. So I read, somewhere. The Tebler bared his teeth as if he found the image amusing. Samar Dev sighed, then said, "There's a small herd just ahead and to the left." They moved out of this glade as we approached. Good. When we reach the next clearing, I want you to begin a canter towards them. That will draw out the bull. Karsa, how close do you expect me to get? Close enough to be chased. I will not. That will achieve nothing. The females will bolt, woman, and from them I shall make my kill. How far do you think the bull will chase you? He will turn about to rejoin his harem, and so become your problem. Enough talk. They were picking their way through a stand of poplar and aspen, the horses pushing through chest-high dogwood. Just beyond was another glade, this one long the way the green grasses were clumped, suggesting wet ground. On the far side, perhaps 40 paces distant, a score of hulking dark shapes loomed beneath the branches of more trees. "This is swamp," Samar Dev noted. "We should find another ride, Samar Dev." She halted her horse. "And if I don't? Stubborn child, I shall leave you here, of course. You are slowing me down as it is." Was that supposed to hurt my feelings, Karsa Orlong? You want to kill a Bedouin just to prove to yourself that you can best the hunters. So, no cliff, no blinds or corrals, no pack of wolf dogs to flank and drive the Bedouin. No, you want to leap off your horse and wrestle one to the ground, then choke it to death, or maybe throw it against a tree, or maybe just lift it up and spin it round until it dies of dizziness. And you dare to call me a child, she laughed, because, as she well knew, laughter would sting. Yet no sudden rage darkened his face, and his eyes were calm as they studied her. Then he smiled. Witness. And with that he rode out into the clearing, inky water spraying from the jag horse's hoofs, the beast voicing something like a snarl as it galloped towards the herd. The Bedouin scattered in a thunderous crash of bushes and snapping branches. Two shot out directly towards Karsa, a mistake. Samar Dev realized in that moment to assume there was but one male. One was clearly younger than the other. Yet both were huge eyes, red-rimmed with rage, water exploding round them as they charged their attacker. The jag horse, Havoc, swerved suddenly, legs gathering beneath him. Then the young stallion launched himself over the back of the larger bull. But the Bedouin was quicker, twisting and heaving its massive head upward, horns seeking the horse's exposed underbelly. That upward lunge killed the bull, for the beast's head met the point of Karsa's stone sword, which slid into the brain beneath the base of the skull, severing most of its spine in the process. Havoc landed in a splash and spray of muck on the far side of the collapsing bull, well beyond the range of the second male, which now pivoted stunningly fast and set off in pursuit of Karsa. The warrior swung his horse to the left, hoofs pounding as Havoc ran parallel to the edge of trees, chasing after the half-dozen females and calves that had lumbered out into the clearing. The second bull closed fast behind them. The cows and calves scattered once more, one bolting in a direction different from the others. Havoc swerved into its wake, and a heartbeat later was galloping alongside the beast. Behind them, the second male had drawn up to flank the other females, and one and all, this group then crashed back into the thicket. Samar Dev watched Karsa Orlong lean far to one side, then slash down with his sword, taking the beast in the spine just above its hips. The cow's back legs collapsed under the blow, sluicing through the muck as the creature struggled to drag them forward. Wheeling round in front of the Bedouin, Karsa held his sword poised until he reached the cow's left side. Then he lunged down, the sword's point driving into the animal's heart. Front legs buckled, and the cow sagged to one side, then was still. Halting his horse, Karsa slid off and approached the dead cow. "Make us a camp," he said to Samar Dev. She stared at him, then said, "Fine, you have shown me that I am in fact unnecessary as far as you're concerned. Now what? You expect me to set up camp, and then, I presume, help you butcher that thing. Shall I lie beneath you tonight just to round things out?" He had drawn a knife and now knelt in the pooling water beside the cow. "If you like," he said. "Barbarian bastard. Well, I should not have expected anything else, should I? All right, I have been thinking, we will need this meat. The land of rocks and lakes north of here no doubt has game, but far less plentiful and far more elusive." "I shall take the bull's skin," Karsa said, slicing open the Bedouin's belly. Entrails tumbled out to splash in the swampy water. Already hundreds of insects swarmed the kill site. "Do you wish this cow's skin, Samardev?" "Why not? If a glacier lands on us, we won't freeze, and that's something." He glanced over at her. "Woman, glaciers don't jump. They crawl. That depends on who made them in the first place. Karsa Orlong." He bared his teeth. "Legends of the Jagged do not impress me. Ice is ever a slow-moving river." "If you believe that, Karsa Orlong, you know far less than you think you do. Do you plan on sitting on that horse all day, woman? Until I find high ground to make a camp, yes." And she gathered the reins. "Witness," he said. "He's said that before, hasn't he? Some kind of tribal thing, I suppose." "Well, I witnessed all right, as did that savage hiding in the shadows at the far end of the glade. I pray the locals do not feel proprietary towards these Bedouin, or we will find excitement unending, which Karsa might well enjoy. As for me, I'll just likely end up dead." Well, too late to worry much about that. She then wondered how many of Karsa Orlong's past companions had had similar thoughts. In those times, just before the Tebler barbarian found himself once again travelling alone. The rough crags of the ridge cast a maze of shadows along the ledge just beneath, and in these shadows 5 sets of serpentine eyes stared down at the winding wall of dust on the plain below. A trader's caravan, 7 wagons, 2 carriages, 20 guards on horses, and 3 war dogs. There had been 6, but 3 had caught Dejim Nibrol's scent, and stupid creatures that they were, had set off to hunt the Trollbaral down. They had succeeded in finding the divers, and their blood now filled the bellies of the 5 remaining beasts. The Trell had stunned Dejim Nibral to snap one of his necks. Not even a Tartheno could manage such a thing, and one had tried long ago. Then to drag the other down over the cliff's edge, to plunge to its death among the jagged rocks below. This audacity was unforgivable. Weak and wounded, Dejim Nibral had fled the scene of ambush, wandering half-crazed with anger and pain until stumbling upon the trail of this caravan. How many days and nights had passed? The Trollbaral had no idea. There was hunger, the need to heal, and these demands filled the mind of the divers. Before Dejim Nibral, now, waited his salvation, enough blood to spawn replacements for those he had lost in the ambush, perhaps enough blood to fashion yet another, an 8th. He would strike at dusk, the moment the caravan halted for the day. Slaughter the guards first, then the remaining dogs, and finally the fat weaklings riding in their puny carriages. The merchant with his harem of silent children, each one chained to the next and trailing behind the carriage. A trader in mortal flesh. The notion sickened Dejim Nibrol. There had been such detestable creatures in the time of the First Empire, and depravity never went extinct. When the Trollbaral ruled this land, a new justice would descend upon the despoilers of flesh. Dejim would feed upon them first, and then all other criminals, the murderers, the beaters of the helpless, the stone-throwers, the torturers of the spirit. His Creator had meant him and his kind to be guardians of the First Empire. Thus the conjoining of bloods, making the sense of perfection strong, godlike, too strong, of course. The Trollbarral would not be ruled by an imperfect master. No, they would rule, for only then could true justice be delivered. Justice. And, of course, natural hunger. Necessity carved out its own laws, and these could not be denied. When he ruled, Dejim Nebrol would fashion a true balance between the two dominant forces in his diverse soul, and if the mortal fools suffered beneath the weight of his justice, then so be it. They deserved the truth of their own beliefs, deserved the talon-sharp edges of their own vaunted virtues, for virtues were more than just words, they were weapons, and it was only right that such weapons be turned upon their wielders. The shadows had descended the cliff face here in the lee of the setting sun's light. Dejim Nebrol followed those shadows downward to the plain, 5 sets of eyes, but one mind. The focus of all absolute and unwavering, delicious slaughter, splashing red to celebrate the sun's lurid fire. As he flowed out onto the plain, he heard the dogs begin barking, a moment of pity for them. Stupid as they were, they knew about necessity. Something of a struggle, but he managed to unfold himself and descend, groaning with stiffness from the mule's broad back. And despite the awkward effort, he spilled not a single drop from his cherished bucket. Humming beneath his breath, some chant or other. He'd forgotten where in the vast tome of holy songs it had come from. And really, did it actually matter? He waddled with his burden to the simpering waves of Raraku Sea, then walked out amidst the softly swirling sands and eagerly trembling reeds, pausing suddenly, a desperate scan of the area, sniffing the humid, sultry, dusky air. Another scan, eyes darting, seeking out every nearby shadow, every wayward rustle of reed and straggly bush. Then he ducked lower, soaking his frayed robes as he knelt in the shallows. Sweet, sun-warmed waters. A final, suspicious look round, all sides, could never be too careful. Then, with solemn delight, he lowered the bucket into the sea and watched, eyes shining, as the scores of tiny fish raced out in all directions. Well, not exactly raced, more like sat there for a time as if stunned by freedom, or perhaps some temporary shock of altered temperature, or the plethora of unseen riches upon which to gorge, to grow fat, sleek, and blissfully energetic. The first fish of Raraku Sea, Iskaral Pust, left the shallows, then flinging the bucket to one side. Tense thy back, mule. I shall now leap astride. Oh, yes, and won't you be surprised to find yourself suddenly galloping? Oh, believe me, mule, you know how to gallop. No more of that stupid fast trot that rattles loose my poor teeth. Oh, no, we shall be as the wind, not a fitful, gusting wind, but a steady, roaring wind, a stentorian wind that races across the entire world, the very wake of our extraordinary speed. Oh, how your hoofs shall blur to all eyes. Reaching the mule, the high priest of shadow leapt into the air. Shying in alarm, the mule sidestepped. A squeal from Iskaral Pust, then a grunt and muted oof as he struck and rolled in the dust and stones, wet robes flapping heavily and spraying sand about, while the mule trotted a safe distance away, then turned to regard its master, long-lashed eyes blinking. You disgust me, beast, and I bet you think it's mutual too. Yet, even if you thought that, why, then, I'd agree with you out of spite. How would you like that horrid creature? The high priest of shadow picked himself up and brushed sand from his robes. He thinks I will hit him, strike him, with a large stick. Foolish mule. Oh no, I am much more cunning. I will surprise him with kindness, until he grows calm and dispenses with all watchfulness, and then, ha! I shall punch him in the nose. Won't he be surprised? No mule can match wits with me. Oh yes, many have tried, and almost all have failed. He worked a kindly smile onto his sun-wizened face, then slowly approached the mule. "We must ride," he murmured. "You and I fraught with haste, my friend, lest we arrive too late, and too late will never do." He came within reach of the reins where they dangled beneath the mule's head, paused as he met the creature's eyes. "Oh ho, sweet servant, I see malice in that so placid gaze. Yes, you want to bite me too bad."
"I'm the only one who bites around here."
He snatched up the reins, narrowly avoiding the snapping teeth, then clambered onto the mule's broad, sloped back. 20 paces from the shoreline, and the world shifted around them, a miasmic swirl of shadows closing on all sides. Iskaral Pust cocked his head, looked round, then satisfied, settled back as the mule plodded on. 100 heartbeats after the high priest of shadow vanished into his warren, a squat, wild-haired Dal Honese woman crept out of some nearby bushes, dragging a large ale cask behind her. It held water, not ale, and the lid had been pried off. Grunting and gasping with the effort, Mogara struggled to bring the cask down into the shallows. She tipped it to one side, and a mostly toothless grin on her wrinkled features, watched a half-dozen young freshwater sharks slide like snakes into Raraku Sea. Then she kicked the cask over and scrambled out of the water, a cackle escaping her, as with a flurry of gestures she opened a warren and plunged into it. Folding one shadow upon another, Iskaral Pust swiftly traversed a score of leagues. He could half see, half sense the desert buttes and chaotic folds of arroyo and canyon he passed through, but none of it interested him much, until after almost a full day's travel he caught sight of 5 sleek shapes crossing the floor of a valley ahead and to his left. He halted the mule on the ridge, and eyes narrowing, studied the distant shapes in the midst of attacking a caravan. "Arrogant pups," he muttered, then drove his heels into the mule's flanks. "Charge, I say."
"Charge, you fat, waddling bastard!" The mule trotted down the slope, braying loudly. The 5 shapes caught the sound and their heads turned. As one, the Trollbarol shifted direction and now raced towards Iskaral Pust. The mule's cries rose in pitch. Spreading out, the divers flowed noiselessly over the ground. Rage and hunger rushed ahead of them in an almost visible bow wave, the power crackling, coruscating between the shadow warren and the world beyond.
The beasts to either side wheeled out to come in from a flanking position, while the 3 in the centre staggered their timing, intending to arrive in quick succession. Iskaral Pust was having trouble focusing on them. So jolted and tossed about was he on the mule's back. When the Trollbarol had closed to within 30 paces, the mule suddenly skidded to a halt, and the high priest of shadow was thrown forward, lunging over the animal's head. Head ducking, somersaulting over, then thumping down hard on his back in a spray of gravel and dust. The first creature reached him, forearms lifting, talons unsheathed as it sailed through the air, then landing on the spot where Iskaral Pust had fallen, only to find him not there. The second and third beasts experienced a moment of confusion as the quarry vanished. Then they sensed a presence at their side. Their heads snapped round, but too late, as a wave of sorcery hammered into them. Shadow-wrought power cracked like lightning, and the creatures were batted into the air, leaving in their wakes misty clouds of blood. Writhing, they both struck the ground 15 paces away, skidding then rolling. The 2 flanking divers attacked, and as Iskaral Pust vanished, they collided, chests reverberating like heavy thunder, teeth and talons raking through hide. Hissing and snarling, they scrambled away from each other. Reappearing 20 paces behind the Trollbarol, Iskaral Pust unleashed another wave of sorcery, watched it strike each of the 5 beasts in turn, watched blood spray and the bodies tumble away, kicking frenziedly as the magic wove flickering nets about them. Stones popped and exploded on the ground beneath them, Sand shot upward in spear-like geysers, and everywhere there was blood, whipping out in ragged threads. The Trollbarol vanished, fleeing the warren of shadow out into the world where they scattered, all thoughts of the caravan gone as panic closed on their throats with invisible hands. The high priest of shadow brushed dust from his clothes, then walked over to where stood the mule. Some help you were. We could be hunting each one down right now, but oh no, you're tired of running. Whoever thought mules deserved 4 legs was an idiot. You are most useless. Bah. He paused then and lifted a gnarled finger to his wrinkled lips. But wait, what if they got really angry? What if they decided to make a fight to the finish? What then? Messy. Oh, very messy. No, best leave them for someone else to deal with. I must not get distracted. Imagine, though, challenging the high priest of shadow of all 7 cities, dumber than cats, that Trollbarol. I am entirely without sympathy. He climbed back onto the mule. Well, that was fun, wasn't it? Stupid mule. I think we'll have mule for supper tonight. What do you think of that? The ultimate sacrifice is called for, as far as you're concerned, don't you think? Well, who cares what you think? Where to now? Thank the gods, at least one of us knows where we're going. That way, mule, and quickly now. Trot, damn you, trot. Skirting the caravan, where dogs still barked, Iskaral Pust began shifting shadows once more. Dusk had arrived in the world beyond when he reached his destination, reining in the plodding mule at the foot of a cliff. Vultures clambered amongst the tumbled rocks, crowding a fissure but unable or as yet unwilling to climb down into it. One edge of that crevasse was stained with dried blood, and among rocks to one side were the remains of a dead beast, devoured to bones and ragged strips by the scavengers. It was none the less easy to identify. One of the Trollbarol. The vultures voiced a chorus of indignation as the high priest of shadow dismounted and approached. Spitting curses, he chased away the ugly Mogora-like creatures, then eased himself down into the fissure, deep, the close air smelling of blood and rotting meat. The crevasse narrowed a little more than a man's height down, and into this was wedged a body, Iskaral Pust's, settled down beside it. He laid a hand on the figure's broad shoulder, well away from the obvious breaks in that arm. How many days, friend? Ah, only a Trell would survive this. First, we shall have to get you out of here, and for that I have a stalwart, loyal mule. Then, well then, we shall see, won't we? Neither stalwart nor particularly loyal, the mule's disinclination towards cooperation slowed down the task of extracting Mappo Runt considerably, and it was full dark by the time the Trell was pulled from the fissure and dragged onto a flat patch of wind-blown sand. The 2 compound fractures in the left arm were the least of the huge Trell's injuries. Both legs had broken, and one edge of the fissure had torn a large flap of skin and flesh from Mappo's back. The exposed meat was swarming with maggots, and the mostly hanging flap of tissue was clearly unsalvageable, grey in the centre and blackening round the edges, smelling of rot. Iskaral Pust cut that away and tossed it back into the fissure. He then leaned close and listened to the Trell's breathing. Shallow, yet slow. Another day without attention, and he would have died. As it was, the possibility remained distinct. Herbs, my friend, the high priest said, as he set to cleaning the visible wounds, and high denewal ointments, elixirs, tinctures, salves, poultices. Have I forgotten any? No, I think not. Internal injuries, oh yes, crushed ribs, that whole side.
So, much bleeding inside, yet obviously not enough to kill you outright. Remarkable. You are almost as stubborn as my servant here. He looked up. You, beast, set up the tent and start us a fire. Do that, and then maybe I'll feed you, and not he, feed on you. You are an idiot. This cry came from the darkness off to one side, and a moment later Mogora appeared from the gloom. The gloom. Yes, that explains everything. What are you doing here, hag? Saving Mappo, of course.
What? I have saved him already.
Saving him from you, I meant. She scrabbled closer. What's that vial in your hand? That's venom of Paralt, you damned idiot. You were going to kill him after all he's been through. Paralt. That's right, wife. It's Paralt. You arrived, so I was about to drink it. I saw you deal with that Trollbaral, Iskaral Pust. You did? He paused, ducked his head. Now her adoration is complete. How could she not adore me?
It must be near worship by now. That's why she followed me all the way. She can't get enough of me. It's the same with everyone. They just can't get enough of me. The most powerful high priest of shadow cut in Mogora as she removed various healing unguents from her pack. Cannot survive without a good woman at his side. Failing that, you have me, so get used to it, warlock. Now, get out of my way so I can tend to this poor hapless Trell. Iskaral Pust backed away.
So what do I do now? You've made me useless, woman. That's not hard, husband. Make us camp. I already told my mule to do that. It's a mule, you idiot. Her words trailed away as she noted the flicker of firelight off to one side. Turning, she studied the large canvas tent, expertly erected, and the stone-ringed hearth where a pot of water already steamed beneath a tripod. Nearby stood the mule, eating from its bag of oats. Mogora frowned, then shook her head and returned to her work. Tend to the tea, then. Be useful. I was being useful until you arrived and messed everything up. The most powerful high priest in 7 cities does not need a woman. In fact, that's the very last thing he needs. You couldn't heal a hangnail, Iskaral Pust. This Trell has the black poison in his veins, the glittering vein snake. We shall need more than High Denul for this. Oh, here we go, all your witchy rubbish. High Denul will conquer the black poison, perhaps, but the dead flesh will remain dead. He will be crippled, half mad, his hearts will weaken. She paused and glared over at him. Shadow Throne sent you to find him, didn't he? Why? Iskaral Pust smiled sweetly. Oh, she's suspicious now, isn't she? But I won't tell her anything, except the hint, the modest hint of my vast knowledge. Yes, indeed, I know my dear God's mind, and a twisted, chaotic, weaselly mind it is. In fact, I know so much I am speechless. Ha! Look at her. Those beetle eyes narrowing suspiciously, as if she dares grow aware of my profound ignorance in all matters pertaining to my cherished idiotic God, dares, and would challenge me openly. I would crumble before that onslaught, of course. He paused, reworked his smile, then spread his hands and said, Sweet Mogora, the high priest of shadow, must have his secrets, kept even from his wife, alas. And so I beg you not to press me on this, else you suffer Shadow Throne's random wrath. You are a complete fool, Iskaral Pust. Let her think that, he said, then added a chuckle. Now she'll wonder why I have laughed. No, not laughed, but chuckled, which, all things considered, is far more alarming. I mean, it sounded like a chuckle, so it must have been one, though it's the first I've ever tried, or heard, for that matter. Whereas a chortle, well, that's different. I'm not fat enough to chortle, alas. Sometimes I wish— Go sit by your mule's fire, Mogora said. I must prepare my ritual. See how that chuckle has discomfited her. Of course, my darling, you go and play with your little ritual. That's a dear. Whilst I make tea for myself and my mule, warmed by the flames and his tralb tea, Iskaral Pust watched, as best as he was able in the darkness, Mogora at work. First, she assembled large chunks of stone, each one broken, cracked, or otherwise rough-edged, and set them down in the sand, creating an ellipse that encompassed the Trell. She then urinated over these rocks, achieving this with an extraordinary half-crab, half-chicken, wide-legged waddle, straddling the stones and proceeding widdershins until returning to the place she had started. Iskaral marvelled at the superior muscle control, not to mention the sheer volume that Mogora obviously possessed. In the last few years, his own efforts at urination had met with mixed success,
until even starting and stopping now seemed the highest of visceral challenges. Satisfied with her piddle, Mogora then started pulling hairs from her head. She didn't have that many up there, and those she selected seemed so deeply rooted that Iskaral feared she would deflate her skull with every successful yank. His anticipation of seeing such a thing yielded only disappointment, as with 7 long, wiry grey hairs in one hand, Mogora stepped into the ellipse, 1 foot planted to either side of the Trell's torso. Then, muttering some witchly thing, she flung the hairs into the inky blackness overhead. Instinct guided Iskaral's gaze upward after those silvery threads, and he was somewhat alarmed to see that the stars had vanished overhead, whereas out on the horizons they remained sharp and bright.
Gods, woman, what have you done?
Ignoring him, she stepped back out of the ellipse and began singing in the woman's language, which was, of course, unintelligible to Iskaral's ears. Just as the man's language, which Mogora called gibberish, was beyond her ability to understand. The reason for that, Iskaral Pust knew, was that the man's language was gibberish designed specifically to confound women. It's a fact that men don't need words, but women do. We have penises, after all. Who needs words when you have a penis? Whereas with women, there are 2 breasts, which invites conversation just as a good behind presence, perfect punctuation, something every man knows. What's wrong with the world, you ask a man, and he says, don't ask. Ask a woman and you'll be dead of old age before she's finished. Ha, ha, ha! Strange streams of gossamer began descending through the reflected light of the fire, settling upon the Trell's body. What are those? Iskaral asked. Then started as one brushed his forearm, and he saw that it was a spider at one end, tiny as a mite. He looked skyward in alarm. There are spiders up there. What madness is this? What are they doing up there? Be quiet. Answer me. The sky is filled with spiders, husband. They float on the winds. Now I've answered you, so close that mouth of yours, lest I send a few thousand of my sisters into it. His teeth clacked and he edged closer to the hearth. Burn, you horrid things, burn. The strands of web covered the Trell now. Thousands, tens, hundreds of thousands, the spiders were wrapping about Mappo Runt's entire body. And now, Mogora said, time for the moon. The blackness overhead vanished in a sudden bloom of silver incandescent light. Squealing, Iskaral Pust fell onto his back. So alarming was the transformation, and he found himself staring straight up at a massive full moon, hanging so low it seemed within reach. If he but dared, which he did not. You've brought the moon down. Are you mad? It's going to crash on us. Oh, stop it. It only seems that way. Well, maybe I nudged it a bit, but I told you this was a serious ritual, didn't I? What have you done with the moon? She crowed with manic laughter. It's just my little ritual, darling. How do you like it? Make it go away. Frightened you should be. I'm a woman, a witch. So why don't you just drag that scrawny behind of yours into that tent and cower, dear husband? This is real power here, real magic. No, it isn't. I mean, it's not witch magic, not Dal Honisi. I don't know what this is. You're right, you don't. Now be a good little boy and go to sleep, Iskaral Pust, while I set about saving this Trell's miserable life. Iskaral thought to argue, then decided against it. He crawled into the tent from outside. Is that you gibbering, Iskaral? Oh, be quiet. Lostara Yil opened her eyes, then slowly sat up. A grey-cloaked figure was standing near a stone-arched portal, his back to her. Rough-hewn walls to either side, forming a circular chamber with Lostara, who had been lying on an altar in the centre. Moonlight was flooding in from in front of the figure, yet it seemed to be sliding in visible motion, as if the moon beyond was plunging from the sky. "What?" she asked, then began to cough uncontrollably, sharp pain biting in her lungs. Finally recovering, She blinked tears from her eyes, looked up once again. He was facing her now, the shadow dancer, the god. Cotillion. Seemingly in answer to her initial question, he said, "I am not sure. Some untoward sorcery is at work, somewhere in the desert. The moon's light has been stolen. I admit I have never seen anything like it before." Even as he was speaking, Lostara's memories returned in a rush. Yektan, flames everywhere, blistering heat, savage burns. Oh, how her flesh screamed its pain. What happened to me? Oh, that was what you meant, my apologies, Lostara Yil.
Well, in short, I pulled you out of the fire. Granted, it's very rare for a god to intervene, but Triss kicked open the door. Triss, the Queen of Dreams, set the precedent, as it were. Most of your clothes had burned. I apologize if you find the new ones not to your liking. She glanced down at the rough woven shift covering her. A neophyte's tunic, Cotillion said. You are in a temple of Rashan, a secret one, abandoned with the rebellion, I believe.
We are a league and a half from what used to be Wigatan, 40 or so paces north of the Sotka road. The temple is well concealed. He gestured with one gloved hand at the archway. This is the only means of ingress and egress. Why did you save me? He hesitated. There will come a time, Lostara Yil, when you will be faced with a choice, a dire one. What kind of choice? He studied her for a moment, then asked, How deep are your feelings for Pearl? She started, then shrugged. A momentary infatuation thankfully passed. Besides, he's unpleasant company these days. I can understand that, Cotillion said somewhat enigmatically. You will have to choose, Lostara Yil, between your loyalty to the Adjunct and all that Pearl represents, between the Adjunct and the Empress. That makes no sense. He stayed her with a raised hand. You need not decide immediately, Lostara. In fact, I would counsel against it. All I ask is that you consider the question, for now. What is going on? What do you know, Cotillion? Are you planning vengeance against Laseen? His brows lifted. No, nothing like that. In fact, I am not directly involved in this matter, at the moment anyway. Indeed, the truth is, I am but anticipating certain things, some of which may come to pass, some of which may not. He faced the portalway again. There is food near the altar. Wait until dawn, then leave here. Down to the road, where you will find. Welcome, company. Your story is this. You found a way out of the city then, blinded by smoke, you stumbled, struck your head, and lost consciousness. When you awoke, the 14th was gone. Your memory is patchy, of course. Yes, it is, Cotillion. He turned at her tone, half smiled. You fear that you are now in my debt, Lostara Yil, and that I will one day return to you demanding payment. It's how gods work, isn't it? Some of them, yes. But you see, Lostara Yil, what I did for you in Gatan 4 days ago was my repayment of a debt that I owed you. What debt? Shadows were gathering about Cotillion now, and she barely heard his reply. You forget I once watched you dance. And then he was gone. Moonlight streamed into his wake like quicksilver, and she sat for a time, bathed in its light, considering his words, snoring from the tent. Mogora sat on a flat stone 5 paces from the dying fire. Had he been awake, Iskaral Pust would be relieved. The moon was back where it belonged after all. Not that she'd actually moved it. That would have been very hard indeed, and would have attracted far too much attention besides. But she'd drawn away its power, somewhat, briefly enough, to effect the more thorough healing the Trell had required. Someone stepped from the shadows, walked a slow circle round the recumbent, motionless form of Mappo Trell, then halted and looked over at Mogora. She scowled, then jerked a nod towards the tent. Iskaral Pust. He's the Magi of High House Shadow, isn't he? Impressive healing, Mogora, Cotillion observed. You do understand, of course, that the gift may in truth be a curse. You sent Pust here to find him. Shadow Throne, actually, not me. For that reason, I cannot say if mercy counted for anything in his decision. Moggara glanced again at the tent. Magi, that blathering idiot. Cotillion was gazing steadily at her. Then he said, "You're one of our daters, aren't you?" She veered into a mass of spiders. The god watched as they fled into every crack, and moments later were gone. He sighed, took one last look round, momentarily meeting the placid eyes of the mule, then vanished in a flowing swirl of shadows. Chapter 10. When the day knew only darkness, the wind a mute beggar stirring ashes and stars in the discarded pools beneath the old retaining wall, down where the white rivers of sand slip grain by grain into the unseen, and every foundation is but a moment from a horizon's stagger. I found myself among friends, and so was made at ease, with my modest list of farewells. Soldier dying, Fisher Kell Tath. They emerged from the warren into the stench of smoke and ashes, and before them, in the growing light of dawn, reared a destroyed city. The three stood unmoving for a time, silent, each seeking to comprehend this vista. Stormy was the first to speak. Looks like the Imperial warrens spilled out here. Ash and dead air, the light seeming listless. Kalam was not surprised by the Marine's observation. They had just left a place of death and desolation, only to find themselves in another. "I still recognize it," the assassin said. "Yigatan," Stormy coughed, then spat. "Some siege. The armies moved on," Quick Ben observed, studying the tracks and rubbish where the main encampment had been. "West," Stormy grunted, then said, "Look at that gap in the wall. Maranth munitions, a whole damned wagon of 'em, I'd say." A viscous river had flowed out through that gap, and motionless now it glittered in the morning light. Fused glass and metals. There had been a firestorm, Kalam realized. Yet another one to afflict poor Higatan. Had the sappers set that off, Olive Oil said, Quick Ben suddenly. The oil harvest must have been in the city. He paused, then added, "Makes me wonder if it was an accident." Kalam glanced over at the wizard. "Seems a little extreme, quick. Besides, from what I've heard of Leoman, he's not the kind to throw his own life away, assuming he stayed around long enough. We took losses here," Stormy said. "There's a grave mound there under that ash," he pointed. "Scary big, unless they included rebel dead." "We make separate holes for them," Kalam said, knowing that Stormy knew that as well. None of this looked good, and they were reluctant to admit that. Not out loud. "The tracks look a few days old at least. I suppose we should catch up with the 14th. "Let's circle this first," Quick Ben said, squinting at the ruined city. "There's some residue. I don't know, only sound argument from the High Mage," Stormy said. "I'm convinced." Kalam glanced over at the mass burial mound and wondered how many of his friends were lying trapped in that earth, unmoving in the eternal dark, the maggots and worms already at work, to take away all that had made each of them unique. It wasn't something he enjoyed thinking about, but if he did not stand here and gift them a few more moments of thought, then who would? Charred rubbish lay strewn on the road and in the flats to either side. Tent stakes still in place, gripped burnt fragments of canvas, and in a trench beyond the road's bend as it made its way towards what used to be the city's gate. A dozen bloated horse carcasses had been dumped, legs upthrust like bony tree stumps in a fly-blown swamp. The stench of burnt things hung in the motionless air. Apsalar reined in on the road as her slow scan of the devastation before her caught movement 100 paces ahead and to her left. She settled back in the saddle, seeing familiarity in the gaits and demeanours of 2 of the 3 figures, now walking towards what remained of Yigatan. Telerast and Curdle scampered back to flank her horse. "Terrible news, not Apsalar," Telerast cried. 3 terrible men await us. Should we continue this course? If you seek to destroy them, well then, that is fine. We wish you well, otherwise I suggest we escape. Now."
I agree, Curdle added, small skeletal head bobbing as the creature paced, grovelled, then paced again, tail spiking the air. Her horse lifted a front hoof, and the demonic skeletons scattered. Having learned that near proximity to the beast was a treacherous thing. I know 2 of them, Apsalar said. Besides, they have seen us.
She nudged her mount forward, walking it slowly towards the mage, his assassin companion, and the Malazan soldier, all of whom had now shifted direction and approached with a measured pace. "They will annihilate us," Telerast hissed. "I can tell. Oh, that mage, he's not nice, not at all." The 2 small creatures raced for cover. Annihilation. The possibility existed, Apsalar allowed, given the history she shared with Quick Ben and Kalam Mekhar. Then again, they had known of the possession, and she had since travelled with Kalam for months. First across the Seekers Deep, from Darujistan all the way to Erlitan, during which nothing untoward had occurred. This eased her mind somewhat as she waited for them to arrive. Kalam was the first to speak. "Few things in the world make sense, Apsalar." She shrugged. "We have each had our journeys, Kalam Mekhar. I, for one, am not particularly surprised to find our paths converging once more." "Now that," said Quick Ben, "is an alarming statement. Unless you're here to satisfy Shadow Throne's desire for vengeance, there is no possible reason at all that our paths should converge. Not here. Not now. I certainly haven't been pushed and pulled by any conniving god. You have the aura of Hood about you, Quick Ben," Apsalar said, an observation that clearly startled Kalam and the soldier. "Such residue comes only from long conversations with the Lord of Death, and so, while you might claim freedom for yourself, perhaps your motives for what you do and where you choose to go are less purely your own than you would have others believe. Or, for that matter, than what you yourself would like to believe." Her gaze slid across to Kalam, whilst the assassin has known the presence of Cotillion only a short while ago. "And as for this Falari soldier here, his spirit is bound to a Tilan Imas, and to the fire of life that passes for worship among the Tilan Imas. Thus, fire, shadow, and death, drawn together even as the forces and gods of such forces find alignment against a single foe. Yet I feel I should warn you all that foe is no longer singular, and perhaps never was, and present alliances may not last. What is it about all this?" Quick Ben said, "that I'm not enjoying?" Kalam rounded on the wizard. "Maybe, Quick, you're sensing something of my desire, which I'm barely restraining, to plant my fist in your face." "The Lord of Death. What in the name of the abyss happened at Black Coral?" "Expedience," the wizard snapped, eyes still on Apsalar. "That's what happened in that whole damned war against the Pannion Domin. That should have been obvious from the outset. Dujek joining forces with Caladan Brood was simply the first and most egregious breaking of the rules. So now you're working for Hood? Not even close, Kalam. To stretch a pun, Hood knows he was working for me. Was? And now? And now he nodded towards Apsalar. As she says, the gods are at war. He shrugged, but it was an uneasy shrug. I need to get a sense of the 2 sides, Kalam. I need to ask questions. I need answers. And is Hood providing them? The glance he shot. The assassin was skittish, almost diffident, slowly. And what is Hood getting from you? The wizard bridled. Ever tried twisting a dead man's arm? It doesn't work. His glare switched between Kalam and Apsalar. Listen, remember those games Hedge and Fid played, with the deck of dragons? Idiots, but never mind that. The point is they made up the rules as they went along, and that's what I'm doing all right. Gods, even a genius like me has limits. A snort from the Falari soldier, and Apsalar saw him bare his teeth. The wizard stepped towards him. Enough of that, Stormy, you and your damned stone sword. He waved wildly at the city of Watan. Does this smell sweet to you? What would smell even sweeter is the Adjunct's high mage all chopped up and served in a stew to Hood himself. He reached for the Emas sword, his grin broadening. "And I'm just the man to do. Settle down, you two," Kalam said.
"All right, Apsalar. We're all here, and that's passing strange, but not as strange maybe as it should be. Doesn't matter."
He made a gesture that encompassed himself. "Quick, Ben and Stormy, we're returning to the 14th Army, or we will be once we've circled the city and Quick's satisfied it's as dead as it looks."
"Oh, the wizard cut in. It's dead all right. Still, we're circling the ruin."
He pointed a finger at Apsalar. "As for you, woman, you're not travelling alone, are you? Where are they hiding? And what are they, familiars?" "You could call them that," she replied. "Where are they hiding?" Quick Ben demanded again. "Not sure. Close by, I suspect." "They're shy," and she added nothing more, for now satisfied as she was by the wizard's answering scowl. "Where?" Kalam asked. "Are you going, Apsalar?" Her brows rose. "Why, with you, of course." She could see that this did not please them much, yet they voiced no further objections. As far as she was concerned, this was a perfect conclusion to this part of her journey, for it coincided with her most pressing task, the final target for assassination, the only one that could not be ignored. She'd always known Cotillion for a most subtle bastard. "All right then," Sergeant Hellion said. "Which one of you wants to be my new corporal?" Touchy and Breathless exchanged glances.
"What?" Touchy asked. "Us? But you got Balgrid and Tavore's Pond now, or even. It's my new squad, and I decide these things." She squinted over at the other soldiers. "Balgrid's a mage, so's Tavore's Pond." She scowled at the two men. "I don't like mages. They're always disappearing right when you want to ask them something." Her gaze slid across to the last two soldiers. "Maybe's a sapper, and enough said about that. And Lutz is our healer." "That leaves—" Hellion returned her attention to the twins. "You two." "Fine," said Touchy. "I'll be corporal." "Hold on," Breathless said. "I want to be corporal. I ain't taking no orders from him, Sergeant." "Not a chance. I got the brains, you know." Touchy snorted. "Then, since you didn't know what to do with them, you threw them away. You're a big fat liar, Touchy. Quiet." Hellion reached for her sword, but then remembered and drew a knife instead. "Another word, either of you, and I'll cut myself." The squad stared at her. "I'm a woman, see, and with women it's how we deal with men. You're all men, give me trouble and I'll stick this knife in my arm, or leg. Or maybe I'll slice a nipple off, and you bastards will have to live with that. For the rest of your days you'll have to live with the fact that you were being such assholes that Hellion went and disfigured herself. No one spoke. Smiling, Hellion resheathed the knife.
"Good. Now, Touchy and Breathless, I've decided you're both corporals there. But what if I want to order Breathless? Well, you can't." Breathless raised a finger. "Wait, what if we give different orders to the others?" "Don't worry about that. Maybe said we ain't going to listen to you anyways. You're both idiots. But if the sergeant wants to make you corporals, that's fine. We don't care. Idiots make good corporals." "All right," Hellion said, rising. "It's settled."
"Now, nobody wander off, since the captain wants us ready to march." She walked away, up towards the ridge, thinking the captain had dragged off Herb and made him a sergeant. Madness, that old rule about idiots making good corporals, obviously extended to sergeants, but there wasn't anything she could do about it. Besides, she might go and kill him, and then there'd be trouble. Herb was big after all, and there wasn't much in the way of places to hide his body. "Not around here anyway," she concluded, scanning the broken rocks, bricks and potsherds strewn on the slope. They needed to find a village. She could trade her knife. No, that wouldn't work, since it would mess up her threat and the squad might mutiny. Unless, next time, she added nails to the possible weapons, scratch her own eyes out, something like that. She glanced down at her nails. "Oh, mostly gone. What a mess." "Look at her," Maybe said. "Tells us not to wander off then. What does she do? Wanders off. Finds a ridge to do what? Why? Check out her nails. Ooh, they're chipped. Gods, We've got a real woman for our hood-damned sergeant. She ain't a real woman, Touchy said. You don't know her at all. Sapper. Now, me and Breathless, we were two of the poor fools who came first to the temple in Khartoul, where this whole nightmare started. What are you talking about? Balgrid demanded. Someone went and butchered all the priests in the Derek temple, and we was the first ones on the scene. Anyway, you know how this goes. That was our quarter, right? Not that we could patrol inside temples, of course, so we weren't to blame, but since when does common sense count for anything in the Empire? So they had to send us away, hopefully to get killed, so none of it gets out. It just did, Tavore Paran said, scratching beneath the rough, crusted bandages, swathing one side of his face. What are you talking about? Balgrid demanded again. And what's the sergeant doing over there? Maybe glared at Lutz. He's still deaf. Do something. It'll come back, the healer replied, shrugging. Mostly. It takes time, that's all. Anyway, Touchy resumed, she ain't a real woman.
She drinks, right? Breathless cut in. And why does she drink? Why, she's scared of spiders. That don't matter, his brother retorted. And now she's stuck sober, and that's bad. Listen, all of you. What? Balgrid asked. Listen, the rest of you. We just keep her drunk and everything'll be fine. Idiot, maybe said. Probably you didn't catch whoever killed all those priests because your sergeant was drunk? She did good in Hidatan, or have you forgotten?
You're alive, cause of her.
That'll wear off, Sapper. Just you wait. I mean, look at her. She's fussing over her nails. Adopting heavies into a squad was never easy. Gessler knew they didn't think normally. In fact, the sergeant wasn't even sure they were human. Somewhere between a flesh-and-blood Emas and a Barghast, maybe. And now he had 4 of them. Shortnose, Flashwit, Uru Hela, and Mayfly. Flashwit could probably outpull an ox, and she was Napan besides, though those stunning green eyes came from somewhere else, and Shortnose seemed in the habit of losing body parts, and there was no telling how far that had gone beyond the missing nose and ear. Uru was a damned Corellary who'd probably been destined for the Stormwall before stowing aboard a Yakatakan merchanter, meaning she felt she didn't owe anybody. Anything Mayfly was just easily confused, but clearly as tough as they came. And heavies came tough. He'd have to adjust his thinking on how to work the squad. But if he ever shows up, Stormy will love these ones. Maybe in one way it made sense to reorganize the squads. But Gessler wasn't sure of the captain's timing. It was Fist Kinneb's responsibility anyway, and he'd likely prefer splitting up soldiers who were, one and all, now veterans. Well, that was for the damned officers to chew over. What concerned him the most at the moment was the fact that they were mostly unarmed and unarmoured. A score of raiders or even bandits happening upon them, and there'd be more Malazan bones bleaching in the sun. They needed to get moving, catch up with the damned army. He fixed his gaze on the west road up on the ridge. Hellion was there already, he saw, lit up by the rising sun, odd woman, but she must have done something right to have led her soldiers through that mess. Gessler would not look back at Wigatan. Every time he had done that before, the images returned, Truth shouldering the munitions packs, running into the smoke and flames. Fiddler and Cuttle racing back, away from what was coming. No, it wasn't worth any last looks back at that cursed city. What could you take from it that was worth a damned thing anyway? Leoman had drawn them right in, made the city a web from which there was no escape. Only, we made it, didn't we? But how many didn't? The captain had told them. Upwards of 2,000, wasn't it? All to kill a few hundred fanatics who would probably have been just as satisfied killing themselves and no one else to make whatever mad, futile point they felt worth dying for. It was how fanatics thought, after all. Killing Malazans simply sweetened an already sweet final meal, all to make some god's eyes shine. Mind you, polish anything long enough and it'll start to shine. The sun lifted its blistered eye above the horizon, and it was almost time to begin the march. 10,
maybe more pups, all pink, wrinkled and squirming inside an old martin's nest that had dislodged from an exploding wall. Bottle peered down at them, the nest in his hands. Their mother clung to his left shoulder, nose twitching as if she was contemplating a sudden leap, either towards her helpless brood or towards Bottle's neck. "Relax, my dear," he whispered. "They're as much mine as they are yours." A half-choking sound nearby, then a burst of laughter. Bottle glared over at Smiles. "You don't understand a thing, you miserable cow. I can't believe you want to take that filthy thing with you, all right. It got us out, so now leave it be. Besides, there's no way you can keep them alive. She's got to feed 'em right, meaning she has to scrounge. When's she going to be able to do that? We're about to march, you fool." "We can manage," he replied. "They're tribal creatures, rats. Besides, we've already scrounged enough food. It's only Gatton who needs to eat lots, for now. The pups just suckle. Stop, you're making me sick. There's enough rats in the world already, Bottle. Take the big one, sure, but leave the others for the birds. She'd never forgive me." Sitting nearby, Corrick studied the two bickering soldiers a moment longer, then he rose. "Don't go far," Strings said. The half-setty grunted a wordless reply, then headed towards the far northern end of the flats, where broad, deep pits pockmarked the ground. He arrived at the edge of one and looked down. Long ago these pits had yielded clay for the potters, back when there had been water close to the surface. When that had dried up, they had proved useful for the disposal of refuse, including the bodies of paupers. The pits nearest the city's walls held only bones, bleached heaps, sun-cracked amidst tattered strips of burial cloth. He stood above the remains for a moment longer, then descended the crumbling side. The soldiers had lost most of the bones affixed to their armour and uniforms. It seemed only fitting, Corrick thought, that these long-dead citizens of Wigatan offer up their own. After all, we crawled through the city's own bones, and we can't even measure what we left behind. Knee-deep in bones, he looked round. No shortage of fetishes here. Satisfied, he began collecting. "You look damn near naked, without all that armour." Corporal Tar grimaced. "I am damn near naked without all my armour, Sergeant." Smiling Strings looked away, searching until he found Corrick, who was in the process of climbing into the ground. At least it looked that way from here. Strange, secretive man. Then again, if he wanted to crawl into the earth, that was his business. So long as he showed up for the call to march. Cuttle was near the fire, pouring out the last of the tea, a brew concocted from a half-dozen local plants Bottle had identified as palatable, although he'd been a little cagey on toxicity. After a moment surveying his squad, the sergeant returned to shaving off his beard, hacking at the foul-smelling, singed hair with his camp knife, the only weapon left to him. One of the foundling children had attached herself to him and sat opposite, watching with wide eyes, her round face smeared with ash and two wet, dirty streaks running down from her nose. She had licked her lips raw. Strings paused, squinted at her, then raised one eyebrow. "You need a bath, lass. We'll have to toss you into the first stream we run across." She made a face. "Can't be helped," he went on. "Malazan soldiers in the 14th are required to maintain a certain level of cleanliness. So far, the captain's been easy about it, but trust me, that won't last." He trailed off when he saw that she wasn't listening anymore. Nor was she looking at him, but at something beyond his left shoulder. Strings twisted round to follow her gaze, and saw a rider and 3 figures on foot coming down from the road that encircled Wigatan, coming towards them. From a short distance to the sergeant's right, he heard Gessler say, "That's Stormy. I'd recognize that bludgeon walk anywhere. And Kalam and Quick. Don't know the woman on the horse, though." "But I do." Strings rose, walked up the slope to meet them. He heard Gessler behind him, following. "Hood, take us," Strings said, studying first Apsalar, then Kalam and Quick Ben, Half the old squad. All here! Quick Ben was squinting at Fiddler. You shaved, he said. Reminds me just how young you are. That beard turned you into an old man. He paused, then added, Be nice to have Mallet here with us. Forget it, Strings said. He's getting fat in Darujistan, and the last thing he'd want to do is see our ugly faces again. He coughed. And I suppose Paran's there too, feet up and sipping chilled Saltoan wine. Turned out to be a good captain, the wizard said after a moment. Who'd have thought it, huh? Strings nodded up at the woman on the horse. Apsalar! So where's Crocus, young hand? She shrugged. He goes by the name of Cutter now, Fiddler. Oh, in any case, she continued, we parted ways some time ago. Stormy stepped closer to Gessler. We lost him, he asked. Gessler looked away, then nodded. What happened? Strings spoke in answer. Truth saved all our skins, Stormy. He did what we couldn't do when it needed to be done, and not a word of complaint. Anyway, he gave up his life for us. I wish it could have been otherwise. He shook his head. I know it's hard when they're so young. There were tears now, running down the huge man's sunburnt face, saying nothing. He walked past them all, down onto the slope towards the encamped Malazans. Gessler watched, then followed. No one spoke. I had a feeling, Quick Ben said after a time. You made it out of Wigatan. But the 14ths marched already. Fiddler nodded. They had to. Plagues coming from the east. Besides, it must have seemed impossible. Anyone trapped in the city surviving the firestorm. How did you pull it off? Kalam demanded. We're about to march, Fiddler said, as Faradan's sort appeared, clambering onto the road. I'll tell you along the way. And quick, I've got a mage in my squad I want you to meet. He's saved us all. What do you want me to do? The wizard asked. Shake his hand. Not unless you want to get bit. Ha! Look at his face. That was worth it. The bridge was made of black stones, each one roughly carved yet perfectly fitted, wide enough to accommodate 2 wagons side by side, although there were no barriers flanking the span, and the edges looked worn crumbly, enough to make Paran uneasy, especially since there was nothing beneath the bridge. Nothing at all. Grey mists in a depthless sea below. Grey mists swallowing the bridge itself, 20 paces distant, grey mists refuting the sky overhead. A realm half-born, dead in still birth. The air was cold, clammy, smelling of tidal pools. Paran drew his cloak tighter about his shoulders. Well, he muttered, it's pretty much how I saw it. The ghostly form of Hedge, standing at the very edge of the massive bridge, slowly turned. You've been here before, Captain? Visions, he replied. That's all. We need to cross this. I? The sapper said. Into a long-forgotten world. Does it belong to Hood? Hard to say. The ghost's hooded eyes seemed to shift, fixing on Genath. You should have changed your mind, Jagrut. Paran glanced over at her. Impossible to read her expression, but there was a stiffness to her stance, a certain febility to the hands she lifted to draw up the hood of the cape she had conjured. Yes, she said. I should have. This is older than the holes, isn't it? Paran asked her. And you recognize it, don't you, Genath? Yes, in answer to both your questions. This place belongs to the Jaghut, to our own myths. This is our vision of the underworld, master of the deck. Verdith Anath, the bridge of death. You must find another path, Ganos Paran, to find those whom you seek. He shook his head. No, this is the one, I'm afraid. It cannot be. Why? She did not reply. Paran hesitated, then said, This is the place in my visions, where I have to begin. But, well, those dreams never proceeded from here. I could not see what lay ahead on this bridge. So I had this, what you see before us, and the knowledge that only a ghost could guide me across. He studied the mists engulfing the stone path. There's 2 ways of seeing it, I eventually concluded. Of seeing what?
Ganeth asked.
Well, the paucity of those visions, and my hunches on how to proceed, I could discard all else and attempt to appease them with precision, never once straying, for fear that it would prove disastrous. Or I could see all those uncertainties as opportunities, and so allow my imagination fullest rein. Hedge made a motion something like spitting, although nothing left his mouth. I take it, you chose the latter, Captain. Paran nodded, then faced the Jaghut again.
In your myths, Ganeth, who or what guards this bridge? She shook her head. This place lies beneath the ground, beneath Hood's feet. He may well know of this realm, but would not presume to claim dominance over it, or its inhabitants. This is a primal place, master of the deck, as are those forces that call it home. It is a conceit to believe that death has but a single manifestation. As with all things, layer settles upon layer, and in time the deepest, darkest ones become forgotten. Yet they have shaped all that lies above. She seemed to study Paran for a moment, then said, You carry an Otatarl sword. Reluctantly, he admitted, most of the time I keep it buried by the back wall of Coil's estate in Darujistan. I am surprised you sensed it. The scabbard is made of iron and bronze, and that negates its effect. The Jaghut shrugged. The barrier is imperfect.
The denizens in this realm, if the myths hold truth, and they always do, prefer brute force over sorcery. The sword will be just a sword. Well, I wasn't planning on using it anyway. So, Hedge said, we just start on our way across this bridge and see what comes for us. Captain, I may be a sapper, and a dead one at that, but even I don't think that's a good idea. Of course not, Paran said. I have planned for something else. He drew out from his pack a small object, spoked and circular, which he then tossed on the ground. Shouldn't be long, he said. They were told to stay close. A moment later, sounds came through the mists behind them. The thunder of hoofs, the heavy clatter of massive wheels. A train of horses appeared, heads tossing, froth-flecked and wild-eyed, and behind them a six-wheeled carriage. Guards were clinging to various ornate projections on the carriage's flanks, some of them strapped in place by leather harnesses. Their weapons were out, and they glared fiercely into the mists on all sides. The driver leaned back on the reins, voicing a weird cry, hoofs stamping. The train reared back, slewing the huge carriage round to a stone-snapping, skidding halt. The guards unhitched themselves and swarmed off, establishing a perimeter with crossbows out and cocked. On the bench, the driver set the brake, looped the reins about the handle, then pulled out a flask and downed its contents in 7 successive swallows. Belched, restoppered the flask, pocketed it, then clambered down the carriage side. He unlatched the side door even as Paran caught movement through its barred window. The man pushing his way through was huge, dressed in sodden silks, his pudgy hands and round face sheathed in sweat. Paran spoke, You must be Polan Demezan. I am Ganos, Paran. Thank you for arriving so quickly. Knowing the reputation of the Trigal Trade Guild, of course I am not at all surprised. Nor should you be. The huge man replied with a broad smile that revealed gold-capped, diamond-studded teeth. The smile slowly faded as his gaze found the bridge. Oh dear. He gestured to 2 of the nearest guards, both Pardu women, both badly scarred. Nistar Artara, to the edge of the mists on that bridge, if you please. Examine the edges carefully. Without a retaining wall, we face a treacherous path indeed. The small, bright eyes fixed on Paran once more. Master of the deck, forgive me. I am fraught with exhaustion. Oh, how this dread land taxes poor old Karpalan Demisand. After this, we shall hasten our return to our most cherished native continent of Genabakis. Naught but tragedy haunts 7 cities. See how I have lost weight. The stress, the misery, the bad food. He snapped his fingers, and a servant emerged from the carriage behind him, somehow managing to balance a tray crowded with goblets and a crystal decanter in one hand, while navigating his egress with the other. Gather, my friends. Not you, damn shareholders. Keep a watch out, fools. There are things out there, and you know what happens when things arrive. Nay, I spoke to my guests. Ganose, Paran, master of the deck, his ghostly companion, and the Jaghut sorceress. Join me, fretful three, in this one peaceable toast before the mayhem begins. Thanks for the invitation, Hedge said, but since I'm a ghost. Not at all. Carpolan demizand, cut in, know that in close proximity to my contrivance here you are not cursed, insubstantial, not at all. So he passed a goblet to the sapper. Drink, my friend, and revel once more in the delicious sensation of taste, not to mention alcohol. If you say so, Hedge said, accepting the goblet. He swallowed a mouthful, and his hazy expression somehow brightened. Gods below! You've done it now, merchant. I think I'll end up haunting this carriage for all time. Alas, my friend, the effect wears off eventually. Else we face an impossible burden, as you might imagine. Now you, Jaghut, please. The significance of the myriad flavors in this wine shall not be lost on you, I'm sure. Beaming, he handed her a goblet. She drank, then bared her tusks in what Paran took to be a smile. Bictrara, ice flowers, you must have crossed a Jaghut glacier some time in the past to have harvested such rare plants. Indeed, my dear, Jaghut glaciers, and much more besides, I assure you. To explain, the Trigal Trade Guild travels the Warrens, a claim no other merchants in this world dare make. Accordingly, we are very expensive. He gave Paran a broad wink. Very, as the master of the deck well knows. Speaking of which, I trust you have your payment with you. Paran nodded. Carpolan proffered the third goblet to Paran. I note you have brought your horse, master of the deck. Do you intend to ride alongside us, then? I think so. Is that a problem? Hard to say. We do not yet know what we shall encounter on this fell bridge. In any case, you must ride close. Unless you mean to assert your own protection, in which case, why hire us at all? No, your protection I shall need, I'm sure, Paran said. And yes, that is why I contracted with your guild in Darujistan. He sipped at the wine and found his head swimming. Although he added, eyeing the golden liquid, if I drink any more of this, I might have trouble staying in the saddle. You must strap yourself tightly, Ganose Paran, in the stirrups, and to the saddle. Trust me in this, such a journey is best managed drunk, or filled with the fumes of Durhang, or both. Now, I must begin preparations. Although I have never before visited this warren, I am beginning to suspect we will be sorely tested on this dread bridge. If you are amenable, Gaynath said, I would ride with you within, Delightful, and I suggest you ready yourself to access your warren, Jaghut, should the need arise. Paran watched as the two climbed back into the carriage. Then he turned to regard Hedge. The sapper finished the wine in his goblet and set it back down on the tray, which was being held still by the servant, an old man with red-rimmed eyes and grey hair that looked singed at its ends. "How many of these journeys have you made?" Hedge asked him. "More'n I can count, sir. I take it Carpolan Demizand is a high mage." "That he be, sir, and for that, us shareholders bless him every day." "No doubt," Hedge said, then turned to Paran. "If you ain't going to drink that, Captain, put it down. You and me need to talk." Paran risked another mouthful, then replaced the goblet, following as, with a gesture, Hedge set off towards the foot of the bridge. "Something on your ghostly mind, sapper?" "Plenty, Captain, but first things first. You know when I tossed that cusser back in coral, I figured that was it. Hood knows. I didn't have a choice, so I'd do the same thing if I had to do it over again anyway." He paused, then said, "For a time there was, well, just darkness, the occasional flicker of something like light, something like awareness." He shook his head. "It was like, well, he met Paran's eyes, like I had nowhere to go. My soul, I mean. Nowhere at all. And trust me on this, that ain't a good feeling." "But then you did," Paran said, "have somewhere to go, I mean." Hedge nodded,
Eyes once more on the mists engulfing the way ahead. Heard voices at first, then old friends coming out of the dark. Faces I knew and sure, like I said, friends, but some who weren't. You got to understand, Captain, before your time, a lot of Bridgeburners were plain bastards. When a soldier goes through what we went through in Raraku at Black Dog, you come out one of two kinds of people. Either you're damned humbled, or you start believing the Empress worships what slides outer your ass, and not just the Empress, but everyone else besides. Now, I never had time for those bastards when I was alive. Now I'm looking at spending an eternity with them. Paran was silent for a moment, thoughtful. Then he said, "Go on."
Us Bridgeburners, we got work ahead of us, and some of us don't like it. I mean, we're dead, right? And sure, it's good helping friends who are still alive, and maybe helping all of humanity if it comes to that, and I'm sorry to say, it will come to that. Still, you end up with questions that can't be answered, such as the sapper's expression twisted. Damn, sounds awful, but what's in it for us?
We find ourselves in an army of the dead, in a damned sea where there used to be desert. We're all done with our wars. The fighting's over, and now it looks like we're having to march. And it's a long march, longer than you'd think possible. But it's our road now, isn't it? And where does it lead, Hedge? He shook his head again. What's it mean to die? What's it mean to ascend? It's not like we're going to gather 10,000 worshippers among the living, is it? I mean, the only thing us dead soldiers got in common is that none of us was good enough or lucky enough to survive the fight. We're a host of failures, he barked a laugh. I better remember that one for the bastards, just to get under their skins. Paran glanced back at the carriage. Still no activity there, although the servant had disappeared back inside. He sighed. Ascendance, Hedge, not an easy role to explain. In fact, I've yet to find a worthwhile explanation for what ascendancy is, among all the scholarly tracts I've poured through in Darujistan's libraries and archives. So I've had to come up with my own theory. Let's hear it, Captain. All right, we'll start with this. Ascendants who find worshippers become gods, and that binding goes both ways. Ascendants without worshippers are, in a sense, unchained, unaligned in the language of the deck of dragons. Now, gods who once had worshippers but don't have them anymore are still ascendant, but effectively emasculated, and they remain so unless the worship is somehow renewed for the elder gods. That means the spilling of blood on hallowed or once hallowed ground. For the more primitive spirits and the like, it could be as simple as the recollection or rediscovery of their name, or some other form of awakening. Mind you, none of that matters if the ascendant in question has been well and truly annihilated. So, to backtrack slightly, ascendants, whether gods or not, seem to possess some form of power. Maybe sorcery, maybe personality, maybe something else. And what that seems to mean is they possess an unusual degree of efficacy. Of what? They're trouble if you mess with them, is what I'm saying. A mortal man punches someone and maybe breaks the victim's nose. An ascendant punches someone and they go through a wall. Now, I don't mean that literally, although that's sometimes the case. Not necessarily physical strength, but strength of will. When an ascendant acts, ripples run through everything. And that's what makes them so dangerous. For example, before Fina's expulsion, Tretch was a first hero, an old name for an ascendant, and that's all he was. Spent most of his time either battling other first heroes, or, towards the end, wandering around in his solar-taken form. If nothing untoward had happened to Tretch in that form, his ascendancy would have eventually vanished, lost in the primitive bestial mind of an oversized tiger. But something untoward did happen. Actually, two things. Fina's expulsion and Tretch's unusual death, and with those two events, everything changed. All right, Hedge said. That's all just fine. When are you getting to your theory, Captain? Every mountain has a peak, Hedge, and throughout history there have been mountains and mountains, more than we could imagine, I suspect. Mountains of humanity, of Jaghut, of Tlan Imas, of Irisal, Bargast, Trell, and so on. Not just mountains, but whole ranges. I believe ascendancy is a natural phenomenon, an inevitable law of probability. Take a mass of people, anywhere, any kind, and eventually enough pressure will build, and a mountain will rise, and it will have a peak, which is why so many ascendants become gods. After the passing of generations, the great hero's name becomes sacred, representative of some long-lost golden age, and so it goes. So if I understand you, Captain, and I admit it's not easy and it's never been easy, there's too much pressure these days, and because of that there's too many ascendants, and things are getting hairy. Paran shrugged. It might feel that way. It probably always does. But these things shake themselves out eventually. Mountains collide, peaks fall, are forgotten, crumble to dust. Captain, are you planning to make a new card in the deck of dragons? Paran studied the ghost for a long time. Then he said, in many of the houses, the role of soldier already exists. But not unaligned soldiers, Captain. Not us. You say you have a long road ahead, sapper. How do you know that? Who is guiding you? I got no answer to that one, Captain. That's why we figured our payment for this bargain, that you constructing a card for us would well be like shaking a handful of wheat flour over an invisible web. Part of the bargain? You might have mentioned that at the start. Hedge? No. Better when it's too late. For you, yes, all right, I'll think on it. I admit you've made me curious, especially since I don't think you and your ghostly army are being directly manipulated. I suspect that what calls to you is something far more ephemeral, more primal, a force of nature, as if some long-lost law was being reasserted, and you're the ones who will deliver it eventually. An interesting thought, Captain. I always knew you had brains. Now I'm finally getting a hint of what they're good for. Now let me ask you a question, Hedge, if you must. That long road ahead of you, your march, it's to war, isn't it? Against whom? More like what? Commotion behind them, the shareholders rushing back to the carriage, the snap of leather and the clunk of buckles as the dozen or so men and women began strapping themselves in place. The horses, suddenly agitated, tossed their heads and stamped, nostrils flaring. The driver had the traces in his hands once more. You two, he said in a growl. It's time. Think I'll sit beside the driver, Hedge said. Captain, like the High Mage said, be sure you ride close. I knew how to get us here, but I ain't got a clue what's coming. Nodding, Paran headed towards his horse, whilst Hedge clambered up the side of the carriage. The two Pardu women returned from their stations on the bridge and climbed up to take flanking positions on the roof, both checking their heavy crossbows and supply of broad-headed quarrels. Paran swung himself into the saddle. A shutter in the side door was opened, and the captain could make out Carpolan's round, shiny face. We'd travel perilously fast, Ganos Paran. If some transformation occurs on the horse you ride, consider abandoning it. And if some transformation besets me, well, we shall do our best not to abandon you. That's reassuring, Carpolan Demazand. A brief smile, then the shutter snapped shut once more. Another weird cry from the driver and a snap of the traces. The horses lunged forward, carriage slewing straight behind them, rolling forward onto the stone bridge. Paran rode up alongside it, opposite one of the shareholders. The man threw him a wild, half-mad grin, gloved hands gripping a massive Malazan-made crossbow, climbing the slope, then into the mists. That closed like soft walls round them. A dozen heartbeats, then chaos. Ochre-skinned creatures swarmed in from both sides, as if they had been clinging beneath the bridge. Long arms clawed at the ends, short, ape-like legs, small heads that seemed filled with fangs. They flung themselves at the carriage, seeking to drag off the shareholders. Screams, the thud of quarrels striking bodies, hissing pain from the creatures. Paran's horse reared, forelegs kicking at a beast scrambling beneath it. Sword out, Paran slashed the blade into the back of the creature, clinging and biting fierce chunks of meat from the nearest shareholder's left thigh. He saw the flesh and muscle part, revealing ribs. Then blood sluiced out. Squealing, the beast fell away. More had reached the carriage, and Paran saw one shareholder torn from her perch, swearing as she was dragged down onto the stones, then vanishing beneath seething, smooth-skinned bodies. The captain swung his horse round and closed on the writhing mass. No skill involved, it was simply lean down and hack and slash until the last bleeding body fell away. The woman lying on the bloody stones looked as though she had been chewed by a shark, then spat out. Yet she lived. Paran sheathed his sword, dismounted, and threw the dazed, bleeding woman over a shoulder. Heavier than she'd looked, he managed to settle her down over the back of his horse, then vaulted once more into the saddle. The carriage already vanishing into the mists, ochre bodies tumbling from it. The back wheels both rose and thumped as they rolled over flopping corpses. And between Paran and the carriage, 100 or more of the creatures now wheeling towards him, claws raised and clicking. He drew out his sword again and drove his heels into the horse's flanks. The animal voiced an indignant grunt, then charged forward, legs and chest battering bodies aside, Paran slashing right and left, seeing limbs lopped off, skulls opened wide. Hands closed on the shareholder and sought to pull her off. Twisting round, Paran cut at them until they fell away. A beast landed in his lap, hot breath, smelling distinctly of over-ripe peaches, hinged fangs spreading wide. The damned thing was moments from biting off Paran's face. He head-butted it, the rim of his helm smashing nose and teeth, blood gushing into Paran's eyes, nose and mouth. The creature reeled back. Paran swung his weapon from above, hammering the sword's pommel into the top of the creature's skull, punching through with twin sprays of blood from its tiny ears. Tugging his weapon free, he shoved the dead beast to the side. His horse was still pushing forward, squealing as talons and fangs slashed its neck and chest. Paran leant over his mount's neck, flailing with his sword in its defence. Then they were through, the horse lunging into a canter, then a gallop. All at once, the carriages battered, swaying and pitching back, reared up before them, free of attackers. Paran dragged on his reins until the horse slowed and came up alongside. He gestured at the nearest shareholder. "She's still alive. Take her. Is she now?" The man replied, then turned his head and spat out a gleaming red stream. Paran now saw that blood was spurting from the ragged holes in the man's left leg, and those spurts were slowing down. "You need a healer, and fast." "Too late," the man replied, leaning out to drag the unconscious woman from the back of Paran's horse. More hands reached down from above and took her weight, then pulled her upwards. The dying shareholder sagged back against the carriage, then gave Paran a red-stained smile. "The spike," he said, "doubles my worth. Hope the damned wife's grateful." As he spoke, he fumbled with the harness buckle, then finally pulled it loose. With a final nod at Paran, he let go and fell. A tumble and a roll, then nothing. Paran looked back, stared at the motionless body on the bridge. Beasts were swarming towards it. Gods, these people have all lost their minds. Stebar's earned the spike, someone said from the carriage roof. "Who's got one of his chips?" Another voice said, "Here, down the slot. How bad is thirst? She'll make it, poor girl, ain't going to be pretty no more. Knowing her, she'd have been happier with the spike. Not a chance. Got no kin, Ephras. What's the point of a spike with no kin?"
"Funny man, Yorad, and I bet you don't even know it. What did I say now?" The carriage's wild careening had slowed as more and more detritus appeared on the bridge's road. Pieces of corroding armour, broken weapons, bundles of nondescript clothing. Looking down, Paran saw a slab of wood that looked to have once been a Truff's game board, now splintered and gnawed down one side as if some creature had tried to eat it.
So here in this deathly underworld, there are things that still need food, meaning they're alive, meaning, I suppose, they don't belong. Intruders, like us? He wondered at all those other visitors to this realm, those who'd fallen to the horde of ochre-hued beastmen. How had they come to be here? An accident? Or, like Paran, seeking to cross this damned bridge for a reason? Hedge, the ghost, perched beside the driver, leaned forward. Captain, this realm, how did you know of it? Well, you came to us, didn't you? Figured you was the one who knew about it. That makes no sense. You led, I followed, remember? You wanted to go where the ancient things went, so here we are. But where is here? Shrugging, the sapper leaned back. It was the one bad thing about following gut feelings, Paran reflected. Where they came from and what fed them was anybody's guess. After perhaps a third of a league, the slope still perceptibly climbing, the road's surface cleared, and although the mists remained thick, they seemed to have lightened around them, as if some hidden sun of white fire had lifted clear of the horizon, assuming there was such a horizon. Not every warren played by the same rules, Paran knew. The driver cursed suddenly and soared back on the traces, one foot pushing the brake lever. Paran reined in alongside as the train lurched to a halt. Wreckage ahead, a single large heap surrounded by scattered pieces. A carriage. Everyone was silent for a moment. Then Carpolan Demizan's voice emerged from a speak tube near the roof. Nista, Artara, if you will, examine yon barricade. Paran dismounted, his sword still out, and joined the two Pardu women as they crept cautiously towards the destroyed carriage. That's Trigale Trade Guild, Paran said in low tones. Isn't it? Shh. They reached the scene. Paran held back as the shareholders, exchanging gestures. Each went to one side, crossbows held at the ready. In moments they moved out of his line of sight. The carriage was lying on its side, the roof facing Paran. One back wheel was missing. The copper sheets of the roof looked battered, peeled away in places, cut and gouged in others. On two of the visible iron attachment loops, strips of leather remained. One of the Pardu women appeared on top, perching on the frame of the side door, then crouching to look straight down inside the carriage. A moment later, she disappeared inside. The other shareholder came from around the wreck. Paran studied her. Her nose had been shattered. Not long ago, he judged, as the remnant of bruises marred the area beneath her eyes with faint crescents. The eyes above those bruises were now filled with fear. Behind them, Carpolan Demisand emerged and, the Jaghut at his side and hedge trailing, they slowly approached. Paran turned, studied the pale, expressionless visage of the High Mage. Do you recognize this particular carriage, Carpolan? A nod. Trade Mistress Darpareth Vade, missing with all her shareholders for 2 years. Ganos Paran, I must think on this, for she was my superior in the sorcerer's arts. I am deeply saddened by this discovery, for she was my friend. Saddened and alarmed. Do you recall the details of her last mission? Ah, a prescient question. Generally he paused, folding his hands on his lap. Such details remain the property of the Trigold Trade Guild, for as you must realize, confidentiality is a quality our clients pay for, in fullest trust that we reveal nothing. In this instance, however, 2 things are clear that mitigate such secrecy. 1, it seems, if we continue on, we shall face what Darpareth faced. 2, in this, her last mission, she failed, and presumably we do not wish to share her fate. Accordingly, we shall here and now pool our talents, first, to determine what destroyed her mission, and secondly, to effect a reasonable defense against the enemy responsible. The other Pardu clambered once more into view. Seeing Carpolan, she paused, then shook her head. "No bodies?" Paran said. "Of course those hungry beasts we ran into may well have cleaned up afterwards." "I think not," said Ganath. "I suspect they too fear what lies ahead, and would not venture this far along the bridge. In any case, the damage on that carriage came from something far larger, stronger. If this bridge has a true guardian, then I suspect these poor travellers met it." Paran frowned. "Guardian? Why would there be a guardian? That kind of stuff belongs to fairy tales. How often does someone or something try to cross this bridge? It's got to be rare, meaning there's some guardian with a lot of spare time on its hands. Why not just wander off? Unless the thing has no brain at all, such a geas would drive it mad. Mad enough to tear apart whatever shows up," Hedge said. "More like desperate for a scratch behind the ear," Paran retorted. "It doesn't make sense. Creatures need to eat, need company. And if the guardian has a master?" Ganath asked. "This isn't a hold," Paran said. "It has no ruler, no master." Carpolan grunted, then said, "You are sure of this, Ganoes Paran?" "I am, more or less. This realm is buried, forgotten." "It may be then," Carpolan mused, "that someone needs to inform the guardian that such is the case, that its task is no longer relevant. In other words, we must release it from its geas." "Assuming such a guardian exists," Paran said, "rather than some chance meeting of two forces, both heading the same way." The Trigale master's small eyes narrowed. "You know more of this, Ganoes Paran. What was Darpareth Vade's mission here?" "Ah, we are to exchange secrets then." "Very well. As I recall, the client was from Darujistan, specifically the House of Or. The contact was a woman, niece of the late Turban Or, Lady Sidara. And the mission? It seems this realm is home to numerous entities, powers long forgotten, buried in antiquity. The mission involved an assay of such creatures. Since Lady Sidara was accompanying the mission, no other details were available. Presumably, she knew what she was looking for. Now, Ganoes Paran, it is your turn." His frown deepening, Paran walked closer to the destroyed carriage. He studied the tears and gouges in the copper sheathing on the roof.
"I'd always wondered where they went," he said, "and eventually I realized where they were going." He faced Carpolan Demisand. "I don't think there's a guardian here. I think the travellers met on this bridge, all headed the same way, and the misfortune was with Darpareth and Sidara Or. This carriage was destroyed by two hounds of shadow. You are certain? I am. I can smell them, my kin. We'll need to get this moved to one side, over the edge, I suppose."
"One question," Carpolan Demison said. "What happened to the bodies? Hounds are in the habit of dragging and throwing their victims. Occasionally they feed, but for the most part they take pleasure in the killing, and they would at that time have been both enraged and exuberant, for they had just been freed from Dragnipur, the sword of Anamander Rake." "Impossible," the High Mage snapped. "No, just exceedingly difficult. How do you know all this?"
Carpolan demanded. "Because I freed them. Then you are responsible for this." Paran faced the huge man, his now hard, dangerous eyes, much to my regret. "You see, they should never have been there in the first place. In Dragnipur, I shouldn't have been either. And at the time, I didn't know where they would escape to, or even that they would escape at all. It looked, in fact, as though I'd sent them to oblivion, to the abyss itself. As it turned out," he added, as he faced the wreckage once more, "I needed them to do precisely this. I needed them to blaze the trail. Of course, it would have been better if they'd met no one on the way. It's easy to forget just how nasty they are." Carpolan Demisand turned to his shareholders. "Down, all of you! We must clear the road, Captain," Hedge muttered. "You're really starting to make me nervous." The wreckage groaned, then slid over the edge, vanishing into the mists. The shareholders, gathered at the side of the bridge, all waited for a sound from below, but there was none. At a command from Carpolan, they returned to their positions on the Trigol carriage. It seemed the High Mage was in no mood to conduct idle conversation with Paran, and he caught the Jaghut sorceress eyeing him sidelong a moment before she climbed into the carriage. He sighed. Delivering unpleasant news usually did this. He suspected if trouble arrived there wouldn't be many helping hands reaching down for him. He climbed into the saddle once more and gathered the reins. They resumed their journey. Eventually they began on the downslope. The bridge was at least a league long. There was no way to tell, unless one sought to climb beneath the span, whether pillars or buttressing held up this massive edifice, or if it simply hung, suspended and unanchored, above a vast expanse of nothing. Ahead, something took shape in the mists, and as they drew closer, they could make out a vast gateway that marked the bridge's end, the flanking uprights thick at the base and tapering as they angled inward to take precariously. It seemed the weight of a huge lintel stone. The entire structure was covered with moss. Carpolan halted the carriage in front of it, and as was his custom, sent the two Pardew shareholders through that gateway. When nothing untoward happened to them, and they returned to report that the way beyond was clear, as much as they could make out anyway, the carriage was driven through, only to halt just beyond as the lead horses splashed into the silty water of a lake or sea. Paran rode his horse down to the water's edge. Frowning, he looked right, then left, eyes tracking the shoreline. From the carriage, Hedge spoke. "Something wrong, Captain?" "Yes. This lake is what's wrong." "Why? It's not supposed to be here. How do you know?" Dismounting, Paran crouched by the water, no waves, perfect calm. He cupped his hand and dipped it into the cool, silty liquid, raised it up, sniffed. "Smells like rot. This is flood water." He was interrupted by an eerie, wailing cry, coming from somewhere downshore. Hood's breath, Hedge hissed. The lungs that punched that out are huge. Straightening, Paran squinted into the vague mists where it seemed the sound had come from. Then he pulled himself into the saddle once more. "I think I was wrong about there being no guardian," he said. Dull thunder rising up from the ground beneath them. Whatever it was on its way. "Let's get going," Paran said. "Up the shoreline and fast." Chapter 11. My faith in the gods is this. They are indifferent to my suffering. Tomlos, destriant of Fina, 827, burns sleep. His hands reached into another world. In, then out again. Taking, giving, he Boric could not tell which, if either. Perhaps nothing more than the way a tongue worried a loose tooth, the unceasing probing that triggered stabs of confirmation that things still weren't quite right. He reached in and touched something, the impulsive gesture, bitter as benediction, as if he could not help but repeat endlessly a mocking healer's touch. To the souls lost in the shattered pieces of jade giants, Heberic offered only lies. Oh, his touch told them of his presence, his attention, and they in turn were reminded of the true lives they once possessed. But what sort of gift could such knowledge provide? He voiced no promises, yet they believed in him nonetheless, and this was worse than torture for both him and them. The dead city was 2 days behind them now, yet its ignorant complacency haunted him still. The ghosts and their insensate repetitive lives measured out stride by stride, again and again. Too many truths were revealed in that travail, and when it came to futility, Heboric needed no reminders. Unseasonal clouds painted silver the sky, behind which the sun slid in its rut, virtually unseen. Biting insects swarmed in the cooler air, danced in the muted light on the old trader's road on which Heboric and his comrades travelled, rising up in clouds before them. The horses snorted to clear their nostrils, rippled the skin of their necks and flanks. Silara worked through her impressive list of curses, fending off the insects with clouds of rust-leaf smoke swirling about her head. Felison Younger did much the same, but without the blue tirade. Cutter rode ahead and so Heberic realized was both responsible for stirring the hordes and blessed by quickly passing through them. It seemed that Silara too had noticed the same thing. Why isn't he back here? Then the bloodflies and chigger fleas would be chasing all of us, instead of this nightmare. Heberic said nothing. Greyfrog was bounding along on the south side of the road, keeping pace. Unbroken scrubland stretched out beyond the demon, whilst to the north ran a ridge of hills, the tail end of the ancient mountain range that held the long-dead city. Icarium's legacy. Like a god loosed and walking the land, Icarium left bloody footprints. Such creatures should be killed. Such creatures are an abomination. Whereas Fenna had simply disappeared. Dragged as the boar god had been into this realm, most of its power had been stripped away. To reveal itself would be to invite annihilation. There were hunters out there. I need to find a way to send Fenna back. And if Traich didn't like it, too bad. The boar and the wolf could share the throne of war. In fact, it made sense. There were always two sides in a war, us and them, and neither can rightly be denied their faith. Yes, there was symmetry in such a notion. It's true, he said. I have never believed in single answers, never believed in this. This divisive clash of singularity. Power may have 10,000 faces, but the look in the eyes of every one of them is the same. He glanced over to see Silara and Felisin staring at him. There's no difference, he said, between speaking aloud or in one's own head. Either way, no one listens. Hard to listen, Silara said, when what you say makes no sense. Sense takes effort. Oh, I'll tell you what makes sense, old man. Children are a woman's curse. They start with weighing you down from the inside, then they weigh you down from the outside. For how long? No, not days, not months, not even years. Decades, babies. Better they were born with tails and 4 legs and eager to run away and crawl into some hole in the ground. Better they could fend for themselves the moment they scuttle free. Now that would make sense. If that was the way it was, Felisin said, then there'd be no need for families, for villages, for towns and cities. We'd all be living in the wilderness. Instead, Silara said, we live in a prison. Us women, anyway. It can't be as bad as that, Felisin insisted. Nothing can be done, Heboric said. We each fall into our lives, and that's that. Some choices we make, but most are made for us. Well, Silara retorted, you would think that, wouldn't you? But look at this stupid journey here, Heboric. True, at first we were just fleeing Raraku, that damned sea rising up out of the sands. Then it was that idiot priest of shadow and cutter there, and suddenly we were following you. Where? The island of Otataral. Why? Who knows? But it has something to do with those ghost hands of yours, something to do with you righting a wrong, and now I'm pregnant. How does that last detail fit? Felisin demanded, clearly exasperated. It just does, and no, I'm not interested in explaining gods below. I'm choking on these damned bugs. Cutter, get back here, you brainless oaf. Heberic was amused by the stunned surprise in the young man's face as he turned round at the shout. The Daru reined in and waited. By the time the others arrived, he was cursing and slapping at insects. Now, you know how we feel, Silara snapped. Then we should pick up our pace, Cutter said. Is everyone all right with that? It'd be good for the horses. Besides, they need some stretching out. I think we all need that. Set the pace, Cutter. I'm sure Greyfrog can keep up. He jumps with his mouth open, Silara said. Maybe we should all try that, Felisin suggested. Ha! I'm full up enough as it is. No god truly deserved its acolytes. It was an unequal relationship in every sense, Heboric told himself. Mortals could sacrifice their entire adult life in the pursuit of communion with their chosen god, and what was paid in return for such devotion? Not much at best, often nothing at all. Was the faint touch from someone far greater in power. Was that enough? When I touched Fenna, The boar god would have been better served, he realized, with Heboric's indifference. The thought cut into him like a saw-bladed blunt knife, nothing smooth, nothing precise, and as Cutter led them into a canter down the track, Heboric could only bare his teeth in a hard grimace against the spiritual pain, from which rose a susurration of voices, all begging him, pleading with him, for what he could not give. Was this how gods felt, inundated with countless prayers, the seeking of blessing, the gift of redemption sought by myriad lost souls, so many that the god could only reel back, pummeled and stunned, and so answer every beseeching voice with nothing but silence? But redemption was not a gift, redemption had to be earned. And so on we ride. Solara drew up alongside Cutter. She studied him until he became aware of the attention, and swung his head round. "What is it? What's wrong? Who said anything was wrong?" "Well, it's been a rather long list of complaints from you of late, Solara." "No, it's been a short list. I just like repeating myself." She watched him sigh, then he shrugged and said, "We're maybe a week from the coast. I'm beginning to wonder if it was a good thing to take this overland route, through completely unpopulated areas. We're always rationing our food, and we're all suffering from that, excepting maybe you and Greyfrog, and we're growing increasingly paranoid, fleeing from every dust trail and journey house." He shook his head. "Nothing's after us. We're not being hunted. Nobody gives a damn what we're up to or where we're going." "What if you're wrong?" Solara asked. She looped the reins over the saddle horn and began repacking her pipe. His horse misstepped, momentarily jolting her. She winced. "Some advice for you, Cutter. If you ever get pregnant, don't ride a horse." "I'll try to remember that," he said. "Anyway, you're right. I might be wrong. But I don't think I am. It's not like we've set a torrid pace, so if hunters were after us, they'd have caught up long ago." She had an obvious reply to that, but let it go. "Have you been looking around, Cutter, as we've travelled? All these weeks in this seeming wasteland?" "Only as much as I need to. Why?" "Heboric's chosen this path, but it's not by accident. Sure, it's a wasteland now, but it wasn't always one. I've started noticing things, and not just the obvious ones like that ruined city we passed near. We've been on old roads, roads that were once bigger, level, often raised, roads from a civilization that's all gone now. And look at that stretch of ground over there." She pointed southward. "See the ripples? That's furrowing old, almost worn away, but when the light lengthens you can start to make it out. It was all once tilled, fertile. I've been seeing this for weeks, Cutter. Heboric's track is taking us through the bones of a dead age. Why? Why don't you ask him?" "I don't want to." "Well, since he's right behind us, he's probably listening right now, Solara." "I don't care. I was asking you. Well, I don't know why." "I do," she said. "Oh, all right then, why?" "Heboric likes his nightmares. That's why." Cutter met her eyes. Then the Daru twisted in his saddle and looked back at Heboric. "Who said nothing? Death and dying," Solara continued. "The way we suck the land dry, the way we squeeze all colour from every scene, even when that scene shows us paradise, and what we do to the land, we also do to each other. We cut each other down. Even Shaikh's camp had its tiers, its hierarchy, keeping people in their place." "You don't have to tell me about that," Cutter said. "I lived under something similar in Darujistan. I wasn't finished. It's why Bidithal found followers for his cult. What gave it its strength was the injustice, the unfairness, and the way bastards always seemed to win. You see, Bidithal had been one of those bastards once, luxuriating in his power. Then the Malazans arrived, and they tore it all apart, and Bidithal found himself on the run, just one more hare fleeing the wolves. For him, well, he wanted it back. All that power and this new cult he created was for that purpose. The problem was, either he was lucky or a genius, because the idea behind his cult, not the vicious rituals he imposed, but the idea it struck a nerve. It reached the dispossessed, and that was its brilliance. It wasn't his idea, Heboric said behind them. Then whose was it? Cutter asked. It belongs to the crippled god, the chained one, a broken creature, betrayed, wounded, imperfect in the way of street beggars, abandoned urchins, the physically and the morally damaged. And the promise of something better beyond death itself, the very paradise Silara spoke of, but one we could not deface. In other words, the dream of a place immune to our natural excesses, to our own depravity, and accordingly to exist within it is to divest oneself of all those excesses, all those depravities. You just have to die first. Do you feel fear, Heboric? Scilara asked. You describe a very seductive faith. Yes, to both. If, however, its heart is in fact a lie, then we must make the truth a weapon that in the end must reach for the crippled God himself. To shy from that final act would be to leave unchallenged the greatest injustice of all, the most profound unfairness and the deepest betrayal imaginable. If it's a lie, Scilara said, is it? How do you know? Woman, if absolution is free, then all that we do here and now is meaningless. Well, maybe it is. Then it would not even be a question of justifying anything. Justification itself would be irrelevant. You invite anarchy, you invite chaos itself. She shook her head. No, because there's one force more powerful than all of that. Oh, Cutter asked. What? Silara laughed. What I was talking about earlier? She gestured once more at the ancient signs of tillage. Look around, Cutter, look around. Iskaral Pust plucked at the thick strands of web covering Mappo Runt's massive chest. Get rid of this before he wakes up. You damned hag, you and your damned moon. Look, it's going to rain. This is a desert. What's it doing raining? It's all your fault. He glanced up, smiling evilly. She suspects nothing. The miserable cow. Oh, I can't wait. Straightening, he scurried back to the long bamboo stick he'd found. Bamboo, for God's sake, and resumed drilling the tiny fixing holes in the base. Twisted wire eyelets, bound at intervals with wet gut right up to the finely tapered end. A carved and polished wooden spool and half a league's worth of Magora hair, spun together and felted or something similar, strong enough to reel in anything, including a miserable cow flopping about in the shallows. True, he'd have to wait a year or two until the little wriggling ones grew to a decent size. Maybe he'd add a few bigger ones. There were those giant catfish he'd seen in that flooded realm, the one with all the monsters padding the shorelines. Iskaral Pust shivered at the recollection, but a true lover of fishing would understand the lengths an aficionado would go to in the hunt for worthy spawn, even the extreme necessity of killing demons and such. Granted, that particular sojourn had been a little hairy, but he'd come back with a string of beauties. As a child, he'd wanted to learn the art of angling, but the women and elders in the tribe weren't interested in that. No, just weirs and collecting pools and nets. That was harvesting, not fishing, but young Iskaral Pust, who'd once run away with a caravan and had seen the sights of Li Heng for a day and a half until his great-grandmother had come to retrieve him and drag him screaming like a gutted piglet back to the tribe. Well, Iskaral Pust had discovered the perfect expression of creative predation, an expression which was, as everyone knew, the ideal manly endeavor. Soon then, and he and his mule would have the ultimate excuse to leave the hoary temple of home. Going fishing, dear? Ah, how he longed to say those words. You are an idiot, Magora said. A clever idiot, woman, and that's a lot more cleverer than you. He paused, eyeing her, then said, Now all I need to do is wait until she's asleep, so I can cut off all her hair. She won't notice. It's not like we have silver mirrors hanging about, is it?
I'll mix it all up, the hair from her head, from her ears, from under her arms, from— You think I don't know what you're up to? Megora asked, then cackled as only an old woman begotten of hyenas could. You are not just an idiot, you're also a fool, and deluded and immature and obsessive and petty, spiteful, patronizing, condescending, defensive, aggressive, ignorant, willful, inconsistent, contradictory, and you're ugly as well. So what of it? She gaped at him like a toothless spider. You have a brain like pumice stone. Throw stuff at it and it just sinks in, disappears, vanishes. Even when I piss on it, the piss just poofs, gone. Oh, how I hate you, husband. With all your obnoxious, smelly habits, gods, picking your nose for breakfast, I still get sick thinking about it, a sight I am cursed never to forget. Oh, be quiet. There's nutritious pollen intoned in snot, as everyone well knows. A heavy sigh interrupted him, and both Dal Honesi looked down at Mappo. Megora scrabbled over and began stripping away the webs from the trell's seamed face. Iskaral Pust leaned closer. What's happened to his skin? It's all lined and creased. What did you do to him, woman? The mark of spiders, Magai, she replied. The price for healing, every strand's left a line. Well, he was no beauty to begin with. A groan, then Mappo half lifted a hand. It fell back, and he groaned again. He's now got a spider's brain too, Iskaral predicted. He'll start spitting on his food like you do, and you dare call picking my nose disgusting. No self-respecting creature does what you did this morning. Iskaral Pust. You won't get no spiders picking their noses, will you? Ha! You know I'm right. No, I don't. I was just picturing a spider with 8 legs up its nose, and that reminded me of you. You need a haircut, Megora, and I'm just the man to do it. Come near me with intentions other than amorous, and I'll stick you. Amorous. What a horrible thought. What if I told you I was pregnant? I'd kill the mule. She leapt at him. Squealing then, spitting and scratching, they rolled in the dust. The mule watched them with placid eyes. Crushed and scattered, the tiles that had once made the mosaic of Mappo Runt's life were little more than faint glimmers, as if dispersed at the bottom of a deep well. Disparate fragments he could only observe, his awareness of their significance remote, and for a seemingly long time they had been retreating from him, as if he was slowly, inexorably floating toward some unknown surface. Until the silver threads arrived, descending like rain, sleeting through the thick, murky substance surrounding him, and he felt their touch, and then their weight, halting his upward progress, and, after a time of motionlessness, Mappo began sinking back down towards those broken pieces far below, where pain awaited him. Not of the flesh, there was no flesh, not yet. This was a searing of the soul, the manifold wounds of betrayal, of failure, of self-recrimination, the very fists that had shattered all that he had been before the fall. Yet still the threads drew the pieces together, unmindful of agony, ignoring his every screamed protest. He found himself standing amidst tall pillars of stone that had been antler-chiseled into tapering columns. Heavy wrought iron clouds scudded over one half of the sky, a high wind spinning strands across the other half, filling a void, as if something had punched through from the heavens and the whole was slow in healing. The pillars Mappo saw rose on all sides, scores of them forming some pattern indefinable from where he stood in their midst. They cast faint shadows across the battered ground, and his gaze was drawn to those shadows blankly at first, then with growing realization. Shadows cast in impossible directions, forming a faint array, a web reaching out on all sides. And Mappo now understood he stood at its very center. A young woman stepped into view from behind one of the pillars. Long hair the colors of dying flames, eyes the hue of beaten gold, dressed in flowing black silks. This, she said in the language of the Trell, is long ago. Some memories are better left alone. I have not chosen it, Mappo said. I do not know this place.
Jacuruku, Mapo Ront. 4 or 5 years since the fall. Yet one more abject lesson in the dangers that come with pride. She lifted her arms, watched as the silks slid free, revealing unblemished skin, smooth hands. Ah, look at me. I am young again, extraordinary, that I once believed myself fat. Does it afflict us all, I wonder, the way one's sense of self changes over time? Or do most people contend, willfully or otherwise, a changeless persistence in their staid lives? When you have lived as long as I have, of course, no such delusions survive. She looked up, met his eyes. But you know this, Trell, don't you? The gift of the nameless ones shrouds you, the longevity haunts your eyes like scratched gemstones, worn far past beauty, far past even the shimmer of conceit. Who are you? Mappo asked. A queen about to be driven from her throne, banished from her empire. My vanity is about to suffer an ignominious defeat. Are you an elder goddess? I believe I know you, he gestured. This vast web, the unseen pattern amidst seeming chaos. Shall I name you? Best you did not. I have since learned the art of hiding. Nor am I inclined to grant favours. Moggera, that old witch, will rue this day. Mind you, perhaps she is not to blame. There is a whisper in the shadows about you, Mappo. Tell me what possible interest would Shadow Throne have in you, or in Icarium for that matter. He started. Icarium. I failed him. Abyss below. What has happened? Does he yet live? He does, and the nameless ones have gifted him with a new companion. She half smiled. You have been discarded. Why, I wonder, perhaps some failing of purpose, a faltering. You have lost the purity of your vow, haven't you? He looked away. Why have they not killed him then? She shrugged. Presumably they foresee a use for his talents. Ah, the notion terrifies you, doesn't it? Can it be true that you have, until this moment, retained your faith in the nameless ones? No, I am distressed by the notion of what they will release. Icarium is not a weapon. Oh, you fool, of course he is. They made him, and now they will use him. Ah, now I understand Shadow Throne. Clever bastard. Of course I am offended that he would so blithely assume my allegiance, and even more offended to realize that, in this matter, his assumption was correct. She paused, then sighed. It is time to send you back? Wait, you said something. The nameless ones that they made Icarium, I thought, forged by their own hands, and then, through the succession of guardians like you, Mappo, honed again and yet again. Was he as deadly when he first crawled from the wreckage they'd made of his young life? As deadly as he is now, I would imagine not. She studied him. My words wound you. You know, I dislike Shadow Throne more and more, as my every act and every word here complies with his nefarious expectation. I wound you, then realize that he needs you wounded. How is it he knows us so well? Send me back. Icarium's trail grows cold. Now, oh, Mappo, you incite me unto weeping. I did that on occasion when I was young, although granted most of my tears were inspired by self-pity, and so we are transformed. Leave now, Mappo Runt. Do what you must. He found himself lying on the ground, bright sun overhead. 2 beasts were fighting nearby. No, he saw as he turned his head, 2 people, slathered in dusty spit, dark streaks of gritty sweat, tugging handfuls of hair, kicking and gouging. Gods below, Mappo breathed. Dalhonise. They ceased scrapping, looked over. Don't mind us, Iskarol Poost said with a blood-smeared smile. We're married. There was no outrunning it. Scaled and bear-like, the beast massed as much as the Trigal carriage, and its long, loping run covered more ground than the terrified horses could manage, exhausted as they now were. The red and black, ridged scales covering the animal were each the size of bucklers, and mostly impervious to missile fire, as had been proved by the countless quarrels that had skidded from its hide as it drew ever closer. It possessed a single overlarge eye, faceted like an insect's, and surrounded by a projecting ridge of protective bone. Its massive jaws held double rows of saber teeth, each one as long as a man's forearm. Old battle scars had marred the symmetry of the beast's wide, flat head. The distance between the pursuer and the pursued had closed to less than 200 paces. Paran abandoned his over-the-shoulder study of the beast and urged his horse ahead. They were pounding along a rocky shoreline. Twice they had clattered over the bones of some large creature, whale-like, although many of the bones had been split and crushed. Up ahead and slightly inland, the land rose into something like a hill, as much as could be found in this realm. Paran waved towards it. "That way," he shouted to the driver. "What?" the man shrieked. "Are you mad? One last push, then halt and leave the rest to me." The old man shook his head, yet steered the horses up onto the slope, then drove them hard, as hoofs churning in the mud. They strained to pull the huge carriage uphill. Paran slowed his horse once more, caught a glimpse of shareholders gathered round the back of the carriage, all staring at him as he reined in, directly in the beast's path. 100 paces. Paran fought to control his panicking horse, even as he drew a wooden card from his saddlebag, on which he scored a half-dozen lines with his thumbnail. A moment to glance up, 50 paces, head lowering, jaws opening wide. Oh, a little close. 2 more deeper scores into the wood. Then he flung the card out into the path of the charging creature. 4 soft words under his breath. The card did not fall, but hung motionless. The scaled bear reached it, voicing a bellowing roar, and vanished. Paran's horse reared, throwing him backward, his boots leaving the stirrups as he slid onto its rump. Then off, landing hard to skid in the mud. He picked himself up, rubbing at his behind. Shareholders rushed down to gather round him. "How'd you do that? Where'd it go? Hey, if you could have done that any time, what was we running for?" Paran shrugged. "Where? Who knows? And as for the how, well, I am master of the deck of dragons. Might as well make the grand title meaningful." Gloved hands slapped his shoulders, harder than necessary, but he noted their relieved expressions, the terror draining from their eyes. Hedge arrived. "Nice one, Captain. I didn't think any of you'd make it. From what I saw, though, you left things nearly too late. Too close. Saw your mouth moving some kind of spell or something. Didn't know you were a mage." "I'm not. I was saying, I hope this works." Once again, everyone stared at him. Paran walked over to his horse. Hedge said, "Anyway, from that hilltop you can see our destination. The High Mage thought you should know." From the top of the hill, 5 huge black statues were visible in the distance, the intervening ground broken by small lakes and marsh grasses. Paran studied the rearing edifices for a time. Bestial hounds, seated on their haunches, perfectly rendered yet enormous in scale, carved entirely of black stone. "About what you had expected?" Hedge asked, clambering back aboard the carriage. "Wasn't sure," Paran replied. 5 or 7. Well, now I know. The 2 shadow hounds from Dragnipur found their counterparts, and so were reunited. Then it seems someone freed them. Something paid us a visit, Hedge said, the night us ghosts annihilated the dogslayers. Into Shaikh's camp. Paran turned to regard the ghost. "You haven't mentioned this before, Sapper." "Well, they didn't last long anyway." "What in Hood's name do you mean? They didn't last long? I mean, someone killed them? Killed them? Who did a god visit that night? One of the first heroes? Or some other ascendant?" Hedge was scowling. "This is all second-hand, mind you, but from what I gathered, it was Toblakai, one of Shaikh's bodyguards, a friend of Leoman's. Afraid I don't know much about him, just the name, or I suppose title, since it's not a real name. A bodyguard named Toblakai killed 2 Deregoth hounds. The ghost shrugged, then nodded. Aye, that's about right, Captain. Paran drew off his helm and ran a hand through his hair. Gods below, do I need a bath? Then returned his attention to the distant statues and the intervening lowlands. Those lakes look shallow. We should have no trouble getting there. The carriage door opened, and the Jagut sorceress Ganeth emerged. She eyed the black stone monuments. Decimbalakis, 1 soul made 7, he believed that would make him immortal. An ascendant eager to become a god, the Deragoth are far older than Decimbalakis, Paran said. Convenient vessels, she said. Their kind were nearly extinct. He found the few last survivors and made use of them. Paran grunted, then said, that was a mistake. The Deragoth had their own history, their own story, and it was not told in isolation. Yes, Ganeth agreed, the Erazal, who were led unto domestication by the hounds that adopted them, the Erazal, who would one day give rise to the Imas, who would one day give rise to humans. As simple as that? Hedge asked. No, far more complicated. The Jaghut replied, but for our purposes it will suffice. Paran returned to his horse. Almost there. I don't want any more interruptions. So let's get going, shall we? The water they crossed stank with decay, the lake bottom thick with black mud, and, it turned out, starfish-shaped leeches. The train of horses struggled hard to drag the carriage through the sludge, although it was clear to Paran that Carpolan Demisand was using sorcery to lighten the vehicle in some way. Low mud banks ribboning the lake afforded momentary respite, although these were home to hordes of biting insects that swarmed hungrily as the shareholders came down from the carriage to pull leeches from horse legs. One such bank brought them close to the far shore, separated only by a narrow channel of sluggish water that they crossed without difficulty. Before them was a long, gentle slope of mud-streaked gravel. Reaching the summit slightly ahead of the carriage, Paran reined in. Nearest him, 2 huge pedestals surrounded in rubble marked where statues had once been. In the eternally damp mud around them were tracks, footprints, signs of some kind of scuffle. Immediately beyond rose the first of the intact monuments, the dull black stone appallingly lifelike in its rendition of hide and muscle. At its base stood a structure of some kind. The carriage arrived, and Paran heard the side door open. Shareholders were leaping down to establish a defensive perimeter. Dismounting, Paran walked towards the structure, Hedge coming up alongside him. Someone built a damned house, the sapper said. Doesn't look lived in? Not now it don't. Constructed entirely from driftwood, the building was roughly rectangular, the long sides parallel to the statue's pedestal. No windows were visible, nor from this side any entrance. Paran studied it for a time, then headed towards one end. I don't think this was meant as a house, he said. More like a temple. Might be right. That driftwood makes no joins and there ain't no chinking or anything to fill the gaps. A mason would look at this and say it was for occasional use, which makes it sound more like a temple or a corral. They reached one end and saw a half-moon doorway. Branches had been set in rows in the loamy ground before it, creating a sort of walkway. Muddy feet had trod its length, countless sets, but none very recent. Wore leather moccasins, Hedge observed, crouching close to study the nearest prints. Seams were topside, except at the back of the heel, where there's a cross-stitch pattern. If this was Genabakis, I'd say Revi, except for one thing. What? Paran asked. Well, these folk have wide feet, really wide. The ghost's head slowly turned towards the building's entrance. Captain, someone died in there. Paran nodded. I can smell it. They looked over as Ganeth and Carpolan Demisand, the latter flanked by the 2 Pardou shareholders, approached. The Trigal merchant mage made a face as the foul stench of rotting meat reached him. He scowled over at the open doorway. The ritual spilling of blood, he said, then uncharacteristically spat. These Deregoth have found worshippers. Master of the deck, will this detail prove problematic? Only if they show up, Paran said. After that? Well, they might end up having to reconsider their faith. This could prove tragic for them. Are you reconsidering? Carpolan asked. I wish I had that luxury, Ganeth. Will you join me in exploring the interior of the temple? Her brows rose fractionally, then she nodded. Of course. I note that darkness rules within. Do you have need for light? It wouldn't hurt. Leaving the others, they walked side by side towards the doorway. In a low voice, Ganeth said, You suspect, as I do, Ganos Paran. Yes. Carpelan Demisand is no fool. He will realize before long. Yes. Then we should display brevity in our examination. Agreed. Reaching the doorway, Ganeth gestured, and a dull bluish light slowly rose in the chamber beyond. They stepped within. A single room, no inner walls. The floor was mud, packed by traffic. A shattered, upended tree stump dominated the center, the roots reaching out almost horizontally, as if the tree had grown on flat bedrock, sending its tendrils out to all sides. In the center of this makeshift altar, the core of the bowl itself had been carved into a basin shape, filled now by a pool of black, dried blood. Bound, spread-eagled to outstretched roots, were two corpses, both women, once bloated by decay but now rotted into gelatinous consistency, as if melting bones protruding here and there. Dead maggots lay in heaps beneath each body. Sedora Or, Paran surmised, and Darpareth Vade. That seems a reasonable assumption, Ganath said. The Trigala sorceress must have been injured in some way, given her stated prowess. Well, that carriage was a mess. Indeed, have we seen enough, Ganos Paran? Blood ritual, an elder propitiation. I would think the Deregoth have been drawn near. Yes, meaning you have little time once you have effected their release. I hope Carpelan is up to this. He glanced over at the Jagat. In a true emergency, Ganath, can you assist? Perhaps, as you know, I am not pleased with what you intend here. What would please me even less, however, is being torn apart by hounds of darkness.
I share that aversion. Good. So if I call upon your assistance, Ganath, you will know what to do.
Yes.
Paran turned about. It may sound unreasonable, he said, but my sympathy for the likely plight of these worshippers has diminished somewhat.
Yes, that is unreasonable. Your kind worship from fear, after all, and what you unleash here will be the 5 faces of that fear, and so shall these poor people suffer. If they weren't interested in the attention of their gods, Ganath, they would have avoided the spilling of blood on consecrated ground. Someone among them sought that attention and the power that might come from it. A high priest or shaman, I suspect. Well then, if the hounds don't kill that high priest, his followers will. A harsh lesson, Ganos Paran. Tell that to these 2 dead women. The Jaghut made no reply. They walked from the temple, the light fading behind them. Paran noted Carpelan Demisand's fixed regard, the dread plain, undeniable, and he slowly nodded. The Treegull master turned away, and exhausted as he had been earlier, his weariness seemed to increase tenfold. Hedge came close. Could have been shareholders, he suggested. No, said Ganath. 2 women, both expensively attired. One must presume that the shareholders met their fate elsewhere. Paran said to Hedge, Now comes your final task, Sapper, summoning the Deregoth. But consider this first. They're close, and we need time to run like Hood's bowels, aye. Hedge lifted a satchel into view. Now, before you ask me where I've been hiding this, don't bother. Here in this place, details like that don't matter. He grinned. Some people would like to take gold with them when they go. Me, I'll take Morant munitions over gold any day. After all, you don't know what you're going to meet on the other side, right? So it's always better holding on to the option of blowing things up. Wise counsel, Hedge, and those munitions will work here. Absolutely, Captain. Death once called this home, remember? Paran studied the nearest statue. You intend to shatter them. I, timed charge. I, only you have 5 to set, and the farthest one looks 200-300 paces away. I.
That's going to be a problem. Well, let's call it a challenge. Granted, Fid's better at this finesse stuff than me. But tell me something, Captain. You're sure these Deregoth ain't just going to hang round here? I'm sure they'll return to their home realm. That's what the first 2 did, didn't they? Aye, but they had their shadows. Might be these ones will go hunting their own first. Paran frowned. He'd not considered that. Oh, I see, into the realm of shadow, then.
If that's where the Hounds of Shadow are at the moment, damn. All right, set your charges, Hedge, but don't start the Sandgrens running just yet. Right. Paran watched the sapper head off. Then he drew out his deck of dragons, paused, glancing over at Ganeth, then Carpolan Demizand. Both saw what he held in his hands. The Tregal master visibly blanched, then hurried back to his carriage after a moment and a long, unreadable look. The Jagut followed suit. Paran allowed himself a small smile. Yes, why announce yourselves to whomever I'm about to call upon? He squatted, setting the deck face down on the mud-stained walkway of branches, then lifted the top card and set it down to the right. High House Shadow. Who's in charge here, damned deck, you or me? Shadow Throne, he murmured. I require your attention. The murky image of the Shadow House remained singularly lifeless on the lacquered card.
All right, Paran said. I'll revise my wording. Shadow Throne, talk to me here and now, or everything you've done and everything you're planning to do will get quite literally torn to pieces. A shimmer, further obscuring the house, then something like a vague figure seated on a black throne. A voice hissed out at him, "This had better be important. I'm busy, and besides, even the idea of a master of the deck nauseates me. So get on with it."
The Deregoth are about to be released. Shadow Throne. Obvious agitation. What gnat-brained idiot would do that? Can't be helped, I'm afraid. You. Look, I have my reasons, and they will be found in 7 cities. Oh, the figure settled back down. Those reasons, well, yes, clever even, but still profoundly stupid. Shadow Throne, Paran said, the 2 Hounds of Shadow that Rake killed, the 2 taken by Dragnipor. What about them? I'm not sure how much you know, but I freed them from the sword. He waited for another bout of histrionics, but nothing. Ah, so you know that. Good. Well, I have discovered where they went here, where they conjoined with their counterparts, and were then freed. No, not me. Now I understand that they have since been killed for good this time. Shadow Throne raised a long-fingered hand that filled most of the card, closed it into a fist. Let me see, the god's voice purred. If I understand you, one finger snapped upward. The nameless idiots go and release Dejim Nebral. Why? Because they're idiots. Their own lies caught up with them, so they needed to get rid of a servant who was doing what they wanted him to do in the first place, only doing it too well. Shadow Throne's voice was steadily climbing in pitch and volume. A second finger shot into view. Then you, the master idiot of the deck of dragons, decide to release the Deregoth, to get rid of Dejim Nebral. But wait, even better, a third finger. Some other serious, nasty, wandering 7 cities just killed 2 Deregoth, and maybe that nasty is still close by, and would like a few more trophies to drag behind his damned horse. His voice was now a shriek. And now, the hand closed back into a fist shaking about. You want me to send the Hounds of Shadow to 7 cities? Because it's finally occurred to that worm-ridden walnut you call a brain that the Deregoth won't bother with Dejim Nebral until they find my hounds, and if they come looking here in my realm, there'll be no stopping them. He halted suddenly, the fist motionless. Then various fingers sprang into view in an increasingly chaotic pattern. Shadow thrones snarled, and the frenzied hand vanished. A whisper, "Pure genius! Why didn't I think of that?" The tone began rising once more. "Why?"
Because I'm not an idiot.
With that, the god's presence winked out. Paran grunted, then said, "You never told me if you were going to send the Hounds of Shadow to 7 cities." He thought then that he heard a faint scream of frustration, but perhaps it was only imagined. Paran returned the card to the deck, put it back into an inside pocket, and slowly straightened. "Well," he sighed, "that wasn't nearly as bad as I thought it'd be."
By the time Hedge returned, both Ganath and Carpolan had reappeared, their glances towards Paran decidedly uneasy. The ghost gestured Paran closer and said quietly, "It ain't going to work the way we wanted it, Captain. Too much distance between them. By the time I get to the closest one, the farthest one will have gone up, and if those hounds are close, well, like I said, it ain't going to work. What do you suggest? You ain't going to like it."
"I sure don't. But it's the only way. Out with it, sapper. Leave me behind. Get going now. Hedge, no, listen. It makes sense. I'm already dead. I can find my own way out. Maybe you can find your own way out, Hedge. More likely what's left of you will get torn to pieces, if not by the Deregoth, then any of a host of other local nightmares. Captain, I don't need this body. It's just for show, so's you got a face to look at."
Trust me, it's the only way you and the others are going to get out of this alive.
"Let's try a compromise," Paran said. "We wait as long as we can." Hedge shrugged. "As you like, just don't wait too long, Captain. Get on your way then, Hedge, and thank you. Always an even trade, Captain." The ghost headed off. Paran turned to Carpolan Demizand. "How confident are you," he asked, "about getting us out of here fast?" "This part should be relatively simple," the Trigal sorcerer replied. "Once a path is found into a warren, its relationship to others becomes known. The Trigal Trade Guild's success is dependent entirely upon its surveillance, its maps, Ganos Paran. With each mission, those maps become more complete. Those are valuable documents," Paran observed. "I trust you keep them well protected." Carpolan Demizand smiled and said nothing. "Prepare the way, then," Paran said. Hedge was already out of sight, lost somewhere in the gloom beyond the nearest statues. Mists had settled in the depressions, but the mercurial sky overhead seemed as remote as ever. For all that, Paran noticed, the light was failing. Had their sojourn here encompassed but a single day? That seemed unlikely. The bark of a munition reached him, a sharper. "That's the signal," Paran said, striding over to his horse. "The farthest statue will go first." He swung himself into the saddle, guided his horse closer to the carriage, into which Carpolan and Ganath had already disappeared. The shutter on the window slid to one side as he arrived. "Captain," a thunderous detonation interrupted him, and Paran turned to see a column of smoke and dust rising. "Captain," it seems, much to my surprise, a second explosion closer this time, and another statue seemed to simply vanish. "As I was saying, it appears my options are far more limited than I first." From the distance came a deep, bestial roar, the first Deregoth Ganos Paran. As I was saying, the third statue detonated, its base disappearing within an expanding, billowing wave of smoke, stone, and dust. Front legs shorn through, the huge edifice pitched forward, jagged cracks sweeping through the rock, and began its descent. Then struck. The carriage jumped, then bounced back down on its ribbed stanchions. Glass broke somewhere inside. The reverberations of the concussion rippled through the ground. Horses screamed and fought their bits, eyes rolling. A second howl shook the air. Paran squinted through the dust and smoke, seeking Hedge somewhere between the last statue to fall and the ones yet to be destroyed. but in the gathering darkness he saw no movement. All at once the fourth statue erupted. Some vagary of sequence tilted the monument to one side, and as it toppled, it struck the fifth. We must leave. The shriek was Carpelan Demisan's. Hold on, Ganos Paran. I am no longer confident. Just hold it. A third howl echoed by the Deregoth that had already arrived, and those last two roars were close shit. He could not see Hedge. The last statue, already riven with impact fissures, suddenly pitched downward as the munitions at its base exploded. Paran! All right, open the damned gate. The train of horses reared, then surged forward, slewing the carriage round as they began a wild descent on the slope. Swearing, Paran kicked his horse into motion, risking a final glance back, to see a huge, hump-shouldered beast emerge from the clouds of dust, its eyes lambent as they fixed on Paran and the retreating carriage. The Deragoth's massive, broad head lowered, and it began a savagely fast sprint. Carpelan. The portal opened like a popped blister, watery blood, or some other fluid spraying from its edges. Directly in front of them, a charnel wind battered them. Carpelan? Where? The train of horses, screaming one and all, plunged into the gate, and a heartbeat later Paran followed. He heard its sear shut behind him, and then, from all sides, madness. Rotted faces, gnawed hands reaching up, long dead eyes imploring as decayed mouths opened. Take us with you, don't leave. He's forgotten us, please, I beg you. Hood cares nothing. Bony fingers closed on Paran, pulled, tugged, then began clawing at him. Others had managed to grab hold of projections on the carriage and were being dragged along. The pleas shifted into anger. Take us, or we will tear you to pieces. Cut them, bite them, tear them apart. Paran struggled to free his right arm, managed to close his hand on the grip of his sword, then drag it free. He began flailing the blade on each side. The shrieks from the horses were Insanity's own voice, and now shareholders were screaming as well, as they hacked down at reaching hands and arms. Twisting about in his saddle as he chopped at the clawing limbs, Paran glimpsed a sweeping vista, a plain of writhing figures, the undead, every face turned now towards them, undead in their tens of thousands, undead, so crowding the land that they could but stand out to every horizon, raising now a chorus of despair. Ganeth! Paran roared, "Get us out of here!" A sharp retort as of cracking ice. Bitter wind swirled round them, and the ground pitched down on one side. Snow, ice, the undead gone, wheeling blue sky. Mountain crags, horses skidding, legs splaying, their screams rising in pitch, a few animated corpses flailing about. The carriage looming in front of Paran, its back end sliding round. They were on a glacier, skidding, sliding downward at ever-increasing speed. Distinctly, Paran heard one of the Pardue shareholders, "Oh, this is much better." Then, eyes blurring, horse slewing wildly beneath him. There was only time for the plunging descent. Down, it turned out, an entire mountainside. Ice, then snow, then slush, the latter rising like a bow wave before horses and sideways descending carriage, rising and building, slowing them down. All at once, the slush gave way to mud, then stone, flipping the carriage, the train of horses dragged with it. Paran's own mount fared better, managing to angle itself until it faced downhill, forelegs punching snow and slush, seeking purchase. At the point it reached the mud, and having seen what awaited it, the horse simply launched into a charge. A momentary stumble then, as the ground levelled out. It slowed, flanks heaving, and Paran turned in the saddle, in time to see the huge carriage tumble to a shattered halt. The bodies of shareholders were sprawled about, upslope, in the mud, limp and motionless on the scree of stones, almost indistinguishable from the corpses. The train of horses had broken loose, yet all but one were down, legs kicking amidst a tangle of traces, straps and buckles. Heart still hammering the anvil of his chest, Paran eased his horse to a stop, turning it to face upslope, then walking the exhausted, shaky beast back towards the wreckage. A few shareholders were picking themselves up here and there, looking dazed. One began swearing, sagging back down above a broken leg. "Thank you," croaked a corpse, flopping about in the mud. "How much do I owe you?" The carriage was on its side. The 3 wheels that had clipped the mud and stone had shattered, and 2 opposite had not survived the tumbling, leaving but a single survivor spinning like a millstone. Back storage hatches had sprung open, spilling their contents of supplies. On the roof, still strapped in place, was the crushed body of a shareholder, blood running like meltwater down the copper tiles, his arms and legs hanging limp, the exposed flesh pummeled and grey in the bright sunlight. One of the Pardue women picked herself up from the mud and limped over to come alongside Paran as he reined in near the carriage. "Captain," she said, "I think we should make camp." He stared down at her. "Are you all right?" She studied him for a moment, then turned her head and spat out a red stream, wiped her mouth, then shrugged. "Hood knows we've had worse trips." The savage wound of the portal, now closed, still marred the dust-laden air. Hedge stepped out from where he'd been hiding near one of the pedestals. The Deregoth were gone, anything but eager to remain overlong in this deathly, unpleasant place. So he'd stretched things a little, no matter. He'd been convincing enough, yielding the desired result. Here I am, on my own, in Hood's own Hood-forsaken pit. You should have thought it through, Captain. There was nothing sweet in the deal for us, and only fools agree to that. Well, being fools is what killed us, and we done learned that lesson. He looked round, trying to get his bearings in this place. One direction was good as another, barring the damned sea, of course. So, it's done. Time to explore. The ghost left the wreckage of the destroyed statues behind, a lone, mostly insubstantial figure walking the denuded, muddy land, as bow-legged as he had been in life. Dying left no details behind, after all. And most certainly, nothing like absolution awaited the fallen. Absolution comes from the living, not the dead, and, as Hedge well knew, it has to be earned. She was remembering things, finally, after all this time. Her mother, camp follower, spreading her legs for the Ashok regiment before it was sent to Genabakis. After it had left, she just went and died, as if without those soldiers she could only breathe out, never again in, and it was what you drew in that gave you life. So just like that, dead. Her offspring was left to fare for itself, alone, uncared for, unloved. Mad priests and sick cults, and for the girl born of the mother, a new camp to follow. Every path of independence was but a dead end, sidetrack off that more deeply rutted road, the one that ran from parent to child. This much was clear to her now. Then Hiboric, destriant of Treach, had dragged her away before she found herself breathing ever out. But no, before him there had been Bidithol and his numbing gifts, his whispered assurances of mortal suffering being naught more than a layered chrysalis, and upon death the glory would break loose, unfolding its iridescent wings, paradise. Oh, that had been a seductive promise, and her drowning soul had clung to the solace of its plunging weight as she sank deathward. She had once dreamed of wounding young, wide-eyed acolytes, of taking the knife in her own hands and cutting away all pleasure. Misery loves, needs company. There is nothing altruistic in sharing. Self-interest feeds on malice, and all else falls to the wayside. She had seen too much in her short life to believe anyone professing otherwise. Bidithal's love of pain had fed his need to deliver numbness. The numbness within him made him capable of delivering pain. And the broken god he claimed to worship, Well, the crippled one knew he would never have to account for his lies, his false promises. He sought out lives in abeyance, and with their death, he was free to discard those whose lives he had used up. This was, she realized, exquisite enslavement, a faith whose central tenet was unprovable. There would be no killing this faith. The crippled god would find a multitude of mortal voices to proclaim his empty promises, and within the arbitrary strictures of his cult, evil and desecration could burgeon unchecked. A faith predicated on pain and guilt could proclaim no moral purity. A faith rooted in blood and suffering. "We are the fallen," Heboric said suddenly. Sneering, Scalara pushed more rust leaf into the bowl of her pipe and drew hard. A priest of war would say that, wouldn't he? But what of the great glory found in brutal slaughter, old man? Or have you no belief in the necessity of balance? Balance? An illusion, like trying to focus on a single mote of light and seeing naught of the stream and the world that stream reveals. All is in motion, all is in flux. Like these damned flies, Solara muttered. Cutter, riding directly ahead, glanced back at her. "I was wondering about that," he said. "Carrion flies. Are we heading towards a site of battle, do you think, Heboric?" He shook his head, amber eyes seeming to flare in the afternoon light. "I sense nothing of that. The land ahead is as you see it." They were approaching a broad basin dotted with a few tufts of dead yellow reeds. The ground itself was almost white, cracked like a broken mosaic. Some larger mounds were visible here and there, constructed, it seemed, of sticks and reeds. Reaching the edge, they drew to a halt. Fish bones lay in a heaped carpet along the fringe of the dead marsh's shoreline, blown there by the winds. On one of the closer mounds they could see bird bones and the remnants of eggshells. These wetlands had died suddenly. In the season of nesting, flies swarmed the basin, swirling about in droning clouds. "Gods below," Felicin said. "Do we have to cross this?" "Shouldn't be too bad," Heboric said. "It's not far across. It'd be dark long before we finish, if we try to go round this. Besides," he waved at the buzzing flies, "we haven't even started to cross yet. They found us, and skirting the basin won't escape them. At least they're not the biting kind. Let's just get this over with," Solara said. Greyfrog bounded down into the basin as if to blaze a trail with his opened mouth and snapping tongue. Cutter nudged his horse into a trot, then, as flies swarmed him, a canter. The others followed. Flies alighting like madness on his skin. Heboric squinted as countless hard, frenzied bodies collided with his face. The very sunlight had dimmed amidst this chaotic cloud. Trapped in his sleeves inside his threadbare leggings and down the back of his neck, he gritted his teeth, resolving to weather this minor irritation. Balance. Silara's words disturbed him for some reason. No, perhaps not her words, but the sentiment they revealed. Once an acolyte, now rejecting all forms of faith, something he himself had done and, despite Treach's intervention, still sought to achieve. After all, the gods of war needed no servants beyond the illimitable legions they always had and always would possess. Destriant, what lies beneath this name? Harvester of souls, possessing the power and the right to slay in a god's name. To slay, to heal, to deliver justice, but justice in whose eyes I cannot take a life. Not any more. Never again. You chose wrong, Treach. All these dead, these ghosts, the world was harsh enough. It did not need him and his kind. There was no end to the fools eager to lead others into battle, to exult in mayhem, and leave behind a turgid, sobbing wake of misery and suffering and grief. He'd had enough. Deliverance was all he desired now, his only motive for staying alive, for dragging these innocents with him to a blasted, wasted island that had been scraped clean of all life by warring gods. Oh, they did not need him. Faith and zeal for retribution lay at the heart of the true armies, the fanatics and their malicious, cruel certainties, breeding like fly-blow in every community, but worthy tears come from courage, not cowardice, and those armies, they are filled with cowards. Horses, carrying them from the basin, the flies spinning and swirling in mindless pursuit, onto a track emerging from the old shoreline beside the remnants of a dock and mooring poles. Deep ruts climbing a higher beach ridge, from the age when the swamp had been a lake, the ruts cut ragged by the claws of rainwater, that found no refuge in roots, because the verdancy of centuries past was gone, cut away, devoured. We leave naught but desert in our wake. Surmounting the crest, where the road levelled out and wound drunkenly across a plain flanked by limestone hills, and in the distance, a third of a league away directly east, a small decrepit hamlet, outbuildings with empty corrals and paddocks. To one side of the road, near the hamlet's edge, 100 or more heaped tree trunks, the wood grey as stone where fires had not charred it, but it seemed that even in death this wood defied efforts at its destruction. Heboric understood that obdurate defiance. Yes, make yourself useless to humankind. Only thus will you survive, even when what survives of you is naught, but your bones deliver your message, dear wood, to our eternally blind eyes. Greyfrog had dropped back, and now leapt 10 paces to Cutter's right. It seemed even the demon had reached its stomach's limit of flies, for its broad mouth was shut, the second lids of its eyes, milky white, closed until the barest slits were visible. And the huge creature was very nearly black with those crawling insects. As was Cutter's youthful back before him, as was the horse the Daru rode, and, to all sides, the ground seethed, glittering, and rabid with motion. So many flies, so many something to show you now. Like a savage beast suddenly awakened, Heboric straightened in his saddle. Silara's mount cantered astride behind the destrians a little to the old man's left, whilst in her wake rode Felisin. She cursed in growing alarm as the flies gathered round the riders like midnight, devouring all light, the buzzing cadence seeming to whisper words that crawled into her mind on 10,000 legs. She fought back a scream, as her horse shrieked in mortal pain, dust swirling and spinning beneath it, dust rising and finding shape. A terrible, wet, grating sound, then something long and sharp punched up between her mount's shoulder blades, blood gouting thick and bright from the wound. The horse staggered, forelegs buckling, then collapsed, the motion flinging Silara from the saddle. She found herself rolling on a carpet of crushed insects, the hoofs of Heboric's horse pounding down around her as the creature shrilled in agony, pitching to the left, something snarling, a barbed flash of skin, feline and fluid, leaping from the dying horse's back, and figures emerging as if from nowhere amidst spinning dust, blades of flint flashing, a bestial scream, blood slapping the ground beside her in a thick sheet instantly blackened by flies, the blades chopping, cutting, slashing into flesh, a piercing shriek rising in a conflagration of pain and rage. Something thudded against her as Silara sought to rise on her hands and knees, and she looked over. An arm, tattooed in a tiger stripe pattern, sliced clean midway between elbow and shoulder, the hand a flash of fitful, dying green beneath swarming flies. She staggered upright, stabbing pain in her belly, choking as insects crowded into her mouth with her involuntary gasp. A figure stepped near her, long stone sword dripping, desiccated skull face, swinging in her direction, and that sword casually reached out, slid like fire into Silara's chest, ragged edge scoring above her top rib, beneath the clavicle, then punching out her back, just above the scapula. Silara sagged, felt herself sliding from that weapon as she fell down onto her back. The apparition vanished within the cloud of flies once more. She could hear nothing but buzzing, could see nothing but a chaotic, glittering clump swelling above the wound in her chest, through which blood leaked, as if the flies had become a fist, squeezing her heart. Squeezing. Cutter had had no time to react. The bite of sudden sand and dust, then his horse's head was simply gone, ropes of blood skirling down, as if pursuing its flight. Down beneath the front hoofs that stumbled, then gave way as the decapitated beast collapsed. Cutter managed to roll free, gaining his feet within a maelstrom of flies. Someone loomed up beside him and he spun, one knife free and slashing across in an effort to block a broad, hook-bladed scimitar of rippled flint. The weapons collided, and that sword swept through Cutter's knife, the strength behind the blow unstoppable. He watched it tear into his belly, watched it rip its way free, and then his bowels tumbled into view. Reaching down to catch them with both hands, Cutter sank as all life left his legs. He stared down at the flopping mess he held, disbelieving, then landed on one side, curling round the terrible, horrifying damage done to him. He heard nothing but his own breathing and the cavorting flies, now closing in as if they had known all along that this was going to happen. The attacker had risen from the very dust on the right side of Greyfrog. Savage agony as a huge Chalcedony longsword cut through the demon's forelimb, severing it clean in a gush of green blood. A second cut sliced through the back leg on the same side, and the demon struck the ground, kicking helplessly with its remaining limbs. Grainy with flies and thundering pain, a momentary scene played out before the demon's eyes. Broad, bestial, clad in furs, a creature of little more than skin and bone, stepping placidly over Greyfrog's back leg, which was lying 5 paces distant, kicking all by itself, stepping into the black cloud. Dismay. I can hop no more. Even as he had leapt from the back of his horse, 2 flint swords had caught him, one slashing through muscle and bone, severing an arm, the other thrusting point first into, then through his chest. Hiboric, throat filled with animal snarls, twisted in mid-air, in a desperate effort to pull himself free of the impaling weapon. Yet it followed, tearing downward, snapping ribs, cleaving through lung, then liver, and finally ripping out from his side in an explosion of bone shards, meat and blood. The destriant's mouth filled with hot liquid, spraying as he struck the ground, rolled, then came to a stop. Both Clan Imas walked to where he lay, sprawled in the dust, stone weapons slick with gore. Heboric stared up at those empty, lifeless eyes, watched as the tattered, desiccated warriors stabbed down, rippled points, punching into his body again and again. He watched as one flashed towards his face, then shot down into his neck. Voices beseeching a distant chorus of dismay and despair. He could reach them no longer, those lost souls in their jade-swallowed torment, growing fainter, farther and farther away. I told you, look not to me, poor creatures. Do you see finally how easy it was to fail you? I have heard the dead, but I could not serve them, just as I have lived, yet created nothing. He remembered clearly now, in a single dread moment that seemed unending, timeless, 1,000 images, so many pointless acts, empty deeds, so many faces, all those for whom he did nothing. Bodine, Culp, Felisin, Paran, Loric, Silara, wandering lost in this foreign land, this tired desert and the dust of gardens filling brutal sun-scorched air. Better had he died in the Ototaral mines of Skullcup. Then there would have been no betrayals. Fenner would hold his throne. The despair of the souls in their vast jade prisons, spinning unchecked through the abyss, that terrible despair, it could have remained unheard, unwitnessed, and so there would have been no false promises of salvation. Bodine would not have been so slowed down in his flight with Felisin Paran. Oh, I have done nothing worthwhile in this all-too-long life. These ghost hands, they have proved the illusion of their touch. No benediction, no salvation, not for anyone they dared touch. And these reborn eyes, with all their feline acuity, they fade now into their senseless stare, a look every hunter yearns for in the eyes of their fallen foe. So many warriors, great heroes in their own eyes at least, so many had set off in pursuit of the giant tiger that was Tretch, knowing nothing of the beast's true identity, seeking to defeat him, to stand over his stilled corpse, and look down into his blank eyes, yearning to capture something, anything, of majesty and exaltation, and take it within themselves. But truths are never found when the one seeking them is lost, spiritually, morally, and nobility and glory cannot be stolen, cannot be earned in the violent rape of a life. Gods, such pathetic, flailing, brutally stupid conceit. It was good, then, that Tretch killed every damned one of them, dispassionately. Ah, such a telling message in that. Yet he knew the Telan Imas who had killed him cared nothing for all of that. They had acted out of exigency, perhaps somewhere in their ancient memories of the time when they were mortal. They too had sought to steal what they themselves could never possess. But such pointless pursuits no longer mattered to them. Heboric would be no trophy, and that was well. And in this final failure, it seemed there would be no other survivors, and in some ways that was well too, appropriate. So much for glory found within his final thoughts, and is that not fitting? In this last thought I fail even myself. He found himself reaching for something, reaching, but nothing answered his touch, nothing at all. Book 3, Shadows of the King. Who can say where divides truth and the host of desires that, together, give shape to memories? There are deep folds in every legend, and the visible outward pattern presents a false unity of form and intention. We distort with deliberate purpose. We confine vast meaning into the strictures of imagined necessity. In this lies both failing and gift, for in the surrender of truth we fashion, rightly or wrongly, universal significance. Specific gives way to general, detail gives way to grandiose form, and in the telling we are exalted beyond our mundane selves. We are, in truth, bound into greater humanity by this skein of words. Introduction to Among the Consigned Heboric, Chapter 12. He spoke of those who would fall, and in his cold eyes stood naked the truth that it was we of whom he spoke. Words of broken reeds and covenants of despair, of surrender given as gifts and slaughter in the name of salvation. He spoke of the spilling of war, and he told us to flee into unknown lands, so that we might be spared the spoiling of our lives. Words of the iron prophet Iskar Jarak, the Anibar, the Wickerfolk. One moment the shadows between the trees were empty. The next moment that Samar Dev glanced up, her breath caught upon seeing figures. On all sides where the sunlit clearing was clawed back by the tangle of black spruce, ferns and ivy, stood savages. "Karsa Orlong," she whispered, "we have visitors." The Teblor, his hands red with gore, cut away another slice of flesh from the dead Bedouin's flank. Then looked up. After a moment he grunted, then returned to his butchering. They were edging forward, emerging from the gloom. Small, wiry, wearing tanned hides, strips of fur bound round their upper arms, their skin the colour of bog water, stitched with ritual scarring on exposed chests and shoulders. On their faces grey paint or wood ash covered their lower jaws and above the lips, like beards. Elongated circles of icy blue and grey surrounded their dark eyes. Carrying spears, axes at hide belts along with an assortment of knives, they were bedecked in ornaments of cold-hammered copper that seemed shaped to mimic the phases of the moon, and on one man was a necklace made from the vertebrae of some large fish, and descending from it was a gold-ringed, black copper disc representing, she surmised, a total eclipse. This man, evidently a leader of some kind, stepped forward. 3 strides, eyes on an unmindful Karsa Orlong, out into the sunlight, where he slowly knelt. Samar now saw that he held something in his hands. "Karsa, pay attention. What you do now will determine whether we pass through their land peaceably or ducking spears from the shadows." Karsa reversed grip on the huge skinning knife he had been working with and stabbed it deep into the Bedouin carcass. Then he rose to face the kneeling savage. "Get up," he said. The man flinched, lowering his head. "Karsa, he's offering you a gift." "Then he should do so standing. His people are hiding here in the wilderness because he hasn't done enough of that. Tell him he needs to stand." They had been speaking in the trader tongue, and something in the kneeling warrior's reactions led Samar to suspect that he had understood the exchange and the demand, for he slowly climbed to his feet. "Man of the great trees," he now said, his accent harsh and guttural to Samar's ears. "Deliverer of destruction, the Anibar offer you this gift and ask that you give us a gift in return." "Then they are not gifts," Karsa replied. "What you seek is to barter." Fear flickered in the warrior's eyes. The others of his tribe, the Anibar, remained silent and motionless between the trees. Yet Samar sensed a palpable dismay spreading among them. Their leader tried again. "This is the language of barter. Deliverer, yes. Poison that we must swallow. It does not suit what we seek." Scowling, Karsa turned to Samar Dev. "Too many words that lead nowhere, which explain." "This tribe follows an ancient tradition lost among most peoples of 7 cities, she said, the tradition of gift-giving. The gift itself is a measure of a number of things, with subtle and often confusing ways of attributing value. These Anibar have of necessity learned about trading, but they do not ascribe value the same way as we do, and so they usually lose in the deal. I suspect they generally fare poorly when dealing with canny, unscrupulous merchants from the civilized lands. There is—" "Enough," Karsa interrupted. He gestured towards the leader, who flinched once more, and said, "Show me this gift. But first, tell me your name." "I am, in the poison tongue, Boat Finder." He held up the object in his hands. "The courage brand," he said, "of a great father among the Bederin." Samar Dev, brows lifting, regarded Karsa. "That would be a penis bone, Tebler." "I know what it is," he answered in a growl. "Boat Finder, what in turn do you ask of me? Revenants come into the forest, besetting the Anibar clans north of here. They slaughter all in their path without cause. They do not die, for they command the air itself, and so turn aside every spear that seeks them. Thus we hear. We lose many names." "Names?" Samar asked. His gaze flicked to her, and he nodded. "Kin, 847 names woven to mine among the North clans." He gestured to the silent warriors behind him. "As many names to lose among these here, each one. We know grief in the loss for ourselves, but more for our children. The names we cannot take back. They go and never come again, and so we diminish." Karsa said, "You want me to kill revenants?" And he pointed at the gift in exchange for that. "Yes." "How many of these revenants are there?" "They come in great ships, grey-winged, and set out into the forest in hunts, each hunt numbering 12. They are driven by anger, yet nothing we seek to do appeases that anger. We do not know what we do to offend them so. Probably offered them a damned penis bone." But Samar Dev kept that thought to herself. "How many hunts?" "A score thus far. Yet their boats do not depart." Karsa's entire face had darkened. Samar Dev had never seen such raw fury in him before. She suddenly feared he would tear this small, cowering man apart. Instead, he said, "Cast off your shame. All of you cast it off. Slayers need no reason to slay. It is what they do. That you exist is offence enough for such creatures." He stepped forward and snatched the bone from Boatfinder's hands. "I will kill them all."
"I will sink their damned ships. This I, Karsa," Samar cut in. He swung to her,
eyes blazing before you vow anything so extreme. You might consider something more achievable. At his expression she hastened on, you could, for example, be content with driving them from the land back into their ships, make the forest unpalatable. After a long, tense moment, the Teblo sighed. Yes, that would suffice, although I am tempted to swim after them.
Boatfinder was looking at Karsa with eyes wide with wonder and awe. For a moment, Samar thought that the Tebla was uncharacteristically attempting humour. But no, the huge warrior had been serious. And, to her dismay, she believed him and so found nothing funny nor absurd in his words. The time for that decision can wait, can't it? Yes. He scowled once more at Boatfinder. Describe these revenants tall, but not as tall as you. Their flesh is the hue of death.
Eyes cold as ice. They bear iron weapons, and among them are shamans, whose very breath is sickness, terrible clouds of poisonous vapour. All whom it touches die in great pain. Samar Dev said to Karsa, I think their use of the term revenant is meant for anything or anyone not from their world. But the foes they speak of come from ships. That seems unlikely were they in truth undead. The breath of shamans sounds like sorcery.
Boatfinder, Karsa said, when I am done here, you will lead me to the revenants. The colour drained from the man's face. It is many, many days of travel, deliverer. I think to send word that you are coming to the clans of the north. No, you will accompany us. But why? Karsa stepped forward, one hand snapping out to clutch Boatfinder by the neck. He dragged the man close. You shall witness, and in witnessing you will become more than what you are now.
You shall be prepared for all that is coming to you and your miserable people. He released the man, who staggered back, gasping. My own people once believed they could hide, the Teblo said, baring his teeth. They were wrong. This I have learned, and this you will now learn. You believe the revenants are all that shall afflict you. Fool, they are but the first. Samar watched the giant warrior walk back to his butchering.
Boatfinder stared after him with glistening, terror-filled eyes. Then he spun about, hissed in his own language. 6 warriors rushed forward, past their leader, drawing knives as they approached Karsa. Teblo, Samar warned. Boatfinder raised his hands. No, no harm is sought you, deliverer. They now help you with the cutting, that is all. The bounty is prepared for you, so that we need waste no time. I want the hides cured, Karsa said. Yes. And runners to deliver to us those hides and smoked meat from this kill. Yes. Then we can leave now. Boatfinder's head bobbed, as if he could not trust his own voice in answer to that final demand. Sneering, Karsa retrieved his knife and walked over to a nearby pool of brackish water, where he began washing the blood from the blade, then from his hands and forearms. Samar Dev drew close to Boatfinder as the half-dozen warriors fell to butchering the dead Bedouin.
Boatfinder.
He glanced at her with skittish eyes. You are a witch. So the deliverer calls you. I am. Where are your womenfolk, your children? Beyond this swamp, west and north, he replied. The land rises, and there are lakes and rivers where we find the black grain, and among the flat rock berries. We have done our great hunt in the open lands, and now they return to our many camps with winter's meat. Yet, he gestured at his warriors, we follow you.
We witness the deliverer slaying the Bedouin. He rides a bone horse. We do not see a bone horse ridden. He carries a sword of birthstone. The Iron Prophet tells our people of such warriors, the wielders of birthstone. He says they come. I have not heard of this Iron Prophet, Samar Dev said, frowning. Boatfinder made a gesture and faced south. To speak of this, it is the frozen time. He closed his eyes and his tone suddenly changed. In the time of great slaying, which is the frozen time of the past, the Anibar dwelt on the plains and would travel almost to the East River, where the great walled camps of the Ugari rose from the land.
and with the Ugari the Anibar would trade meat and hides for iron tools and weapons. The great slaying came to the Ugari then, and many fled to seek refuge among the Anibar. Yet the slayers followed, the Mesla they were called by the Ugari, and a terrible battle was fought, and all those who had sheltered among the Anibar fell to the Mesla. Fearing retribution for the aid given to the Ugari, the Anibar prepared to flee deeper into the Odan, but the leader of the Mesla found them first. With 100 dark warriors he came, yet he stayed their iron weapons. The Anibar were not his enemy, he told them, and then he gave warning. Others were coming, and they would be without mercy. They would destroy the Anibar. This leader was the iron prophet King Iskar Jarak, and the Anibar heeded his words, and so fled west and north until these lands here and the forests and lakes beyond became their home. He glanced over to where Karsa, his supplies gathered, sat astride his jag horse, and his voice changed once more. The Iron Prophet tells us there is a time when, in our greatest peril, wielders of the birthstone come to defend us. Thus, when we see who travels our land and the sword in his hands, this time is soon to be a frozen time. Samar Dev studied Boatfinder for a long moment. Then she faced Karsa. "I don't think you will be able to ride Havoc," she said. "We are about to head into difficult terrain." "Until such time comes, I will ride," the Tebler replied. "You are free to lead your own horse. Indeed, you are free to carry it over all terrain you deem difficult." Irritated, she headed towards her own horse. "Fine, for now I will ride behind you, Karsa Orlong. At the very least, I will not have to worry about being whipped by branches, since you'll be knocking down all those trees in your path." Boatfinder waited until both were ready. Then he set out, along the north edge of the boggy glade, until he reached its end and promptly turned to vanish into the forest. Karsa halted Havoc and glared at the thick snarled undergrowth and the crowded black spruce. Samar Dev laughed, earning her a savage look from the Tebler. Then he slipped down from his stallion's back. They found Boatfinder waiting for them, an apologetic look on his grey-painted face. "Game trails, deliverer. In these forests there are deer, bear, wolf, and elk. Even the Bedouin do not delve deep beyond the glades. Moose and caribou are further north. These game trails, as you see, are low. Even Anibar stoop in swift passage. In the unfound time ahead of which scant can be said, we find more flat rock, and the way is easier." Both interminable and monotonous, the low forest was a journey tangled and snarled, rife with frustration, as if it lived with the sole purpose of denying passage. The bedrock was close to the surface, a battered purple and black rock, shot through in places with long veins of quartzite, yet its surface was bent, tilted and folded, forming high-walled basins, sinkholes and ravines filled with exfoliated slabs sheathed in slick emerald-green moss. Treefalls crowded these depressions, the black spruce's bark rough as sharkskin, and the needleless, web-thick branches harsh as claws and unyielding. Spears of sunlight reached down here and there, throwing motes of intense colour into an otherwise gloomy, cavernous world. Towards dusk, Boatfinder led them to a treacherous scree up which he scrambled. Karsa and Samar Dev, leading their horses, found the climb perilous, every foothold less certain than the last, moss giving way like rotted skin to expose sharp-edged angular rock and deep holes, any one of which could have snapped a horse leg. Sodden with grimy sweat, scratched and scraped, Samar Dev finally reached the summit, turning to guide her horse the last few steps. Before them wound more or less flat bedrock, grey with the skin of lichen. From modest depressions here and there rose white and jack pines, the occasional straggly oak fringed in juniper and swaths of blueberry and wintergreen bushes. Sparrow-sized dragonflies darted through spinning clouds of smaller insects in the fading sunlight. Boat finder gestured northward. This path leads to a lake. We camp there. They set off. No higher ground was visible in any direction, and as the elongated basilisk twisted and turned, flanked every now and then by slightly lower platforms and snags, Samar Dev quickly realized how easy it would be to get lost in this wild land. The path bifurcated ahead, and approaching the junction, Boatfinder strode along the east edge, looking down for a time, then chose the ridge on the right. Matching his route, Samar Dev glanced over the edge and saw what he had been searching for, a sinuous line of smallish boulders lying on a shelf of stone slightly below them, the pattern creating something like a snake, the head consisting of a wedge-shaped flattened rock, while at the other end the last stone of the tail was no bigger than her thumbnail. Lichen covered the stones, bunching round each one to suggest that the trail marker was very old. There was nothing obvious in the petriform that would make the choice of routes clear, although the snake's head was aligned in the direction they were walking. "Boat finder," she called out, "how is it that you read this serpent of boulders?" He glanced back at her. "A snake is away from the heart. A turtle is the heart's path. All right then, why aren't they on this higher ground so you don't have to look for them? When the black grain is carried south, we are burdened. Neither turtle nor snake must lose shape or pattern. We run these stone roads, burdened." "Where do you take the harvest?" "To our gather camps on the plains. Each band, we gather the harvest into one and divide it, so that each band has sufficient grain. Lakes and rivers and their shores cannot be trusted. Some harvest yields true, other harvest yields weak, as water rises and as water falls. It is not the same. The flat rock seeks to be level across all the world, but it cannot, and so water rises and water falls. We do not kneel before inequity, else we ourselves discard fairness and knife finds knife. Old rules to deal with famine, Samar said, nodding. Rules in the frozen time. Karsa Orlong looked at Samar Dev. "What is this frozen time, witch?" "The past, Tebler." She watched his eyes narrow thoughtfully. Then he grunted and said, "And the unfound time is the future, meaning that now is the flowing time. Yes," Boatfinder cried, "you speak life's very secret." Samar Dev pulled herself into the saddle. On this ridge they could ride their horses carefully. She watched Karsa Orlong follow suit as a strange stillness filled her being, born, she realized, of Boatfinder's words. Life's very secret. This flowing time not yet frozen, and only now found out of the unfound Boatfinder. The Iron Prophet came to you long ago in the frozen time. Yet he spoke to you of the unfound time. Yes, you understand which? Iskar Jarek speaks but one language, yet within it is each and all. He is the Iron Prophet. The King. Your King, Boatfinder? No, we are his shadows, because you exist only in the flowing time. The man turned and made a reverent bow that stirred something within Samar Dev. "Your wisdom honors us, witch," he said. "Where?" she asked. "Is Iskar Jarek's kingdom?" Sudden tears in the man's eyes, an answer we yearn to find. "It is lost in the unfound time." Yes. Iskar Jarek was a Mesla. Yes. Samar Dev opened her mouth for one more question, then realized that it wasn't necessary. She knew its answer. Instead, she said, "Boatfinder, tell me from the frozen time into the flowing time, is there a bridge?" His smile was wistful, filled with longing. "There is, but you cannot cross it." "No, because it's burning. Yes, witch, the bridge burns. King Iskar Jarak and the unfound kingdom, descending like massive raw steps, the shelves of rock march down into crashing foam and spume. A fierce wind raked the northern sea's dark waves to the very horizon, where storm clouds commanded the sky, the colour of blackened armour At their backs, and stretching the western length of coastline, rose a bent-back forest of pines, firs, and cedars, their branches torn and made ragged by the battering winds. Shivering, Tarelak Veed drew the firs closer, then turned his back on the raging seas. "We now travel westward," he said, speaking loud enough to be heard above the gale. "Follow this coast until it curls north. Then we strike inland, directly west, into the land of stone and lakes. Difficult, for there is little game to be found there, although we will be able to fish. Worse, there are bloodthirsty savages, too cowardly to attack by day, always at night. We must be ready for them. We must deliver slaughter." Icarium said nothing, his unhuman gaze still fixed on that closing storm. Scowling, Tarelak moved back into the rock-walled camp they had made, crouching in the blessed lee and holding his red, cold, chafed hands over the driftwood fire. Few glimmers of the Jag's legendary, near-mythical equanimity remained. Dark and dour now, a refashioning of Icarium, by Tarelak Veed's own hands, although he but followed the precise instructions given him by the Nameless Ones. "The blade has grown dull, you shall be the whetstone," growl. But whetstones were insensate, indifferent to the blade and to the hand that held it. For a warrior fueled by passion, such immunity was difficult to achieve, much less maintain. He could feel the weight now ever building, and knew he would one day grow to envy the merciful death that had come to Mappo Runt. They had made good time thus far. Icarium was tireless, once given direction, and Tarelak, for all his prowess and endurance, was exhausted. "I am no trell, and this is not simple wandering. Not any more, and never again for Icarium." Nor, it seemed, for Tarelak Veed. He looked up when he heard scrabbling and watched Icarium descend. "These savages you spoke of," the Jag said without preamble, "why should they seek to challenge us? Their forsaken forest is filled with sacred sites, Icarium. We need only avoid trespass then. Such sites are not easily recognized. Perhaps a line of boulders on the bedrock, mostly buried in lichen and moss, or the remnant of an antler in the crotch of a tree, so overgrown as to be virtually invisible, or a vein of quartzite glittering with flecks of gold, or the green tool stone. The quarries are no more than a pale gouge in vertical rock, the green stone shorn from it by fire and cold water. Mayhap little more than a bear trail on bedrock, trodden by the miserable beasts for countless generations, all sacred. There is no fathoming the minds of such savages. It seems you know much of them, yet you have told me you have never before travelled their lands. "I have heard of them in great detail, Icarium," a sudden edge in the Jag's eyes. "Who was it that informed you so, Tarelak Veed of the Growl? I have wandered far, my friend. I have mined 1,000 tales. You were being prepared for me." A faint smile suited the moment, and Tarelak found it easily enough. "Much of that wandering was in your company, Icarium. Would that I could gift you my memories of the time we have shared." "Would that you could," Icarium agreed, staring down at the fire. "Now, of course," Tarelak added, "there would be much darkness, many grim and unpleasant deeds within that gift. The absence within you, Icarium, is both blessing and curse. You do understand that, don't you?" "There is no blessing in that absence," the Jag said, shaking his head. "All that I have done cannot demand its rightful price, cannot mark my soul, and so I remain unchanging, forever naive, innocent. No, not innocent. There is nothing exculpatory in ignorance. Tarelak Veed, you call me by name, now, not as friend. Has mistrust begun to poison you? And so it is my task each time to return to you all that you have lost. It is arduous and wears upon me, alas. My weakness lies in my desire to spare you the most heinous of memories." There is too much pity in my heart, and in seeking to spare you I now find that I but wound." He spat on his hands and slicked back his hair, then stretched his hands out once more close to the flames. "Very well, my friend. Once, long ago, you were driven by the need to free your father, who had been taken by a house of the Azoth. Faced with terrible failure, a deeper, deadlier force was born, your rage. You shattered a wounded warren, and you destroyed an Azath, releasing into the world a host of demonic entities, all of whom sought only domination and tyranny. Some of those you killed, but many escaped your wrath, and live on to this day scattered about the world like so many evil seeds. The most bitter irony is this. Your father sought no release. He had elected of his own will to become a guardian of an Azath house, and it may be he remains so to this day. In consequence of the devastation you wrought, Icarium, a cult devoted since time began to the Azath, deemed it necessary to create guardians of their own. Chosen warriors who would accompany you no matter where you went, for your rage and the destruction of the warren had torn from you all memory of your past, and so now you were doomed, for all time it seemed, to seek out the truth of all that you have done, and to stumble into rage again and yet again, wreaking annihilation. This cult, that of the nameless ones, thus contrived to bind to you a companion. Such as I, yes, my friend, there have been others long before I was born, and each has been imbued with sorcery, slowing the rigors of aging, proof against all manner of disease and poison, for as long as the companion's service held true. Our task is to guide you in your fury, to assert a moral focus, and above all to be your friend, and this latter task has proved again and again the simplest and indeed most seductive of them all, for it is easy to find within ourselves a deep and abiding love for you, for your earnestness, your loyalty, and for the unsullied honor within you. I will grant you, Icarium, your sense of justice is a harsh one, yet ultimately profound in its nobility. And now, awaiting you, there is an enemy only you, my friend, are powerful enough to oppose, and so we now journey, and all who seek to oppose us, for whatever reason, must be swept aside, for the greater good. He allowed himself to smile again, only this time he filled it with a hint of vast yet courageously contained anguish. You must now wonder, are the nameless ones worthy of such responsibility? Can their moral integrity and sense of honor match yours? The answer lies in necessity, and above that, in the example you set. You guide the nameless ones, my friend, with your every deed. If they fail in their calling, it will be because you have failed in yours. Pleased that he had recalled with perfection the words given him, Tarelak Veed studied the great warrior who stood before him, firelit, his face hidden behind his hands, like a child for whom blindness imposed obliteration. Icarium was weeping, he realized. Good, even he will feed upon his own anguish and make of it an addictive nectar, a sweet opiate of self-recrimination and pain, and so all doubt, all distrust shall vanish. For from those things no sweet bliss can be wrung, from overhead a spatter of cold rain and the deep rumble of thunder. The storm would soon be upon them. I am rested enough, Tarelak said, rising. A long march awaits us. There is no need, Icarium said behind his hands. What do you mean? The sea, it is filled with ships. The lone rider came down from the hills shortly after the ambush. Kalam Mekhar, his huge scarred and pitted forearms spattered with blood, rose from his long, silent study of the dead demon. He was wearing his armor and helm, and he now drew out his axe. Months had passed since the Tilani mass had appeared. He'd thought them long gone, gone even before old Kulat wandered off in his new-found madness. He had not realized, none of them had, that the terrible undead creatures had never left. The party of travelers had been slaughtered, the ambush so swiftly executed that Barathol had not even known of its occurrence, until it was far too late. Jelim and Filiad had suddenly burst into the smithy, screaming of murder just beyond the hamlet. He had collected his weapon and run with them to the western road, only to find the enemy already departed, their task done, and upon the old road dying horses and motionless bodies sprawled about as if they had dropped from the sky. Sending Filiad to find the old woman Nullis, who possessed modest skill as a healer, Barathol had returned to his smithy, ignoring Jelim, who trailed behind him like a lost pup. He had donned his armour, taking his time. The clan en masse, he suspected, would have been thorough. They would have had leisure to ensure that they had made no mistakes. Nullis would find that nothing could be done for the poor victims. Upon returning to the West Road, however, he was astonished to see the ancient Semp woman shouting orders at Filiad from where she knelt at the side of one figure. It seemed to Barathol's eyes, as he hurried forward, that she had thrust her hands into the man's body, her scrawny arms making motions as if she was kneading bread dough. Even as she did this, her gaze was on a woman lying nearby who had begun moaning, legs kicking furrows in the dirt. From her blood had spilled out everywhere. Nullis saw him and called him over. Barathol saw that the man she knelt beside had been eviscerated. Nullis was pushing the intestines back inside. "For Hood's sake, woman," the blacksmith said in a growl, "leave him be, he's done. You've filled his cavity with dirt. Boiling water is on the way," she snapped. "I mean to wash it out." She nodded towards the thrashing woman. "That one is stabbed in the shoulder, and now she's in labour. Labour, God's below. Listen, Nullis, boiling water won't do unless you mean to cook his liver for supper tonight. Go back to your damned anvil, you brainless ape. It was a clean cut. I've seen what boars can do with their tusks, and that was a whole lot worse." "Might have started clean," I said. "I mean to clean it, but we can't carry him back with his guts trailing behind us, can we?" Nonplussed, Barathol looked round. He wanted to kill something, a simple enough desire, but he already knew it would be thwarted, and this soured his mood. He walked over to the third body, an old man, tattooed and handless. The Telan Imas had chopped him to pieces. So he was their target. The others were simply in the way, which is why they cared nothing whether they lived or died. Whereas this poor bastard couldn't be more dead than he was. After a moment, Barathol made his way towards the last victim in sight. From the hamlet, more people were on the way, 2 of them carrying blankets and rags. Storuk, Fenar, Haerith, Stuck, all looking somehow small, diminished and pale with fear. Nullis began screaming orders once more. Before him was sprawled a demon of some kind. Both limbs on one side had been sliced away. Not much blood, he noted, but something strange appeared to have afflicted the creature upon its death. It looked deflated, as if the flesh beneath the skin had begun to dissolve, melt away into nothing. Its odd eyes had already dried and cracked. "Blacksmith, help me lift this one." Barathol walked back. "On the blanket, Storuk, you and your brother on that end, 1 corner each. Fenar, you're with me on the other end. Harith, almost as old as Nullis herself, held in her arms the rags." "What about me?" she asked. "Go sit by the woman. Stuff a cloth into the wound. We'll sear it later, unless the birth gives her trouble." "With the blood loss," Harith said, eyes narrowing, "she probably won't survive it. Maybe. For now, just sit with her. Hold her damned hand and talk. And yes, witch, you ain't the only one round here who knows about all that. Good. So get going. You've just been waiting for this, haven't you? Be quiet, you udderless cow. Queen Nullis, high priestess of bitchiness." "Blacksmith," Nullis growled. "Hit her with that axe, will you?" Hissing, Haerith scurried off. "Help me," Nullis said to him. "We've got to lift him now." It seemed a pointless task, but he did as she asked, and was surprised to hear her pronounce that the young man still lived after they'd set him on the blanket. As Nullis and the others carried him away, Barathol strode back to the dismembered corpse of the old tattooed man and crouched at his side. It would be an unpleasant task, but it was possible that Barathol could learn something of him from his possessions. He rolled the body over, then halted, staring down into those lifeless eyes. A cat's eyes. He looked with renewed interest at the pattern of tattoos, then slowly sat back, and only then noticed all the dead flies covering the ground on all sides, more flies than he had ever seen before. Barathol straightened, walked back to the dead demon, staring down thoughtfully until distant motion and the sound of horse hoofs snared his attention. Behind him, villagers had returned to retrieve the pregnant woman, and now he watched as the rider rode directly towards him. On a lathered horse, the colour of sun-bleached bone, wearing dust-sheathed armour lacquered white, the man's face pale beneath the rim of his helm, drawn with grief. Reining in, he slipped down from the saddle and, ignoring Barathol, staggered over to the demon, where he fell to his knees. Who did this?" he asked. "Clan Imas. 5 of them. A broken lot, even as Tlan Imas go and ambush." Barathol pointed towards the body of the tattooed man. "They were after him, I think. A priest from a cult devoted to the first hero Tretch. Tretch is now a god." To that, Barathol simply grunted. He looked back at the ramshackle hovels of the hamlet he had come to think of as home. There were 2 others, both still alive, although one will not last much longer. The other is pregnant, and even now gives birth. The man stared up at him. 2? No, there should have been 3. A girl. Barathol frowned. I'd thought the priest was their target. They were thorough with him. But now I see that they struck him down because he posed the greatest threat. They must have come for the girl, for she is not here. The man rose. He matched Barathol in height, if not breadth. Perhaps she fled into the hills. It's possible. Although, he added, pointing at a dead horse nearby, I'd wondered at that extra mount, saddled like the others. Cut down on the trail. Ah, yes. I see. Who are you? Barathol asked. And what was this missing girl to you? Shock was still writ deep into the lines of his face, and he blinked at the questions, then nodded. I am named Lorik. The child was for the Queen of Dreams. I was coming to collect her, and my familiar. He looked down once more at the demon, and anguish tugged at his features yet again. Fortune has abandoned you, then, Barathol said. A thought occurred to him. Lorik, have you any skill in healing? What? You are one of Shaikh's high mages, after all. Lorik looked away, as if stung. Shaikh is dead. The rebellion is crushed. Barathol shrugged. Yes, Lorik said. I can call upon Danul if required. Is the life of that girl all that concerns you? He gestured down at the demon. You can do nothing for your familiar. What of their companions? The young man will die if he has not already done so. Will you stand here dwelling only on what you have lost? A flash of anger. I advise caution, Lorik said in a low voice. You were once a soldier, that much is obvious, yet here you have hidden yourself away like a coward, whilst the rest of 7 cities rose up, dreaming of freedom. I will not be chastised by one such as you. Barathol's dark eyes studied Lorik a moment longer. Then he turned away and began walking towards the buildings. Someone will come, he said over his shoulder, to dress the dead for burial. Nollis had chosen the old hostelry to deposit her charges. A cot was dragged out from one of the rooms for the woman, whilst the eviscerated youth was laid out on the communal dining table. A cookpot filled with water steamed above the hearth, and Filiad was using a prod to retrieve soaked strips of cloth and carry them over to where the Semk woman worked. She had drawn out the intestines once more, but seemed to be ignoring that pulsing mass for the moment, both of her hands deep in the cavity of his gut. Flies. She hissed as Barathol entered. This damned hole is filled with dead flies. "You will not save him," Barathol said, walking to the bar counter and setting down his axe on the battered, dusty surface, the weapon making a heavy clunking sound on the wood. He began removing his gauntlets, glancing over at Haerith. "Has she given birth?" he asked. "Aye, a girl." Haerith was washing her hands in a basin, but she nodded towards a small bundled shape lying on the woman's chest. "Already suckling. I'd thought things were gone bad. Blacksmith. Bad." The baby came out blue. Only the cord weren't knotted and weren't round its neck. So why was it blue? Was. Still is Napan, father, I'd say. And the mother's fate? She'll live. I didn't need Nollis. I know how to clean and sear a wound. Why, I followed the foulard of Hissar's holy army, seen plenty of battlefields in my day, cleaned plenty of wounds too. She flung water from her hands, then dried them on her grubby tunic. She'll have fever, of course, but if she survives that, she'll be fine. "Haerith," called out Nullis, "get over here and rinse out these rags. Then toss 'em back in the boiling water. God's below. I'm losing him. His heart. It's fading." The door swung open. Heads turned to stare at Lorik, who slowly stepped inside. "Who in Hood's name is that?" Haerith asked. Barathol unstrapped his helm as he said, "High Mage Lorik, a refugee from the apocalypse." Haerith cackled. "Well, ain't he found the right place? Welcome, Lorik. Grab yourself a tankard, a dust, and a plate of ashes, and join us, Fenar. Stop staring and go find Chor and Uadan. There's horse meat out there needs butchering. We don't want none of them wolves in the hills coming down and getting it first." Barathol watched as Lorik strode over to where Nullis knelt above the youth on the table. She was pushing in rags, then pulling them out again. There was far too much blood. No wonder the heart was fading. "Move aside," Lorik said to her. "I do not command Hydenul, but at the very least I can clean and seal the wound and expunge the risk of infection." "He's lost too much blood," Nullis hissed. "Perhaps," Lorik conceded, "but let us at least give his heart a chance to recover." Nullis backed away. "As you like," she snapped. "I can do no more for him." Barathol went behind the bar, crouched opposite a panel of wood, which he rapped hard. It fell away, revealing 3 dusty jugs. Retrieving one, he straightened, setting it down on the counter. Finding a tankard, he wiped it clean, then tugging free the stopper, poured the tankard full. Eyes were on him, all barring those of Lorik himself, who stood beside the youth, hands settling on the chest. Haerith asked in a tone of reverence, "Where did that come from, blacksmith?"
"Old Kulat's stash," Barathol replied. "Don't expect he'll be coming back for it. What's that I smell?" Falari rum. Blessed gods above and below, suddenly the locals present in the room were one and all crowding the bar. Snarling, Nullis pushed Filiad back. "Not you. Too young, woman. I've seen 26 years. You heard me, 26 years? Ain't enough to predate Falari rum, you scrawny whelp." Barathol sighed. "Don't be greedy, Nullis. Besides, there's 2 more jugs on the shelf below." Collecting his tankard, he moved away from them. Filiad and Jelim both fighting as they scrabbled round the counter. A livid scar was all that remained of the sword slash across the youth's belly, apart from splashes of drying blood. Lorik still stood beside him, hands motionless on the chest. After a moment, he opened his eyes, stepping back. "It's a strong heart. We'll see. Where's the other one?" "Over there. Shoulder wound. It's been seared, but I can guarantee sepsis will set in and probably end up killing her, unless you do something." Lorik nodded. "She is named Silara. The young man I do not know." He frowned. Hiboric ghost hands. He rubbed at his face. "I would not have thought." He glanced over at Barathol. When Treach chose him to be his destriant, well, there was so much power. Tlanimas? 5 broken Tlanimas? Barathol shrugged.
I myself did not see the ambush. The Emas first showed up months past, then it seemed that they'd left. After all, there was nothing here that they wanted, not even me. Servants of the Crippled God, Lorik said, the unbound of High House of Chains. He headed towards the woman he'd named Solara. The gods are indeed at war. Barathol stared after him. He downed half the rum in the tankard, then joined the High Mage once more. The gods, you say? Fever already whispers within her, this will not do. He closed his eyes and began muttering something under his breath. After a moment, he stepped back, met Barathol's eyes. This is what comes, the blood of mortals spilled. Innocent lives destroyed, even here, in this rotted hole of a village. You cannot hide from the torment. It will find you, it will find us all. Barathol finished the rum. Will you now hunt for the girl and single-handed wrest her from the unbound? No, even if I knew where to look, it is impossible. The Queen of Dreams' gambit has failed. Likely she already knows that. He drew a deep, ragged breath, and Barathol only now noticed how exhausted the man was. No, he said again, with a vague then wretched look. I have lost my familiar yet. He shook his head. Yet there is no pain. With the severing there should be pain. I do not understand. High Mage, Barathol said. There are spare rooms here. Rest. I'll get Harith to find you some food, and Philiad can stable your horse. Wait here until I return. The blacksmith spoke to Harith, then left the hostelry, returning once more to the west road. He saw Chor, Fenar and Urdan stripping saddles and tack from the dead horses. "Chor," he called, "step away from that one. No, this way, there, stand still, damn you. There, don't move the girl's horse." Reaching it, he moved round carefully, seeking tracks. Chor fidgeted, a big man. He had the mind of a child, although the sight of blood had never bothered him. Ignoring him, Barathol continued reading the scrapes, furrows and dislodged stones, and finally found a small footprint, planted but once and strangely twisting on the ball of the foot. To either side, larger prints, skeletal yet bound here and there by leather strips or fragments of hide. So, she had leapt clear of the fatally wounded horse, yet even as her lead foot contacted the ground, the Talan Emas snared her, lifting her. No doubt she struggled, but against such inhuman, implacable strength, she had been helpless. And then the Talan Emas had vanished, fallen to dust, somehow taking her with them. He did not think that was possible, yet no tracks moved away from the area. Frustrated, Barathol started back to the hostelry. At a whining sound behind him, he turned. "It's all right, Chor. You can go back to what you were doing." A bright smile answered him. As he entered, Barathol sensed that something had changed. The locals were backed to the wall behind the bar. Lorik stood in the center of the chamber, facing the blacksmith who halted just inside the doorway. The High Mage had drawn his sword, a blade of gleaming white. Lorik, his eyes hard on Barathol, spoke, "I have but just heard your name." The blacksmith shrugged. A sneer twisted Lorik's pale face. "I imagine all that rum loosened their tongues, or they just plain forgot your commands to keep such details secret." "I've made no commands," Barathol replied. "These people here know nothing of the outside world, and care even less, speaking of rum." He slid his gaze to the crowd behind the bar. "Nullis, any of it left?" "Mute," she nodded. "On the counter then, if you please," Barathol said. "Beside my axe will do." "I would be foolish to let you near that weapon," Lorik said, raising the sword in his hand. "That depends," replied Barathol. "Whether you intend fighting me, doesn't it? I can think of 100 names of those who, in my place right now, would not hesitate." Barathol's brows rose. 100 names, you say? And how many of those names still belong to the living? Lorik's mouth thinned into a straight line. Do you believe, Barathol went on, that I simply walked from Arn all those years ago? I was not the only survivor, High Mage. They came after me. It was damned near one long-running battle from Arn Way to Karashimesh. Before I left the last one bleeding out his life in a ditch. You may know my name, and you may believe you know my crime. But you were not there. Those that were are all dead. Now, are you really interested in picking up this gauntlet? They say you opened the gates, Barathol snorted, walked over towards the jug of rum Nullis had set on the bar. Ridiculous. Talan Imas don't need gates. The Semk witch found an empty tankard and thunked it on the counter. Oh, I opened them all right on my way out, on the fastest horse I could find. By that time the slaughter had already begun. Yet you did not stay, did you? You did not fight, Barathol Mekhar? Hood take you, man. They rebelled in your name. Too bad they didn't think to ask me first, he replied in a growl, filling the tankard. Now, put that damned sword away, High Mage. Lorik hesitated. Then he sagged where he stood and slowly resheathed the weapon. You are right. I am too tired for this. Too old. He frowned, then straightened again. You thought those Tlan Imas were here for you, didn't you? Barathol studied the man over the battered rim of the tankard and said nothing. Lorik ran a hand through his hair, looked round as if he'd forgotten where he was. Hood's bones Nullis, Barathol said in a sigh. Find the poor bastard a chair, will you? The grey haze and its blinding motes of silver slowly faded, and all at once Felicin Younger could feel her own body again, sharp stones digging into her knees, the smell of dust, sweat and fear in the air. Visions of chaos and slaughter filled her mind. She felt numbed, and it was all she could do to see, to register the shape of things about her, before her. Sunlight flung sharp-edged shafts against a rock wall rent through with stress fractures. Heaps of wind-blown sand banked what used to be broad, shallow stone steps that seemed to lead up into the wall itself. Closer, the large knuckles, pale beneath thin, weathered skin, of the hand that clutched her right arm above the elbow, the exposed ligaments of the wrist stretching, making faint sounds like twisting leather. A grip she could not break. She had exhausted herself trying. Close and fetid, the reek of ancient decay, and visible, every now and then, a blood-smeared, rippled blade, broad near its hooked point, narrowing down at the leather-wrapped handle. Black, glassy stone thinned into translucence along the edge. Others stood around her. More of the dread Tilan Imas, spattered with blood, some with missing or mangled limbs, and one with half its face smashed away, but this was old damage, she realized. Their most recent battle, no more than a skirmish, had cost them nothing. The wind moaned mournfully along the rock wall. Felicin pushed herself to her feet, scraped the embedded stones from her knees. They're dead. They're all dead. She told herself this again and again, as if the words were newly discovered, not yet meaningful to her, not yet a language she could understand. My friends are all dead. What was the point of saying them? Yet they returned again and again, as if desperate to elicit a response. Any response. A new sound reached her, scrabbling, seeming to come from the cliff face in front of them. Blinking the stinging sweat from her eyes, she saw that one of the fissures looked to have been widened, the sides chipped away as if by a pick, and it was from this that a bent figure emerged, an old man wearing little more than rags, covered in dust. Suppurating sores wept runny liquid on his forearms and the backs of his hands. Seeing her, he fell to his knees. You have come, they promised. But why would they lie? Amidst the words issuing from his mouth were odd clicking sounds.
I will take you now. You'll see everything is fine. You are safe, child, for you have been chosen. What are you talking about?
Felasin demanded, once again trying to tug her arm free, and this time she succeeded as the deathly hand unclenched. She staggered. The old man leapt to his feet and steadied her. "You are exhausted. No surprise. So many rules were broken to bring you here." She stepped away from him and set a hand against the sun-warmed stone wall. "Where is here?"
"An ancient city, chosen one, once buried, but soon to live once more. I am but the first who has been called upon to serve you. Others will come, are coming even now, for they too have heard the whispers. You see, it is the weak who hear them, and oh, there are very many of the weak." More clicking sounds. There were pebbles in his mouth. Turning, Felasin faced away from the cliff wall, studied the stretch of broken, wasted land beyond. "Signs of an old road. Signs of tillage. We walked this weeks ago," she glared at the old man. "You've taken me back." He smiled, revealing worn, chipped teeth. "This city belongs to you now, chosen one. Stop calling me that. Please, you have been delivered and blood has been spilled in that deliverance. It falls to you to give such sacrifice, meaning sacrifice? That was murder. They killed my friends. I will help you grieve, for that is my weakness, you see? I grieve always, for myself because of drink, and the thirst always within me. Weakness. Kneel before it, child. Make of it a thing to worship. There is no point in fighting. The world's sadness is far more powerful than you can ever hope to be, and that is what you must come to understand. I want to leave. Impossible. The unbound have delivered you. Where could you go, even if you might? We are leagues upon leagues from anywhere." He sucked on the pebbles, swallowed spit, then continued, "You would have no food, no water. Please, chosen one, a temple awaits you within this buried city. I have worked so long, so hard to ready it for you. There is food and water, and soon there will be more servants, all desperate to answer your every desire, once you accept what you have become." He paused to smile again, and she saw the stones, black, polished, at least 3, each the size of a knuckle bone. "Soon you shall realize what you have become, leader of the greatest cult of 7 cities, and it will sweep beyond across every sea and every ocean. It shall claim the world." "You are mad," Felasin said. "The whispers do not lie." He reached for her, and she recoiled at that glistening, pustuled hand. Ah, there was plague, you see. Poliel, the goddess herself. She bowed before the chained one, as must we all, even you, and only then shall you come into your rightful power. Plague, it claimed many. It left entire cities filled with blackened bodies, but others survived because of the whispers, and so were marked by sores and twisted limbs by blindness. For some it was their tongues, rotting and falling off, thus leaving them mute. Among others their ears bled, and all sound has left their world. Do you understand? They had weakness, and the chained one, he has shown how weakness becomes strength. I can sense them, for I am the first. Your seneschal. I sense them. They are coming. She continued staring down at his sickly hand, and after a moment he returned it to his side. Clicking. Please follow me. Let me show you all that I have done. Felasin lifted her hands to her face. She did not understand. None of this made any sense. What, she asked, is your name? Kulat. And what, she said in a whisper, is mine. He bowed. They did not understand, none of them did. The apocalyptic, it is not just war, not just rebellion, it is devastation, not just of the land, that is, but what follows, do you see, the apocalypse? It is of the spirit, crushed, broken, slave to its own weaknesses. Only from such a tormented soul can ruin be delivered to the land and to all who dwell upon it. We must die inside to kill all that lies outside. Only then, once death takes us all, only then shall we find salvation. He bowed lower. You are Shaikh Reborn, chosen as the hand of the apocalypse. Change of plans, muttered Iskaral Pust as he scurried about, seemingly at random, moving into and out of the campfire's light. Look, he hissed. She's gone, the mangy cow, a few monstrous shadows in the night, and poof, nothing but spiders, hiding in every crack and cranny. Bah, snivelling coward, I was thinking, Trell, that we should run. Yes, run. You go that way, and I'll go this way. I mean, I'll be right behind you, of course. Why would I abandon you now, even with those things on the way? He paused, pulled at his hair, then resumed his frantic motion. But why should I worry? Have I not been loyal, effective, brilliant as ever? So why are they here? Mappo drew out a mace from his sack. I see nothing, he said, and all I can hear is you, High Priest. Who has come? Did I say anything was coming? Yes, you did. Can I help it if you've lost your mind? But why? That's what I want to know. Yes, why? It's not like we need the company. Besides, you'd think this was the last place they'd want to be if what I'm smelling is what I'm smelling. And I wouldn't be smelling what I'm smelling if something wasn't there that didn't smell, right? He paused, cocked his head. What's that smell? Never mind. Where was I? Yes, trying to conceive of the inconceivable. The inconceivable being the notion that Shadow Throne is actually quite sane. Preposterous, I know. Anyway, if that, then this being he knows what he's doing. He has reasons, actual reasons. Iskarol Poost, Mappo said, rising from where he had been sitting near the fire. Are we in danger? Has Hood seen better days? Of course we're in danger, you oafish fool. Oh, I must keep such opinions to myself. How about this danger?
Ha-ha, my friend, of course not. Ha-ha, ha. Oh, here they are. Massive shapes emerged from the darkness, red ember eyes to one side, lurid green eyes on another, then other sets, one gold, another coppery, silent, hulking and deadly, the hounds of shadow. Somewhere far away in the desert, a wolf or coyote howled as if it had caught a scent from the abyss itself. Closer to hand, even the crickets had fallen silent. The hairs on the back of the Trell's neck stiffened. He too could now smell the fell beasts. Acrid, pungent. With that reek came painful memories. What do they want with us, High Priest? Be quiet. I need to think. No need to tax yourself, said a new voice from the darkness, and Mappo turned to see a man step into the fire's light. Grey-cloaked, tallish, and otherwise nondescript, they are but passing through. Iskaral's face brightened with false pleasure, even as he flinched. Ah, Cotillion, can you not see? I have achieved all Shadow Throne asked of me. With that clash you had with Dejim Nebral, Cotillion said, you have in fact exceeded expectations. I admit, I had no idea you possessed such prowess, Iskarol Pust. Shadow Throne chose well his magi. Yes, he's full of surprises, isn't he? The High Priest crab-walked over to crouch by the fire. Then he cocked his head and said, now what does he want? To put me at ease. He never puts me at ease. To lead the hounds onto some poor fool's trail. Not for long, I hope, for that fool's sake. No, none of these things. He's here to confound me, but I am a High Priest of Shadow after all, and so cannot be confounded. Why? Because I serve the most confounding god there is. That's why. Thus need I worry, of course, but he'll never know, will he? No, I need only smile up at this killer god and say, would you like some cactus tea, Cotillion? Thank you, Cotillion replied, I would. Mappo set his mace down and resumed his seat as Iskaral poured out the tea. The Trell struggled against the desperation growing within him. Somewhere to the north, Icarium sat before flames likely little different from these ones, haunted as ever by what he could not remember. Yet he was not alone. No, another has taken my place. That should have been cause for relief, but all Mappo could feel was fear. I cannot trust the nameless ones. I learned that a long time ago. No,
Icarium was now being led by someone who cared nothing for the Jag. "It pleases me, Mappo Runt," said Cotillion, "that you are well. The hounds of shadow once fought at our sides," Mappo said, "on the path of hands." Cotillion nodded, sipping at the tea. "Yes, you and Icarium came very close then." "Close? What do you mean?" The patron god of assassins was a long time in replying. Around them, just beyond the camp, the huge hounds seemed to have settled for the night. "It is less a curse," he finally said, "than a residue. The death of an Azath house releases all manner of forces, energies, not just those belonging to the denizens in their earthen tombs. There is, burned into Icarium's soul, something like an infection, or perhaps a parasite. Its nature is chaos, and the effect is one of discontinuity. It defies progression of thought, of spirit, of life itself. Mappo, that infection must be expunged if you would save Icarium." The Trell could barely draw breath. In all the centuries at the Jag's side, among all the words given him by the Nameless Ones, by scholars and sages across half the world, he had never before heard anything like this. Are you certain?" A slow nod. As much as is possible. Shadow Throne and I. He looked up, then half shrugged. Our path to ascendancy was through the houses of the Azath. There were years, a good number of them, in which neither I nor the man who at that time was known as Emperor Kellenved were to be found anywhere within the Malazan Empire. For we had begun another quest. A bolder gambit. Firelight gleamed in his dark eyes. We set out to map the Azath, every house across this entire realm. We set out to master its power. "But that is not possible," Mappo said.
"You failed. You cannot have done otherwise, else you both would now be far more than gods." True enough, as far as it goes. He studied the tea in the clay cup nestled in the bowl of his hands. Certain realizations came to us, however, earned from hard experience and somewhat unrelenting diligence. The first was this: our quest would demand far more than a single mortal lifespan. The other realizations, well, perhaps I had best leave those for another night, another time.
In any case, in comprehending that such a gambit would enforce upon us demands we could not withstand, not as Emperor and Master Assassin. That is, it proved necessary to make use of what we had learned to date. To make yourselves gods.
Yes.
And in so doing, we learned that the Azath are far more than houses created as prisons for entities of power. They are also portals. And one more thing for certain, they are the repositories for the lost elementals. Mappo frowned. I have not heard that phrase before. Lost elementals. Scholars tend to acknowledge but four generally: water, fire, earth, and air, yet others exist, and it is from these others that comes the immense power of the Azath houses. Mappo, one is at an immediate disadvantage in discerning a pattern when one has but 4 points of reference with an unknown number of others as yet invisible, unaccounted for in the scheme. Cotillion, these lost elementals, are they perhaps related to the aspects of sorcery? The Warrens and the Deck of Dragons, or more likely the ancient holds, life, death, dark, light, shadow, possibly, but even that seems a truncated selection. What of, for example, time, past, present, future? What of desire and deed, sound, silence? Or are the latter two but minor aspects of air? Does time belong to light? Or is it but a point somewhere between light and dark, yet distinct from shadow? What of faith and denial? Can you now understand, Mappo, the potential complexity of relationships? Assuming they exist at all, beyond the notion of concepts? Granted. Yet maybe concepts are all that's needed if the purpose of the elements is to give shape and meaning to all that surrounds us on the outside and all that guides us from within. Mappo leaned back. And you sought to master such power? He stared at Cotillion, wondering if even a god was capable of such conceit, such ambition, and they began on their quest long before they became gods. I confess that I hope you and Shadow Throne fail, for what you describe should not fall into anyone's hands. Not a god's, not a mortal's. No, leave it to the Azath, and so we would have, had we not come to understand that the Azath's control was failing. The Nameless Ones, I suspect, have come to the same realization, and so are now driven to desperation. Alas, we believe their latest decision will, if anything, further pitch the Azath towards chaos and dissolution. He nodded towards Iskaral Pust, who crouched nearby, muttering to himself. Hence our decision to intervene, too late, unfortunately, to prevent Dejim Nebral's release and the ambush itself. But you are alive, Trell, and so cotillion in seeking to master the Azath, you now find yourself serving it. Desire versus deed, to lift Icarium's curse. Mappo shook his head. This is an extraordinary offer, Cotillion. I find myself torn between doubt and hope. A wry smile. Ah, I begin to understand how mere concepts are enough. Icarium has earned an end to his torment, the god said. Has he not? What must I do? For now, do as you are doing, pursue your friend. Stay on that trail, Mappo. A convergence is coming, of a magnitude so vast it will very likely defy comprehension. The gods seem oblivious to the cliff edge they are all approaching, and yes, every now and then I include myself among them. You hardly seem oblivious? Well then, perhaps helpless is a more accurate term. In any event, you and I will speak again. For now, do not doubt that you are needed. By us, by every mortal, and above all, by Icarium. He set the cup down and rose. The faint sound of the hounds lifting themselves into readiness reached Mappo's ears. I know I need not say this, the god said, but I shall anyway. Do not give up hope, Mappo. For this, despair is your greatest foe. When the time comes for you to stand between Icarium and all that the Nameless Ones seek, well, I believe that you will not fail. Mappo watched Cotillion walk into the darkness, the hounds slipping into the god's wake. After a moment, the trail glanced over at Iskaral Pust and found sharp, glittering eyes fixed on him. High Priest, Mappo asked, do you intend to join me in my journey? Alas, I cannot. The Dalhonese glanced away. The Trell's insane. He will fail. Of course he will fail, as good as dead. Ah, I cannot bear now to even so much as look at him. All Magora's healing for naught, a waste. Iskaral Pust rubbed at his face, then leapt to his feet. Too many equally important tasks await me, Mappo runt. No, you and I shall walk momentarily divergent paths, yet side by side to glory nonetheless. As Cotillion has said, you shall not fail. Nor will I, victory shall be ours. He raised a bony fist and shook it at the night sky, then hugged himself. Gods below, we're doomed. A cackle from Magora, who had reappeared, her arms loaded down with firewood implausibly, cut and split as if by a master woodsman, she dumped it beside the fire. Steer them embers, dear pathetic husband of mine. You cannot command me, hag. Stir them yourself. I have more vital tasks before me right now. Such as, well, to begin with, I need to pee.